Chapter 191 Ambush from all sides. These days, concubine Duan's food and drink were cooked in the small kitchen of Yanqing Palace. Elinara sent Jianqiu to visit concubine Duan every day and sent her supplements every day. Because concubine Duan had a fever in the early stage of pregnancy, Elinara exempted her from the daily morning and evening visits, and only asked her to recuperate in Yanqing Palace to protect her pregnancy. Early in the morning of this day, Jianqiu brought a little palace maid to Yanqing Palace. The little palace maid was holding an exquisite food box in her hand. Jianqiu greeted concubine Duan. She said with a smile, "The queen asked me to bring her some supplements. But our queen said that the red bird's nest should be used by the Empress Dowager in Yonghe Palace first. Today, we will replace it with white bird's nest. If you are not used to it, we will replace it with red bird's nest in a few days." The little palace maid quickly opened the food box and took out a bowl of bird's nest in a roux-kiln porcelain bowl with both hands. Jixiang also took it with both hands, but did not give it to concubine Duan, but put it on the small table. "Thank the queen on my behalf. I feel much better these 2 days. Blood swallows are precious, so the queen will not have to worry about them in the future. The same goes for white swallows." Concubine Duan smiled gently and was very polite to Jianqiu. Jianqiu stepped forward and picked up the bird's nest again and handed it to concubine Duan. "Concubine Duan, this bird's nest should be used while it is hot. I tried it, and the temperature is just right." Concubine Duan smiled, seemingly a little tired. "I don't want to drink it now. I have started to have morning sickness these days. If I force myself to swallow it now, I am afraid I will have to spit it out later. It's a waste. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. When I can drink it later, I will not let down the queen's kindness." Jianqiu did not force him anymore, put the bowl back on the small table, and stood up to leave. Jiangxi sent Jianqiu away, returned and picked up the bowl of bird's nest, and asked concubine Duan, "I think this bird's nest is a good thing, but it feels a little cold. Why don't I heat it up and bring it back, so that the master can drink it to replenish his body?" Concubine Duan didn't even look at the bowl of bird's nest, just said, "I don't want to drink it. Just take it and pour it out." Jixiang said no more, and took the bird's nest and poured it out. Nian Shirlan heard from Xiao Linzi that concubine Duan never used the supplements that Elinara said people to send every day. Every time she sent Jianqiu away, concubine Duan would have people pour out the supplements. Xiao Linzi also said that concubine Duan ordered the small kitchen in her palace to prepare vegetables, meat and eggs every day, and never wanted to take big fish and meat. She lives very cautiously. Probably because she sees that it is not easy for the third prince to come here, she felt sympathetic. Yin Shirlan sneered. Songzi sewed a purse, sewed it, and said, "Master, the queen sends supplements to concubine Duan every day. You tell me, why doesn't concubine Duan eat it? It would be great if someone could send me bird's nest every day." Yin Shirlan looked at Songji's useless look and rolled her eyes. "Look at your little bit of success. Following me, isn't it that I'm short of food for you? You think bird's nest is a great tonic, but I don't know if you can make up for it too much. The mother of the third prince, Duan, is an example." Songji stuck out her tongue. "I just said it casually. I don't have such a good life. Speaking of which, concubine Duan is so careful. I think she should be able to give birth safely." Yin Shirlan didn't say anything. In the previous life, concubine Duan had never been pregnant, and she killed her fertility with a bowl of safflower. She fought with concubine Duan for half her life, but in the end, she was like a shadow in a shadow play. Let Elinara see a good show. On the first day of the 12th lunar month, concubine Duan rarely appeared in Jingren Palace, and paid respects to Elinara, who gave her a seat. "Didn't I tell you that you are in a bad condition now, and it is not suitable for you to walk around and get tired? Why did you come today? Don't worry the emperor and me." Elinara smiled, as if blaming concubine Duan. Concubine Duan stood up, bowed, and said, "The queen is kind and virtuous, but I dare not be arrogant because of my favor. I feel much better these past 2 days, but I am worried that I haven't paid my respects to the empress for a long time, which makes me feel uneasy. I asked the imperial physician before I left, and he said that my fever has subsided and it's okay." Elinara laughed heartily. "Sit down quickly. I like you to be sensible and well-behaved. Since you said last time that you didn't want to disturb me by calling the imperial physician at night, I know you are a good person. Unlike some people, you will make a big fuss over a small problem." Yin Shirlan paused while drinking tea. "Haha, if this isn't about her, Who else could it be about? But Yin Sherwan ignored Elenara today. It was almost the end of the year, and Yin Sherwan became busier and busier. In addition to the daily chores of the 6 palaces, the letter from the Nien mansion was also delivered. Yin Sherwan burned the letter in her hand after reading it. This letter was not a family letter sent through normal channels, and naturally it could not be left for others to see. Nien Gingyao sat in the study, quietly recalling the dream he had when he fainted in the snowy mountains in the northwest. He dreamed that his sister Nien Sherwan was highly favored in the harem, and he himself was also powerful in the previous dynasty. However, in his dream, he did not take Emperor Injin seriously. His mansion was more luxurious than that of the prince. He also dreamed that the Nien family fell into poverty overnight. But he could not remember what caused the decline of the Nien family in his dream. Nien Gingyao looked at the letter written by Nien Sherwan in his hand. She told him to be modest and not to be arrogant and domineering, and just to keep the current wealth of the Nien family. Nien Gingyao felt that his sister had changed since Nien Sherwan fell in her garden at the age of 16. But he didn't know what was wrong. It was the 5th day of the 12th lunar month. Elenara invited all the concubines to listen to an opera in Qingyin Pavilion. When Nien Sherwan heard the palace servants coming to invite her, she was stunned for a moment. Then she said she knew and came. Nien Sherwan looked at the familiar seating arrangement and felt mixed emotions. Princess Hua, sit down. Why are you standing there? But I haven't been welcoming you well recently. Is the setting of this scene not to your liking? Seeing Nien Sherwan staring at the seat without sitting down, Elenara couldn't help but speak out. Nien Sherwan came to her senses, walked to the table next to Elenara, and sat down. Jiang Fuhai took the play list and asked Elenara to choose a play. After Elenara chose a play, Jiang Fuhai handed the play list to Nien Sherwan. Nien Sherwan didn't care much. Please trouble eunuch Jiang to take care of it. I don't care what play it is. I love watching them all. Elenara chuckled. Doesn't concubine Hua have any favorite plays? Then why don't I take charge and select an excerpt from 10 Sides of Ambush? Nien Sherwan looked at Elenara with a half smile. I am not well educated. I only know that 10 Sides of Ambush tells the story of Han Gaozu Lu Bang's use of Han Xian, besieging the king of Chu Xiangyu at Gaixia, and forcing Xiangyu to commit suicide at Wujiang. I just don't know if the fighting and killing scenes in the inner court of the palace will scare concubine Duan's pregnancy. The queen has always been kind to her subordinates. Should she also consider concubine Duan's situation? Chapter 192 The Queen's Hint. Elenara smiled and said nothing, turning her head to look at the stage. The first play she ordered was Borrowing the East Wind, and the actor who played Zhuge Liang was speaking on the stage. Learning the heavenly book and the art of war is as easy as turning your hand, setting up an altar to borrow the east wind to help Zhou Lang. Nien Sherwan said with a smile. The queen's taste is indeed good, but if the east wind cannot be borrowed, I wonder what Zhuge Kongming should do. The stage was singing lively. Chao Mingda has a lot of soldiers and generals at the right time. Lead the troops to the south of the Yangtze River and set up camp on the Yangtze River. Sun Zhongmo is difficult to resist without decision-making. The military officers of the Eastern who want to fight, and the civil officials want to surrender. Lu Zijing went to Jiangxia to investigate the real situation. He invited me, Zhuge Liang, to cross the Yangtze River to discuss the joint efforts to defeat Chao. Pang Xiuan's chain of offerings was ready. He used fire to attack the lesser east wind, which made Zhou Lang anxious. I predicted that the east wind would fall on the Jiazi day. Nanping Mountain set up an altar and stepped on Kuigong. I am holding the magic sword on the 7-star altar. Elenara smiled and looked at Nien Sherwan from the audience. Sister Hua Fei is overthinking. Mr. Kongming had a lifelong plan. Since he said he could borrow the east wind, he would be able to escape. No matter how many plans Zhou Yu made, he was defeated by Mr. Kongming. Nien Sherwan picked up a longan in front of him, smiled, and said slowly, It is said that a long time ago, in Fujian, there was an evil dragon. Every August when the seawater was high, it would stir up wind and waves, destroy crops, ruin houses, and kill countless people and animals. The people around had to flee their homes, hiding in a cave. There was a young man with great martial arts skills in the local area, named Guyuan. He saw the evil dragon causing trouble, and was determined to eliminate the harm for the people. He fought with the dragon, and finally won, and Guyuan died of exhaustion. But a kind of fruit grew where he fought with the dragon, which was white and sweet, and people called it Guyuan. When I heard this story, I fell in love with the fruit of Guyuan. I think, even if Guyuan is weak, but he dares to fight with the dragon, even though he died. He was loved and remembered by the people. which was the best result. In other words, Mr. Kongming was able to escape and return to Shu with the help of the east wind. And the soldiers of the Eastern Wu who were killed by him could also follow his example, and use the wind to burn the camps. In the Three Kingdoms, the final winner was Sima Yan. Mr. Kongming fought with Zhou Yu for his whole life. But he was just a stepping stone for others. Queen, I don't know if what I said is right. Elinara watched Nian Shuruan peel the longan. The nails painted with nail polish set off the white and smooth flesh of the longan. She retracted her gaze and said lightly, I only heard that Sister Hua Fei didn't like poetry in books before. But today I know that it was because she was reserved. It's not an exaggeration to call Sister Hua Fei the top scholar in the harem. She is not only knowledgeable about ancient and modern times, but also can easily quote allusions. I underestimated her. Yin Shuruan was stunned, and then laughed. In the last life, she said that Jin Huan was the top scholar in the harem. But she didn't expect that this fortune would turn around and turn to herself. Elinara frowned secretly. Could it be that concubine Hua didn't understand what she meant? She could even laugh. When Yin Shuruan had laughed enough, she turned to look at concubine Duan. Concubine Duan, you are also a daughter of a general. What do you think of the dispute between Mr. Kongming and Zhou Gongjin? Concubine Duan, as luck would have it, couldn't suppress her morning sickness and was hurriedly helped out by Jixiang. When Jixiang came back, he knelt in front of Elinara and said, Your Majesty, our concubine Duan is suffering from severe morning sickness. I am afraid that I will not be able to enjoy the Empress today. Concubine Duan sent me a servant to tell her that she will go back to Yanqing Palace first. It is not what our Empress wants to spoil the Empress's mood. Elinara's face was full of worry. Help your master go back and rest. I invited all the sisters to watch the play. I was free, and it was nothing serious. Jixiang kowtowed to Nian Shuruan again, and said very sincerely, Concubine Hua, our Empress did not mean it just now. She is really not feeling well. Our queen said, when she feels better, she will go to Kuan Palace to apologize to you. Nian Shuruan said with a nonchalant smile, Look at what your queen said. I saw that she was suffering from morning sickness, so there is no need to apologize. Besides, the queen didn't say anything, and I am not an unsympathetic person. Let's go and take care of your queen first. Morning sickness is the most uncomfortable. Being pregnant is hard enough. Why bother worrying about these meaningless little things? Jixiang then left. Because Princess Kangol had a slight fever, Jing Guiran asked for leave from Elinara, and did not go to Qiying Pavilion to listen to the opera. At this time, listening to Rui's detailed report of what happened in Qiying Pavilion, she was stunned. Jing Guiran knew that, in this palace, to live safely, and to earn a good future for Princess Kangol, it was impossible not to participate in the struggle. When she was in the palace before, Jing Guiran saw that Elinara was not as kind as she appeared to be. Otherwise, the mother of the third prince would not have died of a difficult childbirth due to a large fetus. And Hua Fei, in the eyes of Jing Guiran, her temperament is very complicated and difficult to understand. Hua Fei has always been indifferent to pregnant women, but when necessary, she can protect Jing Guiran to give birth safely. On the other hand, if you say she is kind, she can watch her sister die, and she has always treated ordinary concubines with indifference. On one side is the Empress, who comes from a noble family, and has gradually regained the Emperor's favor recently. On one side was the now popular daughter of a military family, Concubine Hua. Jing Guiran thought that even for the favor of Concubine Hua protecting her and giving birth to a princess, she should not waver. In Jing'an Palace, Elinara supported her temple with her right hand, leaning on the inverted horsehoof couch made of Wangwali wood. Fu Guiran sat on the round stool opposite her, with her hands folded, holding a snow-white silk handkerchief, on which a leaf-shaped red flower like silk could be seen faintly. Are you feeling unwell, madam? I have been here for a while, and I see that the queen seems to be in great pain. How about calling the imperial physician to take a look? Fu Guiran said. Elinara rubbed her temples again, sat up straight, and smiled faintly. I have nothing to do, but I am a little tired. I wanted to invite everyone to listen to the opera, so that they can relax. But some people can't even watch the opera in peace, which is really tiring. Fu Guiran also smiled. Your Majesty is the queen, and you are in charge of everything in the harem. If someone makes Her Majesty unhappy, that person should not appear in front of Her Majesty again. Elinara was very satisfied with Fu Guiran's answer, and her smile widened. You are a sensible person, but you have to be a noble lady, which is unfair to you. This palace is thinking that it will be the end of the year soon. There are not many concubines in the harem. And there are many empty palaces. You have been living with Xi and Changzai. And I am afraid it will be inconvenient for the emperor to summon you. Why don't I ask the emperor, while your favor is at its peak? You can become the head of a palace. How about that? Fu Gairen's eyes lit up. And she said happily, "Thank you very much, Queen Mother, for your favor. But I have no children. And I am afraid it will be difficult to get promoted." As she spoke, Fu Gairen's eyes dimmed again. Olenara smiled. "With me here? What are you afraid of? Speaking of children, I have no children either. But I am still the queen. My third prince is not my own. But I still look at him like the apple of my eye. You are still young. In 2 years, when your favor can be comparable to that of concubine Duan and concubine Hua, it will not be too late to have another child. By then, you can also give your child a good future." Chapter 193 Red Plum Blossoms. Fu Guiren looked up at Olenara and said seriously, "Empress, I am not very knowledgeable. I wonder if there is a rule in the palace that one can be promoted by giving birth to a son." Olenara looked back into Fu Gairen's eyes. In the palace, there is not only the saying that a mother is honored by her son, but also that a son is honored by his mother. For example, right now, concubine Duan is pregnant, and she is the daughter of a general. Her grandfather and father are both generals who fought for the country. She is naturally of noble status if she gave birth to a little prince. The emperor might not immediately promote her, but I think the favor he gave her would be greater than that of concubine Hua. At that time, even I would have to give her some respect. Not to mention concubines of your status. The nobles and maids in the palace are like small branches on the big tree of the harem, which can be broken off at will by anyone. But if the small branches can get half the protection of the big tree, they can grow stronger than other branches, and can better withstand the wind and rain. Fu Guiren bowed her head and said softly, "Thank you for your advice, Empress. I want to rely on you, Empress, as a big tree, so I won't let other branches extend to the treetops and steal the show." Olenara nodded with satisfaction. "You are very smart. I got a pair of earrings the other day, which are treasures from Persia. You can take them with you today. I think the emperor will be happy to see them." Fu Guiren hurriedly stood up, thanked her, and took the brocade box handed over by Jianqiu. "You are young. You should wear some colorful clothes on weekdays, so as not to hide your beauty." Olenara smiled and signaled Jiang Fuhai to give Fu Guiren the 2 pieces of brightly colored Huanhua brocade that had been prepared long ago. Fu Guiren went back and asked people to make new clothes, saying that she would wear them for the New Year's Eve banquet. The people in the needlework bureau received the order, and knew that Fu Guiren was the emperor's favorite concubine recently. So they hurriedly cut the size, and sewed new clothes for Fu Guiren. Since watching the opera in Qingyin Pavilion that day, Nian Shuan has been busy preparing things for the new year. On this day, Nian Shuan took Songji to the Yongxing Palace to see Yinjin. Su Peixing saw that it was Nian Shuan, and hurried in to pass the message. Yinjin was tired of reviewing the memorials. When he heard that concubine Hua came to see him, he put down the red pen in his hand, stood up and paced a few steps. As soon as Nian Shuan entered the Yongxing Palace, she smiled and gave Yinjin a blessing. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed." Yinjin looked at Nian Shuan. She was wearing a rose-red dress today, covered with a white fox fur cape, and her hair was embellished with light blue jadeite jewelry. She looked noble and delicate. Yinjin said with a smile, "Get up. The Yongxing Palace is warm. You can take off your cape to avoid catching a cold when you go out later." Nian Shuan took off her cape with a smile, and handed it to the eunuch who was serving beside her. She walked to Yinjin and pulled Yinjin's sleeve like a spoiled child. "Your Majesty, you haven't seen me for 2 days. Don't you miss me?" Although Yinjin was a calm emperor, his expression softened when he saw the beauty's coquettish behavior. "Nonsense. I was planning to visit you tonight, but I didn't expect you to come now." Yinjin's tone of blame did not scare Nian Shuan. She narrowed her eyes and smiled like a cat that had stolen some fish, revealing a lovely cunning. "I just got something good and I was anxious to share it with the emperor, so I came here in a hurry." As he spoke, he said, "Songji, come in." Songji lowered her head and came in with a vase in her hands. In the porcelain white vase, there was a red plum blossom in full bloom. Red and white. Very beautiful. When Yinjin saw the red plum blossom, his eyes dimmed instantly. When Yunqi was around, he liked red plum blossom the most. Yin Sherlan seemed not to see Injin's expression. She smiled sweetly, pulled Injin's sleeve, and shook it. Your Majesty, do you think this flower is beautiful? I just passed by the Ime garden, seeing that many plum blossoms have bloomed. I feel very pleasing to the eye. So I picked this branch to share with the Emperor. Injin came back to his senses, stretched out his hand to hold Yin Sherlan's hand, and said with a smile, Yesterday, the Imperial Astronomical Observatory reported that there will be the first snow tomorrow. I originally wanted to go to Ime Garden on the first snow day to see if the plum blossoms have bloomed. But I didn't expect you to pick such a beautiful flower for me today. Yin Sherlan smiled and approached Injin. I remember the Emperor so much. So does the Emperor want to reward me with something? Injin scratched Yin Sherlan's nose. And before he could say anything, Su Peixian came in to report that Xiao Linzi was outside and asked concubine Hua to take care of something. Yin Sherlan immediately smiled and said goodbye, saying that she would wait for the Emperor to arrive in the Ikuan Palace in the evening. After leaving the Yongqing Palace, Songji asked Yin Sherlan what dishes to prepare for dinner in preparation for the Emperor's arrival. Yin Sherlan said indifferently, Go back. The Emperor will not come tonight. Songji didn't understand. Her master was fine in the Yongqing Palace just now. Why did he become a different person after he came out? He suddenly became cold. Injin stared at the red plums brought by Yin Sherlan for a while, and asked Su Peixian to change his clothes for him, and then he left the Yongqing Palace. He only brought Su Peixian with him, and did not allow anyone else to follow him. Injin smelled the fragrance of plums wafting from the Ime garden before he even reached it. When he approached the Ime garden, the eunuch who was guarding the gate was about to pay his respects. Injin waved his hand, indicating that he should not make a sound, because Injin heard the sound of the flute coming from the Ime garden. Su Peixian watched Injin enter the garden, and quietly sent the eunuch, who was guarding the gate to the Yongqing Palace to fetch the flute that the Emperor often used. The sound of the flute in the Ime garden was a little sluggish, and it didn't sound very familiar. Injin followed the sound of the flute and walked in. Under a red plum tree in full bloom, a figure in red was dancing gracefully, and a little palace maid was standing next to her, playing the flute in a panic. Injin did not disturb the figure, but hid behind a tree. The figure, it was Yunqi, and she was dancing the stunning dance that Yunqi was best at. But Injin didn't dare to step forward. He was afraid that this was a dream, and he was afraid of waking up from this dream. The figure danced, and complained to the palace maid who played the flute with a sweet smile. Luoyu, you really should practice hard. You really let down such a beautiful plum garden. The little palace maid named Luoyu stopped inside. My lady, you are still like when you were still married. When you are in the mood, you force me to play this useless thing. My mouth is sore from blowing, and I can't blow well. Why do you like red plums so much? The figure stretched her waist again and smiled softly. Silly girl. I just like the beauty and pride of red plums. Even if I paint, it is difficult to depict its vivid beauty. There is a unique charm in the fragrance, and it is so clear that I don't feel cold. If the north wind understands my feelings, please don't destroy me easily. Although I am not sick and alone today, I will inevitably fight in this deep palace in the future. It is better to take advantage of the leisure time now. Look at this beautiful scenery more. She turned around again on the spot, and Injin could see her face clearly. It was Fu Guiran. Injin listened to her reciting those poems, and these words, and he could not control himself for a moment, and appeared in front of people. What Fu Guiran is worried about will not happen as long as I am here. Fu Guiran turned around in surprise, and saw Injin walking towards her, and hurriedly knelt down to salute. Your Majesty, I greet you, and I wish you good luck. I didn't know that the Emperor had arrived, and I wasn't polite. Chapter 194 Plum Blossom Fairy. Fu Guiran was wearing a water-red dance dress, and there was a fallen plum petal on her hair. She couldn't see Injin's eyes when she bowed her head, but she knew that, from this angle, they must look the same. Injin stretched out his hand in front of Fu Guiran, and Fu Guiran stood up with the help of his hand. Get up. The weather is so cold, and you are wearing so thin. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Women should take care of themselves every day. Injin stretched out his hand to pick off the petals on Fu Guiran's hair, playing with it in his hand. Fu Guiran looked at Injin with bright eyes. I am not cold, I am in good health. Why did Xilang come here suddenly? I haven't seen you for several days. Injin put the petal in Fu Guiran's hand, looked at her eyebrows, and suddenly felt that Yunqi was in front of him. Yunqi also called him Xilang in this way, and danced in red clothes in the season when plum blossoms were in full bloom. He always felt that Yunqi was unique in the world. Today, I suddenly discovered that there is such a wonderful person who is very similar to her in both appearance and temperament. Seeing that Injin didn't say anything and stared at her blankly, Fugurin stretched out her white little hand and gently waved it in front of Injin. What are you thinking about? Silang? You are so absent-minded that you don't even respond to me when I talk to you. Fugurin's tone was coquettish. Injin watched her hand fall, and the red cloth knot on her wrist caught his eye. Injin grabbed Fugurin's left hand, looking at the red cloth knot on her wrist. He asked, "What is this?" A trace of panic flashed in Fugurin's eyes, but she said calmly, "Nothing. Silang hasn't answered my concubine yet. Why did you suddenly come to Ime Garden?" Injin looked at Fugurin's unnatural expression, and his face darkened. "Don't lie to me. You said that you took me as your husband? How come you also hide something from your own husband?" Fugurin slowly calmed down, withdrew her hand, and gave Injin a gift, sighing, "It's not that I intentionally concealed it. It's because this is a scar that I don't want to touch. My mother died when I was young, and my stepmother was fierce, so I was forced to grow up on the farm. I once ran away from the farm secretly, wanting to go home to see my father, who hadn't seen me for a long time at that time. But I didn't know the way, and got lost, and fell down and was scratched by the weeds on the roadside, and bled a lot. I thought I was going to die, but I didn't expect to be found by the farm steward and his men." Speaking of this, Fugurin blinked and asked Injin with a smile, "Guess where I got lost?" Silang. Injin had felt pity for Fugurin after listening to her previous words. Now, when he suddenly saw her smiling again, he was stunned again. This woman looked almost the same as Yunqi at first glance. But after getting to know her carefully, he found that she was different from Yunqi. If Yunqi was a passionate but cold red plum, then Fugurin Serena was more like a white plum that stood alone in the cold wind and had nutrients in its heart. Not being noticed, but being able to live happily. "I don't know, did you get lost on the way back to the city?" Injin's eyebrows showed genuine curiosity and concern. Fugurin smiled. "Where? I was so stupid that I didn't find it even when I was walking around the farm. When I was found, I was on the roadside not far from the farm." She covered her mouth and laughed heartily. Seemingly, she was really annoyed and amused by her own stupidity. Injin felt distressed when he heard it, and gently stroked the red cloth on Fugurin's left wrist. "I didn't notice it before. I don't know what kind of scar it is. I will ask the best doctor in the Imperial Hospital to remove it for you." Fugurin stopped laughing and looked at Injin with bright eyes. "I am very grateful for Silang's kindness, but this scar has been there for a long time. I am afraid it will be difficult to remove. Before the Emperor summoned me, I thought the scar was ugly. I was afraid of scarring the Emperor. I was deliberately covering it up. Anyway, since Silang has come to Ime Garden, why don't I dance here for him? This dance is specially performed for Silang alone." Supation timely presented the long flute with both hands, and Injin took it casually. "In this case, I will accompany you. Your palace girl plays it too badly." Lu Yu stuck out her tongue and stepped aside, watching the Emperor play the flute, and her master dancing gracefully. The master's long sleeves occasionally brushed off a few petals. Suddenly, she looked like a plum blossom fairy. After dinner, Supation came to Ikuin Palace, and he smiled and saluted Nian Shirlan. "Hello, concubine Hua. I am here to tell you, on the orders of the Emperor, that the Emperor will not come tonight." Nian Shirlan asked in a daze. "Why?" "But the Emperor has so many memorials to review that he has not finished reviewing them." Supation smiled carefully and said in a low voice, "Reporting to concubine Hua, the Emperor went to Fugurin in Chushio Palace tonight. The Emperor said, 'Let you settle down early, and the Emperor will come to Ikuin Palace for breakfast tomorrow morning.'" Nian Shirlan looked at Supation in a daze, as if he had lost his temper. Said in a depressed mood, "I know. I will ask the kitchen to prepare breakfast for tomorrow. You can go and do the work first." Supation watched Nian Shirlan turn around and go into the house. He sighed secretly and turned around and went to Chushio Palace. The Emperor still had a lot of things to do. But what Supation didn't see was that as soon as Nian Shirlan turned around, the depressed mood on her face disappeared, and was replaced by a sneer. The man whom she loved to death in her previous life, but she never thinks she is special because of herself. But every time she meets a woman who looks like Queen Chen Yuan, she becomes obsessed and cannot control herself. In the last life, it was Jin Huan. In this life, there is concubine Fu first. Yin Shuan is looking forward to it. I wonder if Jin Huan will be as favored as in the last life after she enters the palace? Elinara had nothing to do in Jingren Palace. She picked up a book and flipped through it. Jiang Fuhai was beside her and reported it carefully. I heard that concubine Hua picked red plums and went to Yangxin Palace today. The emperor had promised concubine Hua that he would go to Ikuan Palace in the evening. However, concubine Hua was hurriedly asked by Xiao Linzi to go to take care of the harem affairs. So the emperor went to Yimei Garden by himself. Jiang Fuhai stopped, and Elinara said indifferently, I asked the dance master to teach me the Jinghong dance for so long. How did concubine Fu dance? Jiang Fuhai said respectfully, the arrangement of the queen is of course very good. Concubine Fu is smart and learns very quickly. The emperor really likes it. Look, even the promise to concubine Hua has been forgotten. The emperor went to Chushio Palace tonight, Elinara said with a smile, resting her head on the book in her hand. Okay. Concubine Hua was also the favorite when she entered the palace. After entering the palace, she often put on airs in front of the emperor and refused to show admiration. After a long time, concubine Fu was added. I want to see how long the emperor can still favor concubine Hua, Jianqiu said. Aren't you worried about concubine Fu? What if she doesn't obey? Elinara laughed even more happily. Disobedient? Her family is a Manchu military flag. Her father wants to climb to the top, but it's not enough for her to be the emperor's favorite concubine. My family, but her father is firmly controlled by me. I don't believe that she doesn't care about her family, Jianqiu said again. But I heard that Fuguren's mother died when she was young. She was not favored, and was sent to the farm to be raised. I'm afraid she has no feelings for her family. Elinara looked down at her armor and said slowly, a girl like her, who lost her parents' love since she was young, will only desire the recognition of her parents and elders when she grows up. I have inquired about it. When she was on the farm, she was always thinking about her good father, Lord Intu. Chapter 195 Concubine Hua is jealous. The red waves were turned upside down, the clouds dispersed, and the fog cleared. Concubine Fu leaned on Injin's arms, her head rested on Injin's chest, laughing muffledly. Injin had just calmed down his breathing, and asked curiously, but is there anything worth being happy about? Tell me about it, and I will listen. Concubine Fu looked up at Injin and said, I am happy. I am at the best age, and I met a good man like Sailang. I do not ask to be with Sailang, just be careful. Injin sighed, took Fuguren's left hand in his bosom, and rubbed it carefully. I am also happy. I am only 26 years old, and I can still be with you for a long, long time. By the way, you call me Sailang, and compare me to your husband. In front of your husband, you always call yourself a concubine, which sounds strange. Which character do you like? I will give you a nickname. From now on, you don't have to call yourself a concubine in front of me all the time. Concubine Fu shrank back in Injin's arms, and said obediently, I don't have a favorite name. Sailang, you can give me any name. I will be very happy. Injin blurted out without thinking. Then I will call you Wanwan. Wanwan is like yellow willow branches, and the flowers are hanging in the mist. Your face is beautiful, and it is worthy of this name. In addition, from now on, I will inform the 6 palaces to give you the title of Wan, and call you Concubine Wan. When you are pregnant in the future, I will promote you to the position of concubine. Do you like it? Fu Guren stood up, knelt in front of Injin, stared into his eyes, said seriously, I like the name given by Sailang very much. Wan Wan, it sounds very nice. Guan Guren Serena kneels to thank the emperor for his grace. Injin looked at concubine Wan, who was only wearing underwear, kneeling on the bed, and reached out to pull her into his arms. I'm glad you like it. The weather is cold, and although there is a floor heating in the room, I'm afraid I'll catch a cold. After a night of love, Injin woke up with a satisfied look on his face. Concubine Wan wanted to get up and help him dress for the court. Injin pressed concubine Wan back to bed. You go to sleep. I have soup patient to serve you. After leaving concubine Wan's side hall, Injin suddenly frowned in the courtyard of Chushio Palace. This place is too small. When Yin Shuan got up early to pay respects to Elinara, he heard Elinara say, Concubine Wan, the emperor sent someone to inform the 6 palaces early in the morning to change your title. It can be seen that the emperor loves you. Concubine Wan stood up, bowed respectfully, and said, I am favored by the emperor because of the blessing of the queen. I thank the queen. Elinara said again, Please sit down. Yesterday, I heard that the emperor was going to Ikuin Palace, but met Concubine 1 in Ime Garden. I also heard that Concubine 1 performed a very amazing dance. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to see it. Concubine Hua, you should also learn how to serve the emperor. Nian Sherlan first glanced at Wan Guiran, then looked at Alinara, and said calmly, I can't dance, but my soft whip has been praised by the emperor. If the queen likes it, I will dance for her in this hall. Wan Guiran can keep the emperor. That's her ability. I have to accompany the emperor for breakfast, so I won't talk to the queen. Nian Sherlan stood up and left. But before leaving, she deliberately walked slowly to Wan Guiran, glancing at her from above. She said with a smile, the clothes that Concubine 1 wears today are nice. I heard that the queen gave you 2 pieces of good fabric some time ago, but I don't know what kind of fabrics they are. Why don't you make new clothes to wear? It's not good to disappoint the queen. Concubine 1 lowered her eyes and said calmly, reporting to Concubine Hua, the queen is the master of the harem. I can't bear to be said to disappoint the queen. The fabrics that the queen gave, no matter what kind of pattern or material, it's all the royal grace. I have asked someone to make new clothes. When the palace banquet is held on New Year's Eve, your highness will know what material the queen has given. Nian Sherlan sneered. I didn't know before that Concubine 1 was so eloquent. Songji helped Nian Sherlan leave Jingren Palace. Concubine Li couldn't help but complain in a low voice. The queen is really kind-hearted. The queen has always tolerated Concubine Hua's temperament. Alinara retracted her gaze. She smiled gently. Forget it. Who told Concubine Hua to be favored by the emperor? All the sisters are serving the emperor. As long as the emperor is happy, I will be happy too. There is no point in arguing over these trivial matters. By the way, Concubine Duan, how are you today? Are you still feeling well? Concubine Duan, who had been sitting next to her and drinking tea quietly, put down her teacup and respectfully replied to Alinara. Thank you, Queen, for asking. I have stopped having morning sickness since lunch yesterday. I can eat meals now. It's funny, I saw that she couldn't even drink water a few days ago, but since yesterday, I can eat 3 big buns made by the Imperial Kitchen in one go, and there are so many dishes. I'm really afraid that she will be too fat to walk before the day of giving birth. As Concubine Duan said, she gestured the size of the buns, with a smile on her face. Alinara also smiled happily. That's good. I got up early today, and instructed the Imperial Kitchen to make the food for Yanqing Palace more delicate and delicious. You are pregnant, and you can't eat if the food is not delicate and delicious. I am afraid that the little prince in your belly will not be at peace. Your small kitchen can't make much. I think you are tired of it these days. I still like the cooking skills of the Imperial Kitchen. Concubine Duan nodded and said, it is indeed as the queen said. The small kitchen has been trying to understand my taste these days. It has made light food, and there are not many varieties. The cooking skills of the Imperial Kitchen are still better. At this point, Concubine Duan gently stroked her belly, which was only 2.5 months old. A new life was being nurtured in her flat belly. Concubine Duan continued. It is still unknown whether it is a little prince or a little princess. My children, no matter whether they are boys or girls, are my favorites. Alinara said. That's natural. Children are the favorites of their mothers. My 3rd prince is also my favorite. You don't know how cute the child is now, and his stature is taller than that of an average 8-month-old baby. I look at him every day, and I am very happy. Li Guiran was unusually active today, and spoke again at this time. Empress, the 3rd prince is 8 months old, and it is time to bring him out from time to time, so that the concubines can see him. I am not blessed with a child yet, and it is good to be jealous of the 3rd prince. Alinara said with a smile. Sister, don't worry, on the New Year's Eve. During the palace banquet, I will bring the 3rd prince out for you sisters to see. When Yin Sherlan returned to Ikuin Palace, Xiao Linzi had already prepared the breakfast. The master is back. I have already prepared the breakfast. These dishes are cooked in a charcoal stove. When the emperor comes, they will be just right to eat them hot. I have done what the master asked. Since the last incident with Yu Chongzai, as the master expected, Zhou Ninghai has no young lady willing to serve him. So he went back to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to serve. I have inquired, and no one has ever heard Zhou Ninghai complain. So I followed your instructions and settled Huang Guiquan, the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. And after the new year, I will find a reason to let Zhou Ninghai work in Ikuin Palace. Yin Sherlan handed the silk handkerchief in her hand to Songji, and wiped her hands with a wet towel, and said, "You have done a good job, and you are getting more and more capable." Xiao Linzi laughed. "I have been with the master for a long time, and naturally I have learned some of the master's principles of doing things carefully." The eunuch outside the door announced, "The emperor has arrived." Nian Sherwan stood up again to greet him, but she lowered her head and lowered her eyes. "Your servant respectfully welcomes the emperor. May the emperor be blessed." Injin smiled, took Nian Sherwan's hand, and went into the house. "It's cold outside, and today is the first snow. I'm here to have breakfast with you. Why are you still unhappy?" Nian Sherwan quietly pulled her hand away, but Injin held it tightly. As they went back and forth, Nian Sherwan felt the strength in Injin's hand. "I simply gave up struggling and let him go. How could I not be happy? Thunder, lightning, rain, and dew are all grace from the emperor. No matter what the emperor does, I will be obedient." Injin pulled Nian Sherwan to sit at the table. Looking at her delicate little face without any pretense, he laughed out loud. "I feel sour when I hear you say this. I see that there seems to be no dishes seasoned with Shangqi aged vinegar in today's breakfast." Nian Sherwan said nothing, but only motioned Songji to serve the dishes. Injin looked at Nian Sherwan's jealous look, in a good mood. He pulled Nian Sherwan to talk for a long time, until Nian Sherwan finally couldn't help laughing. "Your Majesty, please eat. Breakfast can't stop your mouth." Injin raised his eyebrows, and said angrily, "Nizi is getting more and more unruly." Nian Sherwan chuckled and poured him hot soybean milk, and coaxed Injin to eat a few more bites of food. After the mouthwash tea was used, the servants brought the proper fragrant tea, and Injin slowly said, "I have something else to discuss with you today. You are helping to manage the 6 palaces, mediating matters such as the residences of concubines. I want to ask for your opinion." Nian Sherwan asked while sipping tea nonchalantly. "Which sister does the emperor want to change the residence for?" "The emperor only needs to inform me. The world belongs to the emperor, so why not?" Injin laughed. You always speak so sourly. I was thinking that the Chuxiu palace where Wan Guiran lives now looks a bit simple. And she lives with Xian Changzai. Many things are inconvenient. But she is of a low rank after all, and cannot live in a palace by herself. So I want to ask you what you think." Nian Sherwan pondered for a while, raised her head, and smiled. "Since the emperor said that it is inconvenient for concubine 1 to live with concubine Xian, but concubine 1 is not the head of a palace. In my opinion, it is better to move concubine 1 to Suyuchuan. There is an elegant place there, and there is a yard with pear trees. When they bloom, they are like broken jade dots, which are quite beautiful. In my opinion, it matches concubine 1's temperament." Chapter 196, The Wrong New Clothes. When Injin first heard the 3 words Sui Yuxian, he frowned and thought about the direction of Sui Yuxian in his mind. "I remember that there seems to be an old stage from the time of the previous emperor, which is quite remote." Nian Sherwan said patiently, "Your Majesty is wise. The stage is not in the way, and the place is not remote. It is elegant and quiet. It is perfect for concubine 1 to live alone. If your Majesty thinks it is too far, you can let Feng Wanchun and Kar take concubine 1 to the Yongxin Palace. Isn't it the best of both worlds?" Injin knew that Nian Sherwan was probably a little jealous, but he hadn't seen Nian Sherwan being jealous for a long time. Never mind, that place is indeed suitable for a concubine of Wan Guiran's status to live alone, so let Nian Sherwan take care of it. "Okay, you have to worry about these trivial matters after all. Just ask Wan Guiran to move to Suyuchuan, and you will take care of all the things that are missing." Nian Sherwan smiled again and said, "I obey your order, Your Majesty. Just rest assured. In this life, every step of Nian Sherwan's calculations is to prepare for a few years later. But I don't know how old Jin Huan is in this life, and how long it will take to see her. But there is no rush. The Nian family has just established a foothold in the court, so take it slowly." 23. The sugar melon is sticky, and it's the little new year again. Nian Sherwan has taken care of the trivial matters in the palace. Early in the morning of this day, Nian Sherwan sat in Jingren Palace, after paying respects to Elinara. She went to arrange the trivial matters of the New Year's Eve banquet tomorrow. The New Year's Eve banquet for the whole palace is the most important banquet of the year. It is the queen's responsibility to draw up the list of female relatives to invite and to send out invitations. However, the trivial matters such as setting up the banquet are the responsibility of Nian Sherwan. When Nian Sherwan looked up, concubine Duan came in, with Jixiang on her arm, in a new dress of Huanhua brocade. The color of the dress was bright and dazzling, and it also brightened the furnishings of Jing'an Palace. Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. Queen, may the Empress be blessed with good health and happiness. Concubine Duan stood firm before she bowed. Olenara sat on the seat, smiled and nodded. Get up quickly. Concubine Duan looks very good today, and this dress suits you very well. You are young, and you should wear bright colors. Concubine Duan said. Thank you very much, Empress, for your reward. I wore this dress specially today, Olenara said, while giving Concubine Duan a seat, and was surprised. I rewarded you? I can't even remember it. When did you reward Concubine Duan's sister with Huanhuajin material? Concubine Duan was puzzled, and looked at Olenara. Yesterday afternoon, someone from the Ministry of Internal Affairs came, and brought 2 sets of Huanhuajin clothes, saying that the Empress had rewarded me, so I put them on today. Olenara was still surprised, and Concubine One beside her spoke softly. I look at this material, and it looks like the reward I received from the Empress some time ago. I liked this color very much at that time. As soon as I received the reward, I asked someone to send it to the Needlework Bureau, hoping to make 2 new clothes to wear at the New Year's Eve banquet. Somehow, this dress ended up on Concubine Duan. I thought I had made a mistake. But the pattern is so familiar. Concubine Duan's heart sank, and she said thoughtfully, Concubine Wan, take a good look. Is this dress on me a reward from the Empress? Could it be that the Ministry of Internal Affairs was careless and sent the wrong dress? Concubine One was about to answer, Olenara said. Forget it. Tomorrow is the night banquet for the whole palace. Concubine One, even if the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent the wrong clothes, please give in. I remember that. You made 2 new clothes a few days ago. Concubine Duan is pregnant. It is not appropriate to make trouble. Don't let these little things hurt the harmony between you. I will ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and then punish them. Concubine One replied obediently. Yes, Queen. It's not that I am fussing, it's just 2 clothes. Since this is the fault of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, it is not the fault of Concubine Duan. I think this color suits Concubine Duan very well, so I will give her a gift to celebrate her pregnancy. I hope Concubine Duan will not despise it. As for the servants working in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, they have a hard time as slaves, so I will dare to ask for mercy for them. Don't punish them during the new year. The noble lady One had a perfect smile on her face. Neither arrogant nor. She is not flattering, and makes people feel like being bathed in spring breeze. Concubine Duan was stunned for a moment, and smiled back. In this case, I would like to thank Concubine Wan for giving up her love. When I go back, I will definitely pick out the best ones to give to my sister, to thank her for her kindness to me. Olenara smiled. I am really happy to see that the sisters are in harmony. I was originally thinking of severely punishing the servants who were on duty, but I didn't expect that Concubine Duan and Concubine One were such reasonable people. I am very relieved. After everyone greeted and returned to their respective palaces, Concubine Duan sent someone to deliver a box of precious jewelry to Suyuxuan, saying that it was for Concubine Wan to wear, to thank Concubine Wan for her generosity. Concubine Wan accepted the gift and rewarded the servant who came to deliver the gift with a purse, which contained 5 taels of silver. Concubine One smiled and said, Thank you for your hard work. Eunuch, please convey to Concubine Duan that such trivial matters are not worth mentioning. Please do not mind Concubine Duan. I will be free for a while. I personally went to thank you, Concubine Duan, for giving me these treasures. The eunuch who brought the gifts received the silver and smiled instantly. My lady, you are so polite. These are what I should do. If you say so, I will definitely bring it to you. Our Concubine Duan is the most kind, and you are so clear-headed. We are happy to serve you. Nian Sherlan fiddled with the spices in the incense burner, and took a deep breath. These spices were mixed by her brother. It can refresh the mind, and it smells good, so you can burn it without worry. Xiao Linzi said. Just now, I saw Concubine One taking her personal maid to Yanqing Palace. I guess she went to thank Concubine Duan for her reward. I saw that Concubine Wan and Concubine Duan were on good terms. I have asked Huang Guiquan, and he didn't know how he could have sent the wrong clothes. Fortunately, the 2 ladies didn't care, and the queen didn't care either. I have sent a message to Huang Guiquan. Let him work these days. He must be very alert, and never let anyone make mistakes again. Nian Sherlan said lazily. Huang Guiquan usually relies on being a distant relative of mine, and is a bit domineering. It's good to be like this. It's not a bad thing to warn him. This time, he can reflect on himself, and find out who in the Ministry of Internal Affairs is hypocritical to him, so that I can use him with more confidence in the future. Xiao Linzi agreed. Yes, the master is wise. The day after tomorrow is coming. Does the servant still need to secretly deliver the medicine for Lady Wan? Yin Sherwan turned around and looked at Xiao Linzi, through the lingering fragrance, and smiled insincerely. Of course you have to deliver it secretly. She has been very obedient since she entered the palace, and I can use her with confidence. Chapter 197 New Year's Eve Banquet. According to the Qing Palace's rules, the 24th day of the 12th lunar month is the New Year's Eve banquet for the whole palace. On New Year's Eve, the concubines will stay up in the palace on their own, and the masters will also reward the servants, who have worked hard to follow them. After the incident of the Ministry of Internal Affairs sending the wrong clothes, the concubine won the favor of concubine Duan. On the morning of the 24th, the concubine Wan greeted Elinara, and went to concubine Duan's Yanqing Palace. Sister Duan, you won't dislike me for coming here uninvited, right? I and Sister Duan know each other too late. Concubine Wan smiled gently. She was wearing a pink dress today. The fur on her collar was obviously the best fox fur. It wrapped around her face, making her look even better. Concubine Duan ordered breakfast to be served and invited Concubine Wan to have breakfast with her. Concubine Wan did not shy away, and sat down openly. I am very happy that Sister Wan can come. As Sister Wan said, I regret that we met too late. If Sister Wan has nothing to do in the future, you can come often. I live alone in Yanqing Palace, and I feel lonely. Concubine Duan sat at the table, and invited Concubine Wan to have dinner. After dinner, Concubine Wan talked to Concubine Duan for a while before leaving. But as soon as Concubine Wan left, Concubine Duan ordered the servants to take out all the cups and plates she had used and dispose of them. Jixian was puzzled and asked, didn't the queen and Concubine Wan have a good chat? Concubine Duan said indifferently, I have never liked to make friends with others, let alone women who serve the emperor. Besides, who knows her purpose of approaching me? It is better to be cautious. Injin was in the Yangqing Palace, looking at the letter presented by the blood dropper. Feeling depressed, the letter reported that Qi Lianqing claimed to be the father-in-law of the emperor, which attracted some people who wanted to curry favor with him to almost break the door of the Qi mansion. Qi Lianqing also took the opportunity to make a lot of money, which almost offset his father's contribution to guarding the southwest. Qi Lianqing was the father of concubine Duan Qi Weibin. Injin thought, if he let the Qi family go on like this, I am afraid that it will cause criticism. And secondly, those who are ready to make trouble in the court will have improper thoughts and take advantage of the issue. The former court and the harem are all linked. Injin held the letter paper and thought about concubine Duan's pregnancy. If concubine Duan gave birth to a princess, it would be fine. If it was a prince, concubine Duan would not know what was happening outside in the palace. The family letters always just said that everything was fine at home and asked her not to worry. At 5 p.m., the New Year's Eve banquet for the whole palace began. The two empress dowagers sat on the left side of Injin, according to their positions. Elinara was the empress, sitting on the right side of Injin, and the other concubines were seated according to their positions. The relatives and relatives had been invited to a banquet on the 23rd day, when the emperor put down his pen. And on the 24th, only the harem celebrated. Empress Dowager to put on thick powder on her face today, and put rouge on her cheekbones and eye sockets, looking exquisite and luxurious, and in good spirits. The Empress Dowager glanced at Empress Dowager De, and said with concern, you have been feeling unwell these days. Are you able to take it today? Did you take the medicine on time today? Empress Dowager De smiled and replied, fortunately, I haven't been out much these days. I feel like I'm lying down. I take medicine 3 times a day, but I don't look good. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm so weak. Injin listened to the two Empress Dowagers talking, and turned his head to look at the Empress Dowager. Don't worry, Empress Dowager. I have asked the Imperial Hospital to check my pulse, and take care of me every day. And I have also ordered the Imperial Kitchen to serve me wholeheartedly. But the Imperial physician said that blood deficiency is a long-term disease. We have to treat it slowly. The Empress Dowager smiled and nodded, and stopped talking. The sound of stringed instruments coming from outside the palace was like the sound of nature, and the palace was warm and harmonious. Nian Chuan took the wine glass, raised it to Injin from a distance, and drank it all. Elinara frowned, and said in a neither loud nor soft voice, Hua Fei, when you toast the emperor, You should stand up and offer it with both hands. What's wrong with you? Injin rarely smiled. It's okay. I think Hua Fei's behavior is very pitiful and lovely. Today is originally a family dinner. You are all my people. You can do whatever you want. I will be happy. Elenara opened her mouth, but could only respond with a yes. Yin Shuan looked at Elenara, raised her eyebrows, and poured herself another glass of wine. Yin Shuan said to Duan Fei while holding the wine. Duan Fei, you are pregnant. This glass of wine is for me to congratulate you on your pregnancy. As he said that, he raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. She continued to pour the wine and held it up, saying to Concubine 1, Concubine 1, this cup is for me to congratulate you on your favor from the Emperor. I hope you will get pregnant soon, so that you can move up a level. Concubine 1 stood up with the wine in front of her. I accept the good words from Concubine Hua, thank you very much. Your Majesty. Concubine 1 also drank the wine in her cup. Just as she was about to pour more wine, Injin said, Okay, each of you drink 1 cup, be careful not to get drunk. Hua Fei, I remember that you have a low alcohol tolerance. How come you drank so much today? Be careful that you may have a headache tomorrow. Yin Shuan smiled, and picked up the 3rd glass of wine, and said to Injin, If the Emperor hadn't said it, I wouldn't have dared to let you drink. Now that the Emperor has spoken, I think he is craving for wine, then I will dare to toast the Emperor. I wish the Qin dynasty a peaceful spring, and peace and prosperity. Injin smiled and raised his own glass, and said to Yin Shuan, I see that you are happy today, and you drank too much. Forget it. I will drink with you. Su Peixing took the fine wine handed by the palace servant, and filled the empty cup in front of Injin. Injin took a sip of the fine wine, and said to Su Peixing with a smile, What kind of wine is this? It tastes better than the ones just now. I like to drink this wine. Su Peixing guessed that these were all fine wines in the palace, and they might have changed their taste. Suddenly, Elenara covered her mouth lightly, and left the table quickly. Jianqiu hurriedly followed. Injin said, Hurry. Hurry. Go and see what's wrong with the queen. Did she eat something bad? Call the imperial physician to take a look. When Elenara came back, Imperial Physician Zhang was waiting outside the palace. Your Majesty, please forgive me for spoiling your mood. I just ate a bite of white jade pig's trotter and felt sick. I'm much better now. I won't bother the Imperial Physician to see me. Elenara bowed to Injin and planned to sit down and continue to watch the newly choreographed dance in the inner court. Injin said, The Imperial Physician is here. Why don't you go to the back hall and let the Imperial Physician examine you, so that I can rest assured? Empress Dowager De also said with concern. The Emperor is right. Since the Queen is not feeling well, no matter what the reason is, she should let the Imperial Physician take a look, so that I and the Emperor can rest assured. The Queen is the mother of the country, and she should take good care of her body. Elenara had no choice but to take her leave and go to the back hall. After a while, Jianqiu came in with a happy face. She knelt down in front of Injin. Your Majesty, the Empress is very happy. I congratulate your Majesty. Congratulations to your Majesty. Injin didn't react for a moment. What's the reason for your happiness? Jianqiu shed 2 lines of tears excitedly, choking with sobs. Your Majesty, the Empress is pregnant. Dr. Zhang just diagnosed that. The Empress is more than 40 days pregnant. Chapter 198 The Queen is pregnant. Injin stood up suddenly, and knocked over the half-drunk wine on the table. Su Peixing was so flustered that he fumbled with the tablecloth. Ouch, your Majesty. Please go slowly, slow down, be careful with your hands. Injin strode towards the back hall. The concubines looked at each other in bewilderment. The Queen is pregnant, and it was diagnosed at this critical moment. It is a great blessing. Nian Sherlan glanced at the tablecloth wet by the wine that Injin knocked over. I was relieved when I saw the servants hurriedly changing the tablecloth. Concubine Duan gently stroked her still flat belly. The Queen was pregnant, and she was pregnant too. I didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. The Queen Mother urged her personal maid Sumahila to go to the back hall to see why the Queen hadn't come out yet. Sumahila covered her mouth and laughed. The Queen Mother is too impatient. I think the Emperor is talking to the Queen right now. What is the matter with me going there? Don't make the Emperor annoyed. You can just wait patiently. Empress Dowager De had been sitting for so long, and had already exhausted a lot of energy. She was about to return to Yongna Palace to recuperate. But when she heard that the Queen was pregnant, she sat down again. At this time, listening to the Empress Dowager urging Sumara, Empress Dowager De said to Shushi. I chanted scriptures and prayed for blessings a few days ago, asking God to bless my Qing dynasty with a legitimate son. And it really came true today. My daughter-in-law is doing well. And I can also enjoy the joy of playing with my grandchildren. Shushi secretly glanced at the Empress Dowager's face and whispered in agreement. The Empress Dowager is blessed with great fortune. Empress Dowager De seemed to be unaware of what was happening and smiled. You always speak fluently in front of me. But why are you so cautious today? No one covered your mouth, so you spoke quietly. Shushi sighed in his heart. And it was not good not to answer. Just when he was in a dilemma, he saw Su Peixian carefully clearing the way in front. And Injin escorted Ilanara out from behind. The two walked in front of the Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager De. She wanted to perform the ceremony, but was stopped by the two Empress Dowagers. The Empress Dowager said, Forget it. Forget it. Please don't perform this ceremony. The Empress is pregnant now, so there is no need to perform this ceremony. Sit down and talk. Ilanara bowed slightly and said, Thank you for your understanding, Empress Dowager. I can skip the ceremony, but I must perform the ceremony for my little grandson. On behalf of the child in my belly, I pay my respects to the two Empress Dowagers. The Empress Dowager laughed heartily. Well, the Empress is worthy of being the Empress, who is the mother of the country. She is indeed polite. Sit down quickly. Don't tire yourself out. Injin was so considerate that he helped Ilanara sit down. Yin Sherwan vaguely saw that in the previous life, when Jin Huan was favored, Injin was also so cautious. Injin ascended the throne too early in this life. Now Ilanara is only 26 years old. You can imagine that Injin is happy to have a legitimate son. Ilanara sat down and said to Injin with a smile, Your Majesty is too cautious. I am not so delicate at all. Concubine Duan sighed, after all, she is the legal wife. This pregnancy, see how much the Emperor cares about it. Injin also sat down. The table had been replaced with a new tablecloth by the servants, and the wine was also served. Injin looked around the hall. Seeing that everyone was looking at him eagerly, he raised his wine glass, and his face was full of joy. Today, the whole palace is having a great banquet. The queen has been diagnosed with pregnancy. I am very happy. I was already happy when concubine Duan was pregnant a few days ago. Today, God has given me another surprise. The queen is the mother of the country. The queen mother is happy, and it is a blessing for the Qing dynasty. Let all the people in the world celebrate together. After saying that, he drank the wine in the cup. When the concubines saw Injin holding the cup, they had already stood up with their own cups, and said in unison, Your servants wish. Long live the Emperor. Long live the two Empress Dowagers. Long live the Empress. Injin waited for everyone to sit down again, and told Su Peixian, Quick! Change the Empress's dishes to the same as concubine Duan's. The queen is pregnant, serve her carefully. Su Peixian clapped his hands, and some palace maids came in one after another, and removed the dishes on the queen's table very neatly, and replaced them with lighter dishes. Reporting to the Emperor, I have prepared them a long time ago. Just now I saw you were talking, so I asked someone to come up. Injin nodded with satisfaction, and asked Su Peixian again, Where is the pot of wine I drank before? Why did you change it back to this? I still like that taste. Su Peixian smiled apologetically. Your Majesty, you were in a hurry to see the Empress, and the pot of wine you drank before was knocked over. I have already asked someone to get some wine. Would you like to drink this first? Injin was happy today, and seeing Su Peixian say this, he waved his hand nonchalantly. In that case, there is no need to bother. The banquet is almost over. I will go to Jingren Palace to rest tonight. After saying that, he stood up, turned his head to Ilanara and said, I will go to your place tonight. Ilanara finally got pregnant, and seeing Injin finally offered to go to Jingren Palace to sleep, she was very happy. But thinking of the imperial physician's instructions, she could only reluctantly say, Your Majesty, I am pregnant. I am afraid it is not suitable for you to serve me. Injin was already a little drunk, and said, Well, I will go to concubine Duan. I haven't seen concubine Duan for several days. Today, the queen is very happy, and I should go to see concubine Duan. Ilanara wanted to persuade him, saying that concubine Duan was pregnant, and it was not suitable for her to sleep with the Emperor. But she suddenly changed her mind. That's fine. Concubine Duan is very talented. It would be good for her to chat with the Emperor. Concubine Duan was worried, but she knew she couldn't refuse. She just thought to herself that she would just coax the emperor to sleep as soon as possible. Nian Shuolan poured herself the last glass of wine and returned to the palace after the banquet. As soon as she returned to Kun Palace, Nian Shuolan immediately instructed Songji. Even if the sky falls tonight, no one is allowed to disturb my rest. No matter who comes, they must say that I am drunk and can't wake up. Songji agreed, and urged the servants to help Nian Shuolan lie down early. Close the gate of Kun Palace, and Xia Lindsay will be on duty tonight, guarding the corridor. Nian Shuolan was lying on the bed, and there was no sign of drunkenness. Before the banquet, Nian Shuolan used the excuse that she couldn't handle the alcohol, but she didn't want to be laughed at. So she asked Wen Xianqing for a hangover medicine made of kudzu root and took it in advance. Nian Shuolan silently calculated the time in her mind. Something unexpected happened tonight. Injin knocked over the pot of wine, but fortunately, he had already drunk half of it. It should have taken effect by now. Nian Shuolan's spy in Jingren Palace was indeed useful. As early as the 22nd, Alinara was diagnosed with pregnancy. Nian Shuolan saw that there was no movement in the palace. She guessed that Alinara wanted to let everyone know on the day of the palace banquet. The wine that Injin praised for its good taste contained aphrodisiac drugs. There was no second pot of such warm wine in the palace. It was a pity that half of it was spilled. This was probably because God disposes as well as man proposes. Nian Shuolan thought. Shi Weibin, in the last life, you personally brought me that bowl of abortion medicine. In this life, if you can avoid it, you are lucky. If you can't avoid it, it will be your retribution. Nian Shuolan thought of the male fetus that had been aborted. Child, wait for your mother to avenge you. Chapter 199 Seeds of Doubt. At 2:00 a.m., Songji came to Nian Shuolan's bedside and took a quick look and saw that Nian Shuolan was indeed awake. What's the matter? Songji said. As the master expected, something big is going to happen tonight. I just heard from Xiao Lindsay that there was a commotion outside. Xiao Lindsay remembered your instructions and did not open the door. But he quietly leaned over the wall and looked, and vaguely heard the little eunuch running by say, something happened in Yanqing Palace. Nian Shuolan turned over and sat up. A smile hung on the corner of her mouth. Did you hear it clearly? What happened in Yanqing Palace? If Songji still didn't understand anything at this time, she would be a fool. She also smiled. Master, don't worry. I have asked Xiao Lindsay to go out and check quietly. I think we will know in a while. As soon as Songji finished speaking, Xiao Lindsay said from outside. Master, Eunuch Su is outside asking for an audience. Nian Shuolan motioned Songji to go out. Songji stood in the corridor and said, Go and tell Eunuch Su, the queen is drunk and can't wake up. I was just about to make some sobering soup. Su Peisheng heard this, and had no choice but to go back to Yanqing Palace. There was already a room full of doctors in Yanqing Palace. Injin was sitting on a couch outside with his head down, and not saying a word. Su Peisheng stepped forward. Your Majesty, I thought that the queen had just gotten pregnant, and it was not suitable for her to work hard. So I went to Kun Palace to invite Concubine Hua. I didn't expect that Concubine Hua might be happy tonight, and drank too much. She is still drunk now. Songji couldn't be woken up either. Look, what should we do? Injin raised his head, his eyes were full of bloodshot. It won't work without women here. The queen is pregnant, and can't work hard. Hua Fei is drunk and can't get up. Jing Guiran has to take care of Princess Kangel, and can't come either. You can go to Su Yuxuan to invite Wan Guiran. I think she still needs some. Su Peisheng hurriedly went to Su Yuxuan to invite Wan Guiran. When Wan Guiran arrived, she knew that he was woken up from his dream, and hurriedly got up. I pay my respects to the emperor. I wonder why the emperor summoned me to Yanqing Palace in the middle of the night. Injin was completely sober. When he looked up at Concubine Wan, she was shocked. What's wrong with the emperor? Your eyes are bloodshot. Injin's voice was very tired. Don't worry about me for now. You go in, and see how Concubine Duan is doing. I was confused. I couldn't control myself after drinking a little. I'm afraid I hurt Concubine Duan. Concubine Wan knew what was going on. She squeezed a small packet of medicine wrapped in a handkerchief, with her hand hidden in her sleeve. Your Majesty, please don't worry. I will go in and see Sister Duan. I know Sister Duan very well. I will do my best to take care of Sister Duan for your Majesty. Concubine Wan hurried into Concubine Duan's bedroom. Dr. Fu, who was responsible for the daily pregnancy care for Concubine Duan, wiped the sweat off his forehead and put away the acupuncture instruments at hand. Your humble servant greets Concubine 1. Concubine Duan has seen bleeding. I have used all my knowledge to stop the bleeding for her. My colleagues in the Imperial Hospital have jointly developed a prescription for pregnancy care. I'll give it to the palace maid to boil the medicine. I'll feed it to Concubine Duan later to see how it works. Concubine 1 walked to Concubine Duan's bed and saw that she was pale and her eyes were closed. She must have no strength left due to the pain. The large brocade quilt covered the bed tightly. Since the imperial physician has already given the acupuncture and prescribed the medicine, why don't you ask the imperial physician to rest outside for a while? I'm afraid the servants will have to clean up here. It's inconvenient for the imperial physician to be here. Imperial physician Fu bowed and said, It's my duty. It's my duty. I'll take my leave. Lady Wan looked at the inner room, where there were only the unconscious Concubine Duan and her 2 personal maids, besides her master and servant. She sighed and shed a few tears. Sister Duan is so pitiful. She is unconscious and has had her period. I'll have to trouble you to change her quilts and quilts. Seeing Lady Wan crying, Ji Xiang was also moved. She had been holding back her tears for a long time. Thank you, Lady Wan, for thinking about our queen. The servants will change it right away. A servant outside brought in a bowl of pregnancy-preserving medicine. Lu, you took the medicine and exclaimed in a low voice. You brought this medicine so hot. Aren't you afraid of scalding the queen? The servant knelt down and kowtowed. I thought the queen was still in a coma and needed to take the medicine as soon as possible. So I hurried to bring it. Wan Guiran said softly. It's okay. You go down first. When the medicine is cooler, I will give it to Sister Duanfei. After that, Luo Yu was left in the inner room to help the palace servants of Yanqing Palace change bedding and clothes. Concubine 1 took the medicine and walked to the outer room, and sprinkled the powder hidden in the handkerchief into the medicine bowl. Concubine 1 told Injun exactly what the imperial physician said. Injun had calmed down after the initial panic. He was still hesitating about Concubine Duan's pregnancy yesterday. And this happened today. Isn't this God helping him? I know. It's my fault today. If the child can't be saved, I will compensate Concubine Duan. Concubine 1 put the medicine in front of Injun, sigh. This medicine is a medicine prescribed by the imperial physician to preserve the pregnancy. Whether Sister Duan can keep this pregnancy depends on God's will. Your Majesty, please don't blame yourself. How do you know it's not because of Sister Duan's poor health? Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost the pregnancy so easily. Injun looked at the bowl of medicine, and then at Concubine 1 said, No matter what the reason, it has already happened. I just hope that Concubine Duan can survive this. How about you try the medicine? Bring it in, and feed it to her. Guan Guiran stretched out her hand to test the temperature, said with a smile. The medicine temperature is just right. In my opinion, it is better for the Emperor to feed the medicine to Sister Duan himself, and wait for Sister Duan to get better. Injun held the still unconscious Concubine Duan in his arms, and fed her the medicine spoonful by spoonful, while Guan Guiran accompanied her with a smile all the time. Yin Sherlan. Hangover. When I woke up, I heard that Concubine Duan had miscarried. Xiao Linzi leaned over to Yin Sherlan and whispered, I heard that the Emperor was drunk last night, and insisted on having sex with Concubine Duan. According to reason, Concubine Duan was only 3 months pregnant and could not have sex with her. But the Emperor insisted. She had already seen blood, and the imperial doctors used acupuncture to stop the bleeding for Concubine Duan and prescribed medicine to preserve the pregnancy. However, Concubine Duan's body was weak during these days of pregnancy, and she still failed to preserve the dragon fetus. Yin Sherlan looked at herself in the mirror expressionlessly, and raised her hand to stop Xiaoman from applying rouge on her. I'm in a hurry to see Concubine Duan, so let's leave it at that. When Yin Sherlan appeared in Yanqing Palace with a pale face, Lenara was already there. I drank too much last night and came late. I heard about what happened last night when I woke up this morning. I wonder how Concubine Duan is doing now. Jianxia was putting a goose feather cushion on the couch and asking Lenara to sit down. Injun had no expression on his face. He saw that Yin Sherlan really looked like someone who had just woken up from a hangover. With a pale face, just said, Go in and take a look, and comfort Concubine Duan. You have a low alcohol tolerance, so don't drink too much in the future. The queen is pregnant, and the harem is full of tedious things. You will have to work hard these days, and get drunk and make things difficult. Yin Sherlan rarely showed a guilty look on her face, and hurriedly said, I will follow the Emperor's instructions, and I will go to see Concubine Duan first. Concubine Duan was lying on the bed. Her eyes were empty, and her eyes were red and swollen, and she could no longer cry. Yin Sherlan stood not far from Concubine Duan's bed, seeing Jixiang taking a wet towel to wipe Concubine Duan's hands. I heard about what happened last night and rushed here. I drank too much last night. I woke up early and heard that the emperor asked Eunuch Su to go to Kun Palace to find me. It's a pity that you were in pain last night, and I didn't help you in time. Concubine Duan didn't want to talk, turned her face to the inside of the bed, but Yin Sherlan didn't care. I know that you always dislike my domineering and don't want to see me. Then I won't make a fuss. The empress is pregnant. I still have many things to do. I will come to see you in a few days. You should take good care of yourself. You can send someone to find me if you need anything. Yin Sherlan turned and walked out, and said to Songji in a neither loud nor soft voice, "Tell me, what is this? The empress just got pregnant, and Concubine Duan's child is gone. How could such a coincidence happen in the world, and it happened in the palace? It's pitiful." When Concubine Duan heard these words, she felt like a heavy hammer hitting her heart. Yes, how could it be so coincidental? It happened that the empress was diagnosed with pregnancy at the New Year's Eve banquet, and the emperor, who usually has a good alcohol tolerance, couldn't control himself last night. Concubine Hua's unintentional words planted a seed of doubt in Concubine Duan's heart. Chapter 200 Beauty in the Painting. Yin Sherlan walked to the outer room, looking at the dark circles under Injin's eyes. She knew that he must have had trouble sleeping last night. Luckily, he had stopped writing on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, so he didn't have to attend court in the next few days, and just waited for the new year. I just saw Concubine Duan, and comforted her a few words, but she has to slowly overcome the pain of losing her child. Your Majesty didn't sleep well last night. Did you? Why don't you go back and rest for a while? There are many things going on in the palace these days, and your Majesty's health is more important. The Empress is pregnant again, and needs more rest. The atmosphere in Yanqing Palace was low. Alanara looked at Injin, swallowed her words, and after a long while, Injin said, Sherlan is considerate. The Empress should go back and rest. These days, it's Sherlan's fault for sharing the Empress's worries. In Jing'an Palace, Jianqiu waited for Olanara to drink the pregnancy-preserving medicine prescribed by Imperial Dr. Zhang, and took tea for Olanara to rinse her mouth. Xiuxia stood aside with a spittoon in her hand, and waited for Olanara to rinse her mouth before taking it away. Huichun offered another cup of Phoenix Narcissus tea, which was for drinking. Olanara took a look at the tea, and did not take it. Jianqiu said to Huichun, Why did you brew this tea today? Go and change it to Biluakun, which the Empress likes to drink. Huichun did not understand, but did not dare to say anything, and hurriedly went back to change the tea. Your Majesty, do not take such a small matter to heart. I think Huichun was careless for a moment. Jianqiu saw the Phoenix Narcissus tea, and remembered that this was the tea that Concubine Hua usually liked to drink. No wonder the Empress didn't answer. Olanara rubbed her belly and said calmly, I won't take these things to heart. I just find it strange. The Emperor is not bad at drinking. But this time, the Emperor has never been a man of haste. The last 2 times he visited Concubine Duan, she didn't seem to be ill. But something happened last night. Jianqiu said uncertainly. What does the Empress mean? There might be something fishy about this matter? Olanara stared at her armor. The enamel and gold-threaded armor is very beautiful. It's not that there may be something strange, it must be. It's just that I haven't figured it out yet. By the way, I heard that Concubine Hua was drunk last night, and the Emperor summoned Concubine 1 to look after Concubine Duan. Concubine 1 has a low rank, so it shouldn't be her turn. I've been thinking about it all morning, and it's because there are not many concubines in the harem now. Jianqiu echoed Olanara. I also heard that Concubine Duan was indeed looked after by Concubine 1 last night. The Queen said, there are not many concubines in the palace now, but I think there are quite a few. Are you afraid that when you are pregnant, Concubine Hua will dominate? Looking at the number alone, there are quite a few concubines, but if you count them carefully, besides Concubine Hua, there is only Concubine 1 who can share the Emperor's favor. I don't care how many women are around the Emperor, I just care that there must not be another person who enjoys the Emperor's favor like my sister. Jianqiu took the tea that Huichun had just offered, sent to Olanara, said, Your Highness is the Queen, and you are pregnant with the legitimate son of the Qing dynasty. No matter how much the Emperor favors others, they cannot surpass you. Even if the Emperor favors someone, the ministers outside will not agree to change the owner of the central palace. Your Highness should rest assured and take care of the baby. Your Highness has not visited the third prince today. Why don't I accompany you for a walk and visit the third prince? Elenara stretched out her hand, and was supported by Jianqiu to go to the side hall to visit the third prince. Nian Sherlan sat in the Sinang Palace, sitting opposite the Empress Dowager. He personally brewed tea for her. I have no children in this life. I heard that concubine Duan and the queen were pregnant one after another, and I was happy for them. Who knew that concubine Duan would suffer such a disaster? I heard that it was the emperor's fault. Nian Sherlan poured the tea into the scented cups, filled them to 70%, and offered them to the Empress Dowager with both hands. Smiling, the Empress Dowager is kind-hearted. It was concubine Duan who was unlucky. The child was weak in her belly. The emperor never wanted this to happen. The Empress Dowager smiled and served tea. Since the death of the queen's eldest son, the queen has not been pregnant in the past few years. Now that she is finally pregnant, it is Waya who is proud. When the late emperor was alive, I was not blessed with a child. If I had not been oppressed by my status as queen, I don't know how I would have been ridiculed by Waya. The water on the tea tray flowed down the groove. Nian Sherlan took a small brush and introduced the water that had not yet flowed into the groove little by little, lowering her eyes. The monkeys on both sides of the river are crying non-stop, and the boat has already passed through thousands of mountains. The Queen Mother can talk to me from the bottom of her heart, so I am naturally someone you can trust. The Queen Mother looked at the movements of Nian Sherlan's hands, put the teacup in her hand back on the tea tray, and smiled and signaled the eunuch Zhang King in charge of her palace to hold up a scroll for Nian Sherlan to see. I just got this painting, and the beauty in the painting has vivid eyebrows and eyes, and her skin is as white as ice, and Sherlan should open it and take a look. Nian Sherlan unfolded the scroll, as the Empress Dowager said. Only lotus is not as good as the beauty's makeup. And the poem The Wind Blows Through the Water Palace, and the fragrance of pearls and jade can be compared. The Empress Dowager has excellent vision. I wonder which lord's daughter this beauty is. Nian Sherlan closed the scroll. She was very familiar with the face in the painting. It was the Li concubine Fei Yunyan who followed her every day with Chao Qinma in the previous life. However, she was fierce on the outside but weak on the inside. She was frightened by Zhen Huan's trick, and was sent to the Coal Palace. You should know that Fei Yunyan was given the title of Li. It was because of her beautiful appearance that Injin favored her 3 times in one night, which made Nian Sherlan in the previous life very jealous. Such a person is needed in the palace at this time. She does not need to be smart, as long as she is beautiful. Fei Yunyan entered the palace at about the same time in the previous life. But the difference is that Injin is the emperor in this life. The Empress Dowager observed Nian Sherlan's expression, and saw that she did not show any surprise or dissatisfaction on her face. And she was very satisfied. She did not love the late emperor, only then can she sit firmly on the throne of the empress, and finally sit on the position of the Empress Dowager. Nian Sherlan is young, but she is not addicted to love affairs. Only in this way can she live a stable and long life. This is the legitimate daughter of the Tongs Hengxizi Tong Zengxi Fei Liliang, named Fei Yunyan. I thought, there are almost no people available in the harem at present, and the emperor has not planned to select concubines in the past 2 years. The election originally scheduled for this year was also cancelled due to the death of the previous emperor. I chose a beautiful person among the daughters of court officials, in the hope of relieving the emperor's worries. What do you think? Sherlan? Nian Sherlan said with a smile. The Empress Dowager will make the decision. I will obey the Empress Dowager's order. During the new year, because the empress was pregnant and concubine Duan had a miscarriage, Injin cancelled several family banquets in succession. Jing Guiran took Princess Kangol to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager Da, and received New Year's money from the 2 Empress Dowagers. Princess Kangol was already 7 months old, and she would giggle when she was teased. The Empress Dowager was so happy that she didn't know what to do when she hugged her. This child is so well behaved, not afraid of strangers, not crying or making a fuss, which is exactly the demeanor that a princess of the Qin dynasty should have. Jing Guiran looked at the Empress Dowager holding Princess Kangol's hand. The luxurious armor on her hand had long been taken off. Jing Guiran knew in her heart that she really loved the child. The Empress Dowager is too kind, the emperor is in his prime, and there will be many princes and princesses in the future. Kangol is still young. How can we tell whether she is elegant or not? The fact that she doesn't cry or make a fuss is already a blessing from the Empress Dowager and the emperor. Concubine Jing smiled gently, with a satisfied look on her face, and stared at the princess in the Empress Dowager's arms. The Empress Dowager gently touched the princess's tender little face with her cheek, and handed the princess to concubine Jing. Sumara, who was standing beside her, took out the red seal, and the gold and jade necklace that had been prepared long ago, and retook them with both hands. If you have nothing to do in the future, you can bring the princess to my place more often, so that you can keep me company. Concubine Jing thanked her on behalf of the princess, and then went to Yonghe Palace again. Chapter 201 Concubine Hua arrives. The maids of Yonghe Palace received the order from Empress Dowager De, and brought out a red envelope to reward Princess Kangle, and said apologetically, "The Empress Dowager is not feeling well, and we are afraid that the illness will be passed on to the princess." The Empress Dowager said, "I hope the princess will be healthy and happy." The noble lady thanked her and said, "I thank the Empress Dowager for her grace on behalf of the princess, and I hope the Empress Dowager will be healthy and happy." After saying that, she turned around and planned to take the princess back to the palace. After being out for so long, the little baby was a little tired. Just after walking a few steps, two young men in brocade and gorgeous clothes came towards them. Jing Guiran looked carefully and realized that they were the 14th Prince Yunji and the 17th Prince Yunli. The 14th Prince was born to Empress Dowager De, and he and Injin were brothers from the same mother. Because Injin said that he was still young, it was not appropriate for him to live alone in a mansion too early, so he was still raised in the prince's residence. Yunji saw Jing Guiran, and did not intend to pay attention to her, but Yunli had already bowed his hands. Yunli greets Jing Guiran. "Jing Guiran, did you just come out from the Empress Dowager's place?" The noble lady returned the gift and said with a smile, "I brought Princess Kangle to pay New Year's greetings to the Queen Mother. I didn't expect that the Queen Mother was unwell, and I was about to take the princess back to the palace." Yunji heard this, and stretched his neck to look at the princess in the nurse's arms. The nurse quickly showed the princess's little face to the 14th prince. "So this is the girl that mother talked about. Her little face is white and tender." As she said this, she reached out to pinch the princess's face. The 7-month-old baby saw the person in front of her stretching out her hand, thinking he was teasing her. She was pinched by Yunli as soon as she smiled. She felt pain instantly, and cried with a pout. Jing Guiran was already unhappy when she heard him talking, but she didn't expect him to reach out and pinch the princess's face. Even though Yunli quickly knocked his hand away, the princess's face was pinched red. 14th brother, why are you so heavy-handed? She is just a little baby." Yunli couldn't help but shout angrily. Jing Guiran quickly hugged the princess and coaxed her. Seeing the princess in his arms with half of her face flushed, Jing Guiran wanted to beat Yunji severely. Yunji saw the princess crying, and laughed. "This little girl has a very tender face, and her voice is quite loud when she cries." Then he turned around and scolded Yunli. "I am your elder brother, and you yell at your elder brother. Is this what your mother Shu Taipan taught you?" Yunli was a child after all, and he fought with Yunji, and the eunuchs who followed them also fought with him. There were also those who were just looking for fun, playing Tai Ping Quan for fun. It was not until the guards patrolling near Yonghe Palace heard the noise, and rushed over that they pulled Yunli away from Yunli, who was riding on Yunli and punching him. Yunli was still shouting, "My brother is the emperor. If you dare to attack me, I will ask my brother to kill you. And your damn mother. You taught you to be like this. You all deserve to die." The servants around were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Yunli rushed forward again with red eyes. Dalek grabbed her by the waist. "Are you all dead? Go and invite the emperor." Dalek scolded the guards who followed him. One clever guard rushed to the Yongxin Palace. Jing Guiran hurriedly asked the wet nurse to take the princess back to the palace, and sent someone to the Ikuan Palace. The palace servants of Yonghe Palace heard the noise outside, and had already reported it to Empress Dowager De. Empress Dowager De fainted in a rage. When Injin and Yen Sherlan heard what happened here and rushed over, the imperial physician was already checking the pulse of Empress Dowager De. Yunji and Yunli were not convinced by each other. If the guards had not stopped them, they would have fought again. "The emperor has arrived. Empress Hua has arrived." As soon as Injin and Yen Sherlan stepped into the Yonghe Palace, Yunji broke free from the shackles of the guards and threw himself at Injin's feet. "My brother, you are finally here. My brother, please make the decision for me. Look, 17 has beaten me like this." Injin frowned and looked at Yunji. His face was bruised and swollen. The luxurious satin on his body was torn and ripped. Looking at Yunli again, he saw that except for a little redness and swelling at the corners of his eyes, there were no other injuries on his face, and except for the wrinkles from the fight, the rest of his clothes were fine. Yunli saw that Yunji was the first to complain, and then he realized that the emperor was Yunji's brother, and he had the support of Empress Dowager De, so he was afraid that he would suffer. But Yunli was really angry that Yunji mocked and touched a little baby. Yunli looked at Yunji, who was kneeling at Injin's feet with hatred, like an angry little leopard. Stand up and talk. How can a man cry like this? Injin sat down and scolded Yunli on the ground. Yunli got up with a thud, wiped his snot and tears with his hands, and bowed to Injin. Your humble servant greets the emperor. Your humble servant did not want to disturb the emperor. Your humble servant and the 17th brother came here today to greet our mother. I did not expect that the 17th brother would hit you just because of a disagreement. Injin took the fragrant tea served by the servant beside him. Yunli is not a reckless person. And you two have a good relationship every day. How could he hit you for no reason? You must have done something. Tell me. What happened? Yunli rolled his eyes and softened his tone. I saw the noble lady Jing passing by the gate of my mother's palace. I wanted to greet her when she came closer. As a younger brother, I should also respect my brother's concubine. But before I could open my mouth, my 17th brother accused me of not respecting the noble lady Jing. I was so angry that I fought back. And he punched me. I knew it was my fault today. I should have greeted you as soon as I saw you. But how could you hit me? Your elder brother? Injin knew Yunli was not telling the truth as soon as he saw him. And he looked at Yunli's clenched fist. Old 17. Tell me what happened. Yunli knelt down and told me how Yunli had humiliated Princess Kangol and pinched her face until it turned red. Injin paused as he twisted the rosary beads, and the beads in his hand creaked. Yunli stopped talking and refused to say anything more. Yin Shuruan saw that Yunli seemed to have something to say, and knew that he was hesitant. 17. You can say whatever you want to say in the past. If you have anything to say today, you can say it all while the emperor and I are here. The emperor will decide right and wrong. If you don't say it, even if you are wronged, no one will stand up for you. Yunli looked up at Yin Shuruan. Meeting her concerned eyes, the 12-year-old boy's nose felt sore, and tears fell. 14th brother, he even insulted my mother. Yunli choked. Yin Shuruan couldn't bear it, and looked at Injin. Injin put away the rosary in his hand, leaned forward, reached out, and pulled Yunli's arm. I'm sorry for wronging you, 17th brother. You stand up. I will definitely give you justice. Yin Shuruan was extremely surprised. I couldn't help but look at Yunli and said, 14th brother is so powerful. He was so young and spoke rudely to the baby. And even pinched her. If it weren't for 17th brother's protection, would you have wanted to kill the princess? Have you ever thought that she is the emperor's first daughter? Princess Kangol of the Qing dynasty. Hua Fei is so powerful. How come you are not powerful enough in Ikuan Palace? And you are even in my Yonghe Palace? It's not your turn to speak here. My son. How can you? A concubine. Scold him. When Empress Dowager De woke up, she heard that the emperor and Hua Fei were here. She was worried that her little son would be wronged. And she was hurriedly helped out by the servants. As soon as she came out, she heard Hua Fei scolding Yunli. How could Empress Dowager De tolerate it? Chapter 202, The Surname of the Harem. When Yunjin saw Empress Dowager De coming out, he threw himself into her arms, crying and snotting. Seeing this, Empress Dowager De was very distressed. She hugged him and kept saying, My son? Yunjin stood aside, waiting for the deep love between Empress Dowager De and Yunjin to end, and then said with a gloomy face, My son greets my mother. Is my mother feeling better? Then Empress Dowager De remembered that Yunjin was beside her. I heard that 14 and 17 had a fight. I fainted because of anger. Fortunately, the doctor came in time, and I was able to get up. Please sit down. Emperor. It's just a quarrel between children. It's not a big deal. The emperor might as well scold him. Yunjin felt a nameless anger in his chest at this time, but he had learned to hide his emotions, and not let others know his thoughts because of the teachings of concubine Tong Jia since he was a child. He also knew from a young age that there was a gap between him and his biological mother, Empress Dowager De. The love and care that his biological son received from Empress Dowager De was, it's not as good as half of what he got from Tong Jia, his foster mother. Today, he was already dissatisfied with Yunji's rude words and hitting the little princess, but thinking that Yunji was still young, only 14 years old, and was spoiled by Empress Dowager De. Yunjin thought that he would just scold Yunji and then comfort the mother and daughter of Jing Guiran, but he didn't expect Empress Dowager De to be so partial. even though he knew that Empress Dowager Da had no one else in her eyes except Yunji. The youngest son, Injin rarely faced them directly. There was still a hint of hope in her heart. After waking up, Empress Dowager Da scolded Yin Sherlan without knowing the truth. It was because she didn't have Injin as her son, so she scolded her son's favorite concubine without hesitation. Besides, Injin was the emperor first. He was Empress Dowager Da's son second. Injin ignored Empress Dowager Da's words, turned around and sat down, patting Yin Sherlan's hand comfortingly. Yin Sherlan knew that Injin was disappointed with his biological mother again. She recalled that in her previous life, the relationship between mother and son was always indifferent. More often, they were more like allies. Yin Sherlan suddenly felt fortunate that the Queen Mother in this life was still young. She was only 40 years old at this time, and she did not have the vicious mind and twisted intestines as in her previous life. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with her. Thinking of the calculations of the Queen Mother on her in the previous life, including the bowl of abortion medicine given by concubine Duan, the shadow of the Queen Mother was also behind it. Yin Sherlan gritted her teeth. She held back her hatred. Yin Sherlan held Injin's hand with her backhand and whispered beside him, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'm fine. The Empress Dowager is your mother, and also my mother. It's right for my mother to scold me. I was impulsive when I heard 17 being humiliated." Injin looked at 17, who was standing alone at the moment, then looked at 14, who was huddled next to Empress Dowager Da, and pointed at concubine Jing. "How is Princess Kangol? I'll go see her later." Concubine Jing's eyes were red, and she tried to hold back her tears. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. It was my fault that I didn't take good care of the princess. I was afraid that the princess would catch a cold after being out for too long, and she was already frightened. So I asked the wet nurse to take the princess back to Xianfu Palace first. Just now, the servant came to report that the princess's left face was red and swollen, and she was crying in Xianfu Palace. No matter how I tried to comfort her, it didn't work. I was really worried." Concubine Jing couldn't hold back her tears as she spoke. Yunji muttered in a neither loud nor soft voice, "You are so delicate. I didn't use much strength, but it's red and swollen. You are probably trying to trick me." The Queen Mother covered his mouth quickly, but quickly let go, and patted Yunji's clothes. "Nonsense. You are an uncle. How can you say that about your niece? Look at how you look now, like a mud monkey. Why don't you go to the side hall and change your clothes before you come to see your brother?" Yunji was not stupid at this moment. He knew that he had said something wrong, and the Queen Mother was trying to help him out. He was about to run to the side hall, when Injin's voice rang out. "Stop. Can you slander my daughter at will?" Empress Dowager Da opened her mouth, but said nothing when she met Injin's eyes. It was true that this was her son, but he was also the emperor, the supreme being of the Qing dynasty. Yunjin reluctantly stopped, turned around and tried to laugh. His bruised face and the forced smile made him look humble and ridiculous. Empress Dowager Da turned her face away in pain. "Royal brother, I was wrong today. Kangol is still young, and he won't bear grudge against me. The emperor's uncle. I will never do this again in the future. Royal brother, you see, I have been beaten by 17. Please forgive me." Injin looked coldly at his brother, who was born of the same mother, thinking of the tolerance of the late emperor when he was alive. He spoke slowly. 14. You and I are brothers. But the emperor passed away early, and I neglected to discipline you. It's my fault. You didn't show respect to the king today. You have no respect for the emperor. This is disloyalty. You have misbehaved and caused trouble. And your mother has to worry about cleaning up the mess with you. This is unfilial. You, as the emperor's uncle, often pinch and insult Princess Kangol, a 7-month-old baby. This is unkindness. You insult your brother who lives with you day and night, and you don't accept your brother's advice and fight with him? This is unrighteousness. I am the son of heaven. I should be responsible for all the people in the world, but I didn't expect that my own brother is a disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unrighteous person. How do you want me to be a role model for the people of the world?" Yunjin saw that Injin had defined him as disloyal, unfilial, unkind and unjust with just a few words. He knew that if this reputation spread, he would be criticized by the court officials in the future. Yunjin said anxiously, "Brother, I am not like this. I was just joking with Princess Kangol. I have no ill intentions." Yin Sherlan sneered. "Fortunately, my 14th brother has no ill intentions towards Kangol. Kangol just has a red and swollen cheek. If my 14th brother had any ill intentions, what the emperor sees now is probably not the living Kong Lo. It's New Year's Day, but you, the uncle, didn't give Kong Lo a New Year's gift, but gave her a big red face. I'll have some fun with my 14th brother, but I've prepared 2 big red faces waiting to give to my 14th brother. Empress Dowager De couldn't help but said, Hua Fei, the emperor is here, you have no right to speak, don't forget your status. Yin Sherlan raised her eyebrows, and said with a smile, What the Empress Dowager taught is, I always remember my status as a concubine and my duty to help manage the 6 palaces. The queen is pregnant, so she should not work hard, so I have to do it for her. Today's matter is also a trivial matter in the inner palace. I will definitely remember the Queen Mother's teachings and sort it out carefully. Empress Dowager De snorted coldly and said to Yinjin, Emperor, Hua Fei is so disrespectful to you. Are you going to sit back and watch? In my opinion, this harem will follow Hua Fei's surname Yin. Empress Dowager De is too partial, and she has disappointed Yinjin time and time again. So Yin Sherlan is also unscrupulous when he confronts her, and Yinjin is just trying to smooth things over. Chapter 203 Dealing with 14 Yin Sherlan chuckled. But she also covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief to save her face. Empress Dowager, please be careful with your words. The master of the former dynasty is the emperor, and the master of the harem is the empress. However, the world belongs to the emperor, and the affairs of the harem are ultimately decided by the emperor. You said that the harem is named Yin. Aren't you pushing me into a trap of usurping the throne? The emperor will be unhappy if he hears this. Empress Dowager De raised her eyes. Before he could speak, Yinjin spoke. Sherlan, don't be unreasonable. Why don't you apologize to your mother? Now you have to take care of all the trivial matters in the inner palace. You should be calmer. Yin Sherlan pouted, but still bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager De. Empress Dowager, calm down. But she refused to say anything more. Yunli watched the Empress Dowager De defending Yunli everywhere, and thought of his mother, who had locked herself up in her own palace every day since the death of the previous emperor. He didn't even leave the house. Yunli hadn't seen his mother for a long time, let alone waiting for her support. Besides, even if his mother was present, she was just a concubine, of low status, and she would not be a match for Empress Dowager De. Yinjin looked at Empress Dowager De, and said to Chushi, The Empress Dowager is tired. She has been bedridden these days, and she has been working hard for a long time today. Aunt Chushi, please help the Empress Dowager go in and have a rest. As for the 14th child, I will teach him. She hurriedly responded, and half pushed and half supported Empress Dowager De into the inner hall. Empress Dowager De was still indignant in the inner hall. She hurriedly said, Your Majesty, you were too obviously partial to me just now. The emperor is not close to you. Why do you have to favor the 14th master in every sentence? Forget it. Just say less. The emperor and the 14th master are brothers. You don't have to worry too much. Yinjin looked at Yunjin and felt annoyed. You are already 14 years old. Not an ignorant child. When you get married in 2 years, you will have to set up a new residence. When you have a daughter, will you act like today? It is precisely because your mother is the Queen Mother that you should be more careful in what you say and do. I want you to apologize to the mother and daughter of the noble lady, and to the 17th brother. In addition, I will order you to be confined to the prince's residence for 3 months. And you are not allowed to enter or leave the inner palace without the emperor's order. Yin Sherlan said leisurely, Your Majesty, in my opinion, the 14th brother should not be with the 17th brother day and night anymore. It would be better if your Majesty let them live separately, so that the 2 brothers don't fight again in a place where you can't see, which would hurt the harmony between brothers and become enemies for life. Yinjin pondered for a while, ordered Su Peixiong to change Yunli's residence, and ordered Yunji to apologize to Jing Guiran and Yunli. Yunji looked dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to disobey the order, so he bowed to Jing Guiran and apologized hastily, and nodded to Yunli reluctantly. Even if he apologized, he hated Yin Sherlan from then on. Yinjin gave many gifts to concubine Jing to appease her. However, Kangle's face was swollen for several days, which made concubine Jing grit her teeth every day. However, Yinjin had already punished Yunli, so she could not hold on to him anymore. Yunli also received a gift from Yinjin. He looked at the gifts and asked the servants to put them away. He would wait until he saw his mother and then give all the gifts to her. Concubine Duan stayed in Yanqing Palace and did not leave the house since she had a miscarriage. Originally, it was not suitable to go out after a miscarriage. But she sent people to Jingren Palace every day to pay respects and ask how she was doing. When she learned that Ulanara's fetus was stable and her complexion was very good, concubine Duan wrinkled the quilt under her body. Jianqiu served Ulanara a tonic and told her about the Yonghe Palace. Ulanara drank the tonic in one gulp, wiped her mouth, and smiled. Concubine Hua should never offend the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace. I heard that concubine Hua was very diligent in going to Xinang Palace a few days ago. Isn't this trying to please the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace? When the new emperor ascended the throne, there were 2 Empress Dowagers in the harem. This is the first time for our emperor in the Qing dynasty. You said, even if there was no such incident today, would the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace allow her daughter-in-law to serve the Xinang Palace, but not herself? Jianqiu handed the empty bowl to Randong, who was standing behind him, tucked the brocade quilt covering Ulanara's legs, and said, Your Majesty, just rest assured and take care of your pregnancy. You are carrying the emperor's legitimate son. No matter how glorious concubine Hua is now, she is just your servant, temporarily taking care of those trivial matters for you. When you give birth safely, you will have the final say in everything in the harem. Today, concubine Duan sent someone to ask about her well-being. Concubine Duan is also pitiful. She used to be indifferent to everyone, but since her miscarriage, she seems to have figured it out and knows who is the real master in the harem. In my opinion, she wants to ask for your blessing. Ulanara smiled, with eyes closed. She leaned back slightly, and half lying on the imperial concubine's couch in a comfortable position. People can't teach people. Things can teach people once. When I give birth to a legitimate son, I will have nothing to worry about, whether they want to ask for my blessing or want to get some benefits from me. It all depends on my mood. The new year in the palace. Because the queen was pregnant and concubine Duan had a miscarriage, many celebrations were not suitable for participation. And it just passed. The day Fei Yunyan entered the palace was the 2nd day of the 2nd month. Injin didn't care much about her. He just gave her the title of noble lady and asked Nian Shirlan to take care of her. She couldn't sleep with the emperor for the first 3 days, and she was not allowed to walk around. Nian Shirlan placed Fei Guiran in Qixiang Palace, waiting for the emperor to summon her. Chao Chongzai was in a daze in her room. The emperor hadn't thought of her for more than 2 months. Even the new women in the palace were given the title of noble lady. She was only a Chongzai from the Qindi Palace to now. She lived a tight life, with only a little money from her monthly salary. She stood up, and went to Ikuan Palace with her personal maid Inxio. I greet the Empress Hua, and wish you good luck. Nian Shirlan was feeding the white feather parrot. Chao Chongzai saluted her, and she just waved her hand nonchalantly, asking her to stand up. Chao Chongzai suddenly came to me. What's the matter? Chao Chongzai was silent, and looked around at the servants. And Nian Shirlan dismissed the servants around her. That's it. Now there's no one. Yes. I came here today because I heard about the mother and daughter of the noble Lady Jing. Your Majesty is kind-hearted and protects the mother and daughter of the noble Lady Jing. I admire you very much and envy you very much. Having said that, Chao Chongzai stopped talking and looked at Nian Shirlan's reaction. But Nian Shirlan held a few melon seeds in her hand and fed them to the parrot one by one without even turning her head. And then? Go on. Chao Chongzai was intimidated by Nian Shirlan's aura. She couldn't learn that kind of relaxed and carefree attitude. But she had to bite the bullet and state her purpose. I dare to ask for the protection of the concubine Hua and serve her at her will. Nian Shirlan stopped feeding the parrot and turned around with a smile on her face. Why can you ask for my protection? What can I protect you from? I just want to live a peaceful life and not compete for your favor. I can go to whoever the emperor wants. You all deserve the favor based on your own abilities. What do you need me to do? Chao Chongzai gritted her teeth, hesitated for a moment, and said, I know that the queen doubts my loyalty. I also know that the queen is not as indifferent to the world as she appears to be. Everything the queen does is to get something. As for what it is, I don't know. But this thing must be very important to the queen. Otherwise, the queen would not have placed people in Yonghe Palace and paid attention to the queen dowager's every move. Nian Shirlan instantly stared at Chao Chongzai. Do you know that what you said is a treasonous statement? If you frame me, I can make you wish you were dead or alive. Chapter 204. Serving the Master with All Hearts. Chao Chongzai lowered her head and said softly, Your Majesty, please forgive me for my recklessness. It was not my intention to spy on your Majesty's whereabouts, but because Yila, the little maid in Yonghe Palace, accidentally revealed it. Nian Shuruan turned back to the house. Chao Chengzai followed closely, and waited until Nian Shuruan sat down. Only then did she look up at Chao Chengzai. What does a maid in Yonghe Palace have to do with me? What are your grounds for saying that Zila is my person? Chao Chengzai said with a lowered eyebrow. To be honest with you, Your Majesty, I had nothing to do last night, so I was digesting my food in the Imperial Garden. I accidentally heard someone talking behind the rockery. I listened in, and found out that it was a little palace maid who was talking to herself while burning paper money behind the rockery. I heard that her father must have passed away, but she could not go back to fulfill her filial duty. Your Majesty knows that it is a taboo to burn paper money privately in the palace. I was also afraid of getting into trouble. If the patrolling guards saw me, I would not be able to explain. When I was about to leave, I heard that the maid mentioned you. Your Majesty. Nian Shuruan smiled. So? The maid mentioned that Your Majesty was kind and generous, and gave her a sum of money. Although her father was not saved, her mother was saved with the money given by Your Majesty. Moreover, I heard that her mother is doing well now. The maid praised Your Majesty's kindness in her words, and I naturally thought that she was someone in your palace. I wanted to stop her at this time. Just a reminder, it was also a little bit of loyalty from the concubine, who wanted to surrender to the Empress. However, the light of the burning paper was too conspicuous after all. Before the concubine had time to turn to the back of the rockery, she heard the patrolling guards coming. The concubine and her maid were so scared that they dared not speak. Later, the guards heard that the maid was from the Empress Dowager De, and they showed favoritism, only asked her to clean up the place, and let her go. The concubine then knew that she was a maid in Yonghe Palace, named Zila. Chao Cheng kept her head down while saying these words, looking very obedient. Nian Shuruan recalled that in her previous life, it was also Chao Qima who found a maid next to Zhen Huan in the Imperial Garden, whose name was Huanbi. But Chao Qima at that time was much more cunning than now. She seized the excuse of Huanbi burning paper, and forced Huanbi to serve her. But at that time, her mind was full of love for Yinzhen, and she had no calculations at all. She was just blindly led by Chao Qima's advice. Fell into Zhen Huan's trap. Not only did she fail to find evidence of Zhen Huan's secret meeting with Shen Meizhuang, but she got herself into trouble, was despised by Yinzhen, and watched Zhen Huan gloat for a long time. Nian Shuruan came back to her senses, looking at Chao Qima with a half-smile. Just because I gave you a small favor, you think Sheila is my person, is a bit far-fetched. If that's the case, I'm helping the 6 palaces, and almost all the servants who work for me have received rewards and favors from me. Could it be that all the servants in the palace are my spies? Chao Qima raised her head, bowed slightly, and spoke with some certainty. Empress Hua has misunderstood me. If it were just based on this, I would never dare to speculate like this. It was because later, when I was strolling in the palace, I accidentally saw Eunuch Lin, who was beside the Empress, interacting with the palace maids of Yonghe Palace. After Eunuch Lin left, I inquired and found out that the palace maid was Sheila, whom I heard the night before. I pieced these 2 points together, and I boldly guessed that Sheila was the queen's spy in Yonghe Palace. As for the spies in the palace that the queen mentioned, I dare not speculate. But if the queen really wants to, I believe that with your ability, it will be easy to do it without any effort. What's more, the queen's mother's family has outstanding military achievements. As long as the queen pays a little attention, there is nothing she can't do. Nian Shuruan looked at Chao Qima with interest. Until Chao Qima's heart began to beat, she smiled and said, You are very smart. All the women in the palace are not half as smart as you. You are also very ambitious. Your desires are written in your eyes. I like smart people like you, but smart people betray, it's terrible. How can I believe that you really want to serve me? Chao Qima blinked, but she was relieved in her heart. Since I have made up my mind to follow the queen, I will naturally obey the queen. Your Majesty just said that my ambition is written in my eyes. I know that your Majesty is reminding me that I must not be seen as smart by others. Otherwise, my cleverness will backfire. I will definitely be more faithful to myself. Become your Majesty's helper, and not let your Majesty worry. Nian Shuruan called Song Jian, gave Chao Qima a string of colorful glass necklaces on the dressing table, sent her away, and called Xiao Linzi in. I am not calling you to punish you today. I want you to reflect on yourself. The one who saw you and Zila was Chao Chengzai. Fortunately, she knew the situation and came to me in time. If others saw you and the maids of Yonghe Palace, it would be a small matter to be implicated by you in this palace. After all, I am the emperor's concubine, and I have my mother's family to protect me, so my life will not be too difficult. But you? Xiao Linzi, I am afraid you will even lose your life. You are still so young, I know you have been looking for your family in private. Are you willing to be beaten to death like this? Xiao Linzi knelt on the ground, his head against the ground, and said in a muffled voice, "Thank you, Master, for your advice. I will be more cautious in the future." Nian Sherlan sighed, watching Xiao Linzi grow a lot taller in the past 6 months since he entered the palace. Fortunately, Xiao Linzi is already the chief eunuch of Equin Palace, and his clothes fit him well. Unlike when he was in the palace before, his clothes became half a length shorter every 2 months. Get up. I am not here to reprimand you. I just thought, you haven't found your family yet. You'd better be alert when doing things. If you are lucky enough one day, and find your family, I will ask the emperor to let you leave the palace to reunite with your family. Although you can't have children, you can spend half your life in peace. You have been with me for 2 years. I treat you as my brother, and use you with confidence. Don't blame me for forcing you to learn literature and martial arts. I look luxurious now, but the wealth of the Forbidden City is like flowers in the fog. Trying to catch the moon in the water is easy to fail. If you have the ability, you can survive wherever you go in the future. Xiao Linzi was shocked, and looked up at Nian Sherlan. It turned out that the master knew everything. Even the fact that he was looking for his family in private. It was all his fault that he was careless, and was seen by Chao Chongzai, which made the master worried. But the master also said that he would treat him as his younger brother, which was something he would never dare to think about even if he was reborn several times. Xiao Linzi did not stand up. Instead, he kowtowed to the ground and said, "Master, you are so kind. I have no way to repay you. I will go through fire and water for you. Even if I die, even if I find my family, I will never leave you. Master is my second parent. I will serve you wholeheartedly for my whole life." Chapter 205 Concubine Duan offers soup. Nian Sherlan waved. Xiao Linzi hurriedly got up from the ground, put his ear close to Nian Sherlan. Nian Sherlan whispered something, and let Xiao Linzi go out. Since Concubine Duan recovered from her miscarriage, she has been going in and out of Jingren Palace more often. This day, she was in Jingren Palace with Elenara again. Elenara saw Concubine Duan took the embroidery frame, and was carefully tracing the pattern in her hand, and said with a smile, "Concubine Duan is really patient, and her needlework is very good. Look at the big fish on the fabric, it seems to be jumping around. You need to be healthy, but you also need to be careful with your eyes. Embroidery is the most demanding on the eyes." As Concubine Duan embroidered the carp stitch by stitch, she smiled. "Thank you for the praise, Queen. When I was in my boudoir, what I disliked most was needlework. I used to think embroidery was nagging, but after entering the palace, I had nothing to do for a long time, so I slowly started to practice needlework. I just realized that embroidering the patterns I like on these fabrics it is a very gratifying thing." Elenara's face remained smiling. "Sister Duanhui, the title bestowed by the emperor is also appropriate. By the way, I have been taking care of my pregnancy these days, and all the affairs in the 6 palaces are handled by Concubine Hua. I wonder if Concubine Hua has missed anything, and what is missing from my sister's Yanqing Palace." Concubine Duan lowered her head and embroidered, with a faint smile on her lips. "I don't lack anything, but Concubine Hua saw that I was weak a few days ago, so she sent a lot of supplements. My servant stewed it all for me, and my waist became bigger. The weather is getting hot, and I need to make new clothes. I also see that you look good recently, and you don't look haggard after a miscarriage. But I heard that the emperor has been busy these days, and when he comes to the harem, he only visits Concubine Hua and Concubine One. Sister, you should make plans as soon as possible to regain the emperor's favor. The last time was an accident, sister. Please don't blame the emperor. The emperor has been sad for a long time, whether intentionally or unintentionally." Elenara mentioned Concubine Duan's miscarriage. Concubine Duan stopped sewing and raised her head with tears in her eyes. "How dare I blame the emperor? It's my bad luck that I didn't keep the child. These days, I heard that the emperor is busy. Although I miss the emperor in my heart, I dare not disturb the emperor easily. I just hope, come to your place more often. You may meet the emperor occasionally." Concubine Duan paused, and continued, "Please forgive my selfishness, Queen, but I don't want to, and I dare not deceive you. This is indeed what I think in my heart." Elenara looked at the 2 tears that Concubine Duan shed after she finished speaking, and thought to herself that since she was pregnant, It would be good to have someone around to control the emperor's thoughts. I'd like you to speak your mind directly, without so many twists and turns. It is not easy for you to meet the emperor here. I will naturally mention it to the emperor when the time comes. And go to my sister's palace more often. Concubine Duan put down the embroidery frame in her hand, stood up and bowed. I thank the queen for her support. Since that day, Concubine Duan brought a bowl of soup to Jing'an Palace every day. But Olenara always laughed and said that her small kitchen had already stewed soup and she couldn't drink any more. Concubine Duan said, "The queen's small kitchen, of course. It is incomparable in the palace except for the imperial kitchen. This daily soup is also the intention of this concubine. The snow water that this concubine collected last year is clean and pure. I take it every day and stew the soup carefully. I just hope that the queen will be healthy." Olenara smiled and took the bowl of longan and tortoise soup and smelled it, and then put it back on the tray. "It smells so good. It's a pity that this palace can't drink it now. You can put it here first, and wait for this palace to heat it up in the evening, and then taste your cooking skills." Concubine Duan bowed and left. As soon as Concubine Duan left Jing'an Palace, Jianqiu immediately said, "Master, I will pour out the soup right now, and then I will tell you that you have already drunk it." The smile on Olenara's face disappeared, and she called Jiang Fuhai. "Go and ask Dr. Zhang to come to Jing'an Palace." Jiang Fuhai took the order and left, and then Olenara said to Jianqiu, "Don't rush to pour it out today. She has been sending it for 5 consecutive days. I am a little curious what good things she put in this soup. This pregnancy of mine was not easy to come by. Except for the food in the small kitchen, I will not easily eat even the food in the imperial kitchen." Jianqiu said, "Yes, but I think you are the queen. The women in the harem, even if they have the courage of a leopard, would not dare to harm you." Olenara said coldly, "You must be on guard against others." What Olenara did not say was that, even if they were sisters in the palace, they would do anything to gain favor and status. In a moment, Dr. Zhang followed Jiang Fuhai into Jing'an Palace, greeted Olenara, checked her pulse, and then bowed. "The queen is in good health. The prince has been in her belly for 4 months, and is also very healthy. The queen only needs to follow my diet prescription every day to take care of the baby." Olenara pointed to the soup next to her that was still emitting a little heat, and said, "Since I found out that I was pregnant, I have been careful not to use anything except my small kitchen. But the concubines in the harem wanted to honor me, however. For the sake of being appropriate, I have to trouble the imperial physician to check it before I can decide whether to use it or not." The imperial physician Zhang said hurriedly, "It is very necessary for the queen to be cautious. I will check it for you." Olenara watched the imperial physician Zhang busy for a long time, using silver needles to probe, and tasting it himself. Finally, the imperial physician Zhang put down the spoon in his hand and said, "Reporting to the queen, I have checked it and tasted it. This soup should be longan and grass tortoise soup. The ingredients used in it include longan, red dates, wolfberry, grass tortoise, dragon bone, pig shank, old ginger, and nothing else. This soup, which is stewed with longan and grass tortoise, can nourish the heart and calm the mind, nourishing the blood and spleen, is just right for use in spring. The queen is pregnant. It is very appropriate to eat more of this soup, which also has the effect of calming the mind and helping sleep." Olenara asked. "Dr. Zhang means that this soup can be eaten with confidence?" Dr. Zhang bowed. "Yes." After sending Dr. Zhang away, Jianqiu asked Olenara, "Your Majesty, are you going to throw away the soup?" Olenara held her bulging belly and said, "Pour it away. I just want to confirm that Concubine Duan did not tamper with the soup." Jianqiu smiled. "Your Majesty has become more cautious since you became pregnant. How dare Concubine Duan tamper with the soup so blatantly?" Olenara smiled and watched Jianqiu take the soup away and throw it away. "How can we not be careful? These daily foods are the easiest to tamper with. Otherwise, my sister would not have died of dystocia." Xiao Linzi whispered to Nian Shirlan that day. "Your Majesty," Sheila said, "she just complimented Yu Lu a few words. Oh no, she is now a second-class maid in the palace of Empress Dowager De. Her name is Yu Qiongyin." Sheila complimented Yu Qiongyin that she was beautiful, comparable to the young ladies in the palace. Yu Qiongyin seemed to be moved, just like when she was in the palace before. She wanted to get close to the emperor. Nian Shirlan laughed. "She has died once, but she is still so delusional. I want to see what method she will use to get close to the emperor." But Nian Shirlan never expected that Yu Qiongyin could become a concubine overnight, and the emperor would give her the title of Yudaing. Chapter 206 Not allowed to enter the palace. Yin Sherlan was sitting in the Equine Palace. When she heard that the emperor had newly appointed a Yu Yingying, her heart skipped a beat. In the previous life, Yu Yingying was favored by Jin Huan. She claimed to be the person who met Injin in Yimei Garden on New Year's Eve. And Yu Yingying could sing kunku opera. She was also named Miaoyan Lady by Injin. In this life, Yin Sherlan never thought that Yu Lu, who had died once, could change her name to Yu Qilin and become Yingying. It's great, the situation I faced in this life seemed to be much more complicated than that in the previous life. I thought that after being reborn again, I only needed to follow the example of the previous life and make preparations in advance, but I never expected that I would have to rethink it all over again. Xiao Linzi, do you know why the emperor suddenly appointed you as his concubine? Yin Sherlan sat cross-legged on the couch and asked Xiao Linzi, who was standing nearby. Xiao Linzi scratched his head, also somewhat puzzled. I heard that it was because Empress Dowager just said, now, that there are few concubines in the harem. She said 2 of her maids to the emperor. She originally hoped that the emperor would give her a position as an official lady. Who knew that Yu Inger would stand out and become a lady from a slave overnight? I don't know about the rest. Yin Sherlan listened carefully to Xiao Linzi's words, thinking in her heart. In the previous life, Yu Inger was able to be named a concubine because she falsely claimed that she was someone who met the emperor by chance. There is a saying, if you understand the feelings of the wind, don't destroy it easily. To lay the groundwork. Secondly, because she can sing kunku opera and can do all the humble things and do her best to please others. Injin is a man, and he is very happy to see a woman like Yu Inger who tries to please him in every way. In this life, I haven't heard that this Yu Inger is outstanding, and she can achieve the leap from a slave to a master just by relying on the support of Empress Dowager De. Yin Sherlan is curious. What on earth did she rely on to make an emperor like Injin willing to give her fame and wealth after just one night of happiness? But no matter what, the person who didn't die in the palace last time, this time, must not be allowed to continue to live freely. Hidden dangers must be eliminated as soon as possible. You agreed to look around Zhongsui Palace. This place is not very good, but it is 100 times better than the leaky house on the farm where he lived after being thrown out of the palace, and the servant's house after entering the palace. You know, the slaves in the Forbidden City, if they follow their masters, can have a place to live in a remote corner of the back hall of the master's residence. It is called the lower room. The palace maids, who do not follow their masters, but work in various places in the palace, can only stay in the low wooden room specially for slaves after their shifts. The beds are all large bunk beds. The slaves sleep together. Today you take 1 more of my bed, tomorrow I sleep 2 more of hers, and there will be quarrels. What's worse, the slaves who are on duty together seem fine in the morning, but disappear inexplicably after eating or drinking something in the evening. The people from the Ministry of Internal Affairs said that the servant had an acute illness and threw him into a mass grave outside the city. From then on, he disappeared from the world. Since the emperor ascended the throne, Yu Ying was arranged by Ulanara to serve Empress Dowager De in the palace. She was lucky, although she shared a room with other palace maids in Empress Dowager De's palace. Fortunately, the room was spacious, and everyone had a wooden bed to sleep on. Now she was assigned to the Zhongsui Palace, with cotton mattresses and brocade quilts, and all kinds of new utensils. Yu Ying made up her mind secretly that she must climb higher to have hope and a better life. The maid assigned to Yu Ying by the Ministry of Internal Affairs was called Hua Sui, who was only about 13 or 14 years old. Her appearance was considered pretty among the maids, but Yu Ying was not happy with her beauty. The maids who served Yu Ying were paid 1 or 2 taels of silver per month, and they also received rouge and powder. Yu Ying found various excuses to deduct Hua Sui's rouge and powder, and only allowed her to use crude soap when washing her face. Hua Sui was 13 or 14 years old. She usually saw her sisters working in various places wearing light makeup and looking pretty. However, she was scolded by her master for not wearing makeup. She was also told that as a servant, she should stick to her duties. Slaves wearing makeup was a brothel behavior. It was hard for me to agree to stay in the manor for a year. I didn't learn anything else, but I learned the gossips of the servants. Hua Sui was also a bannerman who was born as a bondservant. Since she entered the palace to serve at the age of 10, she had no idea what brothels were, and only knew that they were not good things. Yu Ying was very satisfied with Hua Sui's obedience. After all, she was young, and she was obedient after she was scared once. As a result, Hua Sui had a plain face every day, and her face was getting rougher and rougher. When Yuda Ang was sent to the farm by Elinara, she gritted her teeth and endured the great pain, and let the Western region doctor found by Elinara change her face, so she could hide in the palace for so long without being recognized by the old people from the palace. When she spied on concubine Hua in the corner of Yongha Palace that day, she was so angry that she wanted to eat her flesh alive. However, she remembered the promise of the Queen Mother. If she wanted to take revenge, she had to become a superior person first. Thinking of this, Yu agreed and stood up, told the servants to put things away, and took Hua Sui to Jingren Palace. On February 15th, Nian Shuruan took Songji and Xiao Linzi to Jingren Palace early in the morning to pay respects to Elinara. Elinara was pregnant. It has been many days since she had been asked to visit him. Today she said that she had stopped having morning sickness. She couldn't bear to see concubine Hua busy with palace affairs. Nian Shuruan walked slowly on the way to Jingren Palace, not in a hurry. Songji carefully supported Nian Shuruan. The master's clothes today are really beautiful. The colors are as bright as clouds. The master's hairstyle is also the latest in the palace, and it is ingenious. Even the servants feel that the master is so elegant. I'm afraid that all the concubines in this palace combined are not half as good as the master. Nian Shuruan thought, Songji is still the same as in the last life, with eyes full of her, and mouth full of nice words. Forget it, your little mouth is like smeared with honey. Which of my clothes is not good looking? Songji supported Nian Shuruan with her left hand, and used her right hand to pat her mouth lightly, said, Yes, yes, our master's clothes are all the best. It's because I can't speak, master. Please don't take it to heart. The master and servant laughed and joked as they walked to Jingren Palace. As soon as they arrived at the gate of Jingren Palace, Nian Shuruan's aura changed. She was no longer as easygoing as when she was joking with Songji. Jiang Fuhai stood guard at the palace gate, watching Nian Shuruan coming, bowed respectfully, and said, Your servant greets Empress Hua, and may the Empress be blessed. Nian Shuruan didn't like Jiang Fuhai in her previous life. She wanted to punish him when she remembered the way he was so cunning when he spoke. Get up. Is the queen feeling better? Nian Shuruan said as she stepped into the Jingren Palace. Jiang Fuhai stood in front of Nian Shuruan, lowering his head, and said, Please forgive me, Queen Concubine Hua. I am waiting here on the queen's orders. Other ladies have come. Even Queen Concubine Duan has come early, but Queen Concubine Hua is the last to come, and it's almost past the hour. Nian Shuruan paused, listening to the laughter of the concubines coming from the main hall. She stared at Jiang Fuhai, with a half-smile on her face. So what? Your master thinks I'm late, and won't let me enter the palace? Chapter 207. Stop when you are ahead. Jiang Fuhai still looked calm and said, Empress Hua is worried. The Empress said, Since you are late, you might as well wait outside the palace for a while before going in and paying your respects to the Empress. Nian Shuruan looked at Jiang Fuhai for a long while, and suddenly laughed out loud. The Empress is the mother of the country. I didn't expect that she would be like those stupid women outside, and make trouble for me over such a small matter. Forget it, since the Empress doesn't like me, I will just go back. Tell your Empress that I have been here. Nian Shuruan turned and left, but Jiang Fuhai was a little unprepared. He knew that Hua Fei and his master had never gotten along since the palace, but he didn't expect that Hua Fei would not even try to save face now. Nian Shuruan left Jingren Palace, and went straight to the road that Injin had to take to return to Yangxin Palace after leaving the court. Nian Shuruan thought, I have been quiet in the palace for too long. Let Elinara mistakenly think that she is easy to control. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Long live the Emperor. Nian Shuruan watched Injin's procession coming, and stood in the middle of the road to block the procession, and saluted Injin. Su Peisheng hurriedly stopped the sedan chair. Injin got off the sedan chair, and was still some distance away from Nian Shuruan. Get up, what's wrong, standing here so early in the morning? Injin walked towards Nian Shuruan. While thinking of today's morning court, Nian Gingyu looked docile. Nian Gingyu was supposed to be arrogant because of his military achievements. However, the Nian Gingyu that Injin knew was a low-key person. It was said that Nian Gingyu also rebuked his brother-in-law who wanted to use his power to open a gambling house, and repeatedly warned the descendants of the Nian family to study literature and not martial arts. Injin felt at ease when using such a self-reliant person. On the contrary, Long Kodo, Injin heard the news from the blood dropper. Relying on his merits as a follower of the dragon, he built mansions outside, occupied the people's homes, and made many people homeless. Moreover, Longkodo always said that Empress Dowager Do was not in good health, and he could visit her in the inner court as if he was in an empty place. Injin needed Longkodo for many things, so he endured it. Yin Sherlan did not move until Injin approached and stretched out his hand in front of her. Then she seemed to be unable to stand and stood up shakily. Injin hurriedly took Yin Sherlan in his arms with both hands. At this time, Yin Sherlan was beautiful but also added a bit of tenderness. I have nothing to do. I just haven't seen the Emperor for 2 or 3 days. I want to wait here for the Emperor to come back from court and have breakfast in my Ikuin Palace. I know that today is the 15th day, and the Emperor will have dinner in Jingren Palace and stay overnight. I really miss the Emperor, so I have to rush to see him during breakfast. Xiao Linzi, who originally followed Nian Sherlan to pay respects to Elinara, had already arranged breakfast in Ikuin Palace. Injin gently patted the arm of the person in his arms. She softened her tone without even noticing it. Okay, I'll go to your Ikuin Palace for breakfast. Nian Sherlan stood up straight, raised her delicate little face, and smiled happily. Your Majesty, please get on the sedan chair, and I'll accompany you. In Jingren Palace, Jiang Fuhai came in and said, Your Majesty, I've been waiting in front of Jingren Palace for a long time, and concubine Hua came in a hurry, saying that she had something else to do, and asked me to tell the queen on her behalf. After these words came out, the faces of the concubines in the palace were different. Only concubine Duan was calm. Concubine 1 lowered her head to drink tea. Concubine Jing looked at the silk handkerchief in her hand. Concubine Xian and concubine Chao looked at each other, and refused to speak first. Only concubine Li couldn't help but said, Queen, calm down. Vlinara's left hand had been stroking her belly, which had just bulged a little, and she smiled lightly. Why should I be angry? I have been taking care of my pregnancy these days, and have not even set foot in the palace gate. The trivial matters in the palace are all handled by concubine Hua, and I can't thank her enough. You agreed and looked around, and suddenly said, the queen is really generous, and concubine Hua is so arrogant, which is really infuriating. The concubines should do their best and follow the queen's lead. Others had no choice but to follow. Yes, the concubines will follow the queen's lead. Elinara smiled with satisfaction and said, You are a good person. Fortunately, I have you, so I won't be bullied by concubine Hua. Elinara didn't know at this time that Nian Sherlan had breakfast with Injin in Ikuin Palace, and had already proposed to resign from the responsibility of assisting the 6 palaces. Injin smiled and said, What's the matter? Who has offended my Sherlan again? This eldest lady's temper comes and goes. It's not the style of your Nian family to give up. At the morning court today, I also appointed your brother to inspect the salt tax. Your brother took on this important task without saying a word. Why are you, my little sister, shirking responsibility and unwilling to share the worries for me and the queen? Nian Sherlan sighed and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. It's not that I am impetuous, but I am overwhelmed by the trivial matters in the palace recently. I heard that the queen is in good health, and I think it is more appropriate for her to handle the affairs of the palace. Injin said, I heard that the queen will go to the court to discuss matters today, and you should get up early to pay your respects. But what did the queen say? Nian Sherlan bit her lip, a look of grievance, but forbearance slowly appeared on her face. Your Majesty, you are worried. The queen did not say anything. It is true that I am unable to do anything these days. I beg your Majesty to show mercy and allow me to rest for a while. Injin can sit on the throne of the emperor, so how can he not see something from Yin Sherlan's expression? Then tell me first, you went to the queen's palace to pay your respects today. How did the queen look like? You are not pregnant yet, and you feel tired of the trivial matters in the harem. The queen is 4 months pregnant, and the fetus has just taken root. So how can she bear the fatigue? Nian Sherlan looked at Injin helplessly. I don't want to deceive the emperor. I haven't seen the queen today. I was tired, and I got up a little late. But it didn't exceed the time for paying respects according to the ancestral rules. When I arrived at the gate of Jingren Palace, I was told that I was late and asked to wait at the gate of the palace. Hearing this, Injin still had nothing to understand. But in Injin's eyes, Elinara has always been a model of virtue. I understand what Sherlan said. I think the queen is worried during her pregnancy. Don't take it to heart. I will make a decision after I see the queen today. Nian Sherlan stopped when she saw the good, and reluctantly agreed to continue to assist in the 6 palaces, to share the worries of the emperor and the queen. Yin Sherlan knew that, She was taking a step back to advance. Even if she couldn't make Injin think that Olenara was not as virtuous as she seemed, it would be good to get rid of one of Olenara's confidants. For example, Jiang Fuhai. It was not until Injin went to Jingren Palace in the evening that Olenara knew that Nian Sherlan had proposed not to assist in the 6 palaces. But Olenara didn't know how Nian Sherlan proposed it in front of Injin, so she carefully probed Injin's tone. Chapter 208. Know when to stop. Your Majesty, please allow me to report this. I think it is because I have not taken care of the affairs of the palace these days, which has made my sister Hua Fei tired. This is why my sister got angry, and did not want to work anymore. Although I have passed the period of discomfort, Your Majesty knows that it has been difficult for me to recuperate in the past few years. I finally got pregnant with a dragon fetus. I am somewhat unable to handle the affairs of the harem. It is better for Your Majesty to persuade my sister Hua Fei on my behalf, so that she can help manage the 6 palaces with peace of mind. After I give birth safely, I will definitely thank concubine Hua for her friendship. Olenara was always gentle when she spoke, and she had to act virtuous at this moment. Injin laughed and said, "The queen is too serious. I personally appointed concubine Hua to assist in the management of the 6 palaces. Even if she doesn't want to do it anymore, she has to continue. Many people in the harem seek power, but cannot get it. But concubine Hua avoids it. It can be seen that she doesn't care about fame, wealth, or status." Injin suddenly changed the subject, looking at Jiang Fuhai beside Olenara. "I know that the queen is kind and generous. But there is a restless servant beside the queen, who always instigates and deceives the queen. Otherwise, as a servant, how dare I falsely convey the queen's decree and intend to stop the concubines from paying respects to the queen? Queen, don't you think so?" The words were said to Olenara, but his eyes were fixed on Jiang Fuhai. Jiang Fuhai's heart skipped a beat. It seems that today's events, the emperor already knew. But Jiang Fuhai thought about it, and decided to deny it. After all, the queen had already told him to give concubine Hua a warning, and he was just following the queen's wishes. Olenara secretly hated herself for being careless today. She didn't expect that Nian Sherlan, who seemed to careless about no one in the past, would turn around and leave outside her palace, and then complain to Injin. Olenara calmed down and said with a smile, "I don't know, what is the emperor talking about?" Injin looked at Olenara and saw that she looked curious but calm, without any uneasiness. Injin couldn't help but wonder in his heart whether the queen really didn't know, or the queen was not as kind as she seemed. "I heard that Hua Fei came to pay respects to the queen today, but was stopped outside the palace gate, and Hua Fei had no choice but to go back. I don't know if this is true." Injin sipped his tea and waited to hear Olenara's explanation. Olenara was stunned for a moment, and looked at Jiang Fuhai. "Jiang Fuhai, what's going on?" Jiang Fuhai hurriedly replied, "Your Majesty, the Empress. Today, concubine Hua came to pay respects to the Empress late, but I have been waiting at the gate of Jingren Palace. I saw concubine Hua almost reach the palace gate but turned around and left. I didn't see concubine Hua come forward, and I was still wondering what was going on. I thought concubine Hua was in a hurry to deal with something. All the servants on duty outside the gate of Jingren Palace today were witnesses. If the emperor doesn't believe it, you can ask him." Injin stared at Jiang Fuhai for a long time, smiled, and gently let the matter go. "The queen still needs capable servants to serve her during her pregnancy, so I will not discuss the right and wrong of it. But if I hear about such a thing again next time, even if concubine Hua doesn't pursue it, I will also investigate it thoroughly." Jiang Fuhai waited until Injin left before wiping the sweat from his forehead, and asked Olenara softly, "Queen, what do you think happened today?" Olenara looked at the beads of sweat on Jiang Fuhai's forehead, and smiled faintly. "Look at you. You can't even keep your temper. Since I want you to make things difficult for concubine Hua today, I have a plan to deal with it. But I didn't expect that concubine Hua would dare to ask the emperor to leave on the road that the emperor must take when leaving the court. Fortunately, the emperor should have thought that I was pregnant, so he just warned me. And the emperor didn't warn you. But me." Jianqiu also wondered. "What do you think, Your Majesty?" "The emperor is warning you. The queen, in the emperor's mind, you should be virtuous and kind. Did the emperor doubt you?" Olenara smiled and said nothing. She knew in her heart that, since her elder sister died of dystocia, Injin had doubts about her. Otherwise he would not have refused to have sex with her for several years after her sister's death. It's just that Injin had no evidence, and she had used her tricks to temporarily hold Injin, and she had a dragon seed in her belly. Injin now thinks of the dragon seed and the pleasure of those nights, and will not do anything to himself. Injin does not need to come here today. If he really listened to Yin Sherlan to deal with Jiang Fuhai, he only needs to send someone to take Jiang Fuhai away quietly. But after Injin came, every sentence seemed to be questioning Jiang Fuhai, but in fact, every sentence was said to Elenara. It is necessary to stop when establishing authority. There will be no next time. On March 3, the spring is warm. Elenara is already 4.5 months pregnant. The belly was slightly bulging. The Empress Dowager entertained the concubines in the Sinang Palace. Empress Dowager just said that her blood deficiency had not subsided, and she could not sit for too long. So she did not attend. The other concubines of the previous emperor said that they were busy and could not accompany them. So the Empress Dowager took these younger concubines to have fun together. Since Fei Yunin was favored by Injin, she was given the title of Li because of her beautiful appearance and ability, and was called Li Guiran. However, Li Guiran, who had followed Injin since the Chindi, was not very happy. Li, not to mention that the pronunciation is almost the same, Li Guiran's position is half a level higher than hers. So Li Guiran took the opportunity to criticize Li Guiran when she paid respects every day. Li Guiran only responded 3 times out of 10. The quarrel between the two of them, in Elenara's eyes, was just a quarrel between two concubines of lower position. Occasionally a few mild reprimands would do. When the Empress Dowager held a banquet, she naturally sat in the upper seat. Elenara sat on the left side of the Empress Dowager, and the right side was empty. The other concubines sat down according to their respective positions. My Sinang Palace, the scenery is beautiful in spring. Today, I specially held a banquet in the back garden, thinking of having fun with you. I haven't seen the queen for a long time. The queen is almost 5 months pregnant now. Right? Elenara bowed respectfully and said, reporting to the queen mother, I am only 4.5 months pregnant. The queen mother said with a smile. Okay, I see that you look very good today, so I know that the baby in your belly will be caring for you. Your mother. He will be a filial child in the future. Elenara raised the cup in front of her and replied, I am pregnant and cannot drink, so I drink tea instead. Thanks to the care of the Empress Dowager, I hope to give birth to a filial child. No matter what the child will be like in the future, as long as he is filial, I will have hope for my future. The Empress Dowager smiled, raised the cup, and drank it all. Her expression was a little disappointed, but she smiled again when she raised her eyes. My biggest regret in this life is that I don't have my own children. But now seeing all of you children have your own children, I am very happy for you. Women in our harem, don't we rely on children in favor to live our lives? You must have one of these too. Right? It's just that few people are as lucky as the queen. Now, you have the emperor's favor and offspring all at once. Unlike me, I am so old, but I have nothing. Chapter 209, The Queen is about to give birth. Yin Sherlan also raised her cup, and said with a smile, Didn't the queen mother take us to have fun today? Why did you complain to yourself first? You made us sad. I think the queen mother should punish herself with a glass of wine. When the queen mother heard this, she smiled at Yin Sherlan and said, Look at her. She is the only one who dares to threaten me like this. I have said before, you should not be born a woman, you should be a monkey. All the concubines covered their mouths and laughed softly. And Yin Sherlan also laughed. Forget it. Forget it. I just teased the queen mother. It would be fine if the queen mother didn't agree. But she teased me. I'm too talkative. I'll drink a glass myself. What do you think? Queen mother? The queen mother teased Yin Sherlan. But she liked her in her heart. So she also took the wine and drank it. Laughing. I'll drink it. So that you, a monkey, won't have anything to say about me. After everyone finished eating, after admiring the flowers in the garden of the Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager smiled and asked people to bring up some things in brocade boxes. I originally thought that giving you these gifts during the new year would be a good omen for a new year. But the incidents in the palace happened one after another, and I didn't have a good new year. After the banquet today, you can take your gifts back. It won't take up space here. Yin Sherlan laughed out loud. She drank wine, and her face was flushed. Her voice was also a little soft. Unlike her usual dignity when handling the affairs of the 6 palaces, I always say that the Empress Dowager is stingy. In such a big Sinang palace, there is no space for such a small thing? I am curious, what is taking up space? The Empress Dowager pointed her finger at Yin Sherlan with a smile. Look, It should be you who followed Tang Sung to the west to obtain the scriptures. What does Monkey King have to do with it? Okay, open it and take a look. I don't have anything good to give you. So I asked someone to find these ding kiln white porcelain tea sets. And each of you can get one set. These tea sets are not high or low, but just a token of my love. Olenara took the lead in thanking the emperor. And she was very happy in her heart. The Empress Dowager had no children, so she was buried properly after 100 years. To me, she was not an eyesore, and it would not take much effort to take care of her. I have always liked this ding kiln white porcelain. But Olenara always followed Injin's example, and was frugal in spending. Except for the ceremonial items for the queen. Jingren Palace was frugal on weekdays. They used whatever the Ministry of Internal Affairs sent. Injin always praised Olenara for her good housekeeping. Now that she had this ding kiln white porcelain tea set, Olenara used it to drink tea every day. Whenever Nien Sherlan went to pay her respects, she would feel more at ease when she saw Olenara's tea set. When Olenara gave birth, it would not be in vain. Duan Fei watched Olenara's belly grow bigger day by day, and she felt more and more upset. But she really couldn't find any evidence against Olenara, so she could only serve her by her side, with a gentle manner every day, and she didn't dare to do anything rash that would harm Olenara's fetus. During this period, Injin went to Yanqing Palace several times, and although Duan Fei was still serving her, Injin always felt that something had changed. In the past, Duan Fei could talk about the past and the present with Injin now. Apart from helping Injin fall asleep, she refused to say much. Facing such a wooden beauty, even if Injin remembered the past affection, he gradually lost his patience, and it was almost exhausted. In her spare time, concubine Duan stared at the silk handkerchief in her hand. It was when she first entered the Chindi Palace. Injin saw her embroidering a handkerchief, so he embroidered a few stitches himself. Although the embroidery was crooked, concubine Duan seemed to have found a treasure, and cherished the handkerchief very much. Injin occasionally complained inadvertently in front of Nien Sherlan, said that concubine Duan was not talkative now. Nien Sherlan comforted Injin, saying that concubine Duan could not forget the pain of losing her son, and the emperor should be patient to comfort her. After Injin left Yikuin Palace, Songji said, "The master is really good-natured." And he even spoke for concubine Duan. Nien Sherlan sneered. "I just don't want the emperor to think that I am a person who takes advantage of others' misfortune. As for concubine Duan, she is just hypocritical. I don't care about her feelings. She has become a mute from now on. What does it have to do with me?" Songji thought. Her master is still the same as before she got married. She says whatever she thinks. Fortunately, her master knows the difference between occasions now. And Songji has never heard anything that should not be said in front of outsiders. Yes, my master is right. I also wish that all the women in the harem were dumb. In this way, the emperor would not stay with this noble today and stay with that concubine tomorrow. And the master would not be troubled. Nien Sherlan looked at Songji strangely. What is there for me to worry about? It doesn't matter which of them is favored. I just don't like her. No matter where the emperor stays, I will sleep peacefully every night. At the end of July, the summer heat was at its peak. Even the wind blowing in the morning was hot. Olenara had exempted the concubines from the morning and evening visits as early as the beginning of July. She had a big belly and could only sit in a supine position. Jianqiu ordered the little palace maids to get up early and put ice in the Jingren Palace and use the wind wheel to cool down. The palace slowly permeated with cool air. Olenara was supported by Jianqiu and sat on the couch. The queen is about to give birth finally. She will give birth safely. The heart that I have been hanging on for days finally. I can put it down. Olenara looked like she had a big belly, but her limbs were not fat, and her face was normal, neither swollen nor crooked. She raised her hand and stroked her belly with difficulty. Her eyes were full of smiles. Yes, I finally got to give birth to the emperor's child. This child was quiet and well-behaved in my belly. He only kicked me a few times occasionally, but it didn't hurt. Unlike when I was pregnant with Honghu, he kicked me so hard that I couldn't sleep well. It was really uncomfortable. The wet nurse brought the third prince to pay her respects. The third prince was already 1.5 years old. The wet nurse put the third prince on the ground when she entered the hall, and coaxed him to walk towards Olenara. She was still teaching him auspicious words. Olenara smiled as she watched the third prince stumble towards her, and said, "Okay. Pick up Hongshi. Be careful when he falls." The nurse hurriedly picked up the third prince and brought him in front of Olenara, and taught him to say, Good luck to the Empress Dowager. But the third prince looked at Olenara's belly and kept repeating something. Olenara listened carefully for a long time before she could hear clearly what he said. Ugly brother. Olenara's heart skipped a beat. She had heard from the old people that children under the age of 3 can see the baby in a pregnant woman's belly. Could it be true? The third prince was still mumbling something. Olenara was no longer in the mood to listen. She waved her hand and asked the wet nurse to take the third prince away. Suddenly, the third prince struggled and cried in the wet nurse's arms, and the wet nurse was caught off guard and bumped into Olenara on the couch with the third prince. When everyone hurriedly helped the wet nurse to hold the third prince, Olenara cried out that her stomach ached unbearably. Jianqiu shouted in a hurry. Imperial physician! Call the imperial physician! Call the midwife! The queen is about to give birth! Chapter 210 Empress. Please push. All of a sudden, everyone in Jingren Palace started running. The midwife, who had been prepared for a long time, lived in the side hall of Jingren Palace, ready to deliver the Empress at any time. Olenara was carried into the prepared delivery room, and she kept shouting in pain. The two midwives were sweating as they directed the palace maids to boil water. One of the midwives stretched out her hand to test how much Olenara's birth canal was opened, but this caused Olenara to shout in pain again. The third prince's wet nurse knelt outside the delivery room holding the third prince, until Injin and Yin Shuan arrived at Jingren Palace. Injin said, "What are you kneeling here for? It's hot. Be careful that the third prince will get a heat stroke. Hurry up and take him back." Yin Shuan waved her hand and asked someone to help the wet nurse, whose knees were numb from kneeling, and took the third prince down first. Injin couldn't go into the delivery room, but when he heard Olenara's cry of pain and thought of the affection they had had for so many years, his heart began to torment. Injin knew Olenara's temper. If it wasn't for the extreme pain, she wouldn't scream so loudly. When she gave birth to Honghu, Olenara never cried out in pain like this. Every move of Olenara in the delivery room could cause pain, and this pain was amplified several times by her voice, which fell into the ears of Injin outside the door. At this moment, he felt very sorry for the woman who accompanied him from the residence to the palace. Yin Shuan listened to Olenara's cry of pain and sneered in her heart. If it was really extremely painful, she would not be able to make much sound. In her last life, when she miscarried for more than 5 months, it was almost the same as premature birth. That was the real pain. Ma Fei-san was useless. Yin Shuan bit the corner of the quilt tightly in pain, and she couldn't make such a loud noise. Olenara cried out in pain just to win Injin's attention and love, so as to take the opportunity to highlight the difficulty of her childbirth. Unfortunately, her wish might be in vain. When the people in the harem heard that the queen had given birth, they all rushed to Jingren Palace. Even the Empress Dowager Da, who had not left her house for these days due to her illness, she was also helped by servants to get on the sedan chair and came to Jingren Palace. The Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager Da sat on Injin's left and right, waiting with the concubines. Injin finally couldn't bear it, and stood up and walked anxiously in front of the delivery room. Yin Shuan served him tea, but he only took a sip and refused to drink it. Yin Shuan sat back in the chair, lowered her eyes, and stopped moving. She just looked at Injin coldly, guessing what he was thinking at the moment, and she was looking forward to it. Xiao Linzi had taken advantage of the chaos. He quietly replaced the cup used for drinking tea in the Olenara family's Dingyao white porcelain tea set with another one. Xiao Linzi hid the cup close to his body, and then ran to Yin Shuan and said, "Your Majesty, Songji is here to serve you, so why don't I go back to Ikuan Palace first? We still have a lot of things to do in the palace." Yin Shuan waved her hand casually, pretending to rebuke Xiao Linzi. "Go, there's no point in you being here. There are too many people here, and it's annoying for the emperor to see you. Remember to feed my parrot." Xiao Linzi bowed and retreated, but he did not return to Ikuan Palace. Instead, he took advantage of no one's attention and ran to find his master Zhou Anhai, handed the cup to Zhou Anhai, and asked him to take it out of the palace to shopkeeper Wu, who would properly deal with it. Zhou Anhai did not know how he got there, but he took Xiao Linzi's gift and left the palace, and found shopkeeper Wu. Shopkeeper Wu accepted the Ding Kiln white porcelain cup with a smile. He took out 100 taels of silver from his pocket and presented it to Zhou Anhai with both hands. "Thank you for your trouble, eunuch Zhou. This little gift. Please take it and have some tea." Zhou Anhai was very pleased with Wu's sensibleness, so he accepted it without hesitation and went back to the palace. After Zhou Anhai left, Wu went to the backyard of Xianzi building and smashed the cup into pieces, almost into powder. Wu looked at the powder with satisfaction, thinking that he had fulfilled his mission. This cup was specially made by someone. Even a tiny fragment cannot be leaked out. The Nian mansion saved his life, so he would serve the Nian mansion even if it cost him his life. Besides, he is alive now, and there is still an important thing to do. What if his son, who was abducted when he was young, is still alive in the world? It is almost lunchtime. Jingren Palace is busy. Injin said he has no appetite. Nian Shiruan asked someone to serve the meal in the main hall of Jingren Palace. Please enjoy it for the two queen dowagers. The other concubines were sent back to their own palaces by Injin to wait. Concubine 1 knew that she was of low status, so she took her leave. Concubine Jing said that she would go to see Princess Kangol first, and then wait in Jingren Palace. Concubine Li and Concubine Chao and Concubine Xian could not stay, so they also left. Only Concubine Duan and Yuing were still in Jingren Palace. Concubine Duan said that giving birth was like walking through the gates of hell, and she was really worried about the Empress. She would not be able to eat if she returned to her own palace, so it would be better to wait here, and she would feel more at ease. Yuing said that the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace was here. She also stayed to serve the Empress Dowager. Injin sighed that Concubine Duan was kind-hearted, and allowed the two of them to stay. Nian Shiruan also said that she was worried about the Empress Dowager, and had no appetite, so she just took the teacup and drank silently. Olenara seemed to have no strength left, and her cries of pain gradually became quieter. The Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager had lunch, and the Empress Dowager said, I see that you have been out for a long time today, and your face has turned pale again. Why don't I have someone take you back first, and wait until the Empress gives birth? I'll send someone to tell you. What do you think? Empress Dowager really felt that she couldn't hold on any longer, so she said, That's fine. She sent someone to report to Injin. And Injin, Nian Shiruan, and Concubine Duan Yu agreed to respectfully send Empress Dowager to the sedan chair. The Empress Dowager watched Empress Dowager leave Jingren Palace, and turned back to look at Nian Shiruan. She saw Nian Shiruan sitting back in the corridor outside the palace, holding a cup of tea, staring at Injin, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The Empress Dowager sighed silently in her heart. Olenara was in pain until 1500 hours. Finally, the birth canal opened completely. The two midwives were extremely nervous. This was the Empress of the Qin dynasty. The child born by the Empress was a legitimate son, perhaps the future crown prince of the Qin dynasty. The palace maids boiled the cotton cloth and scissors used for delivery in boiling water over and over again. The imperial physician also prepared hemostatic drugs and soups in advance. The imperial physicians of the entire imperial hospital were all in Jingren Palace. Although Wen Xianqing was trusted by Nian Shiruan, the director of the imperial hospital was Zhang Mi. So Wen Xianqing just quietly hid among the imperial doctors. And Zhang Mi had been taking care of Olenara's pregnancy, so Wen Xianqing would not step forward at this time. Olenara had been crying out in pain for a long time before, and had consumed a lot of energy, and refused to eat the food sent by the palace servants, so she had no strength at this time. The midwife did not dare to speak loudly to the queen, asking her to push, and could only encourage Olenara softly. Queen, push harder, and you can already see the head of the fetus. Chapter 211 The midwife explained. Although Olenara had given birth to a son, it took a lot of effort to give birth to a child after several years. When one of the midwives put her hand on the baby's head, her heart skipped a beat. The baby's fontanelle seemed softer than that of an ordinary baby. The midwife carefully put her head into the brocade quilt held by the palace maids at the four corners, but it was pitch black, and she could not see anything. Just at this moment, Olenara shouted with all her strength. The baby was born. Injin heard this outside, and stood up, and was about to enter the delivery room. Nian Shiruan stopped Injin, and said anxiously, Your Majesty cannot go in. You are the emperor, and the place where women give birth is a filthy place. You must not go in. Injin listened carefully again, but there was no sound in the delivery room, and he suddenly laughed at himself. When Ishio gave birth for the first time, he was with Yunqi. Later, Yunqi had a difficult delivery, and he was extremely anxious. When Yunqi gave birth to a dead baby, she also died of exhaustion and heavy bleeding. At that time, Injin lost his temper and rushed into the delivery room, covered in blood. Now Ishio gave birth again after several years, and he actually felt like a father for the first time. Although Hanshur and Kangol were already born, Injin calmed down and slowly sat back in his chair. He held Nian Shiruan's hand tightly, and waited for the midwife to come out and announce the good news. Yin Sherlan knew that Injun was worried at this time. She also shook Injun's hand. But in her heart, there was a chill. Injun and Elenara were a young couple. Even though he had neglected Elenara for several years, he was still very nervous when she gave birth. But what about herself? In the previous life, when Injun acquiesced to concubine Duan's bowl of abortion medicine to abort the 5-month-old baby in Yin Sherlan's belly, did he ever feel a little guilty in his heart, and worried about her life? Elenara's strength was exhausted. She really wanted to fall asleep immediately. But the joy of having a safe birth suppressed her sleepiness, and the pain of the torn birth canal. The midwife carefully lifted the baby out from under the quilt, and said, "Congratulations. Congratulations to the queen for having a safe birth. I am also honored." Ah! The midwife screamed, and the baby in her hand almost fell. Fortunately, another midwife next to her was quick and caught the baby in her hand. "You are so old, your hands are so unstable, and you hurt the prince. Do all your 9 clans want to die?" Another midwife scolded the midwife, who almost dropped the baby, but when she looked down at her hands, she almost dropped the baby because of her shaking hands. Elenara said anxiously, "What's wrong with the child? Let me see." Although the 2 midwives were well informed, they were frightened by the situation and dared not speak. After a long time, the one holding the baby knelt down tremblingly and said, "Queen, your servant dare not let you see." Elenara struggled to sit up, but she really had no strength. The maids, who were waiting for the birth in the room, were already kneeling on the ground. They were all trembling, and they dared not look at the baby in the midwife's hands. "Bring it here for me to see." Elenara gave the order with difficulty, and the midwife holding the baby knelt tremblingly and moved to the bed. It was not that she did not want to walk, but the huge fear made her legs weak, and she could not even stand up. After finally moving to Elenara's front, Elenara only took a look, and she didn't even have the strength to shout, and fainted. The palace maids in the room seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and became confused. "Call the imperial physician. Call the imperial physician quickly. The queen has fainted." The midwife holding the baby collapsed on the ground. Another midwife hurried to check on Elenara's condition, and couldn't help but change color. "The queen has a heavy hemorrhage after childbirth." Injun had been outside for a long time without hearing the sound of a baby crying. He was already extremely anxious. When he heard that the queen had fainted and was bleeding heavily, he could no longer bear it, and waved away everyone and entered the delivery room. Zhang Mi and several imperial doctors were already surrounding Elenara's bed and taking her pulse. When Injun entered the delivery room, a strong smell of blood rushed towards him. Su Peixiang hurriedly waved his whisk to disperse some of the bloody smell in the air, but the delivery room was closed, and the air was not circulating, so the smell of blood was still very strong. Injun could no longer care about anything else. He was stunned by the scene before him. The baby in the midwife's arms was a boy, but his entire head had no eyes, no nose, and no ears, only a small mouth that opened and closed to breathe. And because the midwife was frightened, she did not clean the filth in the baby's mouth in time. The baby's breathing was already very weak. The midwife did not have time to wash off the vernix caseosa and meconium for the baby, let alone wrap it up. So the baby was filthy all over, but in this filth, the baby's 6-fingered hands were still waving slowly, and the intestines under the transparent belly were clearly visible. The fontanelle on the top of the head was jumping. Su Peixiang, who was following Injun, was horrified and hurriedly stretched out his hand to cover Injun's eyes. "Your Majesty, please don't watch. Your Majesty, please go out and wait." Although Yin Sherlan, who followed in, was mentally prepared, she knew that Elenara's pregnancy was not normal. She still couldn't help vomiting when she saw this scene. She hurriedly covered her mouth and ran out of the delivery room. Injun brushed away Su Peixiang's hand, staring blankly at the baby in front of him taking his last breath, and could not hear anything. Finally, Su Peixiang had to bite the bullet and drag Injun out of the delivery room. The Empress Dowager waited anxiously in the main hall of Jingren Palace, sending people to see what was going on. The servants who came back dared not say anything, but just shook their heads, until Yin Sherlan calmed down. She came to the Empress Dowager with a pale face. "Your Majesty, please go back and rest first. The Empress is being treated by the entire Imperial Hospital. You have been tired all day." The Empress Dowager looked at Yin Sherlan, and Yin Sherlan nodded gently. After sending the Empress Dowager away, concubine Duan came over to ask Yin Sherlan, "What's the situation with the Empress?" Yin Sherlan shook her head and sighed. "The Empress is so pitiful. But she refused to say another word. When Olenara was bleeding and even the judge Xiangmi was helpless, Yin Sherlan went back to the delivery room. The deformed fetus and the midwife were gone. I guess Injin had already dealt with it, she said to Wen Xianqing in a pleading tone. Dr. Wen, I know your ancestors have been practicing medicine for more than 100 years. I wonder if you have any way to save the queen. Wen Xianqing pondered for a moment and said, reporting to concubine Hua, I have seen a prescription for stopping bleeding in the medical book passed down by my ancestors, but all the wise men in the imperial hospital are helpless. This is the queen of the Qing dynasty. Yin Sherlan immediately sent someone to report to Injin. After receiving Injin's reply of try your best, Wen Xianqing asked everyone to step aside and took out a needle from his medicine box. However, the needle was different from the ordinary silver needle. One needle was 5 times longer than the ordinary silver needle. Olenara was unconscious, and the smell of blood continued to spread. Yin Sherlan watched Wen Xianqing acupuncture, but she was thinking that Olenara must not die. At least, not now. She wanted Olenara to survive, to be awake, and to make her feel miserable every time she thought of this deformed fetus for the rest of her life. There was still a long time, and Yin Sherlan wanted to play with her slowly. Chapter 212 Hua Tua is still alive. Yin Sherlan was almost asleep waiting by the side, when Xianqing finally let out a long sigh, pulled out the silver needles one by one. Zhang cupped his hands and said, the medical skills of Imperial Dr. Wen are indeed amazing. I wonder if Imperial Dr. Wen would be willing to teach his medical skills to his colleagues in the Imperial Hospital someday, so that they can serve the Emperor better. When Xianqing wiped the sweat off his cheeks, looked at Zhang Mi's face full of hypocrisy, he was often bullied by him in the Imperial Hospital. When Xianqing put the silver needles into the medicine box one by one, and looked at the hopeful Imperial doctors around him with a fake smile. I dare not. I dare not. I don't dare to use the word teach. I dare not be arrogant in front of you. Zhang Mi saw that when Xianqing did not respond, so he spoke again. Dr. Wen is too modest. Since ancient times, women have almost no cure for hemorrhage during childbirth. Today, the queen's childbirth is also unavoidable. Fortunately, Dr. Wen's medical skills are great, which saved the lives of everyone in the Imperial Hospital. When the Empress recovers, I will represent all my colleagues and hold a banquet to invite Dr. Wen for advice. When Xianqing looked at the still unconscious Olenara and turned to Yin Sherlan. Empress Hua, I just stopped the bleeding for the Empress. But the Empress has lost too much blood and needs to recuperate quietly. In addition, the Empress has given birth and her body is weak. I have to study and make medicine for the Empress. Please make the decision, Empress Hua, and let me rest in peace. Yin Sherlan knew that when Xianqing was too annoyed by the people in the Imperial Hospital and wanted some peace and quiet. So she said, the Queen's health still needs the careful care of Dr. Wen. I will arrange for someone to vacate the West Side Hall for Dr. Wen to see the Queen and rest. After saying that, Yin Sherlan turned to the doctors again, with a smile on her face. But her eyes were cold. Today, I have troubled all the doctors. Go back and rest. I will report to the Emperor. Zhang Mi wanted to say something else. But then he thought, the Empress was still in a coma, and he had been personally taking care of the Empress's pregnancy. But he had not diagnosed any abnormalities in the fetus, which was a dereliction of duty. Zhang Mi led everyone in the Imperial Hospital to leave, leaving only Wen Xianqing to prescribe medicine for the Empress and take care of her. Yin Sherlan looked at the unconscious Olenara on the bed, and said to Jianqiu, who had been guarding the bed, take good care of the Empress. I will go to the Emperor. There are still many things that need to be decided by the Emperor. Jianqiu bowed and said, I obey the orders of concubine Hua. I am grateful to concubine Hua for saving the Empress. Yin Sherlan did not respond to Jianqiu's gratitude. She went straight to the main hall of Jingren Palace. I think Injin is still there. It was the evening of the second day when Olenara woke up. Jianqiu, who had been watching by her side, observed that Olenara's fingers moved. She immediately threw herself at Olenara's bedside. My queen, you finally woke up. Olenara looked at Jianqiu with hazy eyes. She was only 26 years old, but she seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. She was completely slack, and the fatigue from having just given birth made her look even more decadent. When Xianqing, who was busy decocting medicine outside, heard Jianqiu's voice, and hurriedly ordered the maid to watch the fire, and then turned and went into the queen's bedroom. Your Majesty, you are blessed by heaven. You need to take good care of yourself after this. Lenara turned her head to look at Wen Xianqing after a long time, and said weakly, "Why is it you? Where is Zhongmi?" Wen Xianqing was stunned, not knowing what to say. Jianqiu said hurriedly, "Your Majesty fainted after giving birth yesterday. And you also had hemorrhage. Everyone in the Imperial Hospital was helpless. It was Empress Hua who asked Dr. Wen for help, and used Dr. Wen's family secrets. I will give you acupuncture and prescribe medicine for you." Jianqiu said this and stopped talking. Lenara was well versed in medical books and must have known that hemorrhage was a fatal disease for women during childbirth. Lenara was shocked. When Xianqing was able to save her from hemorrhage, it was obvious that she had underestimated Wen Xianqing's medical skills before. "I would like to thank Dr. Wen for saving me. I still need Dr. Wen to take good care of my body." Dr. Wen bowed his hand. "I am very happy to serve the Queen. It is really a blessing for me." After Wen Xianqing left, Lenara looked at the ceiling with empty eyes. She remembered the scene she saw before she fainted yesterday. How could she give birth to such a terrible child? Was it really a punishment from God? Lenara had no strength in her body. The few words she had just spoken to Wen Xianqing had exhausted her energy. She was lying flat at this time, unable to even cry. She was the queen. But she was also a mother who had just given birth. Even if the child was not destined to be with her, but he had been in her belly for 10 months, he was the flesh that fell from her body. Lenara ate well, drank well and rested well during the whole pregnancy, and left all the trivial matters to Hua Fei to deal with, in order to give birth to a legitimate son safely. Unexpectedly, the legitimate son was indeed born safely, but it was a freak. If the emperor determined that he was unlucky, Jiang Fuhai went to Yangxin Palace to ask the emperor, only to say that the queen had woken up, but was told that the emperor had gone to Wanguiren. Jiang Fuhai hurried to Su Yuxuan again, as expected. The emperor's attendants were in Su Yuxuan. Su Peixing had just served the emperor and concubine Wan dinner, and saw Jiang Fuhai coming, and he frowned. "But is there something wrong with the queen?" Jiang Fuhai looked at Su Peixing's face and whispered, "Eunuch Su, please go in and tell the emperor that the queen has woken up." Su Peixing sighed and went in to report to Injin. Ever since Lenara gave birth to a freak yesterday, Injin's mind has been constantly thinking of the scene he saw yesterday. Injin kept convincing himself that it was the fetus that was not developing well in the womb. But there were rumors in the palace that the queen was unlucky. Injin was very upset. Rumors of the queen's unlucky fate, when serious, would shake the previous dynasty. This morning, Fei Yonggu requested to go to the palace to visit the queen, but was rejected by Injin on the grounds that the queen was in a coma. The close ministers in the court only knew that the queen had given birth, but did not know the details. And they must have had many guesses in their hearts. Seeing Injin silent for a long time, concubine Wan, gentle, Silang, it's a great joy that the queen has woken up. Why does Silang seem to be worried? Injin looked up at concubine Wan's eyes. He didn't fall asleep last night. He dealt with many things during the morning court, and was busy reviewing memorials all day. At this moment, he listened to concubine Wan's gentle tone and felt as if Yunqi was still there. Wan, you told me that Ishio is your biological sister, and asked me to treat her well. But I have tried my best. I can only give her fame and wealth. Wan, what do you think I should do? Chapter 213, It's time for the beauty pageant. Guerin Wan looked at Injin's dazed expression, knowing that he mistook her for the late Queen Chen Yuan. She lowered her head and laughed at herself. She knew from the beginning that she was someone else's substitute, but why after living together for a year, her heart ached unconsciously. Su Peixing looked at the emperor worriedly, and then at Guerin Wan. He also knew that his master was thinking of Queen Chen Yuan. But the woman in front of him was Guerin Wan. When concubine Wan raised her eyes again, she looked confused. Silang? Silang? Wan is here. Didn't Silang get a good rest last night? Injin was awakened by concubine Wan's gentle voice with doubt. He frowned and looked around, only to find that this was Su Yuxuan, not the Guanziyuan in the former residence. I'm going to see the queen. Concubine Wan, please come with me. Su Peixing breathed a sigh of relief. Concubine Wan has been loved by the emperor since she was favored. Su Peixing knew it was because of her appearance. But as a woman, no one wants to be a substitute for someone else. Fortunately, concubine Wan didn't notice it. When Injin arrived at Jingren Palace, all the concubines in the harem were there, and even the two empress dowagers sent people to visit. Concubine Duan was praising Wen Xianqing's medical skills. Dr. Wen is really Hua Tu in the world, and Bien K Reborn. I have never heard that. A woman with hemorrhage can be saved. I was worried about the queen, but now I can finally let it go. Before when Xianqing could speak, Nianchuan said disdainfully, Don't worry, concubine Duan. With the medical skills of Dr. Wen, and the queen mother of the Qing dynasty, she is naturally blessed by heaven and is safe and sound. If concubine Duan is really worried, it will take time for the queen mother to recover, and there will be days for you to serve her. Concubine Duan said slowly and chuckled. Yes, this palace also thinks so. It is the duty of a concubine to serve the queen mother, and this palace will be happy to do it. The eunuch outside announced, The emperor has arrived. Noble lady one has arrived. When Injin entered the main hall of Jingren Palace, the concubines paid him respects. Injin looked at Wen Xianqing. Dr. Wen, how is the empress? Wen Xianqing knelt down again and replied, Your Majesty, the empress has woken up. She is in good spirits, but she is weak, and she is weak after giving birth, so she needs to take good care of herself. But when Xianqing looked at the many pairs of eyes around him and stopped talking, Injin knew what was going on. But he still asked, Just what? Just say it. Don't hesitate. Yes. It's just that it was not easy for the queen to get pregnant this time. After this incident, it may be difficult for her to get pregnant again in the future. What Wen Xianqing didn't say was that he saw from Olinara's pulse that she must have used some powerful pregnancy-aiding drugs. In other words, this pregnancy was not normal. In addition, Olinara also used drugs that affected the growth of the fetus. It's just that the drug is not easy to diagnose. Wen Xianqing had nothing to do these 2 days, so he took Olinara's pulse and saw a faint blue on the silver needle after acupuncture, and then he was sure that it was caused by the drug. But he couldn't say it, and no one else in the Imperial Hospital could diagnose it. Injin waved his hand and just said, I know, looking neither cared nor surprised. Injin entered Olinara's bedroom, and Jianqiu knelt down to greet him. Good luck to the emperor. The queen woke up for a while and fell asleep again. Injin walked to Olinara's bed, looked at her pale and weak face for a long time, but could not find any trace of Yunqi on her face. Aren't they sisters? When the queen wakes up, tell her that I have been here. Injin ignored Jianqiu, who was still kneeling on the ground, and turned to leave. Jianqiu even forgot to shed the tears in her eyes, and stared blankly at the emperor's indifferent back. The people in front of Empress Dowager De returned to Yonghe Palace, and reported the situation in Jingren Palace to Empress Dowager De. Empress Dowager De did not speak for a long time. After a long time, she sent away the palace servants, and sighed to Jushi. It's her own uselessness. Although I haven't seen the child, I heard that it is extremely terrible. Ishio is the queen, but she gave birth to such a child. Not to mention the discussion of the concubines. Even I feel ashamed. Since the founding of the Qing dynasty, I have never heard of any concubine giving birth to a deformed baby. As for her, she is not only my daughter-in-law, but also my cousin. It is not my fault that the emperor is alienated from her. But he cannot always be alienated from her. The throne of the queen must be in the hands of her own people. Jushi saw that the queen mother was already out of breath, and hurriedly helped her lie down, and said worriedly, Why is the queen mother getting worse these days? I am worried about you. In my opinion, you should take care of yourself first, and then you can make plans for the queen. The queen mother felt better after lying down. She said, Jushi, I am only 41 years old now, but I feel like I have aged 10 years in the past year of illness. I no longer have the energy to plan anything. I know my own body. Recently, I have been dreaming about the time of this election. Tell me, is my life wrong? Jushi was silent for a moment, then said, Empress Dowager, you have been ill for a long time, and you are thinking nonsense. How can you be wrong? It is others who are wrong. You were born to be the queen mother. The queen mother laughed, but she felt dizzy for a while. She took a long time to calm down, and then said, I have never been a queen in my life, so I always hope that Ishio can be a queen safely. By the way, it is already August now. After the new year, the 3 years of the previous emperor are enough. And it is time for the emperor to select concubines. You find a chance to tell Longkoto that, in the palace, we still need our own people, who can help the queen. Jushi found a chance to tell Longkoto what the queen mother said. Lenara has been bedridden for nearly 2 months. This day, she ordered someone to take the white jade rui beside her. Jianqiu helped Lenara sit up, and placed the jade rui next to her. My queen, the imperial physician has told me that Your body is not well yet, and you should try to avoid touching cold things. Although this ruy is made of jade, it is still a little cold to the touch, otherwise, you can just look at it like this. Elinara ignored Jianchio's words. She took the jade ruy in her hand, touched it gently, and said slowly, "This time, I have fallen flat on my face. Look at this Jingren Palace. In the past, the Jingren Palace would only warm up once the emperor came. Now, it is only September, and the Jingren Palace is already freezing cold. The people in the harem have already known the coming of autumn, and they report everything to concubine Hua. I heard that Nian Gingyo has lost his fiery temper, which is strange. You say, if he is not arrogant, how can he make the emperor angry? If the emperor is not angry, concubine Hua will always compete with me, which is really a headache for me." Jianchio said, "Your Majesty is overthinking because of your illness. You are the emperor's wife. Now you are ill and cannot serve the emperor. So concubine Hua is temporarily responsible for trivial matters. When you are well, the emperor will treat you well again. You still have the final say in the harem." Elinara looked at the jade ruy in her hand. This was the favorite item of her elder sister in the past. Treat well? What do you mean by treat well? Before my sister passed away, didn't she also lie on the emperor's knees, asking the emperor to treat me well? Since my sister passed away, has the emperor ever treated me well? Not to mention being generous. You and I both know how I got this child. But since this incident, the emperor has never come to Jingren Palace again. How can I accept this? How can I not hate him? When he was in the palace, the emperor always thought of my sister. Later, it was concubine Hua. And now there is concubine Wan. There are so many women in this palace that I hate them. But Jianchio, next year is the election that happens every 3 years. I am the queen, and for the honor of my family, I have to cheer up." Elinara's voice gradually became lower. She stared at the jade ruy in her hand. "Next year, there will be a selection, and new people will enter the palace." Chapter 214 No Longer Serving. Nian Shuoan looked at the list of concubines to be selected in her hand. She flipped through it casually, and finally found Zhen Huan, the daughter of Zhen Yuandao, the junior minister of the Dali Temple. In this life, Nian Shuoan could not tell her brother directly. If she had a problem with a court official for no reason, her brother would definitely ask him to the end with his temper. So Nian Shuoan waited patiently. Fortunately, many people and things in this life did not follow the trajectory of the previous life. At this time in the previous life, Zhen Huan was almost born. Zhen Yuandao had not yet taken the position of junior minister of the Dali Temple. In this life, there are many more variables, and many more people than Nian Shuoan had never seen in the previous life. So, it is not surprising that Zhen Huan, who is now 15 years old, will participate in the general election next year. Nian Shuoan saw a few familiar names at the back of the book, and she stared at the 3 words Shen Meizhuang for a long time. Nian Shuoan was recalling, in the previous life, why did she hate Shen Meizhuang so much, and wanted to kill her several times? Was it because of Shen Meizhuang's words of beauty of the country, or because she and Zhen Huan were like sisters? After thinking for a long time, Nian Shuoan had to admit that in her previous life, she was so jealous that she would not allow anyone to take away Yinzhen's favor. She did so many things to win Yinzhen's unique favor. She did it. Even the Huanyixiang was given to her by Yinzhen alone. No one else has it. Nian Shuoan laughed at herself, closed the book, waited for Songji to order someone to bring water, washed her hands and ate. It was already the end of September. It was rare that the imperial kitchen had a plate of crab roe crisps. Nian Shuoan used to like eating this the most, but now looking at this plate of crab roe crisps, Nian Shuoan frowned. Songji looked at Nian Shuoan's expression, not sure whether she wanted to eat this snack, so she asked tentatively. The imperial kitchen always remembers the dishes that the master likes to eat. I heard that the ingredients for making the crab roe pastry today were specially obtained by the emperor. It is said that there are no more yellow crabs in this season. So the fact that there is a plate of crab roe pastry really shows that the emperor favors his master. Nian Shuoan stretched out her chopsticks towards the crab roe pastry, but stopped an inch away from the pastry. She withdrew her hand and picked up a plate of crystal shrimp next to it. Nian Shuoan chewed the shrimp in her mouth slowly, and after swallowing the dish, she asked Songji, "How is the queen these days? Is she still unable to eat?" Songji answered hurriedly, "I heard that the queen was very depressed a few days ago. The imperial kitchen prepared all kinds of meals, but the queen did not even look at them. She only ate ginseng soup to keep herself awake all day. But since the day before yesterday, the queen has been willing to eat. The imperial doctor Wen also stopped acupuncture and moxa fumigation, and prescribed some warming and nourishing medicine. Nian Sherlan picked up another piece of bluefin bream with chopsticks. The fish had been deboned. Nian Sherlan swallowed the fish meat and said, "That's good, the queen must live well, she hasn't seen the person she should see yet." Songji asked in confusion. Nian Sherlan said nothing, but ate slowly. Autumn passed and winter came, and it was the 12th month again. The floor heating in Jingren Palace was particularly warm, but Ulanara still felt bone-chilling cold while sitting on the couch wrapped in a brocade quilt. "Your Majesty, hold this hot water bottle, it will keep you warm. This is a new gift from the Emperor in the winter month. The pattern on it is your favorite phoenix wearing peony. It can be seen that the Emperor still has you in his heart, but you are not well yet, so it is not suitable for you to serve the Emperor. I know you are sad these days, but you still have the third prince. You haven't seen the third prince these days, but the third prince has grown up very well. He is much taller than other children of his age, and people like him just by looking at him." Jianqiu took a copper hot water bottle covered with a brocade cover, sent it to Ulanara's arms. Ulanara held the hot water bottle in her arms, and smiled faintly. "I know. You want to comfort me. How could I not know whether the Emperor has feelings for me? The Emperor's heart, at the beginning, was also with me. But later, since the eldest sister entered the mansion, everything changed. The Emperor insisted on welcoming the sister into the mansion, and no one could stop him. Unfortunately, the sister was unlucky, and the sister could not keep the Emperor's child." Ulanara opened the brocade cover, and the hot water bottle on the brocade quilt revealed its original copper material and pattern. "This phoenix wearing a peony is indeed my favorite. Both the phoenix and the peony symbolize the highest power among women in the Qing dynasty. But no matter how good the hot water bottle is, it can't warm my heart. My Honghu, he is still so young. When he was sick and needed medicine, all the doctors were around his sister. The Emperor was the same. When Honghu died, the Emperor was accompanying his pregnant sister. Over the years, the Emperor has never been close to me. Jianqiu, do you know how painful it is for me?" Jianqiu saw that Ulanara was gradually sinking into memories, and hurriedly tried to change the subject. "Your Majesty, you haven't seen the third prince for several days. Why don't I go and bring him here? It will be better for you to take care of him." Ulanara suddenly put her hand on her forehead, looking extremely painful. Jianqiu hurriedly called out, "Call the imperial physician," while massaging Ulanara's temples. "Please wait. Madam, I have already asked someone to call the imperial physician. Madam, you have been injured this time. And you have also had a headache. I am really worried." Ulanara felt the strength of Jianqiu's massage, but it did not help. She felt that her head was about to split. Her forehead and the back of her head were aching at the same time, and her eye sockets were swollen and painful. It was really unbearable. When Xianqing came, she saw Ulanara lying on the bed groaning, her brows tightly knitted, her face full of pain. When Xianqing hurriedly took out the silver needles and gave Ulanara acupuncture, it was not until Ulanara's head was covered with silver needles that she relaxed her brows a little. After a quarter of an hour, Ulanara felt relieved. Ulanara said, "Fortunately, Dr. Wen treated me. Otherwise, I don't know how long I would have been in pain. By the way, Dr. Wen, what is the matter with my headache?" When Xianqing calculated the time, removed the silver needles one by one for Ulanara, and said carefully, reporting to the queen, "You have suffered a serious injury this time, which has caused your blood and qi to be weak. In addition, you have not walked for a long time, and now the blood circulation speed on both sides of your body is different, which will cause frequent headaches. But after this humble minister treats you this time, you can no longer come to Jingren Palace." As when Xianqing finished speaking, the last silver needle on Ulanara's face was also pulled out. Ulanara turned her head a few times, and felt that her head was indeed no longer painful, and her neck seemed to be relaxed, and asked in confusion, "Oh, why is that? Do you not want to serve me anymore? Tomorrow's talent show. To speed up the progress, Zhenhuan should enter the palace. Hua Pang Pang. Ishio. Wan Guiren. Zhenhuan. Fight. Fight." Chapter 215 Kill Zhongmi. When Xianqing knelt down, looking like he wanted to say something but hesitated. "It's okay, just tell the truth, I won't blame you." Ulanara saw when Xianqing's embarrassment. When Xianqing lowered his head, respectfully, "As far as I know, the queen's body has always been taken care of by Zhongmi, the imperial physician, and the pulse record was also memorized by Zhang Mi. And the queen was pregnant this time, and when she gave birth, I have read the queen's pulse record, the records are all safe. But there was still a big accident. According to my experience, this fetal discomfort can be diagnosed in the first few months. But for some reason, Dr. Zhang ignored this, causing the queen to suffer abnormally, and almost had hemorrhage, and could not be saved. Olenara's face sank. Yes, she had been drowsy in the past few months, and was rarely awake, but when she was awake, she would always think of this matter. She also felt strange. It is said that such a fetus, Zhang Mi was the chief judge of the Imperial Hospital, and his medical skills were the best in the hospital. But he didn't diagnose the problem. Not only did he give birth to a freak baby with all his strength, and was laughed at by the whole palace, but he almost died of hemorrhage. The dignity of Empress Olenara was also completely destroyed, although she didn't walk around the palace, and the servants only said nice things. It's not hard to imagine that there must be rumors in the palace these days. Do you mean that Dr. Zhang deliberately concealed this from me? When Xianqing said hesitantly, Your Majesty, please calm down. I dare not speculate. It's just that these days, I have been treating Your Majesty, and found that many precious medicinal materials are in short supply. I asked Dr. Zhang about this matter, but I really can't bear it. So I have promised, I will try my best not to interfere with the Queen's recuperation in the future. Olenara felt the blood rushing up her body. When Xianqing only said that he agreed, but he didn't say who he agreed to, and what he agreed to. How dare you? I didn't know, such a thing happened right under my nose. Suddenly, Olenara softened her expression and asked Wen Xianqing, Have you reported the matter of medicinal materials to Concubine Hua? Concubine Hua has been in charge of the 6 palaces these days. And you have always been close to Concubine Hua. What does Concubine Hua say about the matter of the Imperial Hospital? Wen Xianqing sighed lightly and said, Whether it is the Queen or Concubine Hua, they are all masters that I want to serve. But the master that I should serve the most is the Emperor. Naturally, I reported this matter to Concubine Hua. I don't know what the Concubine Hua did specifically. Nian Shuruan heard Xiao Linzi say, in the Ikuan Palace, that Zhang Mi was on his way back from duty, when he was robbed by refugees, and stabbed in the heart. All the servants who followed him were killed. The government was looking for the murderer. But it was already the 12th month. And it was freezing cold. The refugee was found frozen in a dead end, still holding Zhang Mi's purse in his hand. Nian Shuruan couldn't help but think of her last life, when she sent someone to kill Lu Bin, but the people she sent were useless, and they let a weak imperial physician escape. Olenara is still ill, but her subordinates are not weak at all. But in this life, Nian Shuruan not only saved Olenara's life, but also let Wen Xianqing try his best to treat her. Based on this, at least Olenara can no longer embarrass herself in public in the future. Xiao Linzi also said that manager would change the silver from last month into silver notes, as usual, and now there are as much as 550,000 taels. Nian Shuruan had been looking at the account book since her last life. She roughly calculated it in her mind at this moment. She had been reborn for 4.5 years. Except for the 3 months of preparation for Xinzi Building. Xinzi Building could bring her about 10,000 taels of money almost every month. One day, this money will be of great use. Injin flipped through the memorial in his hand, listened to Su Peixing's report on the situation in Jing'an Palace, and said lightly, The Queen seems to be in much better shape. This is of course the credit of Dr. Wen. Su Peixing bowed his waist and said, Yes. There is another thing. I heard that Zhang Mi, the imperial physician who served the Empress, was killed by refugees on his way back from duty the night before yesterday. But the refugee had frozen to death when he was found, and the matter was left unresolved. It can be said that imperial physician Zhang was unlucky to encounter such a thing. Injin raised his head, looked at Su Peixing, and said, Before I had the chance to trouble him, he was already dead. It's a good thing for him. Su Peixing said with a smile, This is Zhang Mi's fate, and it saves the emperor from worrying. It was the 22nd day of the 12th lunar month. Olenara was watching the almost 2-year-old third prince learning to speak with his wed nurse in Jing'an Palace. Olenara smiled. This child is indeed taller and stronger than other children of the same age. Although he still can't speak clearly, he is trying hard to learn. Jianqiu teased the third prince, pointing at Olenara. She said, Third prince, this is your imperial mother. Call her imperial mother quickly. The third prince's ignorant face followed Jianqiu's hand, revealing a few small teeth in his mouth, and stutteringly called out imperial mother. Olenara looked at the third prince in surprise, and suddenly burst into tears. Jianqiu knew that Olenara was thinking of the eldest prince again. Since that incident, Olenara forbade others to mention that freak in front of her. The scene in front of her could make Olenara cry. Only the eldest prince Honghu, who died young. The third prince stumbled towards Olenara, stretched out his little hand, and waved to wipe Olenara's tears. Empress Dowager, don't cry. Don't cry. Olenara leaned down, stretched out her arms to catch the little figure rushing towards her. Empress Dowager, don't cry. When you are well, I will take you to see your father. You must be your father's most proud son. The Empress Dowager can rest assured in the harem. The little girl doesn't understand why the Empress Dowager, who was crying just now, suddenly stopped crying, as if she had never cried before. Olenara suddenly remembered that this day last year was the day when she was diagnosed with pregnancy. On that day, she thought she had a legitimate son and could sit firmly in the harem from then on. However, Olenara ordered Jiang Fuhai, inform the 6 palaces. I have recovered. From tomorrow on, everything is as before. Yin Sherlan was not surprised when she heard the news. It just so happened that she had been busy with the New Year's arrangements recently and took a break. The most important thing was that Olenara needed to show the majesty of the queen at this time, and she should not be too conspicuous. In addition to seeing Injin from a distance on days like Mid-Autumn Festival and the first snow banquet, Duan Fei had been hiding in her Yanqing Palace, and occasionally went to Jing'an Palace to pay respects. If we talk about the most diligent person who went to Jing'an Palace, she was still Noble Lady Wan. So Olenara was very tolerant of her. As soon as she recovered, she rewarded Noble Lady Wan with many things, saying that she was abiding by etiquette and deserved the reward. As for the rest of the people, although they also went to Jing'an Palace to pay their respects, they were not as attentive as Noble Lady Wan. Olenara was now willing to drink the soup made by Noble Lady Wan. And Noble Lady Wan often made various soups and drinks in the small kitchen of Jing'an Palace to serve her. This day, Olenara drank the medicinal food that Noble Lady Wan had stewed for 2 hours in the small kitchen, smiled and said, "It's hard for you, Noble Lady Wan. After serving the Emperor, you have to serve me. I heard that. The Emperor has been to your place more often these days. You must serve him well." Noble Lady Wan said meekly, "Yes, the Emperor and you are both my masters. It's my duty to serve my master. There's nothing difficult about it. Besides, the Emperor has been to Concubine Hua and Concubine Yu's place quite a few times, so I feel much more relaxed." Olenara was still smiling. "You Chongzai? You became a Chongzai so quickly?" Wan Guren said lightly, like telling a joke. Reporting to the queen, Yu Chongzai, she has her own advantages. The queen was ill a few days ago. From what I heard from Yu Chongzai, she can only show her status if she is promoted to the rank of concubine. I want to see, with Concubine Hua suppressing her, and the queen in charge of the harem, how crazy can she be? At this point, Concubine Wan suddenly covered her mouth and said carefully, "Please forgive me, Queen. I didn't gossip. It's just that Queen is kind and gentle. I forgot my way and said a few more gossips." Olenara's face darkened. She didn't kill Yilu at the beginning. She let her go to the farm to raise her. Later, she changed her appearance and sent her to the palace. But she didn't expect that her ambition was bigger than she thought. Chapter 216 Concubine Hua is pregnant. It is March 3rd again. Injin has been on the throne for nearly 3 years. Olenara has recovered. Except for not being able to have children, there is nothing wrong with her. And during the whole new year, Olenara's face is white, her figure has returned to normal, even more slender. On the other hand, Yin Sherwan eats and drinks well all day, making her already graceful face look even plumper. Songji looked at the table of delicacies in front of her with a worried look, wanting to persuade her but not daring to. Yin Sherwan glanced at Songji and stopped the chopsticks that were reaching for the 8 treasure glazed noodles with duck. "Look at how stingy you are. I've had a lot of free time recently, so I ate a few meals with an open appetite. But it's as if I ate you." Songji knew that although Yin Sherwan was scolding, she was not angry at all. So she also said boldly, "Master, I got up early this morning to change your clothes, and found that the new clothes made before the new year they seemed to be a little narrow. How about I call the needlework department in the afternoon to make a few more for you?" After saying that, she stood aside nervously. Songji has been with Yin Sherlan since she was a child, so she knows her temper. Although Yin Sherlan's temper has been much better since she woke up from a fall when she was 16, but Yin Sherlan's temperament as a young lady still flares up from time to time. Songji said these words, and she felt a little regretful. When her master was at her mother's house, she could get whatever she wanted to eat, and whatever she wanted. After she married and entered the palace, she had to control her diet, which was too cruel. But if she didn't control it, according to the current trend, she was afraid that when the new ladies entered the palace, her master would be fat and disliked by the emperor. Songji looked at her coldly. Their emperor was not a loyal person. Nian Shuolan looked down at her waist in astonishment. Because she was sitting, she saw that her waist was a little swollen. Even if Nian Shuolan didn't live for Injin in this life, but which woman doesn't love beauty? She hurriedly asked someone to clear the meal, and asked Xiao Linzi to invite Wen Xianqing. When Xianqing arrived, she didn't even have time to perform the formalities, and then heard Nian Shuolan say, "Forget it. Forget it, and forget those empty formalities. Dr. Wen, I just want to ask you, do you have any method to make people lose weight?" Wen Xianqing was stunned, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Empress Hua, what's wrong with you? You suddenly summoned me, and I thought it was something urgent, but it turned out to be this." Nian Shuolan frowned. "Isn't this urgent? All women love beauty, and I am no exception. Don't think about anything else, and think of a solution for me." When Xianqing suddenly felt a headache, but he couldn't disobey Concubine Hua's order, so he took Concubine Hua's pulse. Just this time, when Xianqing suddenly raised his head and said cautiously, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you are already 2 months pregnant." Nian Shuolan was stunned, and then became angry. "What are you talking about? I have been using contraceptive soup, I have never forgotten it. And my period came last month." Nian Shuolan paused, sent away all the servants in the room, leaving only Songji by the side. "You go out first. No one is allowed to reveal a single word about today's matter without my order. Otherwise, don't blame me for being cruel." The servants all retreated obediently, and Nian Shuolan said again, "Dr. Wen, I was too surprised just now, but ever since I served the emperor, I have been taking contraceptive soup. Even though I angered the emperor last time because of this matter, and made him unhappy for a few days, but he still acquiesced to me later. How could I be pregnant? Could it be that you made a wrong diagnosis?" When Xianqing took back his pulse-taking hand, motioned Nian Shuolan to change his hand, and carefully placed the pulse pillow, and waited for Songji to change the handkerchief from Nian Shuolan's left wrist to her right wrist, and took Nian Shuolan's pulse again. When Xianqing carefully examined for a long time, and withdrew his hand, stepped back. "Your Majesty, it is indeed a pregnancy pulse, it cannot be wrong." Nian Shuolan slumped in the chair. This child came at the wrong time. She still has many things to do in this life. If she is pregnant at this time, not to mention that she will have more weaknesses in the harem, let's talk about the Nian family. My parents are old, and my father Nian Xiaoling retired last year. My eldest brother Nian Xiao has been doing his job as a civil servant, and my second brother Nian Gingyo has already held military power in this life. The emperor is so powerful. It is hard to guarantee that he will be afraid. Fortunately, in this life, Nian Gingyo is still obedient. He has never been domineering. He does not stand with anyone in the court. Nor does he form cliques. Nian Shuolan thought for a long time, but had no idea. This child came too suddenly. When Xianqing spoke at the right time. "Your Majesty, although the contraceptive soup is effective, it is not 100% certain. Since you are pregnant, I will do my best to ensure your safe delivery. Your Majesty, please relax. It is better to take good care of the fetus." Nian Shuolan was puzzled. "You just said that I am 2 months pregnant? But I also had my period last month. If I am 2 months pregnant, I should not have my period." When Xianqing is a doctor, facing this question, there is nothing to be embarrassed about, so he patiently explained, "I guess, Your Majesty's period last month was not a real period." Seeing Nian Shuolan's puzzled expression, when Xianqing continued, "Some people may have spotting in the early stages of pregnancy, which is a sign of threatened miscarriage. There are many reasons for this phenomenon. One is that the fetus is not growing well, and cannot be retained. The other is that the mother is weak, and the fetus cannot sit steadily. But just now, I took your pulse, and found that your pulse was strong and powerful, which means that the fetus is developing well now. Your Majesty said that you had spotting last month. But your body, except for the headache, has always been strong. So I guess, your so-called menstruation last month was a sign of threatened miscarriage. But you have always been strong. And you eat and drink a lot. And you take good care of yourself. This child is also very good. And it has survived the difficult times in your belly." Nian Shuolan was stunned for a while. remembering that in her previous life, after she learned that she was pregnant, she carefully raised the baby. But concubine Duan gave her a bowl of medicine and aborted the baby when she was more than 5 months pregnant. In this life, she did not want to give birth to a child with the blood of the Aizenjoro clan. But this child came after overcoming all difficulties. Is this really destiny? However, with Injin's suspicion and thinking whether this child can be born safely, Nien Sherlan remembered again that, in the previous life, Injin said that the Nien family was a meritorious family, but he allowed concubine Duan to be instructed by Ishio, and a bowl of abortion medicine took the life of the child in her belly. Later, in order to prevent her from getting pregnant again, he actually took the precious Dangminzi that his brother Nian Gingyao got in the snowy mountains in the northwest, as an important ingredient of Huanixiang. At that time, Injin must have been afraid that the Nien family would support the child to ascend to the throne, seize the Qin dynasty. Nien Sherlan was reborn. Because she had not yet avenged her son's murder and the confiscation of her family, she had been tolerant of Injin. But now that this child was so tenacious, Nien Sherlan would protect him well. Nien Sherlan hated Injin, but the child was innocent. Since that's the case, I'll leave my wife and the child in my belly to Dr. Wen. Give Hua Pangpang a baby. If Hua Pangpang did something quietly before, after having a baby, he will become stronger. Chapter 217 Use Thoughts. Nien Sherlan asked Wen Xianqing casually again. By the way, you are confined in the palace every day, and you have lost the joy of traveling around the world. Do you resent the emperor, and me in your heart? Wen Xianqing knelt down hurriedly and said, Empress Hua, you are too kind. It is the emperor, and you who recognized my medical skills, and kept me by your side to serve you. I have gone from being a common doctor to becoming a royal doctor in the inner palace. This is a great blessing for my whole family. Nien Sherlan smiled, said, Get up quickly. I am just asking casually, you look so nervous. You said this is a blessing for your family. I heard that. Your parents are all alive. Your brothers are harmonious. Your wife and children are well behaved. You are a very blessed person. Your family has inherited medical skills. I wonder if your son has inherited them? When Xianqing stood up, bowing his hands, and when he heard Nien Sherlan asking about his son, he put on a kind smile. Thank you for asking. Your Majesty. My son is 13 years old this year. I am usually very busy. In addition to studying, my son has also learned some basic medical skills from my father. Nien Sherlan asked curiously. Oh, you don't teach your son yourself? Wen Xianqing said with a smile. Your Majesty, you don't know that although I am a family of doctors, I just hope that my son will be safe in the future. I don't want him to achieve great things. I just want him to live a happy life. Nien Sherlan looked at the prescription Wen Xianqing prescribed for her to maintain her pregnancy. And she was distracted again, and called Xiao Linzi. Go and invite the emperor to dinner. If the emperor is not available, you can come back. She knew that she couldn't hide her pregnancy. Even if Wen Xianqing didn't tell anyone about today's incident, she would not be able to ignore it. It would be better to tell Injin in person to test his attitude. If he was like in his last life, he would be happy, and then no longer happy. That year, Sherlan would not mind overthrowing his kingdom with her brother. Injin came before dinner. Today, Nien Sherlan did not stand in the corridor to greet him as usual. After the eunuch outside informed him, Nien Sherlan came out carefully from the house. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. May your Majesty be blessed. Injin looked at Nien Sherlan's smiling face and thought of how Nien Gingyu treated Long Kodo, who was eager to form cliques, coldly in the previous dynasty, and mercilessly accused him of having bad intentions. Injin felt relieved. This beloved Nien, who has military merits but is not arrogant or impatient, this made the emperor very satisfied. In history, many generals who held military power, after winning some battles, were proud of their achievements and treated others as nothing, and even in the court there were many people who disagreed with the emperor. However, even though Nien Gingyo had won several battles and had the merit of following the emperor, he still looked like a cold and silent soldier, and did not think his position was high or important at all. Get up. What delicious food did you make today? I was originally planning to come to your palace for dinner. I didn't expect your servant to be so quick to come and invite me. Injin smiled and stretched out his hands, pulling up Nien Sherlan. He stared at Nien Sherlan's face, and Nien Sherlan touched her face and said, What's on my face? Your Majesty is staring at me like this, Injin said with a smile while pulling Nien Sherlan into the door. Originally, Sherlan's face was only beautiful, But today I took a closer look and found that it seemed to have a little more flesh. Nien Shirlan was annoyed. A hint of displeasure appeared on her face. Your Majesty, are you saying that I'm fat? I don't agree. Injin looked back at Nien Shirlan, who was standing behind him, and didn't leave, and he really laughed out loud. Stingy, I'm telling the truth. But my Shirlan, I like her no matter what she is. After saying that, he reached out and pulled Nien Shirlan, and turned around and walked towards the dining table. Nien Shirlan moved with Injin, while saying, Even if I get pregnant in the future, your face is swollen. Does the Emperor like it too? Injin had already walked to the table, looked at the dishes on the table, stopped, turned to look at Nien Shirlan's face, said with a smile, Shirlan is pregnant? Nien Shirlan looked into Injin's eyes, but could not see any emotion. She also smiled, and said softly, Yes. Yes, I am pregnant. Is the Emperor happy? Nien Shirlan observed Injin's expression, and saw that he was stunned for a moment, and her heart was chilled, just as she was about to speak. Injin pulled her into his arms, and said happily, Really? It seems that my dream last night was true. Injin hugged Nien Shirlan tightly. Nien Shirlan did not move in his arms, and just said sullenly, Your Majesty, you heard me. Injin quickly let go of his hand, and carefully protected Nien Shirlan, and sat down. He sat opposite Nien Shirlan, but one hand was still holding Nien Shirlan's hand. When did it happen? How long have you been pregnant? Your menstruation is irregular. You didn't even ask doctor when to check it out? Injin had a smile on his face. Nien Shirlan looked at him carefully, and could only see that he was happy, without any other emotions. Either Injin in this life was better at hiding his emotions than in the last life, or he really wanted to have a child with Nien Shirlan. Nien Shirlan calmed down and smiled. Your Majesty's series of questions can make me dizzy. Your Majesty has a son and a daughter. I am pregnant or not, the impact is not big. Right? Injin frowned and said, Nonsense. How can it not have a big impact? The impact is very big. You are my most beloved concubine. I have said it before. I want you to give birth to my children. Injin softened his tone and sighed. I have few children. Unlike the previous emperor, who had many children. Nien Shirlan looked at Injin coldly, and said in her heart, It's because you have done too many evil things. This is retribution. But this retribution is far from enough. But when Injin looked up at her, her face showed a gentle look. I know that concubine Duan and the queen had accidents last year, and the emperor was worried. I asked the emperor to rest assured that I will not let myself fall into such a situation. With you protecting me and the child, I think this child will be a blessing. The next morning, Nien Shirlan wanted to get up to serve Injin in the morning court, but he held her down and said, You should take a rest. I have soup patient to serve you. You are pregnant now, and it is your first child. You must be careful in everything. If you are not feeling well, you don't have to pay respects to the queen. I will protect you, and no one dares to say anything. Nien Shirlan looked shy and lay down again. It was not until she heard that Injin had left that Nien Shirlan sat up and called someone to help her wash and dress. In Jingern Palace, Olenara didn't know that Nien Shirlan was pregnant. She watched Nien Shirlan sit down gracefully, smiled. Sister Huafei is not as busy these days as last year, and her complexion is much better. Nien Shirlan took the fragrant tea carelessly, sipped it, and frowned. This tea tastes like last year's old tea. I remember that the emperor should have asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send new tea to the queen. Is the queen reluctant to eat it? Olenara smiled and said, Sister Huafei is good at joking. Yesterday, I specially asked someone to replace the tea in the hall with this spring's Mingqian Longjing tea. My sister has always had a good tongue, but you didn't taste it? Nien Shirlan put the teacup back, wiped the non-existent water stains from the corners of her mouth with a silk handkerchief, and smiled charmingly. Please forgive me. Queen, maybe I'm pregnant, so my sense of taste is not as good as usual. When Nien Shirlan said this, everyone in the palace had different expressions, but Olenara was smiling all the time. Oh, really? Congratulations. Sister. Speaking of it, my sister has been serving the emperor for more than 4 years, the most reign and due. This blessing should have come earlier. I waited until today to get pregnant. I think my sister must be very anxious. Nien Shirlan stroked her belly and smiled. The queen is worrying too much. Whether she is pregnant or not, it's all fate. Now that the child is here, I will take good care of him. I will definitely give birth to a child for the emperor. Olenara's eyes dimmed for a moment, but it was gone in a flash. and her smile remained unchanged. Hua Fei, there are many sisters in the palace, and everyone wants to give birth to a child for the emperor. Now that you are pregnant, you should relax and don't think too much, Nian Sherlan said with a smile, looking around. I won't worry too much. We are all serving the emperor, so I think you won't have other thoughts. Yu Chongzai met Nian Sherlan's eyes, quickly lowered her head, and concealed some of her thoughts. Chapter 218 Auspicious Doubts. After paying respects to Olenara, Nian Sherlan originally wanted to go back to Ikuan Palace directly, but as soon as she walked outside Jingren Palace, she met Zhang Qing, the eunuch beside the Empress Dowager. Your servant pays respects to Concubine Hua, Concubine Hua. Good luck. Zhang Qing bowed respectfully, and lowered his head to wait for Nian Sherlan to call him. Get up. But what does the Empress Dowager want? Zhang Qing stood up, and replied with a smile on his face. Reporting to Concubine Hua, the Queen Mother has got some good tea. Please have a taste. Nian Sherlan also smiled and said, I haven't seen the Queen Mother for a long time. I should go to greet her. It's a coincidence today. When they arrived at the Xineng Palace, Nian Sherlan had just stepped onto the corridor steps with the help of Songji, and heard the Queen Mother's hearty laughter coming from the palace. I heard that it was Sherlan. Come in quickly. Nian Sherlan smiled and entered the palace, and saw the Queen Mother sitting in front of the tea table, with the water in the teapot steaming. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager, and wish her good luck. The Empress Dowager waved her hand and said, Please don't be polite. Come and taste the Yunhua tea that I have just presented to you. This tea grows in the Misty Mountains and is not polluted. It is the best quality in the whole palace, except for the emperor. I and the Yonghua Palace each got half a caddy of it. It is extremely rare. Nian Sherlan walked to the tea table and sat down, saying leisurely, The Empress Dowager really loves me. As soon as you got something good, you thought of me. The Empress Dowager said, I can only talk to you a few words in this palace. If I don't love you, who else can I love? You always say that I look like your mother, so I take advantage of my age and pretend to be your mother. Nian Sherlan covered her mouth and chuckled, and took the teapot from the maid who was making tea. The maid and the servants who were serving her withdrew together. The Empress Dowager is in her prime. How can you take advantage of your age? I just said that you look like my mother. But I didn't say you were old. You can't lie to me. By the way, I haven't told you yet. Yesterday, Dr. Wen diagnosed me that I am 2 months pregnant. The good tea here, Empress Dowager. I can only smell it from now on. The Empress Dowager paused holding the teacup, and smiled happily. Good. It's good. It doesn't matter if you can't drink it. When you have a baby, I will drink the good tea here. All for you to drink. After a moment, the Queen Mother said again, Your foundation is now stable, and you are pregnant. I am worried. Nian Sherlan kept working and said, I naturally know what you are worried about, Your Majesty. You can rest assured, I will not put myself and my child in danger. The Queen Mother put down the teacup and sighed. Who wants to put their child in danger? The child of concubine Duan was fine, but he is gone. These days, I often can't sleep at night when I think of the Queen's strange-looking child. Nian Sherlan has stopped brewing tea and quietly sits opposite the Queen Mother. Concubine Duan's child was tampered with by Nian Sherlan in the wine at Injin's New Year's Eve banquet. Nian Sherlan had known in advance that Olenara was pregnant, and it should have been Olenara who was unlucky that day. But Olenara was very cautious, and would rather give up the emperor's favor and save the child. Nian Sherlan definitely couldn't let concubine Duan keep her baby. But the date hadn't come yet. Nian Sherlan wanted to wait until concubine Duan was more than 5 months pregnant before taking action, so that she could also experience the pain of having a fully formed baby aborted. Unexpectedly, concubine Duan's fate was really bad, and she got pregnant on the night of the New Year's Eve banquet. But it didn't matter. Nian Sherlan's casual words planted the seeds of doubt in concubine Duan's heart. You know, a smart person like concubine Duan can't just trust others. However, she had a miscarriage on that day, and Olenara was diagnosed with pregnancy on that day, and when she was in the palace, concubine Duan had witnessed Olenara's methods. These things put together, Nian Sherlan was able to successfully make concubine Duan turn her attention to Olenara. It's just a pity that, until Olenara gave birth, Nian Sherlan didn't see concubine Duan do anything. Perhaps Olenara was really strict in her precautions. However, everyone has their own preferences, and if they have preferences, they will have opportunities to take advantage of them. What happened on the New Year's Eve banquet? except for close confidants like Xiao Linzi. Yin Shirlan could not tell any woman in the harem. So the Empress Dowager always believed that concubine Duan's child was injured by the emperor when he was drunk. Yin Shirlan smiled. The Empress Dowager is too kind. I think that the way to survive in the harem should be like using troops. When I was at home, I often heard my brother say that the way to fight is to be cunning. So if you can do it, pretend you can't. Use it but show it is not used. Pretend it is far when it is near. Pretend it is near when it is far. Lure them with benefits. Take them when they are in chaos. Prepare for them when they are strong. Avoid them when they are strong. Frustrate them when they are angry. Make them arrogant when they are humble. Make them tired when they are idle. Separate them when they are close. Attack them when they are unprepared. Take them by surprise. This is the victory of military strategists. It cannot be announced in advance. The Queen Mother stared at Yin Shirlan for a long time, gently stroked her chest, and laughed. You are absolutely right. In this harem, when you are a soldier, you can use deception. So don't worry. Queen Mother, with you, I am like a tiger with wings. With me, you can enjoy your old age. I heard that the one in Yonghe Palace is getting worse and worse. Yin Shirlan poured herself a glass of water, gently shook it to let the heat dissipate, and then drank it all. When the Empress Dowager heard Yin Shirlan say the one in Yonghe Palace, she didn't even raise her eyelids. That's because she is unlucky. She got sick before she started to enjoy the blessing of her son. I must take good care of myself. Since the death of the late emperor, I have to make plans for myself. Yin Shirlan smiled and said nothing more. Concubine Duan, who was being discussed by the Empress Dowager and Yin Shirlan, was staring at the birds outside the window in Yanqing Palace. On the tree outside the window, a big bird and a small bird were jumping around. Concubine Duan watched the big bird catch insects and feed them to the small bird. As she watched, she burst into tears. Jixiang was startled and said hurriedly, Your Majesty, you are blinded by the spring breeze. I will close the window right away. Concubine Duan came back to her senses, wiped her tears with a silk handkerchief, and said with a smile, I just thought of the unborn child. If there is a next life, I also want to be a bird. I can fly wherever I want, and build a nest wherever I want. Jixiang said, My queen, please forgive me for saying something wrong. You shouldn't be so depressed every day. If you are depressed, the child in heaven will feel sad for his mother. I have been thinking about something these days, but I dare not say it. Concubine Duan's heart moved, and she said, You said it. Maybe you think the same as me. Jixiang looked around and saw that everyone in the palace was busy with their own things. No one paid attention to this place. So he spoke carefully. I know that you have been blaming the emperor in your heart, even though you don't say it. But I heard that the emperor can drink a lot. On the New Year's Eve banquet, I accidentally saw the emperor drank less than 2 hu of wine in total. And the fine wine in the palace is always mellow and not very intoxicating. So how could it make the emperor so emotional that he could not control himself? I am presumptuous to say something. When I was in the palace, you also know how the third prince's mother Juan died. Is there a possibility that these accidents are not accidents? I have been working hard for 3 months, and I only got about 2,000 yuan with full attendance in the month. I am so tired of writing. I have basically never stopped writing. When will I be able to finish it? Chapter 219. Zhen Huan looks at each other. Concubine Duan looked at Jixiang in shock. This maidservant of hers had been with her since she was a child. Although she was 3 years younger than herself, her intelligence was not inferior to that of the women in the harem. These days, she was immersed in the pain of losing her son. Although she had heard what Yin Shirlan said that day and suspected the queen, she could not muster the energy to investigate the whole matter. Today, Jixiang's words, instead, cleared the fog that had been lingering in her heart. Yes, Concubine Duan had been thinking about Injin since the first time she saw him at the hunting ground in the autumn examination. She felt that he was the best man in the world, and she wanted to marry him. Of course, she had also seen Injin drinking wine by the bonfire at night, and Concubine Duan's heart almost jumped out of her throat. Later, when she really married Injin, whether it was a family banquet or a palace banquet, Concubine Duan had never seen Injin lose his composure due to drinking. Why did it happen that day? Concubine Duan ordered Jixiang to go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, saying that the wine at the New Year's Eve banquet tasted very good, and she wanted to have a few drinks in the palace when she had nothing to do. After lunch, Jixiang went to the Imperial Household Department, but did not return until before dinner. Why did you take so long? asked concubine Duan. Jixiang pouted his lips in dissatisfaction and said, reporting to the queen, the head of the imperial household department is Huang Guiquan. All the servants with a bit of face in the palace know that he is a distant relative of concubine Hua. Because of the incident of the imperial household department sending the wrong clothes a few years ago, Huang Guiquan said that concubine Hua scolded him. And he is now very cautious. I said all the good words. And after a long time of persuasion, he gave this small amount. Huang Guiquan also told the slaves not to show off in the palace, lest others go to him to ask for wine. Concubine Duan asked Jixiang to find a way to send the wine out of the palace, and give it to a family in the deepest part of Jizhou Haitong, where there was a hermit doctor. Concubine Duan's grandfather was seriously injured on the battlefield, and it was the doctor who traveled to the southwest border who saved him. A few days ago, concubine Duan also mentioned this in a letter home. Xiao Linzi served Nian Shirlan in Equin Palace. He whispered what happened that day. As the master said, concubine Duan has come to her senses. Today, she sent the maid Jixiang to ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs for wine. Huang Guiquan was very obedient. He took the fine wine from New Year's Eve. However, Huang Guiquan didn't know that the emperor drank a small half of it that day. But it doesn't matter. I followed Jixiang back to Yanqing Palace. Soon, I saw her arms bulging, and she quietly went to the lower room where the eunuchs lived. I was afraid of being seen, so I didn't follow him. I guessed that Jixiang must have taken the wine and had someone send him out of the palace. Because when Jixiang returned to Yanqing Palace, according to the eunuch at the door, he looked empty in his arms. In addition, I have already told Zhou Ninghai to be patient. I have also informed Huang Guiquan that when the new lady enters the palace, I will ask Zhou Ninghai to serve her. As for which new lady you like, just give her the reward and that's it. The maid Cui Jinsi you've been looking for has also been found. It is said that she is from the same hometown as the eunuch Su who is by the emperor's side. She used to be a maid serving the 17th prince's mother, Xu Taipin. After the death of the previous emperor, Xu Taipin devoted herself to Buddhism. She stayed in the palace all day and was not seen. She sent several second-class maids to sweep the Tunghua Terrace in the old summer palace. Cui Jinsi was one of those who were sent there. By the way, I also heard that the Tunghua Terrace was specially built by the late emperor for concubine Xu, and it was very luxurious. However, in the 3 years since our emperor ascended the throne, it has been abandoned for a long time. Nian Shirlan listened to Xiao Linzi's words and remembered that in her previous life, she had heard that the late emperor had many preferences for concubine Xu, the mother of 17, and concubine Xu was also very favored. However, in this life, the late emperor passed away suddenly, and concubine Xu lost her protection before she could ascend to the throne of concubine. Nian Shirlan heard 17 say that her mother's hair turned white almost overnight. Since then, she has been silent, only chanting Buddha every day, and even ignored her son. Yet there is no separation and hatred in my eyes. I don't believe there are white hair in the world. Xu Taipin is too infatuated. Since ancient times, infatuation has no good end. Nian Shirlan seemed to be sneering at Xu Taipin, but only she knew that she was sneering at herself in the previous life. If her heart had not been tied to one person in the previous life, how could she have ended up like that? Nian Shirlan said again, I am pregnant now. The queen took the opportunity to tell the emperor that I should take care of my pregnancy and reduce my power. Many things are difficult for me to do. Fortunately, my brother has made great achievements in the previous dynasty. You can tell my brother to stay the way he is now, and not to be arrogant and make the emperor unhappy. Xiao Linzi agreed and told Nian Shirlan some irrelevant things. Since Nian Gingyao woke up in the snowy mountains in the northwest that day, he had a memory that did not belong to the present. In his memory, he looked at the palace from a strange perspective. He saw his sister burning paper in the once magnificent Equin Palace. The Equin Palace was deserted at that time, and his sister was only accompanied by Songji. He was very curious, who was his sister burning paper for, and why was she so miserable? He bent down to look, but found that the yellow paper had his name, Nian Gingyao, written on it. Later, he saw in another place that he was actually wearing a yellow jacket to guard the city gate. He was horrified in his dream. Wearing the imperial gift to guard the city gate, this was a crime of disrespect. Before he could think of a way to remind himself, he saw himself being taken away and beheaded. Nian Gingyao had killed countless enemies on the battlefield and had seen all kinds of scenes, but he saw himself being beheaded in his dream. After waking up, Nian Gingyo pondered all day long. Could it be that this dream was hinting at him? In addition, his sister reminded him again and again he must fulfill his duties, not act rashly in the previous dynasty, and restrain his family members. He also asked Xiao Linzi to remind himself that the eunuch Su Peisheng beside the emperor had grown up with the emperor. Many times, Su Peisheng's words could have a greater impact than the ministers of the previous dynasty, so Nian Gingyo must not be careless. So although Nian Gingyo always disliked eunuchs, when he met those eunuchs with high profile in the palace, he was very polite. These days, Nian Shuruan took advantage of her pregnancy. She stayed in Ikuan Palace all day and enjoyed herself. But when the selection came to the palace selection day, she couldn't resist her curiosity and went to take a look from afar. She was already 6 months pregnant, and Nian Shuruan, with a big belly, was carried on the sedan chair by the sedan bearers, while Xiao Linzi and Songji carefully protected the sedan chair. Nian Shuruan sat on the sedan chair, watching the flower-like faces in the distance carefully walk through the palace road, and walk towards the Tiyuan Palace. A white face looked over from afar, and saw Nian Shuruan, who was dressed in red and high above, and Nian Shuruan looked at her. It was the face that she was most familiar with in the previous life, and it was also the face that she could never forget until her death. Jin Huan. Chapter 220 Punishing Jiang Fuhai. Nian Shuruan looked at that face, and stared at her from a distance. At this time, the 15-year-old girl Jin Huan was slightly surprised for a moment, and almost immediately nodded with a smile, and then lowered her head. Another concubine walking with her seemed to be asking her something. Nian Shuruan had good eyesight, but she only saw Jin Huan move her mouth slightly. Then she was submerged in a group of hurried concubines, and went towards the direction of Jiaodai Hall. Nian Shuruan looked for a long time. Xiao Linzi had already seen where Nian Shuruan was looking, and waved his hand gently to stop the sedan bearer. Until he could no longer see the beauties, nor the hurried palace servants, Nian Shuruan gently told the sedan bearer to go. The moment Nian Shuruan turned his head, he saw a figure jogging towards the direction of Jiaodai Hall. Nian Shuruan looked at the back carefully. He was very thin, and the material of the clothes he wore was not the latest material in the capital. He started to run. The whole person swayed like a leaf in the wind. Nian Shuruan guessed that she was the daughter of a small family. She came too late. She was too lazy to pay too much attention to it. The selection of the emperor required not only good looks, but also family background and luck. Just looking at the figure today, even if she was selected by chance, it would be difficult for her to move forward in the palace in the future. She would either be a stepping stone for others, or be unknown for the rest of her life. If she was lucky enough, she would have the opportunity to serve the emperor half of the time. Many people who were unlucky were forgotten by the emperor, and died of old age. Those concubines who were not favored sat in a small room all day long. Those who were not concubines or above did not even have a decent palace. They were called concubines, but they were not favored and had no children. And their later years were miserable. What was the meaning of such a life? Nian Shuruan came to her senses, and wanted to go back to Ikuan Palace. Jiang Fuhai saw Nian Shuruan from a distance, walked to her sedan chair calmly, bowed and knelt. Xiao Linzi hurriedly stopped the sedan chair. I pay my respects to concubine Hua. May the concubine be blessed with good health. Nian Shuruan's belly was obvious, and after sitting in the sedan chair for a long time, she gradually became tired, so she leaned back against the backrest, looking down at Jiang Fuhai kneeling at her feet. Eunuch Jiang, please get up. Do you have something to ask me? Jiang Fuhai stood up, quickly looked up at Nian Shuruan, and then lowered his head. Reporting to concubine Hua, the queen said, the weather is good today. It's rare that concubine Hua is willing to come out and walk around. The queen has invited all the ladies in the harem to listen to the opera in Qingyin Pavilion. Please do concubine Hua a favor. Nian Shuruan stroked her belly. The fetus in her belly kicked her lightly. Nian Shuruan frowned slightly. But this scene had other meanings in Jiang Fuhai's eyes. Nian Shuruan replied nonchalantly, please report to the queen. Eunuch Jiang, thank you for your kindness. It's just that the fetus in my belly is moving restlessly. It was so hot, and I couldn't sit still to listen to the opera, so I went back first. Nian Shuruan continued to lean lazily on the sedan chair after saying this. Xiao Linzi sang, lift the sedan chair. Jiang Fuhai stopped the sedan bearer and knelt down again. The queen said, you are in a heavy body now, and I know you don't like to move around, but because you asked Dr. Wen to save you last time, the queen didn't have a chance to thank you properly. Today, all the concubines in the palace are here, and the emperor is conducting the palace selection. I think the new young lady will enter the palace to serve in the near future. The queen said, it can be regarded as her bringing all the young ladies to have fun. Please be sure to show your favor. Nian Sherlan sat in the sedan chair, looking at Jiang Fuhai kneeling on the ground with a sneer. The queen thanked you, but it has been a long time, I can't afford it. According to what eunuch Jiang said, I have to go today. Jiang Fuhai said respectfully. Reporting to concubine Hua, I am afraid. All the young ladies have accepted the invitation and gone. The empress is the head of the harem. And you are the favorite of the emperor. If you insist on not going, I am afraid there will be a lot of criticism in the palace. If there are those villains who presume that you are disrespectful to the empress, it will be bad for you. What do you think? Nian Sherlan gently raised her right hand, placed it in front of her eyes, and admired the nail polish that she had just applied last night. Her nails were bright red, and under the sunlight, they looked very dazzling and beautiful. Nian Sherlan smiled faintly. Since the empress said that she didn't have a chance to thank me properly, I'm not feeling well today, so please forgive me. Just think of it as the empress thanking me. You also said that I am the emperor's favorite, and I admit it. You must know that since I am the favorite concubine, I should be allowed to run rampant. If you keep talking nonsense and don't give way to me, I don't mind walking a few more steps to the emperor's Yangqin palace. I want to see, is it really the emperor who has the final say in this palace? Or is it really as you said, taking the queen's surname and the title of Elenara? Jiang Fuhai was shocked, and immediately stood up and stepped aside, saying, Please forgive me, concubine Hua. I was the one who misspoken. Nian Sherlan smiled and looked at Jiang Fuhai, who was standing on the side of the road. It turned out that it was eunuch Jiang who misspoken. I thought that the queen wanted to take over the Aixinjueluo palace for herself. Since eunuch Jiang can't speak, then go back and learn how to speak. Now, I didn't tell you to get up. But you are smart, and you know what it means to be a good dog and not stand in the way. Because you have such good eyesight, I will reward you with only 1 hour of kneeling here, and think about how to speak to the master in the future. Jiang Fuhai wanted to say something, but when he met Nian Sherlan's eyes, he immediately shut up and knelt down. Xiao Linzi, let someone watch here. Wait until eunuch Jiang kneels for an hour before letting him stand up. Nian Sherlan left this sentence and went back to Yikuan Palace first. Xiao Linzi, who was almost 16 years old, had grown taller. In addition, he had been secretly practicing the boxing and kicking skills that Ansan had taught him at night. So he looked lean and strong. The young palace maids who passed by secretly glanced at Xiao Linzi standing next to Jiang Fuhai. Xiao Linzi looked back indifferently. Baring his teeth and showing a beautiful smile, the maid was so flustered that she almost fell down. Xiao Linzi looked at the maid and happily reached out to touch his face. In the past few years with his master, Xiao Linzi had never been treated harshly. He grew from a skinny little eunuch who looked like a chicken to a young man with red lips and white teeth. Even though this young man was not a real young man, Xiao Linzi was already very satisfied. If his master hadn't taken him in, he might not have survived to enter the palace. It turned into a pile of yellow soil. Jiang Fuhai knelt on the roadside. The July sun was very hot. After a quarter of an hour, his face was red. Beads of sweat flowed down his temples. Xiao Linzi stood leisurely in the shade under the tree, leaning against the trunk leisurely, looking around. Jiang Fuhai had been with Elenara since she married into the palace. He was also a respectable eunuch. He had never suffered such hardship. But he met concubine Hua, so he could only grit his teeth and persevere. In the previous life, Jiang Fuhai, who relied on the queen's power and spoke crookedly, was finally dealt with by Fatty Hua. Guess, what would the fourth master do if he knew about it? Chapter 221. Pointing fingers at the mulberry tree and cursing the locust tree. Elenara waited for a long time in Qingyin Pavilion, but not only did concubine Hua not come, even Jiang Fuhai did not come back. Jianqiu quietly told a young eunuch, who was serving nearby, to go find Jiang Fuhai. Elenara said to everyone with a smile, It's rare that you sisters are free today, so I specially invite you sisters to come and listen to the opera. But concubine Hua hasn't come yet, so I have to trouble you sisters to be patient. Concubine Duan is always a man of few words. Concubine 1 wanted to say something, but before she could open her mouth, she heard concubine Li say, We are grateful for the queen's kindness. So it's not hard. Elenara smiled. Sister Li is very considerate. I remember that your birthday is at the end of this month. By then, the new ladies will enter the palace. I asked the emperor to make it a good party for you. Concubine Li was overjoyed and stood up to salute. Thank you, Queen. Concubine Jing was teasing Princess Kangol. Cao Chongzai looked at Kangol and Concubine Jing's arms with envy. I really envy Sister Jing. Having a daughter as caring as the princess, I don't have to worry about anything. Concubine Jing handed Kangol to the wet nurse and said to Cao Chongzai with a smile. Thank you for your compliments, Cao Chongzai. Kangol is really very well behaved and very easy to take care of. As soon as Concubine Jing finished her words, she saw the 3-year-old third prince Hongshi staggering towards Kangol's wet nurse. He held a small cake in his small hand. She stretched out her arms to Kangol, who was almost 3 years old, and kept muttering, Sister, eat. Brother will give you something delicious. Jing Guiran hurriedly thanked the third prince on behalf of Princess Kangol, and smiled and said to Lenara, The Queen Mother has taught well. The third prince is only 3 years old, but he is so polite and kind to children. I am so envious. Li Guiran said again. Yes, and I haven't seen the third prince for a few days. When I saw him today, I found that he has grown taller. Taller than my 3-year-old nephew from my mother's family before I got married. Alanara smiled and looked at the little third prince, stretched out her hand to call him to her side, and picked him up. Come, Hongshi. Come to the Empress Dowager. Concubine Duan watched Alanara pick up the third prince. The long golden armor pressed against the third prince's small back. She was terrified. She wanted to warn him, but she felt that she should not interfere. Anyway, the third prince is the queen's son. What does she have to do with it? The eunuch who was sent out to look for Jiang Fuhai came back trotting, and knelt in front of Alanara with sweat all over his face. Reporting to the queen, I have found eunuch Jiang. Alanara held the third prince in her arms, took the fruit in front of her and teased him. Oh! Found it? Why didn't Jiang Fuhai come back to work? The eunuch looked at Alanara and, replying with a stiff face. Reporting to the queen, eunuch Jiang was punished by Concubine Hua to kneel in the imperial garden. Concubine Hua said that eunuch Jiang had to kneel for a full hour before he could stand up. After saying that, the young eunuch knelt on the ground, muttering in his heart, You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Concubine Hua is a bit too domineering. Alanara paused from teasing the third prince. She first handed the third prince in her arms to the wet nurse, who was serving beside her, and asked her to take the third prince away. Then she asked the young eunuch, Have you asked clearly? Why did Concubine Hua punish Jiang Fuhai? Said the young eunuch. Reporting to the queen, I asked. Eunuch Lin, who is beside Concubine Hua, said that it was because eunuch Jiang was disrespectful to Concubine Hua and made some mistakes in his words. So Concubine Hua asked eunuch Jiang to kneel on the roadside and reflect on himself. Alanara suppressed the throbbing nerves on her forehead and sighed. Forget it. Since it was Jiang Fuhai's own fault, it's no wonder Concubine Hua was angry. What about Concubine Hua? I invited her to watch a play, but she didn't come. The little eunuch replied again. I also asked, Eunuch Lin said. Empress Hua is not feeling well due to the fetal movement, and is unwilling to move. She has gone back to the palace to rest. Alanara waved her hand and sent the eunuch away. Since Empress Hua is not feeling well, and has been irritated by me again today, we should just enjoy ourselves. Jianqiu, go to Kuan Palace to see Empress Hua later, and tell her that I apologize to her on behalf of my servant. Tell her to be magnanimous, and not take it personally. If the dragon fetus gets angry, I will be very upset. Li Guiran couldn't help but said, The queen is too kind-hearted. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. Hua Fei sent your servant to prison for a disagreement. Isn't this against the palace rules? Yu Chongzai also said, Yes, Queen, Hua Fei has let you down like this. You are the queen. Do you really want to let her bully you? Alanara looked at Concubine Duan, who had been silent all the time, and said, Concubine Duan, what do you think? Concubine Duan stood up and, bowing, reporting to the queen, I think that you should first ask someone to find out the whole story before you can draw a conclusion. If it is true that eunuch Jiang disrespects Concubine Hua has a bad temper, it is understandable that she punished him in a fit of anger. But I think, as Concubine Li said, Concubine Hua was too impatient. The queen can give a small punishment, so that everyone in the harem can be alerted, who is the biggest master in the harem. Alanara nodded with satisfaction. She turned to look at Concubine Wan. So what does Concubine Wan think about this? Concubine Wan also stood up and said, Reporting to the queen, I think the same as concubine Duan, Olenara said. Sit down. Everyone. It makes me feel uncomfortable to talk while standing. We are all sisters serving the emperor, so there is no need to be so polite. Let's watch the show first, and discuss this matter later. Jiang Fuhai finally knelt for an hour, and a little eunuch beside him carefully helped him up. But he knelt for too long. And it was the scorching sun in July. So his legs were weak, and he could not stand steadily. He stumbled and fell headfirst into the smiling Xiao Linzi next to him. Xiao Linzi waved his hands and jumped away, saying, "What do you mean? Eunuch Jiang? You scared me. Although you serve the empress, you can't blackmail me. I don't get much monthly allowance." Jiang Fuhai finally stood up, gnashing his teeth and looking at Xiao Linzi, turning around and scolding the eunuch who failed to support him. "Little bastard. Is this how you work? I'll tell the queen that I'll peel off your skin. I've never seen a servant work like this." The young eunuch was complaining in his heart, but he didn't dare to say anything. He could only carefully support the limping Jiang Fuhai back to Jingren Palace. Xiao Linzi was not stupid. He could hear Jiang Fuhai's indirect criticism and the threat in his words. He curled his lips indifferently and hurried back to Ikuan Palace to report. In Jiaotai Palace, it was rare that the sick Empress Dowager De and the energetic Empress Dowager were both there. Injin sat in the palace, looking at the row of beautiful girls outside the palace, and felt bored. The beautiful girls, who could enter the palace for selection, were already the best among the women of the right age. However, no matter how beautiful the flowers were, if they were gathered together, it would be boring to look at them for a long time. Jin Huan stood in a row with many other girls who were selected, with her eyes downcast. Jin Huan, the daughter of Jin Yuandao, the junior official of the Dali Temple, is 15 years old. Chapter 222. Jin Huan is selected. Jin Huan took a steady step forward, walked out of the queue, still lowered her eyes. "I, Jin Huan, pay my respects to the Emperor and Empress Dowager. May the Emperor and Empress Dowager, may you be blessed with good health," Injin said. "Jin Huan, which word is Huan?" Jin Huan replied respectfully. "Han Huan. A graceful waist in a palace of Chu is exactly my maiden name." Injin frowned and said, "Han Huan. A graceful waist in a palace of Chu, that's more spring, the jade is less and the fragrance is gone. It's Kaishan's poem." Jin Huan still replied respectfully, "Yes." Injin's frown did not dissipate. She is very knowledgeable in poetry and literature. It's just that the king of Chu likes a thin waist, and many people in the palace starve to death. I don't like Kaishan's poem. The Qing dynasty won the world on horseback. My daughter of the Qing dynasty should also be heroic. Don't let such words pollute the eyes and ears, and be too decadent. Jin Huan couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. People who heard her name for the first time in the past all said that her father Jin Yuandao had taught his daughter well. She also said that her appearance was worthy of this poem. How come she was criticized by the emperor? Shen Meizhuang looked at Jin Huan nervously, but did not dare to defend her. The eunuch next to her was about to sing the song of letting go, but Empress Dowager De spoke up. "Wait a minute." Empress Dowager De said to Injin. "The emperor has seen so many today, but he did not pick out 2 to fill the harem. If it gets out, people will think that the daughters of the Qing dynasty are all ugly and unfit to be concubines. The emperor now has only 1 son and 1 daughter. When the late emperor was alive, he had many sons. In the imperial selection, it is most important to have many children," Injin said. "Yes, I will remember your mother's teachings. I have been looking for a day, and I am tired, and I can't tell whether they are good or bad. Why don't you help me choose one, and keep the name of the one you like?" Empress Dowager De said. "How can I make the decision for you? My eyesight is not good, I can't see clearly. Why don't you let the emperor take a look yourself?" The Empress Dowager smiled as she watched Empress Dowager De and her son go back and forth. Said, "The emperor is tired, so hold on and finish selecting these beauties. It's not easy for the beauties to prepare for 3 years, so don't let them run in vain." Injin perked up and replied respectfully, "What the Empress Dowager said is right. Son will take another look." After saying that, Injin said to Jin Huan, "Since both Empresses Dowagers want me to take a closer look, then I will take a look. You come forward and raise your head." Jin Huan took 2 cautious steps forward and slowly raised her head, but she still lowered her eyes and dared not look at the emperor. It was a crime of disrespect to look directly at the emperor during this election. When the Empress Dowager saw Jin Huan's face clearly, she felt familiar, thought about it. Yes, She was quite similar to that concubine one. However, Empress Dowager De took a closer look and had doubts in her heart. There was a concubine one in the harem, who was already 50% similar to Chen Yuan. How come there was another one who was 30% similar? Especially the eyebrows and eyes. Just looking at her son's appearance, she seemed unmoved. Empress Dowager De waved her hand, and Zhuxi, who had been standing beside her, let go of a long-haired cat in his arms toward Jin Huan. The cat was suddenly out of Zhuxi's arms, and was frightened by the crowd. So it lost its composure for a moment, and went straight toward Jin Huan. Jin Huan had been afraid of cats since she was a child. But she thought of the honor and disgrace of her family at this moment. And she endured the fear in her heart and the discomfort all over her body. Just closed her eyes, and her body remained straight and motionless. But a cry of surprise came from Jin Huan's side, attracting everyone to look at her. Injin looked up and saw a woman of decent appearance, panicking and extremely frightened. What's the name of the girl next to her? The eunuch looked at the book and said loudly, Sun Miqing, the sister of Suzhou weaving master Sun Zhuhe, 16 years old. When Sun Miqing saw the emperor asking questions, she patted her chest and knelt down in shock. Just as she was about to greet him, she heard the emperor say, Sun Miqing was disrespectful in front of the palace. Take her out. Never again will she be allowed to participate in the imperial selection. Sun Miqing was horrified. She ignored the etiquette of not looking directly at the emperor and begged for mercy. Never again will she be allowed to participate in the imperial selection. These words came out of the emperor's mouth lightly, but brought a calamity to Sun Miqing. Jin Huan could already imagine the miserable life that Sun Miqing would live after being sent back home because of her disrespect in front of the palace. Injin was already very tired and said casually, Jin Huan, the daughter of Jin Yuandao, behave dignified. Move in and out in accordance with etiquette. Leave a nameplate, and give a sachet. Jin Huan lowered her eyes, and sighed silently in her heart. If there was no son in her family, she would have hoped that she would not be selected. Nian Shilan was looking through the list of selected girls sent by the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the Yiquan Palace. The names on it were all old acquaintances in the previous life. When she turned to the name of Xia Dongchun, the daughter of Xiao Wei, of Bao Yizhuiling, Nian Shilan stopped. She vaguely remembered that in the previous life, this woman was extremely arrogant. She had made him unhappy. So he casually gave her 100 lashes on the way back to the palace after greeting the queen. However, in the previous life, there were rumors that Xia Dongchun was domineering during this election. So Nian Shilan didn't like her. In addition, she was restless after entering the palace. Nian Shilan still remembered that Zhou Ninghai followed her wishes in the previous life and went to various palaces and courtyards to give gifts. When he came back, he learned all of Xia Dongchun's arrogance. Such a woman would be a waste if she entered the palace. Xiao Linzi, did anything interesting happen during the palace election today? Nian Shilan asked Xiao Linzi while flipping through the book. Xiao Linzi hurriedly told Nian Shilan everything he had found out. And Nian Shilan had an idea. In this life, Xia Dongchun was selected just for her looks, and she never got into trouble when she was selected. But I don't know what kind of personality she has after entering the palace. In this life, Nian Shilan is now more than 6 months pregnant, and she keeps avoiding the people in the harem. Naturally, many trivial matters were turned down. Whenever Injin came to Yiquan Palace, he always sympathized with Nian Shilan's hardship during pregnancy, and occasionally spoke a few good words about Nian Gingyao. If Nian Shilan hadn't been thinking of many things in her previous life, I'm afraid Nian Shilan would really be satisfied with a peaceful life now. Su Peixiang recently promoted a young eunuch who had a handsome face and red lips and white teeth, and looked very pleasing. Su Peixiang still did the work of serving the emperor personally, and sent him to run errands or something. Su Peixiang was relieved to let the new eunuch Xiao Xiazi do it. At this time, Xiao Xiazi had already arrived at the Yiquan Palace. Xiao Linzi received the order, and came out of the door to politely invite Xiao Xiazi in. Xiao Xiazi laughed and said, Thank you, Brother Lin. I am here to pass on a message, and will not go in. The emperor is busy and tired today, and wants to eat the meals in the small kitchen of the Yiquan Palace. The emperor is full of praise for the meals here of concubine Hua. When Elinara heard that Injin went to the Yiquan Palace in the evening, she unconsciously tightened her arms around the third prince. The third prince twisted in her arms, and struggled. My queen, your son is in pain. Elinara suddenly came to her senses. She was a little impetuous recently, and was actually distracted by such a thing. Chapter 223 Jingping's promotion. Jianqiu took the third prince from Olinara's arms, and asked the nurse to take the third prince to rest, and poured tea for Olinara, and said, "Your Highness has been a little irritated recently. Why don't you drink a bowl of this excellent chrysanthemum tea, which is most effective in clearing your mind and eyes, and moisturizing and reducing heat?" Olinara took the tea, drank it in one breath, and regained her usual calm demeanor. "What is there for me to be irritated about?" The emperor asked for concubine Hua himself, naturally. She is different from others. Even though she is pregnant and cannot sleep with the emperor often goes to her Ikuin palace. This blessing is something that others cannot ask for. But today, I heard that there are several newcomers in this election, and they are also very good. Jianqiu took the tea bowl, and gently massaged the temples of Olinara with both hands, saying, "I also heard from Jiang Fuhai. I heard that the daughter of Shinzishan, the assistant commander of Jeju, is very dignified and virtuous, and has the demeanor of a great family. Xia Dongchun, the daughter of Xiao Wei, the assistant commander of Baoyi, she looks pleasing. And I heard she is lively. As for Jin Huan, the daughter of Dali Temple Shaoqing Jin Yuandao, I heard that she looks a bit like the late Queen Chun Yuan," Olinara said in surprise. "Oh, how does she compare to concubine Wan?" Jianqiu said with a smile. "It's strange. Jiang Fuhai said that at first glance. This young lady Jin looks a bit like Queen Chun Yuan. But if you look closely, she looks more like concubine Wan. Your Majesty, who do you think she looks like? I'll take a look. With so many new ladies entering the palace all of a sudden, it should be lively." Yin Sherlan accompanied Injin for dinner, and they sat and talked for a while. Suddenly Injin heard a clear gurgling sound coming from Yin Sherlan. Injin held back his laughter and looked at Yin Sherlan teasingly. Yin Sherlan said confidently with a big face, "Your Majesty, you don't have to look at me like that. I had a full dinner." Injin leaned forward and teased Yin Sherlan. "What's that sound?" Yin Sherlan moved back in disdain, said, "Of course it's the child in my belly who's hungry. I'm not hungry." Injin was used to Yin Sherlan's occasional disdain for him, and he didn't get angry, but continued to tease her. Okay, it's not my Sherlan who's hungry. It's my child who's hungry." Then Sherlan, "Ask the child for me what he wants to eat. I'll ask the imperial kitchen to make it." Yin Sherlan patted her belly gently, pretending to tilt her head, and listened for a while, said, "Reporting to the emperor, the naughty kid in my belly said, I want to eat fat chicken, fat duck, fat goose, fat fish." Injin couldn't help it, and laughed out loud. "Okay, eat the fat ones, if they are not fat. We won't eat them. Su Peixiong, tell the imperial kitchen to prepare fat chicken, fat duck, fat goose, fat fish. I want concubine Hua to give me a big fat boy." Su Peixiong looked at the emperor, who was tired all day, and laughed happily in the Ikuin palace, and responded with a smile, pretending to go out. Yin Sherlan said hurriedly, "Eunuch Su, wait a minute." Yin Sherlan turned around and said to Injin, "Your Majesty, the child has changed his mind again. He said he wants to eat wontons. It would be better if he could have some appetizers." Injin was stunned for a moment, laughed, and pointed at Yin Sherlan. You? My fatigue today has disappeared with you. Okay. Then I will listen to my big fat son and ask the imperial kitchen to serve the wontons." Yin Sherlan stared at Injin's eyes, seriously. "But I like daughters. So, it's the princess in my belly who wants to eat wontons. I still have a bowl of wontons in my Ikuin palace, so I won't bother the imperial kitchen." Injin knew that. Pregnant women get hungry faster. He scratched Yin Sherlan's nose lovingly, and said with a smile, "Okay, it's my little princess, who wants to eat wontons. For me, whether it's a prince or a princess, as long as they are born by Sherlan, I like them all." Yin Sherlan covered her mouth and smiled contentedly. But in her heart, she did not take it seriously. When the midnight snack from the kitchen was rushed over, Yin Sherlan was already a little sleepy. Injin frowned and looked at Yin Sherlan with amusement. "It's been less than 2/4 of an hour. Why are you squinting?" Yin Sherlan perked up inside. "Your Majesty is a man, and he only sees that the women in the harem are pregnant. But he does not know the hardship of being pregnant. I have become more and more greedy and sleepy recently. If my figure is out of shape because of this, the emperor will definitely dislike me." Injin reached out and pulled Yin Sherlan up to eat, but saw an open small brocade box on the couch where she had sat, which seemed familiar. Yin Sherlan also saw the brocade box, coughed, and signaled Songji to put it away quickly. Injin said, "Wait, Let me see what good things are inside. Yin Sherlan suddenly became shy, holding Injin's hand and said, Your Majesty, don't look at it. You will definitely laugh at me if you look at it. Su Peixing took out the brocade box and presented it to Injin with both hands. In the small red sandalwood brocade box, there was a note. Injin took out the note curiously and saw that the edges of the paper had turned yellow. It was obvious that he had read it many times. On the note was written a line of powerful and meaningful words. I wish to have the beauty to look at me and spend the rest of my life with me. Injin's mind was filled with the scene of his first meeting with Yin Sherlan, a dashing woman in red riding a white horse. Now she was already heavy and she was pregnant and was going to give birth to a child for him. Injin took Yin Sherlan's hand and pressed her to the table. Hurry up and eat, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Yin Sherlan scooped up the wontons one spoonful at a time and ate them happily. Injin watched quietly with a smile on his face. Jing Guren was holding Princess Kangol in Xianfu Palace to coax her to sleep. The little princess, who had just turned 3, was delicate and beautiful, and she was well behaved in Jing Guren's arms. Rui said softly beside her. The young lady is also tired today. Wait for the princess to fall asleep. I will serve you, and you should rest as soon as possible. Jing Guren also smiled gently. Not tired. As long as my Conlo is here, I will not feel tired no matter what I do. Rui said again. Today's selection of concubines. I heard that the newly selected ladies are very lovely. I don't know what kind of character they have. In short, you enter the palace first, and you have the princess by your side. I think your life will not be difficult. Jing Guren said. What does it matter to me if they enter their palace? The princess and I will just live a stable life in this palace. By the way, concubine Hua is already more than 6 months old. Have you finished embroidering the bellyband I asked you to prepare for her? Rui replied. It has been embroidered a long time ago. My lady, just rest assured. My lady, you are kind-hearted. I see that concubine Hua is indifferent to everyone in the palace. So there is no need for us to curry favor with her. If the queen is suspicious of her, it may not be good for you. The noble lady said calmly. I have said this today, and I will never say it again in the future. I am blessed to hold the princess today. All thanks to the blessing of concubine Hua. I am already satisfied to have the princess. As for the queen, of course I have to respect her, but I must be grateful. If it weren't for concubine Hua, I wouldn't know if I could have given birth to the princess successfully that day. Rui was too guilty to speak, and only nodded. Concubine Jing looked at Princess Kangol's sleeping face, smiled slightly, and gently put the princess on the bed. Then he stood up and turned his aching shoulders and neck. At the end of July, the new ladies entered the palace. But before the new ladies entered the palace, Yin Sherlan asked Injin, saying that concubine Jing had worked hard to raise the princess, and that after 3 years in the palace, she should be promoted. So concubine Jing appeared in front of the new ladies as concubine Jing, still living in Xianfu Palace, and holding the position of the head of a palace. And does Bao Bao remember the note? Chapter 224. The Queen delivers medicine. The new ladies entered the palace, and were assigned to different palaces and courtyards. However, except for the queen, the only high-ranking concubines in the harem were concubine Hua and concubine Duan. In addition, concubine Hua entered the palace earlier than concubine Duan, and she was in charge of the 6 palaces. The new ladies had been told by the maids, who taught them the rules, how prominent concubine Hua was. When Jin Huan first entered the palace, she lived with Shen Meizhuang in Xianfu Palace. The main concubine in Xianfu Palace was concubine Jing, who looked very friendly and easy to get along with. This made Jin Huan feel very comfortable. According to Injin's wishes, Elinara asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to draft titles for the ladies. Fucha, the leader of the Manchu army, was given the title of Noble Lady because of Elinara's support, and was called Noble Lady Fucha. Shen Meizhuang was also given the title of Noble Lady because her father Shen Zishan was the assistant commander of Jeju, and was called Noble Lady Shen. The rest of the ladies were given titles such as Changzai and Yingying. While Elinara was busy settling the new ladies, she did not forget to show her generosity as the queen. Every day, she sent people to deliver tonic medicine to Ikuin Palace. Yin Sherlan initially thought that her medicine was taken care of by Dr. Wen, and the queen didn't need to worry about it. However, Elinara smiled gently, saying that she was also concerned about the dragon clan. Yin Sherlan was too lazy to bother dealing with her, so she let her deliver tonic medicine every day. On this day, The tonic sent by Elinara had just arrived. The eunuch outside the door announced that the emperor had arrived. Songji looked at the bowl of medicine in embarrassment. Master, how about, while the emperor hasn't entered the room yet? Why don't you take it away quietly and pour it out? Yin Sherlan had been sneering at Elinara's tricks for a long time, and shook her head. No need. Leave it for now. After saying that, she was about to stand up with her 8-month pregnant body. When Injin entered the room, he saw Yin Sherlan being supported by Songji to stand up. Yin Sherlan held her pregnant belly with one hand, and Songji supported her with the other hand, and just left the chair. Xiao Linzi had followed Injin into the room, and when he saw this scene, he immediately rushed forward in 3 or 2 steps. He supported Yin Sherlan with both hands. Injin said, "Don't get up now, sit down, I am really scared watching you." Yin Sherlan stood firm, said with a smile, "I am sorry to make you laugh, Your Majesty. My legs and feet have become more and more unsteady recently, Your Majesty. Please sit down. Come on, serve tea to Your Majesty." Injin stepped forward and took Yin Sherlan from the servants, pulled her hands, and carefully looked at the dark circles under Yin Sherlan's eyes. "You didn't sleep well at night, and you didn't send anyone to tell me. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. I am really distressed," Yin Sherlan said. "Your Majesty is busy with government affairs. I am just pregnant. How can I bother Your Majesty for such a small matter? Besides, Your Majesty has been with this noble lady or that concubine these days. If I send someone to invite him at night, wouldn't the new sisters resent me? You are still restless even when you are pregnant. Is this an old woman competing for favor with the new bride?" When she said this, she didn't look jealous at all. She just looked at Injin with a mischievous smile. Injin pulled Yin Sherlan to sit down, and found a comfortable position to sit down, and then scolded. "Nonsense. In my heart, no woman in this palace can compare to Sherlan in my heart. Regardless of Sherlan's unparalleled beauty, she dared to speak sarcastic words to me. In the whole harem, except you, there is no one else. I am willing to pamper you, who can say anything." Yin Sherlan watched the maid bring the tea up. Su Peixiong took it again, and presented it to Injin with both hands, and then smiled and said casually, "Your Majesty said this, but you are just trying to fool me. In Your Majesty's heart, am I really incomparable? Then, what if Queen Chun Yuan is still alive?" Injin paused in drinking tea, and it seemed that he hadn't thought about Yunqi for some time. He swallowed the tea in his mouth, and then said lightly, "Chun Yuan and I have been married since childhood, and Sherlan is also my favorite. They have their own merits. Why compare?" Yin Sherlan sneered in her heart. The question she asked just now was just a deliberate one. Since her rebirth, she has carefully taken care of Wan Guiran, and sent her to Injin step by step. The bet is whether Injin in this life, the young emperor who ascended the throne 10 years earlier, is still like in the previous life. Because of his long-term tolerance for the throne and his longing for Chun Yuan for comfort, he has been thinking about Chun Yuan again and again in his heart. From the way he looked just now, I should have won the bet. Even if Injin still has thoughts about Chun Yuan in his heart, the imperial power, the throne, and the beauties in the harem, which bring him comfort while he works hard to govern the country, will also gradually dilute his forgetfulness of Chun Yuan with the passage of time. Yin Sherlan never thought that Injin would be a long-lasting lover. From her death in the last life to her rebirth in this life, if Yin Sherlan had not known that Injin was a good emperor, she would not have had to tangle with him for so long. "Even, I will no longer have any relationship with him." Yin Sherlan smiled. "I just said it casually, Your Majesty. Please don't be angry. I heard that Your Majesty favors concubine Shin recently, but unfortunately, I don't go out much, and I don't have much impression of this concubine Shin." Injin was unhappy because Yin Sherlan mentioned Yunqi just now. But then he thought, Yin Sherlan came to the mansion late, and had never seen Yunqi, and only heard about Yunqi from others, so he was curious. Women are the most prone to jealousy. Yin Sherlan asked this question, probably because she was jealous. "That's all. I see that you are in your advanced period and cannot move easily. So I have informed the queen to exempt her from the daily greetings. When you give birth to a baby safely, you will meet the newcomer." Injin resumed his joking manner with Yin Sherlan. But in a blink of an eye, he saw the bowl of tonic on the small table not far away. "I have been here for half a day, and I am afraid that the medicine has gone cold. Ask me to reheat it." Yin Sherlan followed Injin's words, and looked at the bowl of medicine. She curled her lips and said, "Forgive me for being blunt, But this medicine was not prescribed by Dr. Wen. I will not drink it. Injin found this strange. Yin Shuan had always been taken care of by Wen Xianqing. Could it be that in addition to Wen Xianqing, there was another doctor who prescribed medicine for her? I remember that Dr. Wen took care of your pregnancy, since it was not prescribed by him. Where did this medicine come from? Yin Shuan said. Your Majesty knows that. Except for my old headache. I am still in good health. But since a few days ago, the Queen Mother said that the dragon offspring was important. And she sent people to deliver this bitter tonic medicine every day. But I don't want to drink this bitter medicine to avoid trouble. But the Queen Mother is noble. And I have to accept the medicine she gave me. Injin knew in his heart that Yin Shuan didn't trust women in a harem. He knew that she was not an ordinary boudoir girl from the first time he planned to meet Yin Shuan on the street. But Yin Shuan didn't make it clear. Injin did not expose the truth. And just said, it's okay. If you don't want to drink, don't drink. Just tell the servants to pour it out. I will also let Su Peisheng tell the queen that from tomorrow on, you just need to stay in your Ikuan palace. You don't have to pay respects anymore. Nor do you have to be perfunctory with anyone. If you want to see the person, you can see him. If you don't want to see him, you don't have to wrong yourself. Just don't see him. Yin Shuan was happy again. She had lunch with Injin and reluctantly urged him to go back to the Yongxin Palace to review memorials. Chapter 225 Spleen and Stomach Disharmony. Yin Shuan felt dizzy and nauseous this morning. Xiao Linzi immediately ran to invite Wen Xianqing. Wen Xianqing took her pulse and examined her, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have seen that Your Majesty has been eating improperly recently, and has spleen and stomach disharmony. Your Majesty, I will prescribe 2 doses of medicine for you, and you will be fine after taking it. Yin Shuan also felt relieved, but she was surprised. My diet since I became pregnant has been very poor. Almost all of them are made in my own small kitchen. I wonder what it is that can cause my spleen and stomach to be in disharmony. Wen Xianqing said with a smile. Your Majesty has been pregnant for more than 8 months, and is about to give birth. I think you are getting hungry more and more easily these days, and you need to replenish your energy frequently. Yin Shuan said. That's natural. I have to eat when I'm hungry, and I can't wait a moment. Otherwise, the baby in my belly will kick and make a fuss. Besides, I follow your instructions every day. Walking back and forth in the palace, you will get hungry faster. Wen Xianqing said with a smile. I have something to say. This is because the queen has taken too much tonic. I want the queen to walk more because it is her first child. Walking more is beneficial to less pain during childbirth. Yin Shuan nodded weakly, waved her hand to signal Wen Xianqing to go out. Songji hurriedly brought the spittoon over. As soon as Injin came to the court, he heard Su Peisheng's report that Yin Shuan had invited the imperial physician early in the morning, saying that she was unwell. Injin didn't even have time to change his court clothes, and hurried to Ikuan Palace. The imperial garden in autumn was picturesque. It was already mid-September. From a distance, Injin saw something shaking in a corner of the imperial garden. Looking carefully, he saw a swing that had appeared without him noticing, and a woman was swinging on it. Seeing this, Su Peisheng shouted in that direction. Your Majesty has arrived. I wonder which lady is here. Please come and see her. Jinhuan had been in the palace for nearly 2 months, and Shin Meizhuang, who lived with her, had already slept with her several times. Since she had caught a cold right after entering the palace, she had to stay in her room quietly, becoming an unknown concubine. Although Jinhuan did not want to compete for favor, she had already entered the palace and had no control over many things. Zhou Ninghai, the eunuch assigned to Jinhuan by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, had been serving her diligently every day since she entered the palace. Even during the many days when Jinhuan had caught a cold, when everyone in the palace gradually looked down on Jinhuan, a young lady who was not favored by the emperor, Zhou Ninghai still had no regrets. He even fought with other palace maids and eunuchs to protect his mistress. Even though Jinhuan didn't trust anyone, she was willing to listen to Zhou Ninghai's words in this deep palace. Just like the day before, Zhou Ninghai saw Jinhuan staring out the window in a daze. So he made her happy and said that he had built a swing in a corner of the imperial garden, hoping to make the mistress smile. Today was a clear day, suitable for a walk, and Zhou Ninghai led the way and led Jinhuan here. Su Peisheng's sudden voice, this actually frightened Jinhuan. In panic, Jinhuan almost fell off the swing. Fortunately, Zhou Ninghai firmly controlled the swing and saved Jinhuan from the swing. Injin witnessed all this, frowned, and said to Su Peisheng, "Don't be so reckless in the future." Su Peisheng was also very scared of the scene just now, and hurriedly said yes. When Jinhuan walked in front of Injin and greeted him, Injin said, "So it's you. I remember. You are Jin Yuandao's daughter?" Jinhuan lowered her eyes and replied, "Your Majesty, my father is Jin Yuandao." Injin said again, "I just suspected that you were frightened, but now it seems that you are fine. You can go back first. I still have to go see concubine Hua." Jinhuan replied, but she felt deeply disappointed. Before entering the palace, although her father and mother said that she only needed to live a peaceful life in the harem, she knew that living a peaceful life meant not fighting or competing. I can only be inferior to others. These days, because of the long-lasting cold, I have been treated coldly. Luckily, I have known Meizhuang since childhood. With Meizhuang taking care of me, and the help of the host Jingpin, my life is not so difficult. Jinhuan looked at the emperor's back as he walked away, and thought of Hua Fei, whom she had occasionally seen a few days ago. Before entering the palace Nani said that, in the current palace, the emperor's favorite is Hua Fei. The Nani also said, the Manchu and Mongolian banners combined are not as beautiful as concubine Hua. But when she entered the palace, concubine Hua was already 7 months pregnant, and she did not often appear in public. She was occasionally seen during daily greetings, but concubine Hua did not talk much with others except for a few words with the queen. On the contrary, concubine Duan, another high-ranking concubine, was amiable and made people feel good about her. And concubine Wan, when Jinhuan first saw her, she suspected that she had some relationship with her. Otherwise, why would she be so similar to me? Jinhuan knew that. She still had a long way to go in the palace. On the one hand, Jinhuan was disappointed, but on the other hand, Injin was very concerned about Nian Shirlan. What happened? Wasn't she fine yesterday? When I was leaving the court today, Su Peisheng came to report, and scared me. Nian Shirlan's pale face fell into Injin's eyes, adding a bit of pity. "Don't worry. Your Majesty, I am fine. Dr. Wen said that she will be fine after taking 2 doses of medicine." Injin held Nian Shirlan's hand, and wanted to say something else. But seeing that she was really not in good spirits, he just told her to have a good rest, and left Nian Shirlan's bedroom, and called Wen Xianqing. "What happened to concubine Hua? Is it harmful to the fetus in your belly?" After getting Wen Xianqing's reply, Injin was relieved. Injin accompanied Nian Shirlan to take the medicine, and then returned to the Yangqing Palace to review the memorials. At the morning court today, the military minister Marsai wrote a letter, saying that the flood in the southwest, the people were homeless. Some border rebels, who had been beaten by General Qi Bailey in the past, and dared not show their heads, took the opportunity to burn, kill and loot everywhere. Qi Bailey requested the court to order the rebels to be wiped out. Qi Bailey was the grandfather of concubine Duan Qi Huibin. Injin had no objection to this, but he thought in his heart that the troubles in the southwest border had always been a major concern. At present, troops could be sent to temporarily stabilize the situation, but it was not a long-term solution. Injin thought of concubine Duan again, and he had not talked to her for a long time. At present, Nian Shirlan is not in good health, and cannot help manage the 6 palaces. It would be better if someone could help the queen. Queen Olinara was holding a medicine bowl in her hand, and feeding Queen Dowager to medicine. If Nian Shirlan saw Queen Dowager at this time, she would be shocked. The woman who used to take good care of herself, in less than a year, has become like a dead tree. Injin only asked the imperial doctors to come and take care of her every day. But they only said that the Queen Dowager was suffering from blood deficiency and needed long-term care. Injin also suspected that someone did it on purpose. But after checking the Yonghe Palace, he found nothing. Even the palace servants who served were replaced by a group of people selected by Injin himself. And Empress Dowager's illness was still getting worse day by day. As I was writing, I suddenly felt that it was boring for Jinhuan to enter the palace. According to Nian Shirlan's personality, she should have found a way to kill Jinhuan after becoming concubine Hua, or not let her enter the palace. But after thinking about it, I couldn't escape from reality. Even if Nian Shirlan was very capable, it was not reasonable to kill the daughter of a court official. The author became more and more entangled as he wrote. Chapter 226. Concubine Hua is about to give birth. Empress Dowager drank the medicine. Lulinara helped her rinse her mouth. Then she spoke casually. "I have asked the imperial physicians, and they all said that your mother's health is getting better. You just need to continue to take the medicine and take good care of yourself. Empress Dowager just smiled weakly and said slowly, I know my health. I am afraid it will not get better. Olenara said. Why do you say such depressing words? It makes me feel uncomfortable. If the Emperor knew, I'm afraid he would be even more upset. Empress Dowager just sneered. The Emperor and I have never been close. He has always blamed me for sending him to Tongjia to be raised. But the Emperor doesn't know that I had my own reasons. Now look. The Emperor comes to see me occasionally. But has he ever come to see me on a daily basis? Olenara remained silent. And Empress Dowager continued. I know that you must have something to say today. It's better to say it quickly. I am physically exhausted. Olenara pondered. And thought for a while. Mother is wise. I came here today to ask you something. When the Emperor first ascended the throne, Mother was worried that the family was strong and the Emperor would raise a tiger to harm him. I wonder how Mother thinks about this now. Empress Dowager has been lying in bed these days. And she has figured out some things. Now Olenara wants to use her hand to take action on Yin Sherlan's fetus. How can Duansher be spared? Did Olenara really think that Empress Dowager, who was in the deep palace at that time, didn't know? How can I see this? I am afraid that I don't have much time left. So I can't care about others. But there is one thing. I heard that Nyan Qingyu is very obedient. And the Yin family has not experienced the situation I am worried about. As for concubine Hua, except that she never admits defeat, she is honest in her daily life. In the past, because of my suspicion, I did some things too much. Olenara's heart sank. From what the Empress Dowager meant, she was not allowed to do it herself. Since Nyan Sherlan was pregnant, the guards of Ikuan Palace were doubled, and the daily defense was as strong as an iron barrel. Olenara had tried to place people, but Nyan Sherlan always refused for various reasons. When Nyan Sherlan was 3 months pregnant, Olenara gave her the little maid Fuzi in her palace to Nyan Sherlan. That was the only time Nyan Sherlan did not have time to refuse. But it was said that Fuzi had been in Ikuan Palace for a few days, and Nyan Sherlan had already said that she was not serving the master well. On the pretext of doing so, she was sent to a concubine, and she was doing dirty work such as emptying the toilet. Everyone in the palace knew that the maid given by the queen to concubine Hua was sent away by concubine Hua. Isn't this a slap in the face of the queen? Fortunately, Olenara had a very good temper. She only told the public that she was given to concubine Hua, and then concubine Hua made the decision. The servant was not dedicated in his work, so he should be punished. And from then on, even when paying respects to the emperor on a daily basis, Nyan Sherlan would not go from time to time. Olenara had no chance to place anyone there. Seeing that Nyan Sherlan was already 8 months pregnant, would she really wait for Nyan Sherlan to give birth to a prince and threaten herself? Olenara walked out of Yongha Palace with a heavy heart. She stood on the palace road and looked at the high palace wall. She was the most noble woman in the world. She would never allow anyone other than the emperor to be superior to her. It was rare for one Guiran to come to Ikuan Palace. There was one more maid beside her. In the past, there was only Luo Yu. But now there is Cui Jinsi. Luo Yu carefully helped one Guiran step into the threshold of Ikuan Palace, and Cui Jinsi followed behind her, holding a delicate and small food box in her hand. The teak food box was carved with the pattern of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. According to folklore, teak can drive away evil spirits. I don't know what the craftsman who made the food box with this teak was thinking. One Guiran stood at the bottom of the steps, waiting for Xiao Linzi to report to concubine Hua. Nyan Sherlan heard Xiao Linzi say. One Guiran was outside asking for an audience. She remained calm, and asked Xiao Linzi to invite concubine Wan in. Your concubine greets concubine Hua, and may you be well. When concubine Wan entered the room, she saw Nyan Sherlan holding her belly with both hands, and walking back and forth in the palace. Get up. Concubine Wan has never had much contact with me. I wonder why you are here today. Nyan Sherlan was too lazy to deal with it. She just felt that the fetal movement was unusually frequent today. Concubine Wan ordered Cui Jinsi to open the food box, and a white porcelain soup bowl was revealed in the food box. One Guiran carefully took out the soup bowl and presented it to Nyan Sherlan with both hands. The queen heard that you were not feeling well in the morning, so she specially stewed this nourishing medicinal food and asked the concubine to bring it over. Please eat it while it is hot. Concubine Hua. Nyan Sherlan looked at Wan Guiran, but saw that she shook her head imperceptibly. Luo Yu stood behind Wan Guiran with her head down, and did not notice her movements. But Songji stood behind Yin Sherlan and saw it clearly. Songji, who was already 17 years old, was smarter than before. Seeing the look on Concubine One's face, what else did she not understand? But the master hadn't spoken yet, so she couldn't be too clever. Yin Sherlan's eyes were cold. Elinara had always been thinking about her pregnancy, but she was so impatient. Wasn't she afraid that the emperor would punish her later? Yin Sherlan said. Didn't the emperor say a few days ago that I don't need extra soup from others? The imperial physician also said that taking too much tonic would be bad for childbirth. However, since the queen is so kind today, I will drink it. Songji said yes, stepped forward, smiled, and took the soup bowl from Wan Guiron's hand with both hands, saying, Thank you for your hard work, Wan Guiron. The soup bowl is hot. Just give it to me. Wan Guiron lowered her eyes and politely handed the soup bowl to Songji. But Songji was agitated today. With a pop, the white porcelain soup bowl fell to the ground and shattered. The medicinal food in the soup bowl splashed on Concubine Wan, staining a large area of her light blue Manchu dress today. Songji was horrified, knelt down on the ground, ignoring the soup on the ground. Please forgive Concubine Wan. My hand slipped just now. Please forgive Concubine Wan. Luoyu hurriedly took out a handkerchief to wipe Concubine Wan's clothes, but Concubine Wan was relieved. It's okay, Ms. Songji. Get up quickly, you are Concubine Hua's dowry. It's not appropriate to do this. Get up quickly. Songji did not move, but only said, Please forgive me. Lady Wan. Yin Sherlan said. Okay, get up. Lady Wan is very generous, and she will not bother with you. A servant. Luoyu had simply wiped the soup off Lady Wan's clothes, and was about to help Lady Wan leave, but saw Yin Sherlan's face change. Yin Sherlan only felt a pain in her stomach, and Yin Sherlan felt that it was because the fetus in her belly was impatient, want to come into this world. Quickly invite the imperial physician, invite the midwife to come. Xiao Linzi almost ran to invite Wen Xianqing. As for the midwife, Yin Sherlan had already asked Yinjin to allow her not to use the midwife in the palace, but to invite Wen Xianqing's mother. Wen Xianqing's mother used to be a famous midwife, but later for some unknown reason, she no longer came out to deliver babies. This time, because Yin Sherlan didn't trust others, Wen Xianqing recommended his mother to come out. Wan Guiron was in doubt. It seemed that Concubine Hua was about to give birth. Chapter 227 Safe Delivery. Wen Xianqing's mother moved into the Ikuan Palace half a month in advance, and now she arrived faster than Wen Xianqing. She helped Yin Sherlan into the prepared delivery room. Yinjin and Elinara, who got the news, also rushed to the Ikuan Palace. The emperor has arrived. The empress has arrived. Yinjin hurriedly stepped into the door of the Ikuan Palace and said to the people who were already kneeling on the ground, Everyone, get up. The birth of Concubine Hua is the most important thing. There is no need to be obsessed with such trivial matters as paying respects. Everyone, please do your own things. The queen and I will wait here. After Yinjin and Elinara sat down, everyone in the harem came after hearing the news. Even the 14th and 17th Yunli, who had not been under Yinjin's nose for some time, came. When Yunji saw Yinjin, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Since his last disturbance, Yinjin informed his teacher, but he gave Yunji a lot of homework. During that period, Empress Dowager Da heard that her beloved youngest son was tortured by homework every day. She was really distressed. But thinking of Yinjin, she really didn't know what to say. Yunli was as polite as usual. He was already 14 years old, and his body had grown a lot taller, and his face looked more handsome. Your humble servant pays respects to the emperor and the empress. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. And 1,000 years, and 1,000 years of live the empress. Yunli knelt down to pay his respects. Yunji stood aside, at a loss for a moment, and met Yinjin's eyes. He immediately knelt down, he said auspiciously. Yinjin snorted coldly, and said to Yunli, Why are you here if you don't study hard? I heard from the teacher that your academic performance has improved a little recently, which shows that this is the benefit of your hard study in the past few days. Yunli and his brother were not close, but he didn't expect that he would become the emperor. Reporting to the emperor, I came with my 17th brother today to pay my respects to my mother. I didn't want to hear the palace servants come to report that Concubine Hua was about to give birth. My mother was seriously ill, but she was worried about the emperor's grandson. I, your humble servant, have been entrusted by your mother to come and say hello to concubine Hua. Now that my brother is here, your mother can rest assured. I will take my leave with my 17th brother and report back to your mother so that she can rest assured. Yunli was puzzled. He hadn't even spoken to the emperor yet. And Yunli wanted to run away. Did he do something bad again? He was afraid that the emperor would ask him more questions, and it would be exposed. Yunli was still guessing. But he saw Yunli had already pulled his sleeve, signaling to leave quickly. Yunji pulled Yunli and hurriedly tried to leave Ikuin Palace, but bumped into concubine Duan, who was late. Concubine Duan screamed ouch. Jixiang had already protected concubine Duan. Your Majesty, be careful. Yunji looked up and hurriedly apologized. Hello. Concubine Duan, I was reckless just now and accidentally bumped into you. Are you okay? Concubine Duan shook her head gently after seeing that it was Yunji. I am fine. But I didn't see it clearly just now. I bumped into the 14th prince. Is the prince okay? Yunli nodded. Yes. I am fine. I am in a hurry to go back to see my mother, so I will take my leave first. After that, he pulled Yunli away again. Jixiang looked at their backs as they left, turned his head and whispered. Really, although he is a prince, he is still a young boy, so reckless. I don't know if he bumped into the queen. Concubine Duan smiled, and raised her foot to enter the door of Ikuin Palace, but he felt as if he had stepped on something. Concubine Duan moved her feet away, and motioned Jixiang to look at what was on the ground. Jixiang bent down and picked up a small paper bag, which seemed to be a bag of medicine powder. Jixiang hesitated. Your Majesty, this should be what the 14th prince dropped just now. Do you want me to ask someone to send it back to him? Concubine Duan was puzzled, and calmly put away the paper bag, and told Jixiang. This matter cannot be told to others. I don't know what this is yet. If it's not the 14th prince's, it would be bad if it gets out. Shen Huan mixed in with the concubines, waiting for concubine Hua to give birth with the emperor and the empress. She looked at Yinjin from afar through the crowd. During this election, Shen Huan did not dare to look directly at the emperor according to the rules. And she had never seen the emperor's face clearly. When they met by chance in the imperial garden that day, she also lowered her eyes and dared not look at the emperor. Today, taking this opportunity, Shen Huan finally saw clearly that the emperor was handsome. Tall, it's a rare good-looking face. No wonder Mei Jia has been thinking about the emperor all day long since she started sleeping with him. Occasionally, she would blush when she talked about it with me. Someone beside her whispered, Empress Hua is so lucky. Not only does she have a distinguished family background, but the emperor also dotes on her so much. Her appearance is also the best in the palace, which makes people envious. Shen Huan pretended to be indifferent and tilted her head, and found that it was noble Lady Fucha who was whispering with another lady beside her. This young lady looked thinner than others, and her face was always timid. The material she wore was the same material that the queen had given to all the newcomers when she first entered the palace. Shen Huan remembered that during this election, she always wore a half-nude dress, and the material was no longer popular in the capital. And Ning, who was listening to Fu Cha Gairen's words, quietly looked around, and when she saw that she did not attract anyone's attention, she said softly, Sister Fu Cha, in such an occasion, if you talk about the master, you may be criticized. Noble Lady Fu Cha glanced at Ning with disdain. Look at how petty you are. I didn't say anything, but you got so scared. Besides, the real masters in the palace are the two sitting above. Since when did a concubine become a master? To be respectful, we call her madam. But in the end, she is just a concubine like us. I am a mistress. She is also a mistress. How can she be a master? The speaker may not mean anything, but the listener may take it seriously. And Ingda dared not say anything. But Jixiang, who was passing by, took it to heart. Yin Shuan had been clenching her teeth tightly, not even moaning, until she could no longer bear the pain. And then she groaned. Songji was so anxious that she turned around. My lord, if you are in pain, just shout it out. If you don't shout it out, how can the emperor understand the difficulty of your childbirth? When Xianqing's mother Wen Lushi also said, Yes, my lord, Miss Songji is right. If you feel pain, just shout it out. Yin Shuan had just recovered from the pain, and her head and face were covered with sweat. She smiled with difficulty and said, This little pain, I can bear it. When it hurt more than this, I never cried. My child, I gave birth to myself, and it was what I wanted to have. I don't want to ask for mercy from the emperor. Injun sat in the main hall of Ikuan Palace, listening to Su Peishing's report that there was no movement in the delivery room. Little did they know that Nian Shuoan had listened to Wen Xianqing's advice some time ago and walked more every day. And this time, the baby was born very smoothly. The happy Wen Lu was also smiling in the delivery room, praising Hua Fei as a truly blessed woman. Injun stood up and walked slowly outside the delivery room. He was also puzzled. Other women gave birth with louder and louder cries of pain. But why Sherlan didn't say a word? Injun waited quietly and saw the door of the delivery room slowly open. A maid came out in a hurry and knelt in front of Injun. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty." Concubine Hua gave birth safely. Before the maid could say anything else, Injun only heard a loud cry of a baby from the delivery room. "The banker is here. Guess whether Fatty Hua will give birth to a boy or a girl. Bet on it. Bet on it." Chapter 228 Unbearable Itch. Injun didn't rush to ask if it was a prince or a princess, but blurted out the first sentence. "How is Concubine Hua? Is she suffering? Why didn't I hear her voice?" The maid was stunned. She didn't expect that the emperor was not concerned about the dragon clan, but felt sorry for Concubine Hua. The maid reacted and said happily, "Reporting to the emperor, please rest assured. Concubine Hua just gave birth and is very tired. Now the queen is asleep. When the queen wakes up, the emperor will be able to see her." Injun's heart finally settled down. Fortunately, in the past, whether it was Yunqi giving birth, Duan's birth, or Ishio's birth, they all cried out in pain. Injun was outside the delivery room at the time, listening to the noise inside, but he felt at ease. Even though Yunqi passed away after giving birth to a dead fetus, she could still make a sound. Yin Sherlan, who gave birth without making any noise, was the one who frightened Injun the most. At this time, Injun heard the maid say that Concubine Hua was just too tired and fell asleep. And then he asked curiously, "Is it a prince or a princess?" The maid said happily, "Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's a healthy little prince." Alinara patted her chest gently and said with a smile, "Amidba, God bless you. I congratulate the emperor on the birth of his son. Now it's good. Our fourth prince is also born. The Nian family is brave and good at fighting. The son born by Concubine Hua's sister, he will definitely receive careful guidance from General Nian. And he will definitely be a talent for stabilizing the country in the future." Concubine Duan listened to what Alinara said, and it seemed that there was something wrong. Injun smiled and said calmly, "My son is naturally very good." Nian Sherlan did not fall asleep, but she was too lazy to deal with everyone's greetings. So she told the little palace maid to just say that she was asleep. Nian Sherlan watched Wen Lu hold the clean child to her first. The newborn baby was wrinkled all over, his skin was red, and he cried with his eyes closed. Nian Sherlan said to herself, "This child is so ugly." But her pale face was full of smiles. Wen Lu said with a smile, "You are joking, madam. The little prince is one of the few children I have seen who is so clean and beautiful at birth. Don't look at the little prince's red skin now. After a few months, his skin will be very white. Moreover, I think the little prince's eyebrows and eyes are quite like madam, and he will definitely be a very beautiful prince in the future." Nian Sherwan smiled, reached out her hand, and carefully touched the baby's face in Wen Lu's arms. "For a boy, it's useless to have such white skin. I just hope that he will be safe in his life." Wen Lu also looked at the child in her arms. He was still so small, curled up in the swaddling clothes. "He is the emperor's son, a noble prince. But don't worry, Your Majesty, the little prince will be safe in his life. You just wait to be a mother-in-law in the future." Nian Sherwan suddenly felt itchy all over her body, and asked Lidong to scratch her. But for some reason, her body became more and more itchy, from her chest to her back, from her arms to her legs. Nian Sherwan felt as if ants were crawling all over her body. Lidong couldn't scratch it enough, so Xiaoman came to help. But the itching became more and more severe. Then, the servants in the room also began to itch. Mrs. Wen Lu couldn't spare her hands holding the baby, but she felt itchy all over. "Madam, I feel that this is not right. Why don't you call my son to come and take a look?" Wen Lu was a daughter-in-law from a medical family, so she naturally reacted very quickly. She was about to put the little prince down and scratch herself, but she saw the little prince crying again, and his voice was getting louder and louder. The newborn baby was tied in the swaddling clothes, and he twisted his body as hard as he could. "Madam, I'm afraid the little prince has also been infected with this symptom." Seeing the little prince like this, Wenlu felt sorry for the little baby, who couldn't speak, and had to suffer this punishment right after birth. Yin Sherlan endured the itch and said, "Quick! Go out and report to the emperor. And ask Dr. Wen to come in and see the doctor." Li Dong ran out and fell at Injin's feet. "Your Majesty, concubine Hua just started to feel itchy all over her body. And we servants also started to feel itchy. I don't know what the symptoms are." The little prince cried quite pitifully. "I guess he has the same symptoms." Concubine Hua said, "Please ask Dr. Wen to come in and have a checkup immediately." Su Peisheng hurriedly stood in front of Injin and scolded Li Dong. "You bold servant, why don't you stay away from the emperor?" Because Li Dong finished those words while enduring the itch, she couldn't bear it anymore and scratched her arm secretly. But under her sleeves, that she accidentally lifted, there were a few unknown red spots on her fair wrist, and at the same time, a faint red mark quickly appeared on Li Dong's face. Even though Injin was knowledgeable, at first glance at this scene, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He remembered that when he went to Hunan to provide disaster relief and contracted the epidemic, he also had red spots all over his body. But at that time he had a high fever and didn't feel itchy. "Quickly call the Imperial Doctor One. Call all the capable doctors in the Imperial Hospital." Li Dong saw that it was like this. So he scratched himself wantonly and retreated to the door of the delivery room. Yin Sherlan's voice came from inside the house. "Li Dong, please ask the Emperor, Empress, and all concubines to leave Ikuan Palace immediately." When Xianqing had been waiting in the Ikuan Palace and was extremely anxious, his mother was still in the delivery room. If there was really any epidemic, his mother was the one who delivered the baby for concubine Hua, and was also the one who had the most contact with her. His mother would definitely be infected. However, the emperor had not spoken yet, so he could not enter the delivery room. Olenara looked at everything in front of her, and did not understand why it happened suddenly, although she did not want Yin Sherlan to give birth safely. If this epidemic broke out, I'm afraid the entire harem will not be at peace. Your Majesty, I think, why don't we all go back to our own palaces first, and report to the imperial physician after the diagnosis? Duan Fei also said. Yes, Your Majesty, Hua Fei is giving birth. This sudden epidemic is an ominous sign. Injin turned around and glared at Duan Fei. Duan Fei was shocked. She seemed to have said something wrong just now. The emperor was immersed in the joy of having a son. How could he not listen to any auspicious or ominous words? Sure enough, Injin suppressed his anger. Duan Fei is the head of a palace. How can you easily say the word unlucky? A gentleman should not talk about strange things. I never believe in anything auspicious or unlucky. The queen made such a fuss when she gave birth. Everyone in the harem says that the queen is unlucky. Do I have to change the queen according to what they say? After saying that, Injin said, Dr. Wen, go in and take a look. Your mother is still in there. When Xianqing immediately opened the door of the delivery room and went in after receiving the order, Duan Fei saw that Injin was angry. I was both scared and sad. When my own child was gone, I had never seen the emperor so angry and blame anyone. Although Jishan later asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs for the wine that was drunk at the banquet, and went to find the traveling doctor who had saved concubine Duan's grandfather. The wine was just a fine wine that was stronger than ordinary wine. It's open. The big son you wanted is here. Chapter 229. Red marks on the face. Jinhuan quietly stepped back 2 steps. She also saw the red marks on the face of the maid of concubine Hua. That was not an ordinary red mark. It looked gradually more horrible. If it was really an epidemic, I didn't want to ruin my appearance before I even went to bed. Shen Meizhuang noticed Jinhuan's movements from the corner of her eyes. She lowered her hand and quietly patted Jinhuan's hand to comfort her. Shen Meizhuang whispered, Don't be afraid. I think concubine Hua is blessed by heaven. It's just an emergency. Guan Guiran looked fearless. After all, she was alone in the palace. And outside the palace, she had nothing to worry about except that person. Guan Guiran observed Li Dong carefully. The red marks on her face stopped getting redder after reaching a certain level. But she looked extremely uncomfortable and kept scratching her teeth, which was quite unsightly. Guan Guiran Yuchong kept poking her head out to see more clearly, but when she met Injin's eyes, the two of them shrank their necks again in fear. The expressions of the others were different. Injin said, Go back to your own residences first. Don't walk around without anything to do. Each palace master should take care of the people in their own palaces. Olenara watched everyone leave, and looked at Injin with hesitation. The queen should speak directly. Injin saw Olenara's expression and said. Olenara said, "Your Majesty is wise. I just wanted to say that if it is really an epidemic, Ikuin Palace may have to be closed. And the newly born little prince, all have to be sealed up. When I think of this possibility, I feel very sorry. But this disease is sudden, and very strange. I am really worried," Injin said indifferently. "If the queen is worried about getting sick, she should go back to Jingren Palace to rest. I am waiting here. I want to hear what Dr. Wen says in person. Besides, I have been infected with the epidemic once. Dr. Wen once said that people who have been infected with the epidemic have more endurance than others. I'm not afraid. I want to accompany Sherlan and the fourth prince." Su Peicheng swallowed the words. He wanted to persuade Injin to return to the Yangxin Palace. Even the queen couldn't persuade him. How could he? A servant dare to speak again, Olenara said anxiously. "Your Majesty has misunderstood my meaning. I'm just afraid that this inexplicable disease will infect your Majesty. Your Majesty is the Son of Heaven. You are not only my husband, you are the backbone of all the people in the world. The dragon body is important. Your Majesty." Injin stopped talking, but slowly walked back to the main hall of the Ikuin Palace and sat down. Just wait like that. Olenara had no choice, nor could she leave immediately, so she could only sit down and wait together. As soon as noble Lady Fucha returned to her palace, she immediately asked someone to go to the Imperial Hospital to get some quicklime, to get rid of the bad luck. And Daing, who lived with noble Lady Fucha, secretly glanced at her room, and signaled her personal maid Baowan to close the door. Baowan poked her head to look at noble Lady Fucha, and saw that her personal maid Sanger was just asking for vinegar to boil. The small courtyard was filled with a strong smell of vinegar. "My lady, should we go to the Imperial Hospital to ask for something to prevent and treat the epidemic?" Baowan bit her lip and asked Deshang. And Deshang sighed. "It's not that easy. At the moment, I'm afraid that all the people in the Imperial Hospital are serving in the Ikuin Palace. I heard that except for the Imperial doctors, who serve the two empresses, the rest of the Imperial doctors have been summoned by the Emperor. It's okay. Let's close the door and wait for fate. Besides, you just saw it in Ikuin Palace. The disease is so severe. If it is contagious, we would have been infected long ago. It is better to stay here quietly. It is getting late. Ask Hua to fetch some water. Let's take a shower and go to bed." Wenjin Huan and Shen Meizhuang returned to Xianfu Palace together. Jingpin also returned to the palace. Jingpin changed her clothes in the side hall, and asked someone to fetch hot water for a bath, and then walked into the main hall of Xianfu Palace carefully. In the main hall, the palace servants were playing with Princess Kangol. When the princess saw Jingpin, she stretched out her little hands to hug her. "Mother!" "Hug Kangol. Kangol must miss you." Jingpin looked at her daughter's small body, softly throwing herself at her, and her heart softened. She squatted down and held her daughter in her arms. Then she thought of the crying baby she heard in Ikuin Palace. She thought, if the little prince was also infected with the disease, how uncomfortable it would be. Hua Fei had just given birth, and she must be very weak. Jingpin held Princess Kangol in her arms, but her heart was in knots. In the delivery room, Yin Sherlan and the others' itching became more and more serious, and everyone had red marks on their faces. Even the newborn little prince had red marks on his face. The little baby had cried so hard that he had no strength left. Yin Sherlan asked the two wet nurses to take turns feeding the little prince. However, the two wet nurses also itched badly. So one wet nurse had to feed the baby, while the other one scratched herself, and the one who was feeding the baby. Yin Sherlan gritted her teeth and asked Wen Xianqing, "Dr. Wen, what is wrong with me? Could it be some sudden epidemic?" Wen Xianqing took off the towel on his face, took a deep breath, and saw that his mother was scratching herself because of the itch. He said solemnly, "I just took the pulse of the queen, and the pulse of my mother. Neither of you has any disease in your body. Apart from being weak after giving birth, there is absolutely no possibility of an epidemic. And even if it is an epidemic, it is impossible for the whole room to be infected so quickly. For the disease to break out so quickly and cover such a wide area, there is only one possibility. Someone poisoned." Yin Sherlan's breathing stagnated. Poisoned? If it was really poisoned, what would happen to her child? He had just been born. How could his little body bear it? Yin Sherlan turned her head to look at the wet nurse, who was feeding the child in the corner of the house. because the delivery room was not as big as an ordinary palace, and because of the situation, when Xianqing examined Yan Sherlan in the delivery room. So the two wet nurses could only turn their backs to the crowd and feed the little prince first to solve the urgent problem. The little prince was so tired from crying that his little mouth had little strength to move. Yan Sherlan couldn't bear to watch any more. The moment she turned her head back, she found that Xiaoman, who had been standing blankly on the other side, didn't seem to have any itching. Yan Sherlan asked curiously, "Xiaoman, come here." When Xianqing followed Yan Sherlan's gaze and saw Xiaoman walking over with tears in her eyes, she knelt in front of Yan Sherlan. Tears flowed down. "Master, I have worked so hard to see that. I am the only one in the room who does not feel any discomfort. I have already recollected everything that happened today in my mind. I found that I am the only one who did not touch the hot water from outside from beginning to end. I was just thinking, is there something wrong with the hot water? I feel sorry for you and the little prince, who have suffered so much, but I can't do anything." Yan Sherlan couldn't help but stop scratching her hand. She looked around. Except for Wen Xianqing and Xiaoman. Everyone had red marks of varying depths on their faces. The red marks on the faces of the people who had been in contact with the hot water. And the mother of Wen Xianqing, Wen Luxia, who was washing the little prince, were particularly deep, and they all looked more uncomfortable. Yan Sherlan and Wen Xianqing looked at each other, and it seemed that there was something wrong with the hot water. But what was going on? Chapter 230. His heart is deserve of death. When Xianqing walked out of the delivery room, first sent the eunuch who had been accompanying him back to the Imperial Hospital to get some cooling and itchy ointment, then went to the main hall, where Injin and Elinara were still waiting. "Your humble servant pays respect to the Emperor." When Xianqing bowed, knelt on the ground. Injin saw that he had taken off the face towel, and knew that it was not a contagious disease. "Stand up and talk. How is it? What is Hua Fei's disease?" When Xianqing stood up, seriously, reporting to the Emperor, "I have checked the pulse of concubine Hua. Except for some postpartum symptoms, everything else is fine. I have carefully identified the red marks on the servants, all of which are exactly the same as concubine Hua's. It is impossible for the epidemic to spread to the whole room so quickly, so I guess someone must have poisoned." In fact, Injin had already had a vague guess in his heart when he saw Wen Xianqing take off the face towel, but when he heard Wen Xianqing say it with his own ears, he still couldn't help it. The teacup in his hand was smashed to pieces. "How dare you? I am here, who dares to poison so blatantly? Su Peisheng. Check for me." Su Peisheng was also shocked. "Who dares to poison the Emperor's concubine and son like this? How audacious." "Yes. I will check it right away. Imperial guards, protect the Emperor." The guards who had been following Injin immediately dispersed around Injin, and became alert. This man could poison concubine Hua and the little prince. It may not be that they will poison the Emperor again. Elinara was also shocked. The people present today were all concubines in the harem. Who is so bold? Su Peisheng hurried out. He wanted to control all the servants today. Suddenly, a little maid who was unfamiliar with her ran into the Equine Palace in a panic, knelt down in the middle of the yard, and said, "Your Majesty, I am a maid in the Yanqing Palace of Concubine Duan. My name is Jin'er. I came here boldly because Concubine Duan. She seems to have contracted itching. She is in great pain now. Please, His Majesty, send a doctor to treat her." Injin heard this in the palace and frowned. Concubine Duan was fine. How could she be poisoned? No. So many concubines in the palace came to Equine Palace today, but only concubine Duan was itchy. Injin said. Su Peisheng, let her in. Jin'er stood up again and hurried into the palace. She knelt by the door and lowered her head. "Your Majesty, concubine Duan has been here since she returned to Yanqing Palace. I felt my hands itchy. And the same thing happened to Jixiang in front of the queen. But it was useless for the queen to soak them in hot water. Instead, they became more and more itchy, and red spots appeared on her hands. The queen then ordered me to invite the imperial physician. But I know that almost all the imperial physicians are in the Equine Palace today. I am worried about the queen's health. So I boldly asked the emperor to send an imperial physician to treat the queen." Jin'er fell to the ground after she finished speaking, and couldn't stop shaking all over. She really had no choice. We can't alarm the imperial physician, who is serving the two empress dowagers. Su Peisheng looked at Injin and said to the guards, "Take this maid down." Jin'er was panicked. She didn't understand why she was arrested just for seeking medical treatment for her own queen. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I have done nothing wrong. I must die knowingly. Injin looked at Jinner struggling and waved his hands. The guards threw Jinner, who had just been lifted up, to the ground again. I only ask you, in Yanqing Palace, are only concubine Duan and her personal maids itching? Jinner replied firmly with red and swollen eyes. Your Majesty, yes. Concubine Duan has been itching since she returned from Ikuan Palace. Jinner implied that she must have been infected in Ikuan Palace. But Injin thought of the word ominous that concubine Duan said in Ikuan Palace, and the timing of her illness was too coincidental, which made people wonder whether the poison was related to her. Lenara understood Injin's intention almost instantly. She said with consideration, Your Majesty, I think, even if it was concubine Duan who poisoned her, she should have stayed away from people. How could she reveal that she also had itching at this critical moment? Could it be that someone else did it? Injin calmed down. What Lenara said made sense. Just now, he heard the little prince crying until he was powerless. In addition, Nian had just given birth and suffered this. Although he didn't show it on his face, he couldn't help but feel anxious. When Xianqing sent the eunuch, who was going to get the ointment back quickly, he held a square box in his hand. Dr. Wen, I have brought the medicine as you ordered. Take a look. When Xianqing took the box and opened it, inside the box was a big-bellied porcelain jar. When Xianqing took out a silver needle, opened the wooden stopper of the porcelain jar, and inserted the silver needle into it. He then took out the silver needle again, but he was relieved to see that the silver needle did not change color. Your Majesty, I will take this medicine to the delivery room immediately to help concubine Hua relieve her itching. But the little prince is too young, I dare not take the risk. Please give me your instructions. Your Majesty. Injin smelled the porcelain jar that when Xianqing had uncorked, which exuded a fresh and pleasant smell of grass, which was cool and refreshing. Has this ointment been used on babies? When Xianqing answered honestly, No. So I dare not try it on the little prince. Injin has not seen his son yet, but he has to make such a choice for him first, which makes him feel uncomfortable. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he said firmly, Also use it on the fourth prince. But it must be effective on adults first before it can be used on the fourth prince. Injin wanted to try it on a newborn baby. But he was the emperor, and he had understood the principle of not doing to others what he did not want done to himself when he was a child. He could not do something that would be cursed by the world. When Xianqing received the order and hurriedly took the ointment into the delivery room, Nian bit the handkerchief tightly in her mouth. She did not dare to let anyone tickle her. There were already signs of damage on her legs, which were now covered under the quilt. Nian endured the huge itchiness, and just rubbed her hands to relieve the itchiness a little. When Xianqing placed the porcelain jar beside Nian bed, and told the waiters Lidong and Songji to apply the ointment on their hands first, and then apply the ointment to concubine Hua, Lidong and Songji took the ointment as instructed and rubbed it evenly on their hands. The ointment felt cool on the hands, and instantly relieved the itchiness. The two were very surprised. He hurriedly called the others to come over and take the ointment and apply it on his own hands before applying it on concubine Hua's limbs. When Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and left the delivery room, allowing the people in the room to apply ointment to each other to relieve the itching. However, he reminded his mother, Wen Lucia, that he could only apply a small amount of ointment to the little prince after the adult's itching had stopped. When Xianqing came out, he looked back at the little prince, who was already unable to twist. The little prince showed his swaddled face, which was redder than before. When Xianqing's heart trembled. Poor baby, born in the royal family, had to suffer such a conspiracy as soon as he was born. I don't know who did this, choosing Hua Fei's vulnerable time when she was giving birth. His heart is worthy of death. By the way, I heard that Duan Fei also had this disease suddenly, but she had never been to the delivery room, let alone touch the hot water. Why did she itch? Chapter 231 Checking the 14th Master. The bloody smell of childbirth in the delivery room had not yet dissipated, and now it was mixed with the smell of ointment. Nian couldn't help but wrinkled her nose. She looked at the little prince, who didn't move or cry in the arms of the wet nurse, and her heart shrank together. Don't let her know who poisoned him, otherwise, she will never be merciful. Since Nian gave birth, it has been a whole day, and it is now 2:15. Injin didn't look tired at all, but Olenara felt sorry for Injin. She said, Your Majesty has been tired all day, and didn't eat much for lunch or dinner. Why don't you go back to Yangqing Palace to rest first? I'll be here to watch over you. When concubine Hua is better, I'll send someone to report to your majesty. Injin waved his hand. I'm tired, but I'm very worried. Someone dared to poison my concubine and son under my nose. I must get to the bottom of it. Su Peisheng. Go and ask concubine Duan to come over in person. Just tell her that there is medicine to relieve itching in Yiquan Palace. But it is not convenient to send it over. I ask her to come over. Su Peisheng had been waiting for this sentence. He ran to invite concubine Duan. In Yanqing Palace, concubine Duan looked at the package of medicine on the table and was in doubt. Her hands began to itch since she came back from Yiquan Palace, and Jixiang, who served her closely, had the same symptoms. Concubine Duan thought she was infected with some disease, and hurriedly sent Jin'er to invite the imperial physician. But Jin'er had been away for a long time, and her itching became more and more severe. It was Jixiang who suddenly realized. My lady, is it because of this packet of medicine? When concubine Duan first returned to Yanqing Palace, she opened the packet of medicine and saw some brown powder, but she didn't know what it was. Concubine Duan also asked Jixiang to keep the medicine well, and send it out of the palace for inspection another day. It seems that the powder that was accidentally touched when they looked at the medicine caused the symptoms of the two of them now. This medicine was discovered by the 14th Prince Yunji after he collided with concubine Duan. Now thinking about it, Yunji's hurried departure was very suspicious. Normally, when the emperor's concubine gave birth, his brother-in-law should not be there. Later, concubine Duan asked someone to find out, and found out that Yunjin went to visit concubine Hua on behalf of Empress Dowager De. However, since he was visiting, he left in a hurry without waiting for the child to be born. Could it be that he was the one who gave the drug? But how could he be so precise in poisoning concubine Hua and her child? And also infecting a room of servants? Concubine Duan thought of this, and wanted to send the eunuch to call back Jin'er. But she remembered that the 14th prince was the emperor's younger brother. Seeing the emperor's daily dislike for his brother, Su Peisheng suddenly thought that it would be a good idea to take this opportunity to do a favor. Su Peisheng followed the emperor's instructions, and asked concubine Duan to go to the Yiquan Palace to get medicine. Concubine Duan knew that the emperor suspected that she had poisoned him, and was afraid of criticism from the people in the palace. So he found such an excuse. But concubine Duan didn't expect that as soon as she arrived at the Yiquan Palace, a servant really brought some ointment, and watched her and Jixiang apply it before letting them go in to see the emperor. Concubine Duan felt the coolness and comfort of her hands, and finally felt relieved. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Your Majesty, thank you for the medicine. Injin looked at concubine Duan, who knelt down calmly, and saw her red hands covered with ointment. The smell of ointment filled the hall. Please stand up. Concubine Duan, do you know why I have to ask you to come here before I can use the medicine? Concubine Duan stretched out her hands, and Jixiang was also full of medicine, and couldn't help her. A clever eunuch beside her hurriedly stepped forward to help concubine Duan up. Concubine Duan nodded, as a token of thanks. Reporting to the emperor, I heard from eunuch Su that the ointment cannot be sent to Yanqing Palace. I thought that the ointment must be precious, and it is more needed here in Yiquan Palace. I am free anyway, so I can just walk a few steps. Thank you very much for the medicine. Your Majesty. Jin'er was still kneeling on the ground, but at this moment she raised her head and glanced at her master with tearful eyes. She was relieved to see that concubine Duan looked much better after applying the ointment. Injin looked around, and the guards immediately withdrew. Only Injin and Elenara, the imperial physician Wen Xianqing, and their close servants were left in the main hall of Yiquan Palace. I asked you to come here to ask if the illness of concubine Hua and her son today was caused by someone's deliberate poisoning. After Injin finished speaking, he looked directly at concubine Duan's face, as if he wanted to see something from her expression. Concubine Duan looked back at Injin openly, and she gently raised her hands. She turned her wrists left and right, sighed, and said, I thought of this on the way here. Concubine Hua and her son are suffering from this disaster at this time, and I am the only one in the palace who has the same symptoms. The emperor and the queen can't help but suspect me, but I am really innocent, and I can't stop itching my hands. Moreover, if it was really me, how dare I send Jin'er to ask the imperial physician? Your Majesty, please think carefully. I have also lost a child. How can you bear to bring such a disaster to a little baby? Injin said. I don't want to speculate like this. It's just that Hua Fei and her son are really pitiful. And you happen to have the same symptoms. I just want to know. Why is this? Since concubine Duan knew that this was caused by poisoning. She also knew that the owner of the bag of medicine powder was the most suspicious. But she didn't see with her own eyes how 14th used the drug. And she didn't dare to say that it was 14th who did it. Injun saw concubine Duan hesitated and said nothing, then she said. Since concubine Duan has a secret, luckily concubine Hua and her son are fine this time, you can go back to your Yanqing palace, you are not allowed to leave without an imperial edict in the future. Concubine Duan was surprised. She hesitated for just a moment. The emperor had the heart to confine her. She gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I did not conceal it on purpose, but this matter is of great importance. I dare not speak it out casually. Please, I will explain it to your Majesty. Injun was worried about Yen Sherlan and the little prince. After a whole day, he still hadn't seen the little prince. And now he didn't even cry. Injun was already very impatient. There is no one here except me and the queen. Tell me what happened. Concubine Duan gritted her teeth and said, Then I will tell you the truth. My hands are itchy. It should be related to a bag of medicine powder. It's just that I don't know medicine. When I picked up the medicine powder, I was careless and accidentally got some of it. At first, I thought my hands were itchy because I was infected in the Ikuan Palace. Until I said Jinner to ask the imperial physician. I realized that it might be because of the bag of medicine powder. I have brought the medicine powder with me now. Imperial physician one is here. Please check it. Ji Xiang hurriedly took out the medicine powder wrapped in 2 layers of paper from his sleeve before going out, and carefully handed it to Wen Xianqing with both hands. Injun watched Wen Xianqing take the medicine and check it himself. And asked concubine Duan again. You just said that the medicine was picked up. How could the picked up medicine get into the water used to wash concubine Hua and her son? Where did you pick it up? Concubine Duan said softly. Your Majesty, please calm down. I really have no reason to harm concubine Hua. I picked up this medicine at the gate of Ikuan Palace when I came here today. I walked with my head down and didn't notice that I bumped into the 14th prince, who was rushing out. I picked up this medicine after he left. Injun heard this, and thought of what the 14th prince did to Princess Kangol last time. Injun clenched his fists, and almost bit out a few words from his teeth. Su Peisheng. Send someone to the prince's residence immediately. Bring Yunli to me. By the way, check his residence. How do you think the naughty child should be treated? Chapter 232 Brown Powder. The Ikuan Palace was covered with dark clouds. Everyone was so nervous that they dared not make a sound. Injun sat on a chair with a gloomy face, waiting for Su Peisheng to bring Yunli. The last time Yunli maliciously pinched Princess Kangol's face, Olinara was pregnant and resting, so she kept silent. This time, concubine Duan pointed out that the itching poison that concubine Hua and her son were infected with was suspected to be caused by Yunli, and Olinara could no longer hide and not speak. Olinara signaled Jianqiu to replace the cold tea at the emperor's hand and bring hot tea again. Injun suppressed his anger, raised his hand to stop Jianqiu, and said, I can't drink hot tea at this moment. So I'd rather drink cold tea like this. Olinara advised. Your Majesty, calm down. The matter is not clear yet. I think it's better to wait until the 14th prince arrives and the emperor asks clearly before arguing. Concubine Duan just picked up the medicine. But it doesn't mean that the medicine belongs to the 14th prince. The emperor was furious at this time. Drinking cold tea is not good for the dragon body. Duan Fei listened to what Olinara said, looked up at her, and said nothing, picked up the tea beside her and sipped it. Injun tapped the table with his left index finger, said, Last time, the queen mother stopped me. I just punished Yunjin a little. The queen was pregnant at the time. Sherlan asked people to move Yunjin to a new place, so that the queen would not be tired. This time, the queen should think about it carefully, how to deal with this matter. As soon as Injun finished speaking, the eunuch outside announced, The queen mother of Yonghe Palace has arrived. Injun sneered in his heart. She came just in time, so he didn't have to ask someone to invite her again. When Hua Fei and her son were in trouble today, the queen mother didn't come. Now that she heard that her beloved youngest son might have caused a huge disaster, the queen mother who was bedridden, came overnight. The mother-son love is really deep, which makes people envious. Injun stood up, go out with Olinara. My son pays respects to mother. Is mother feeling better? Empress Dowager sat on the sedan chair. The nightlight shone on her pale face, looking a bit scary. Injun looked up at Empress Dowager De. She was his biological mother, but his feelings for her were really complicated. After not seeing her for just a few days, Empress Dowager De's eyes were sunken, and her plump and moist skin was gone, replaced by a haggard face. The Emperor. Please get up. Empress Dowager De extended her hand. Zhu Shi and another personal maid helped her up from the sedan chair. When they entered the main hall of the Equine Palace, Empress Dowager De sat down, and then Injun sat down again. Alinara stood beside Empress Dowager De. It's almost midnight. I don't know why you came here late at night. I remember I sent someone to tell you that concubine Hua gave birth safely. Even if you want to see the little grandson, you should consider your own health. Tomorrow, I will ask the wet nurse to bring the baby to my mother. If there is nothing else, I will ask someone to send my mother back to rest, Injun said calmly. His nonchalant words made Empress Dowager De angry, and she didn't know what to say. After thinking for a while, Empress Dowager De said, I just arrived, and the Emperor is in a hurry to send me back. But is there something the Emperor is hiding from me? Injun said with a smile. My mother is joking. How could my son hide something from you? Empress Dowager De said. The Emperor wants to hide it from me. I have planned to rest in Yonghe Palace, but I heard that the Emperor asked people to search the residence of 14th Prince. Is it true? Injun looked at Empress Dowager De, still smiling, said, I don't know which servant is talking too much. I want to handle such a troublesome matter myself. Since Mother is here, you can listen to it. But I didn't search 14th Prince's residence, I just searched it. I think Su Peixiang should be back with people by now. As they were talking, Su Peixiang brought Yunji to the outside of Equine Palace. Before everyone entered the main hall, Yunji shouted, You dog slave! How dare you raid my residence in the middle of the night? I'll tell my mother, and I'll skin you alive. Su Peixiang lowered his head helplessly, and let this gentleman scold him. Injun's voice came from the hall. I want to see. Who do you want to skin alive? Yunji rushed into the hall, and knelt down in front of Injun. Brother, I know this servant is yours. But I was asleep, and he brought people to bring me here. He turned my house upside down without saying a word. I don't know why. After Yunjin finished speaking, he saw that Empress Dowager De was also sitting at the top, and he kowtowed to her. Mother, you have to make the decision for me. Empress Dowager De complained bitterly. This 14th has never had a peaceful day. Injun looked at his brother, who looked nothing like him, thinking of the late emperor's preference and love for Yunji, his biological mother. Empress Dowager De's love for Yunji and her indifference to him, his eldest son. Injun felt a fire slowly burning in his heart. Yunji quietly hid his hands in his sleeves. But he was really itchy. He really regretted that he should have listened to the little Liangzi beside him and put the powder in a small bottle, so that he would not have to pinch the powder with his hands. Now it's good. Just when he was happy that the Equine Palace was in turmoil, his hands began to itch. Injun watched Yunji rubbing his hands quietly in his sleeves, and told Su Peixiang, Go, release Yunji's hands for me. Su Peixiang responded, stepped forward and grabbed Yunji's hands, trying to pull them out from his sleeves. Yunji wanted to struggle, but Xiao Linzi, who was standing by, didn't care, helped Su Peixiang pull Yunji's hands out. When Xianqing hurried forward to check, and said to Injun, Your Majesty, the 14th Prince's hands should be the same poison that concubine Hua and the young prince were poisoned with. I have applied the ointment to concubine Hua and the little prince, but I don't know what side effects this medicine will have. There must be an antidote for the symptoms, Injun said. When concubine Hua gave birth, she was poisoned, and both mother and child were itchy and painful. You and concubine Duan are the only ones in the palace who have the disease. But concubine Duan said that her itching was caused by a bag of medicine powder that fell from your body. What else do you have to say? Then Su Peixiang asked someone to bring a tray, on which were a dozen small porcelain bottles of various colors. Your Majesty, these things were found in the residence of the 14th Master. I found them strange, and they looked like medicine bottles, so I brought them here. Also, I found this in the book that the 14th Master was reviewing. Injun looked at a piece of paper that Su Peixiang handed over, which detailed the usage and efficacy of the medicine powders in different colored porcelain bottles. It also included a bottle of medicine powder that made people itch, but according to the paper, the medicine only made people itch, without other symptoms. Injun signaled Su Peixiang to open the ochre porcelain bottle corresponding to the medicine, but it was empty. When Xianqing stepped forward, carefully took out his white handkerchief from his bosom, and spread it on the tray, and turned the ochre medicine bottle over again, poured out some residual medicine powder. Chapter 233 Lifelong Confinement. The powder is the same brown color as the one brought by concubine Duan. And it smells the same. When Xianqing said, "Your Majesty is wise. It is exactly the same medicine." Yunjin was still denying it, trying to turn the tables, but now seeing this, he lowered his head and kept silent. Yunjin waited for Wen Xianqing to take the powder away, then patiently asked Yunjin, "I just want to ask you, who gave you this powder? And who asked you to use it to poison concubine Hua and her son?" Empress Dowager De said, "Your Majesty, I think, this is just a child's joke. How can it be called poison?" Yunjin said calmly, "Mother always protects Yunji, but she protects him lawless. Yunji is already 15 years old. If Mother hadn't always said he was still young, it would be time to choose a wife and concubine for him. When I was 15, I remember Mother said, 15 is a man." Empress Dowager De said, "From what the Emperor said, he has always held a grudge against me. I am your mother, does the Emperor also hold a grudge?" Yunjin felt sad. Empress Dowager De had never been close to him since he was a child, and he did not expect to get much maternal love when he grew up. But now Yunjin found out that his biological mother was a woman who could not distinguish right from wrong and was overly doting. Yunjin said, "Mother, you are too serious. I dare not hold a grudge against you. My body and hair are given by my parents. My son is grateful to my mother. But my son is a son, and also a husband and a father. My son's son suffered such a great crime since he was born, and my son is really resentful. Please go back to Yonghe Palace first. My son wants to have a good talk with Yunjin. Come on, send the Empress Dowager back to Yonghe Palace." The servants helped the Empress Dowager to sit on the sedan chair and returned to Yonghe Palace without saying anything. Although the Empress Dowager kept saying that she wanted to stay here, she forgot that this world was her son's world. It is the Emperor's world. Helenara wanted to persuade Yunjin to calm down, but she didn't dare to say anything when she met Yunjin's eyes. Yunjin stared at Yunli, who was still kneeling in front of him. "You can deny it today, and I don't care how you put the poison into the hot water that concubine Hua will use for childbirth. I just want to tell you that I have tolerated you for a long time. If it weren't for my mother, who kept stopping me, you would have been in the clan house at this moment." Yunli rubbed his hands hard to stop the itch, but the more he rubbed, the more itchy he felt. Some places had broken skin because he had scratched them hard. He looked at Yunjin's face, and then saw that his mother was speechless. He realized that, unlike when the Emperor was around, his brother would not spoil him. "Please forgive me. My brother. I didn't expect the medicine to be so effective. I know I was wrong. I can apologize to concubine Hua. I can apologize. Please forgive me. My brother." Yunjin had no patience left. All his patience was exhausted. He sneered, "It's too late to forgive sins when you are guilty. You are so stubborn that I can't teach you on behalf of my father. You poisoned concubines and killed the heirs. But I think you and I are from the same mother. I won't kill you. After all, you are my brother. It's just that you have to bear the consequences of your mistakes." Yunjin wanted to beg for mercy, but he heard Yunjin say, "Su Pei-sheng, pass the order down. Aizenjoro Yunjin. Poison concubines, killing the heir to the throne, disrespecting elders, committing treason, is extremely rebellious. However, I consider him as a brother, and cannot bear to impose the death penalty on him. I will strip him of his noble title and demote him to a commoner. There is a private house in the west of the city, where he will be imprisoned. He is not allowed to leave without an imperial decree for the rest of his life, and no one is allowed to visit him." Yunjin looked at Yunjin in shock. He could not believe that his brother could make such a decision. He was just in a whim and wanted to teach Hua Fei a lesson. "My dear brother, please forgive me. My dear brother, please forgive me." Yunjin was terrified and cried out. Yunjin was also very tired. "From now on, I don't have a brother like you. Su Pei-sheng, go quickly." After being sent back to Yonghe Palace, Empress Dowager De couldn't rest at all. She sent people to inquire about the news, but everyone who went was sent back by Su Pei-sheng, and no news was found. It was not until the next morning that news came. The 14th master was stripped of his title and imprisoned, and was never allowed to see the Empress Dowager for the rest of his life. Empress Dowager De had not slept all night, and was already very weak. When she heard about this, she fainted. Yunjin also had not slept well all night, and heard that Empress Dowager De had fainted in the morning court. He simply told Su Pei-sheng to find the imperial physician to take good care of her. If any precious medicinal materials were needed, the Imperial Hospital had them all. He knew that if he went to Yonghe Palace now, it would not be of any use. An Empress Dowager De might pester him to take back his order. Injin is the Emperor, and no one should interfere with his decision. I heard that Empress Dowager De woke up and wanted to see the Emperor, but she was only told that the Emperor was busy with government affairs and would come to see her after he was done. Nian Shiruan had given birth the day before, was poisoned, and was extremely tired. When Xianqing stayed up all night by the side of the fourth prince, looking after him all the time, and ordered someone to change the water to clean hot water and wash the fourth prince's body, the little baby finally survived the ordeal without any danger, and the red marks on his body disappeared. Nian Shiruan heard about Injin's order, and the breath she had been holding in her chest was relieved. Songji served Nian Shiruan breakfast and said, "Yesterday was really thrilling. The queen and the young master were itchy all over. I was very scared. Fortunately, the emperor was on your side and severely punished the 14th master. I heard that the queen mother in Yonghe Palace was crying all day, but she was weak, and she fainted after crying for a while. The emperor was busy with government affairs and had no time to go and see. I think the emperor is also worried about it." Nian Shiruan smiled and said, "The emperor is not worried. If he is really worried, no matter how busy the government affairs are, it is not as important as his mother's illness. In my opinion, the emperor did not punish 14th for me, but for himself. In the previous life, Nian Shiruan knew that Injin was very dissatisfied with the fact that Empress Dowager De doted on 14th. In addition, he and Empress Dowager De had a shallow mother-son relationship. 14th had repeatedly provoked Injin before he succeeded to the throne. This led to Injin imprisoning the 14th as soon as he ascended the throne. In this life, Injin's resentment towards Empress Dowager De was no less than in the previous life, and the mother-son relationship in this life seemed to be even thinner. In the previous life, Empress Dowager De did everything she could to help Injin ascend the throne, but in this life, Injin ascended the throne early on his own. Empress Dowager De did not say that she restrained her temper, but questioned Injin again, and Injin must have had enough. As for Empress Dowager De's illness, Injin might not be unaware that something was fishy, but Injin had always been indifferent, which showed that the mother-son relationship was weaker than Nian Shiruan expected. As for Yunji, Injin had been tolerant many times. This time, Yunji just played too much, which ruined his life. Nian Shiruan was just about to sleep for a while, when Xiao Linzi came in and said, "Master, something new has happened again." Nian Shiruan asked curiously, "What happened again?" Xiao Linzi replied, "Master, you know that concubine Duan has never had private contact with the Empress Dowager of Yonghe Palace." At this moment, concubine Duan was asked to leave by the Empress Dowager. Chapter 234 named Hongli. Nian Shiruan heard that concubine Duan was asked to leave by Empress Dowager De, but she didn't react much. The feud between concubine Duan and Empress Dowager De was a foregone conclusion, so she couldn't worry about it. Nian Shiruan was only concerned about the fourth prince at the moment. I heard that the third prince Hongshi had been taught by Elinara, and started to recite the 3-character classic and 1,000-character classic. Nian Shiruan sneered. It seemed that Elinara had placed all her hopes on the third prince. Poor third prince was only 3 years old, being forced to listen, speak, read and write every day. He lost a lot of interest at a young age. On the day when the fourth prince was born, Injin gave him the name Hongli. Nian Shiruan sighed secretly. Hongli's mother in the previous life was said to be an ugly maid in the palace, who died after giving birth to Hongli with difficulty. But Nian Shiruan didn't believe it. Whether in the previous life or this life, Injin had a good alcohol tolerance. How could he easily favor an ugly maid? Moreover, those with really ugly appearances cannot enter the palace. Therefore, Nian Shiruan had always had doubts about Hongli's life experience in the previous life. But it had nothing to do with her, and she was too lazy to verify it. In this life, Nian Shiruan did not expect that her son would be the fourth child, and would also be named Hongli. Nian Shiruan watched the wet nurse hold the little baby to her. She carefully took it in her arms, and her heart softened instantly. In her previous life, she did not have her own children. She occasionally held Wenyi, born to Chao Qinma, just to gain a reputation of being virtuous in front of the emperor. But the most wrong thing she did in her previous life was to use Wenyi to win favor. It was not until she died, Zhenhuan came to the cold palace, and she knew the reason why Chao Qinma betrayed her. But it was too late. In this life, Chao Qinma no longer had the protection of Yin Shilan, and was even less favored, let alone giving birth to Princess Wenyi. On the contrary, Princess Kangol, who was born under the protection of Yin Shilan, was very much loved by Yingjin. Yesterday, Jingpin brought Princess Kangol to visit Yin Shilan in Ikuan Palace. Princess Kangol stood obediently beside Heng Li's crib, muttering to herself, "When you grow up, I'll take you to play. You're too young now. I won't take you to play." Yin Shilan was also in a good mood, playing with Kangol for a while. When Jingpin took Kangol away, Yin Shilan also rewarded 2 pieces of brocade and asked Jingpin to cut them to make beautiful clothes for the princess. Shen Chongzai sat on the couch in her room, holding a hot water bottle in her arms. She looked at the gloomy sky outside. She said softly, "Lu Zhu, did you hear it for sure? The emperor will hold a family banquet when the first snow falls, right?" Shen Chongzai's personal maid Lu Zhu was brought from her mother's home. She was very lively. When she heard her mistress asking, she smiled. "My mistress? Don't worry. I heard it for sure. I'm familiar with Xiao Tang from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. He's an old man in the palace, so he must be right. Besides, can't Zhou Ninghai from our house confirm it?" Shen Chongzai said. "That's good. By the way, is the dress I asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make ready?" Lu Zhu playfully pushed Huanbi to get a brightly colored dress, and held it close to Shen Chongzai. "Look, young lady, it's the light purple color you like. And the material was given by the Empress. The Empress is worthy of being the master of the harem, and she is generous and dignified. You have not yet served the Emperor since you entered the palace, and the Empress has treated you equally, and given you such good material." Huanbi poked Lu Zhu's arm. Lu Zufang realized that he had spoken out of turn. His young lady had caught a cold just after entering the palace. When she recovered from the cold, concubine Hua gave birth to a child. The Emperor would go to see concubine Hua and the 4th prince after finishing his government affairs. Occasionally, he would only visit Princess Kangol when he came to Xianfu Palace. Even concubine Shen only met the Emperor and had no chance to sleep with him. "My young lady, I didn't mean that. I was. It's okay. You are telling the truth. I am not in good health. Besides, the Emperor is busy. Actually, it is better not to sleep with him now. I will be 16 after the new year, and there will be many more days in the future. Now, there are too many people around the Emperor. I can't squeeze in, and I can't squeeze in." Shen Chongzai interrupted Lu Zhu's self-blame with a smile. Zhou Ninghai said on the side, "What the young lady said is very true. But I see the weather. I am afraid it will snow tomorrow. According to custom, the Emperor will hold a family banquet in Yuqing Palace when the first snow falls. When the young lady wears this dress, it will definitely attract the Emperor's attention." Shen Chongzai got down from the couch. Huanbi hurriedly put on her shoes. "Put away these clothes. I'll go to see Sister Mei." Shen Chongzai said she was going to see concubine Shen. But she just walked out of her room and turned around and went back to concubine Shen's room. Concubine Shen wrote very well in small calligraphy with flowers on her hairpin, and was currently copying a book. After Shen Chongzai entered the room, she naturally reached out and took the book. "Sister is copying this Song Dynasty poem again, copying every day. Aren't you tired?" Shen Guiran stopped writing and said with a smile, "I don't feel tired. The Emperor hasn't come these days, and I'm idle anyway, so I might as well practice calligraphy. Come and see if my handwriting is good today." Shen Chongzai put down the book and reached out to take the light green shuetao paper on the table. Shen Guiran's hairpin flower small regular script is very beautiful. The east wind blows thousands of flowers at night, and blows them down like rain. The road is filled with the fragrance of BMW and carved carriages. The sound of the phoenix flute moves. The light of the jade pot turns, and the fish and dragons dance all night. The moth is covered with golden threads of snow willow, and the smiles and fragrance are gone. I have searched for him among the crowd for thousands of times. Suddenly I look back, and he is there, in the dim light." Shen Chongzai recited the poem and said to Shen Guiran with a smile, "Sister, what are you worried about? Are you trying to express your feelings?" Shen Guiran also smiled. "You are naughty. What can I worry about? If I have any worries, it is just that the dinner today is not to my taste." Shen Chongzai put the paper back on the table, pulled Shen Guiran to sit, and said, "Me too. The dinner tonight was not to my liking, so I only ate a little. Now, I want to eat the lotus root powder and osmanthus cake made by my sister." Shinguren smiled and stretched out her index finger to touch Jin Changzai's forehead. You are good at making things difficult for me. Now, where can I make the lotus root powder and osmanthus cake you like? We are of low status, and we don't have a small kitchen to use. The imperial kitchen is not a place that can be easily entered. Do you think you can cook whatever you want to eat, like before in the boudoir? Jin Changzai couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. Sister, you said that we are in the harem, and everyone outside is envious of us, but you don't know that we can't eat whatever we want, and we are even more pitiful than the girls outside. Shinguren hurriedly stopped Jin Changzai from continuing to speak. She said, You and I are newcomers, so we should be careful with our words. I know that. You haven't served the emperor since entering the palace, but you see, I'm not much better. Right? It's only been 2 months since concubine Hua gave birth to the 4th prince, and the weather is cold. I heard that the emperor only visits the empress, concubine Hua, and other women with children every day, except for reviewing memorials. I'm afraid we will have to endure for a long time. Chapter 235 Beauty in Shackles. Jin Changzai said. Sister was still favored a few days ago. The emperor even gave you a precious flower like green chrysanthemum. Even your hall name was changed to Kunju Hall. It's a pity that Hua Fei gave birth to the 4th prince. Shinguren smiled faintly. There's nothing to regret. Before entering the palace, didn't the Nani say that Hua Fei was favored the most in the 6 palaces? The Manchu, Mongolian and 8 banners combined are not as beautiful as Hua Fei. Such a person, she also gave birth to the noble 4th prince for the emperor. It is natural that the emperor does not care about new people like us. Jin Changzai sighed and said, It is a good thing that my sister has served the emperor. I have been in the palace for so long, but I have never seen the emperor's appearance clearly. Shinguren patted Jin Changzai's hand gently and comforted her. Don't worry. There will always be a chance. You are not the only one who has not yet served the emperor. Have you heard about an Ying in the Yinchi palace? Jin Changzai asked in confusion. And a Ying? What happened to her? Shinguren looked around, and the servants who served her took a few steps back. Shinguren leaned over to Jin Changzai's ear and said, You know, I never like to pry into other people's affairs. It's just that this happened last night, and it spread all over the palace this morning. I heard from Kaiwa that yesterday. The Queen Mother told the Emperor that there were still concubines who had not slept with him, and the Emperor casually flipped over into Ying's name card. Who knew that an Ying was sent to the Yangqing Palace for only a quarter of an hour. And then she was sent back to the Yinchi Palace. No one knows what happened here. But in my opinion, an Ying will have a harder time in the palace. Jin Changzai was surprised. There is such a thing? What does the Queen say? Shinguren said. What else can I say? The Queen can't make the decision for the Emperor. I heard that an Ying cried a lot in her room today. Fu Chaguren, who lived with her, was unforgiving. They always laugh at her. Even I can't bear to listen to them. The two of them talk for a long time. And an Ying, who is being talked about by them, stopped crying and sat in the room blankly. And Ying didn't understand why she had to suffer such a great humiliation when she had done nothing. Since she entered the palace, she had never heard of a concubine being sent out of the Yangqing Palace in the same way. How could she hold her head up in the palace? She was from a humble family, and her appearance was not outstanding. Living alone in the palace again, without even anyone to talk to. And De Ying burst into tears again. Nian Lan listened to the news that Xiao Linzi had found out, and smiled with satisfaction. In her previous life, and Lingrong also experienced being sent out of the Yangqing Palace, but at that time she had become sisters with Jin Huan and Shin Meizhuang before entering the palace, so she had a place to go every day. In this life, and Lingrong was not so lucky, and she never made friends with good sisters like Jin Huan and Shin Meizhuang. And she was bullied by noble Lady Fucha every day. However, such a small character was not worth Sherlan's efforts. She could just listen to it as a joke. As for Jin Huan, she had been in the palace for 4 months, and had not yet served the emperor in bed. Even if Injin occasionally saw her, he seemed to be uninterested. Sherlan wanted to see if Jin Huan, who was so proud in her previous life, could still be calm and composed. The first snow finally fell at night. When Sherlan opened her eyes in the morning, I felt that it was bright outside. Songji, what time is it? Why don't you wake me up? I have to go to pay my respects to the queen today. Nian Sherlan said as she sat up. Songji, who was guarding the bed, said, Master, don't worry, it's still early. It just snowed in the middle of the night last night, and the snow was thick. I felt that it was much brighter when I got up early today. I know that you have to pay your respects to the queen today, so I prepared a thick cloak early. I will ask Guyu and Xiaoman to come in and help you dress up. Yin Sherlan sat in front of the bronze mirror, watching herself in the mirror being made up by Guyu and Xiaoman bit by bit, until Xiaoman finally took out the lipstick and carefully applied it to Yin Sherlan. And then Yin Sherlan smiled with satisfaction. Guyu's hair button skills have become more and more sophisticated, and so has Xiaoman's makeup skills. I haven't done my makeup properly for many days since I gave birth to the fourth prince. I look much better today, Guyu said with a smile. Don't belittle yourself, madam. Even if you don't wear makeup, you are still stunning in my eyes. In the emperor's harem, your majesty is the most beautiful and unique. Yin Sherlan also laughed. Is your little mouth smeared with honey? I never thought that I was stunningly beautiful. If I could live well just by relying on my good looks, Shishir and Zhao Jun should have lived very well. But when Shishir was given to Wu by her lover family and Zhao Jun was sent to marry, did they ever think that they would never be able to return to their homeland? It can be seen that beauty is sometimes a shackle for women. Xiaoman seemed to understand. But not quite. Said blankly. I don't understand what you said, madam. I only know that, in this palace, you are the most beautiful woman, and the most beloved woman by the emperor. Yin Sherlan smiled and said nothing more. She took Songji and Xia Linzi to pay respects to Elinara. When Yin Sherlan arrived at Jingren Palace, almost all the concubines had arrived. Elinara looked at Yin Sherlan entering the palace and bowed, then said with a smile, Sister Hua Fei is really polite. Get up quickly. My sister has only been giving birth for 2 months. She should have a good rest. She is not in a hurry to come and pay respects to me. Yin Sherlan sat leisurely said, Thank you, Queen. I heard that the Queen Mother of Yonghe Palace has been getting sicker recently. I am ashamed that I cannot show my filial piety to her. The Queen has been busy for days. I feel sorry for her. How can I rest every day? The Emperor said yesterday I look good, and it is almost the end of the year. It's time to help the Queen do something. Li Guiran said. The Queen Consort Hua is really diligent. The concubines admire her very much. Since the Queen said that you don't have to rush to pay respects, you should rest for a while. Yin Sherlan looked at Li Guiran. She was wearing a pink dress today, and her hairstyle looked different from others in the palace. Li Guiran's dress today is nice. Is it a new gift from the Queen? Li Guiran was a little proud, and glanced at Elinara. Said to Yin Sherlan, Empress Hua has good taste. This dress of mine was indeed given by the Empress. The Empress has been kind to the 6 palaces, and we are grateful. Yin Sherlan said with a smile. I thought so too. And the Empress has excellent taste. She knows what kind of people should wear what kind of material. The color of this dress is very good, and it sets off your beauty. It's just that such a good color, but I don't have the chance to show it to the Emperor. What a pity. Li Guiran was dumbfounded. She hadn't slept with the Emperor for 3 months. Hua Guiran humiliated her in public, but she didn't dare to say anything back because of her position. Elinara said, Empress Hua. Li Guiran also means well. How can you say something hurtful? Chapter 236 Asking for Concubination. Yin Sherlan reached out to smooth the wrinkles on her clothes that she had accidentally wrinkled, without even raising her eyes, said, The Queen is too cautious. When did I ever hurt anyone with my words? The so-called good intentions should only be considered good if I think they are good. Besides, I just said that the Emperor is busy and concubinely has few opportunities to see him. As Yin Sherlan spoke, her eyes turned to concubinely. Concubinely, you said, is what I said, right? Li Guiran glanced, not daring to look at Yin Sherlan, nor at Elinara. Yin Sherlan didn't care, and didn't ask any more questions, just said, Today is the first snow. According to the example of previous years, the Emperor must hold a family banquet in Yuqing Palace. If the Queen has nothing else to do, I will go to see the arrangement of the family banquet. I wonder what the Queen thinks. When Guiran heard Concubine Hua say this, she was already indignant in her heart. I have heard that Concubine Hua is domineering, but when she entered the palace, Concubine Hua was pregnant and in poor health. She rarely even came to pay respects to the Queen. When she came, she just sat for a while and drank a cup of tea before leaving. So Concubine Shen and other newcomers did not know what Concubine Hua's true personality was like. Today, she realized that the Queen was also frustrated. Although Concubine Shen was angry in her heart, she did not show it on her face, and she was unwilling to say a word. She and Jin Chongzai looked at each other, and they understood each other's thoughts. However, Jin Chongzai was smart since childhood. She has a gentle temperament. At this time, she is unwilling to say a word or take a step. Olenara said, I am still thinking that you, concubine Hua, still need to take care of your health. I will not trouble you with these trivial matters. But since you propose to arrange the family banquet, I am happy to have some free time. If you need help, please let me know. I think there are a few sisters who can be used. Nian Sherwan stood up and bowed casually. Said, I thank the Empress. And I will ask the Empress for concubine Shin. I heard that concubine Shin can read and write, and has great talent. Your Majesty knows that I have never worked hard on poetry and books, and it is not convenient for me many times. Olenara was puzzled. She had never heard of concubine Shin's contact with concubine Hua before, and today concubine Hua asked for concubine Shin by name. She thought that concubine Hua would ask concubine Jing to help. Jin Chengzai was also very surprised. When did Mei Jia start to have contact with Hua Fei? Mrs. Shen met Jin Chengzai's suspicious eyes, and just shook her head slightly. She was also full of questions. After being surprised, Olenara looked at the elegantly dressed Mrs. Shen, and said with a smile, Mrs. Shen, Mrs. Hua Fei wants to ask you to help with the trivial matters in the palace. I wonder if you are willing. Mrs. Shen stood up, respectfully bowed to Olenara, and bowed to Nian Sherwan. Reporting to the Queen, it is my blessing that concubine Hua likes me, and I am naturally happy. However, I am young and ignorant. Although I was taught a little by my mother at home, I have never taken care of anything. I am afraid that I will delay concubine Hua's work and lose face for the Empress. It is better for me to learn from concubine Hua first, and then help the Empress. Olenara smiled and looked at Nian Sherwan. Concubine Hua, what do you think? I think concubine Shin is gentle. You should take good care of yourself. Nian Sherwan just smiled and said yes, and then motioned Shen Guiran to follow her. When Nian Sherwan took Shen Guiran out of Jing'an Palace, the people in the palace seemed to come back to their senses. Fu Cha Guiran smiled and looked at Jin Chengzai, and said, If you ask me, Shen Guiran is still lucky, don't you think so? Jin Chengzai? I heard that you and Shen Guiran are like sisters. You grew up together, and entered the palace together. You said that Shen Guiran was favored by the Emperor, and didn't introduce you. So it's fine, this is so quiet. You are favored by concubine Hua, but you are as ignorant as us. Chengzai Shen lowered her eyes, and said respectfully, Sister Mei is favored by concubine Hua, and Sister Fucha is also favored by the Empress. In terms of it, Sister Fucha is always better, which makes me your sister. Very envious. Fuch said disdainfully. What am I talking about, and what are you answering? But you are not wrong. In this palace, the most noble woman is the Empress. Being loved by the Empress is my blessing from my previous life. And it is also a good fortune that you cannot envy. Jin Chengzai stopped talking, and Olenara spoke up. Okay, noble Lady Fucha. Just say less. I like you to speak your mind. But you can't be the best in everything. Jin Chengzai. Don't worry too much. Although the Emperor hasn't picked your name card yet, because he is busy, I feel the same way about all the sisters. Look at Concubine 1. Apart from Concubine Hua, Concubine 1 is the most favored by the Emperor. But Concubine 1 has always been neither arrogant nor impatient, and has a gentle temper. Sister should learn more from Concubine 1. Olenara said to Concubine Jing again. Concubine Jing, you are the head of Xianfu Palace, and Princess Kangol is young. I think Concubine Hua understands you, so she asked Concubine Shin for me. I didn't ask you for help, so don't worry too much. Jingpin said in her usual gentle tone. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I am really busy and can't leave. I am very grateful to your Majesty and Concubine Hua for their understanding of me. And Dang was of a low rank. She just lowered her head and listened, but she had some thoughts in her mind. Nian Sherwan took Concubine Shin to set up the Yuqing Palace, but she didn't give Concubine Shin instructions. She just allowed Concubine Shin to follow her silently, and occasionally give her some pointers. Concubine Shin was the eldest daughter in the family, and she was trained to be the mistress since she was young. Even though she knew she would marry the Emperor one day, if she really failed in this election, her talent as a mistress would still be useful. Shen Guiran watched Nian Sherwan act, and she also remembered in her heart that the rules in the palace were indeed very different from those outside the palace. Shen Guiran thought privately that today's incident happened suddenly, and she was forced to follow Concubine Hua. When she finds an opportunity, she will have to analyze it carefully with Huaner. She can also give her some ideas on how to be neutral between the Queen and Concubine Hua. It's better not to offend anyone. Lady Shen was still thinking about it in her heart, and she heard Songji's unhappy voice. Miss Shen, our queen just talked to you, but you didn't answer her. I don't know why. Lady Shen's personal maid Kaiwa said hurriedly. Miss Songji, don't be upset. Our lady may be tired and distracted for a while. Songji said. Miss Sayua's words are unreasonable. Why are you upset about me? I just kindly reminded Lady Shen. Lady Hua was just talking to you. Yin Sherlan said. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Songji, don't be impolite in front of other ladies. Lest people say that the people around me are bullying others. Songji bowed, said yes, and then said to Lady Shen, please forgive me. My lady, I've said too much. Chapter 237 Performances. Noble Lady Shen whispered. Miss Songji is too polite. It's my fault. I was distracted and didn't hear what Lady Hua said. Noble Lady Shen bowed to Yin Sherlan. I hope Lady Hua will forgive me. Yin Sherlan waved her hand indifferently said. What's the crime? Everyone has distractions sometimes. It's not a big deal. I'm tired. I'm still thinking about the fourth prince. I'll leave some chores here to you. What to do? What to say? I have already taught you. Don't let me down. After saying this, Yin Sherlan didn't care about Shingyuren's reaction, and took Songji away. It was just a family dinner, and the rest was just to let Shingyuren watch and arrange the fruits according to the seats. Yin Sherlan remembered that Shingyuren in the previous life did very well in these small things. In Xianfu Palace, Jin Chang was staring at the dress prepared for the first Snow family dinner. Wanbi brought over a hot water bottle with new hot water. Seeing Jin Changzai in a daze, she smiled. What's wrong with you? Young lady? You seem to be worried since you came back from paying respects in Jingmen Palace today. The family banquet in Yuqing Palace is about to begin. I will help you change your clothes. Jin Changzai came back to her senses, smiled faintly, with a look of worry on her face. Wanbi, you said that I have been in the palace for so long, and I don't know if my father and mother are doing well at home. Wanbi put the hot water bottle aside, and reached out to take the clothes in Jin Changzai's arms, and gently shook them open. While saying, I said that the young lady seemed unhappy today. It turns out that she missed the master and the mistress. Don't worry. The master is a high-ranking official, the mistress is virtuous. And there is also the second young lady at home. If the young lady lives well in the palace, the master and the mistress will naturally be well in the mansion. Wanbi paused and continued. I know that the young lady has not been in the palace for so long, and she is worried. Today is a good day. The young lady's clothes are bright. It will surely make the emperor's eyes light up. Jin Changzai smiled and said, Okay. You helped me change my clothes. I was careless before, thinking that using beauty to please others, it would take a long time. After entering the palace, I realized that being able to use beauty to please others is also a kind of ability. Wanbi, have you noticed that the very favored concubine one looks very similar to me? Luju came over and said, the first time I saw concubine one, I found that she looked very similar to the young lady. But I am afraid that the young lady will be suspicious. So I dare not say it. I heard that among all these young ladies, only concubine one was ordered by the emperor himself to live alone in Suyukshuan. I wish we could have our own palace someday, so that we don't have to live under someone else's roof. Jin Changzai quickly reached out and covered Liuju's mouth. You have such a quick mouth. I really want to sew you up. It's okay for you to talk quickly in the mansion, but you dare to talk nonsense in the palace. Concubine Jing is the head of a palace, and she cannot live alone. I am just a little maid. If someone hears what you said, wouldn't it cause trouble if it spreads out? Luju opened her big eyes with clear black and white, looking at Jin Maid innocently. She gently moved Jin Maid's hand away, and then laughed. My lady is so timid now. You were very brave when you were in the mansion before. Jin Maid sighed and said, in the palace, you have to be careful with your words and actions. Although the queen is kind now, but look at all the concubines in the palace, except Sister May, there is no one who can be truly friendly with me. Why let others catch me in words, and lose favor before I get favor? This is not what a smart person should do. Wanbi said softly, while changing clothes for Jin Changzai. My lady, I heard from Luju that Shingyuren won the favor of concubine Hua. Is this true? Jin Changzai was silent for a while before she said, I don't know what's going on, but it is also good that Mei Jie can follow Hua Fei to manage affairs. Ordinarily, the matter of managing affairs should be made clear by the emperor, but today Hua Fei directly asked Mei Jie to go, without informing the emperor, which shows that she is really favored. Forget it, there is no need to envy others' favor. I just hope that my father, mother, and you Rao are all well at home. At the family banquet in Yuqing Palace, Injin had already taken his seat, and then he saw Jin Chongzai coming late. She was wearing a light blue embroidered Manchu dress, and a sky blue cloak on the outside. There was a circle of pure white fox fur on the cloak, framing her little face. The hair was simple, with only a few pearl flowers and 2 silver hairpins. I am late, I hope the emperor will forgive me. Injin looked up, and the woman in front of him was beautiful, but she looked a little cold because of the color of her clothes. The road is slippery in the snow, and it is difficult to travel. I remember you are Jin? Jin Chong sighed silently in her heart. She has been in the palace for so long, but she still hasn't left an impression on the emperor. But she didn't show it on her face. Just smiled and replied, reporting to the emperor, I am the concubine Jin, and I live with concubine Jing in Xianfu Palace with concubine Shen. Injin nodded casually. Hurry up and take a seat. It's cold outside, and you're freezing all the way. Ask your maid to warm up your hand warmer. After saying that, she ignored concubine Jin, and just turned her head to ask Nian Sherlan. Is Hongli okay today? Is he making a fuss? I specially asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to replace the best charcoal in your palace. I wonder if it's warm in your palace. Nian Sherlan saw Jin Chongzai sitting down from the corner of her eyes, and said to Injin with a smile. The emperor asked a long series of questions in one breath, but they were all directed at the 4th prince. Why don't you ask me if I'm okay today? Injin laughed, shook his head helplessly, and said in a doting tone, you are right in front of me. I can tell at a glance whether you are okay or not. Are you feeling uncomfortable? As a mother, you are stingy. She is competing for favor with her own son. Nian Sherlan said unhappily. Your Majesty is partial. I am your mother, but I am also your concubine. Injin laughed even more happily. Okay. You are not only Hongli's mother. You are also the petty-minded concubine Hua. Olenara sat aside, feeling even colder than this snowy day. When had Injin ever spoken to her in such a doting tone? Your Majesty, it is the first snow today, and the snow scenery outside is very beautiful. All the sisters present are also very beautiful. Your Majesty, don't just chat and laugh with your sister Hua Fei, you should also have some fun with the sisters. Olenara said as if joking. Injin then raised his glass, and said with a smile, I just talked a little more with Hua Fei, but I just wanted to ask if the 4th prince was okay. I will go to the Queen's Jingren Palace tonight to see Hongshi. I heard that Hongshi has learned a lot of characters recently. This is of course the Queen's good teaching. After Injin finished speaking, he drank the wine in the glass. The concubine stood up and said, Long live the Emperor. They all drank the wine in their cups. Injin smiled and waved his hand. Sit down. This is a family dinner. No need to be restrained. Olenara said. I originally thought that for such a family dinner, we should play drinking games. But I thought that Hua Fei and Jing Fei still have children in the palace, and it would not be good if they returned to the palace drunk. All the sisters serve the emperor, and they are naturally talented. Why don't you take this opportunity today, His Majesty, to open our eyes? Let us sisters perform a few. It will also be lively. What do you think, Your Majesty? Injin clapped his hands and laughed. Okay. Since we are all family today, I will have fun with you all. Xia Chongzai stood up and said, My talent is shallow. I dare not show off in front of my sisters. Then I dare to recommend myself to be the official who draws lots. It will be more fair. Please allow me, Your Majesty. Chapter 238 Concubine Duan competes for favor. After Injin nodded, Concubine Xia ordered someone to write a piece of paper for drawing lots, and put it in a box for everyone to draw. Nian Sherlan looked at this scene, and felt that it was very familiar. In the previous life, didn't I come up with this trick for everyone to perform under the instigation of Chao Qinma? It's just that I used this trick in the previous life, at the first birthday party of Princess Wen Yi, and this time it was earlier. It seems that in this life, it was Olenara who used this trick before me. I just don't know who the target will be this time. Xia Chongzai looked at Olenara's face, turned around and said to everyone with a smile, All the sisters are here. I can't act rashly. How about we draw lots according to the status of each sister? Nian Sherlan said with a smile. Xia Chongzai is very fair, but I can't write elegant poems. Nor can I sing and dance to liven up the atmosphere. What should I do? Injin looked at Nian Sherlan with interest. I like your frankness. If you can do it, You can do it. If you can't do it, you can say it directly. Then you tell me. What should I do? I have to keep up with the crowd. When Xia Changzai saw the emperor speak, she stopped talking and stared at Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan said calmly, "Since the emperor has asked me, I am just an ordinary person. So I will also do something ordinary. I have a piece of fine white fox fur, which I bought before I married the emperor. My brother got it by chance from hunting. I have always been reluctant to use it to make clothes or scarves, but today is the first snow, and the emperor is happy, so I will use the white fox fur as a prize. Giving it to the sisters who made the emperor happy with their performance today is also a token of my love for the emperor. What do you think? Emperor?" Yinjin waved his hand and said, "No. How can I let you give it up just for my pleasure? Keep your white fox fur for yourself. I also have a fine fox fur. Although it is not as precious as the white fox fur, it is also something I like. I will take it out as a prize and give it to the winner today. Of course, I will also give other people some good things. It is just not as precious as the fox fur." Jin Chongzai looked at the young and handsome emperor and the gorgeous and noble concubine and smiled at each other. And a trace of envy rose in her heart. She once made a wish to the Buddha in the temple. "I wish to find a person who is as sincere as me." But the man she married was the most unfaithful person in the world. Before entering the palace, her father said that it was most important for her to keep her life in the palace, and it would be great if she could earn a good career. But after entering the palace, she realized that there were so many beauties in the palace, and the emperor was young and handsome, so it was difficult for her to squeeze in beside him. Moreover, her health was not good enough. She had been in the palace for nearly half a year, but she had never slept with him. Even though she was full of talent, there was no chance to show it. While Jin Chongzai was still daydreaming, Xia Changzai had already brought her maid Sanger to ask Alinara to draw the lot first. Alinara smiled and asked Jianqiu to draw the lot for her. Jianqiu reached out and stirred the lot box and drew out a piece of paper. Yin Sherlan silently said in his heart, "Please give me a calligraphy work, Queen." Sure enough, Xia Changzai took the paper in Jianqiu's hand with both hands and said with a look of surprise, "The queen is indeed a lucky person, even if it was randomly picked by Miss Jianqiu. It would be very suitable for you." Xia Changzai raised her voice and said, "Please give the queen a calligraphy piece." Alinara declined with a gentle smile. "I practice calligraphy every day, but I dare not show off in front of so many people." Yinjin drank the wine in front of him and said with a smile, "The queen's handwriting is very good. Since you are lucky today, I can't let you escape. Just pick a few words you like and write them. Because concubine Shen helped concubine Hua arrange the family banquet today. She felt that she had some confidence to speak. So she smiled and said, "Your Majesty is right. The queen is the mother of the country, and it is precious for you to write a few words casually. If the queen can't think of what to write for a while, why not pick up the poems and songs you like and write them? Let the concubines have the pleasure of seeing the queen's calligraphy." Alinara looked at concubine Shen with a smile and said, "Okay. In this case, I will show my ugliness here, and I hope you sisters will not laugh at me." A palace servant had already brought up a table and placed the 4 treasures of the study on it. Alinara pondered for a moment and wrote down, "I have no intention of struggling for spring, and let all the flowers be jealous. It will fall into the mud and turn into dust, but the fragrance remains the same. Today's snow scene is very beautiful, but I heard that the plum blossoms in Ime Garden have not bloomed yet this winter. I remember that my sister loved plum blossoms the most when she was alive, and this is what I felt at the moment. I wrote this poem ode to plum blossoms. Please appreciate it." "Your Majesty." The smile on Yinjin's face suddenly dimmed, and the concubines present all looked at each other. Yin Sherlan sneered in her heart. Alinara was not as calm in this life as in the previous life. Could it be because of her age? Or because she was not mature enough? But think about it. She didn't give birth to a child until she died in the previous life. Alinara was already facing a great enemy, thinking about how to get rid of her every day. In this life, Yin Sherlan's 4th prince was only 3 years younger than the 3rd prince. Yinjin was in his prime, and in his prime, Alinara was even more anxious to get rid of Yin Sherlan. That's why she brought up her sister again, trying to make Yinjin think of the past and divide Yin Sherlan's favor. Yinjin took another sip of wine and then said, "When Chun Yuan was alive, I liked plum blossoms the most. I love the whole family, also like plum blossoms. If Chun Yuan were still alive," Alinara said, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was also missing my sister, so I wrote this poem. I didn't want to make the emperor sad. Injin said. Chuan Yuan's character is just as described in this poem. She never fights for spring. But her fragrance remains the same. The queen's calligraphy has improved. And her character is like plum blossoms, which are not afraid of frost and cold. I originally planned to visit Ime Garden after the banquet. But now, I don't have to go. Who's next? Xia Chongzai came back to her senses, put on a smile, and walked close to Concubine Duan. Please draw lots. Concubine Duan. Concubine Duan personally reached into the lottery box, stirred it with her hand, slid the paper in her sleeve into her palm, and then took her hand out. Xia Chongzai took the paper, and felt that the handwriting on the paper seemed different, but she didn't think much about it, and read it out loud. The paper that Concubine Duan grabbed is: write a poem with the theme of snow. Since Concubine Duan had a miscarriage last year, she has always had a gap with Injin. But in the past few months, she watched Nian Shuruan get pregnant, give birth to a child, and be favored, and she couldn't help but feel jealous. This marriage was originally sought by her, and she has a long life ahead of her. She can't always live without favor like this. Wouldn't it be too sad? If you lose your child, you can still get pregnant again. If you lose your favor, you can't take a single step in the palace. Chapter 239. Kong Lu is sick. Concubine Duan has been thinking for a long time. Whenever the palace maids from Yanqing Palace come to report that the palace is short of something, Concubine Duan is uneasy for a long time. Although she has always been respectful to the Olinara family, but without favor, she has nothing. Today, she originally wanted to win the emperor's favor by dancing at the family banquet, but she changed her mind at the last minute. She has been with the emperor for more than 3 years, and she has also realized that the emperor prefers talented women. A woman like Concubine Hua, who is favored by her beauty alone, she is the only one in the palace. Concubine Duan stood up, bowed to Injin, and said, Then I will write a poem at random, and please appreciate it. Your Majesty. Injin looked up at Concubine Duan. Since the last incident, he always felt that there was a gap between him and Concubine Duan. When he occasionally went to Yanqing Palace, Concubine Duan always looked indifferent. It was rare to see her smiling today, and Injin felt happy. I remember, when I first met you, your dance on the drum amazed everyone, but I never knew that you also have the ability to speak eloquently. Since you have won the lottery today, then write a poem for us to listen to. A talented woman is more attractive. Concubine Duan bowed again, and then slowly recited. The long street is lightly covered with white clouds, and a few trees are covered with flowers. Why is the jade fluff so delicate? It seems that spring has returned in a dream, and the shadow is empty and pitiful. The ups and downs are transformed into the taste in the cup, and all enter the tender intestines. The clear sky is clear, and the cage curtain is rolled up. And it should be said that spring is not too late, and the snow comes first. Injin listened carefully. He could hear Concubine Duan's sorrowful tone. When he thought of the unborn child, his heart softened. Concubine Duan is very talented. I will not let you feel sorry for nothing. Spring has not come yet, but the winter snow has come. Spring is not far away, my beloved concubine. There is no need to sigh. Please sit down. I remember that you like to drink ruiso kue tea. Su Peixiong, change ruiso kue for Concubine Duan, and ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send all the new tribute ruiso kue to Yanqing Palace this year. Concubine Duan thanked her. Sit down again. Alinara glanced at Concubine Duan without leaving a trace. Seeing Concubine Duan sighing with relief, she understood. Anyway, Concubine Hua is the only one in the palace. Even if Injin likes Concubine Wan, she is too attentive, and Injin will gradually lose interest. Even though Concubine Wan looks exactly like her sister, Injin doesn't seem to stare at Concubine Wan as often as before. Moreover, what confuses Alinara is that the new concubine Jin, who had just entered the palace, also imitated her sister to some extent. But Injin seemed to have no interest in her. Yin Sherwan lowered her head and curled her lips. Concubine Duan finally let go of her pride and learned to use tricks to win favor. If she was still as pure and unselfish as in her previous life, this stagnant palace would be really boring. Jingpin's palace servant hurried over and whispered in Jingpin's ear, and Jingpin's face instantly became anxious. Injin asked, Jingpin, what's wrong with you? You are not allowed to hide anything from me. Jingpin stood up and said, reporting to the emperor, Ri just reported that the princess suddenly vomited and couldn't stop. I am very worried. Injin's face also changed. What's going on? Did the princess eat something unclean? After saying that, he stood up and was about to go to Xianfu Palace. Alanara said hurriedly, Your Majesty, don't worry. The road is slippery in the snow. Your health is the most important thing. Let's wait for the imperial physician to diagnose before reporting to the emperor. Injin had already left his seat and walked forward. My daughter is also important. I have to see the imperial physician to diagnose her before I can feel at ease. Alanara couldn't stop him anymore, so she had to follow Injin to Xianfu Palace. Jin Chengzai watched the emperor and the queen get up and leave, and sighed in her heart. It's not the right time after all. This dress, including the long-sleeved dance dress, was prepared in vain. Nian Shuruan didn't miss the loneliness in Jin Chengzai's eyes and the chaos. She thought to herself, this is just the beginning. In this life, you will not have the chance to be favored. Nian Shuruan wanted Jin Huan to experience the feeling of being alone in the palace for a lifetime. Why did she have all the good things in the last life? Everyone followed Injin to Xianfu Palace. Before entering the palace, they heard Princess Kangol crying. Jingpin didn't care that the emperor and the queen were there, and ran all the way to the palace. When Princess Kangol saw Jingpin, the little person cried even harder, and threw herself into Jingpin's arms. Mother! Kong Lu is feeling uncomfortable. Jingpin hugged the princess distressfully, looked around, and was relieved to see that the princess was in good spirits. Jingpin was about to speak, but she saw that the princess suddenly wanted to vomit again. The maidservant hurriedly pulled the princess out of Jingpin's arms. At the same time, she stretched out the spittoon in her hand to catch the princess' vomit. However, the princess had already vomited out her stomach, and she just retched a few times before stopping. The concubines behind Injin were all from wealthy families, and they all felt sick when they saw the scene. But he dared not say anything. Injin frowned slightly and called out, Has the imperial physician not arrived yet? Why don't you come and see what's wrong with the princess? Imperial physician Chiu stepped forward quickly and knelt down. Your Majesty, I have already arrived. However, perhaps the princess is shy and refuses to let me feel her pulse. Fortunately, the emperor and concubine Jing are both here. I dare to ask concubine Jing for help. I will know after I feel the princess' pulse. Concubine Jing wiped away the tears from her eyes. He coaxed Kong Lu to stretch out his little hand, and Dr. Chiu examined it carefully. Madam Jingpin, can you let me see what the princess ate today? Jingpin asked someone to bring the princess's leftovers. Dr. Chiu checked them one by one, but found nothing. He asked in confusion. These meals are normal, but there are signs that some medicine has been used in the princess' body. But I am not sure yet. Please allow the emperor to ask other doctors from the imperial hospital to come and examine together. Injin's face darkened. Who is so vicious that he doesn't even spare a little child? Su Peisheng. Go and invite a few more doctors. And find Dr. Wen for me. Su Peisheng said. Yes. I will invite a few more doctors right away. But as far as I know, Dr. Wen is not on duty today. I will go to Dr. Wen's residence and invite him in person. Several doctors from the imperial hospital came first, and they checked the princess' pulse one by one. But there were different opinions. Some said it was because of the food, some insisted that it was poisoning. But they could not diagnose what the poison was. Injin was annoyed, seeing Kong Lu suffer again and again. He was anxious. Xiao Xiaozi. Go see if Dr. Wen is coming. Xiao Xiaozi answered, and was about to run out, when she saw Su Peisheng coming in with a medicine box. Sweating profusely, Your Majesty, Dr. Wen is here. When Xianqing followed behind Su Peisheng, also panting. Your humble servant greets the emperor, and greets the queen and the ladies. When Xianqing patted his sleeves and was about to kneel down, Injin said, No need to be polite. It's good that Dr. Wen is here. Go and see what's wrong with Kong Lu. Chapter 240. The tea is poisoned. When Xianqing was also sweating profusely, obviously he had come in a hurry. He took the wet towel from the maid next to him, wiped the sweat off his palm first, and then hurriedly felt the pulse of Princess Kangol. Injin sat on a chair nearby, his left index finger tapping the armrest. Su Peisheng knew that when the emperor was anxious or had something to do, he would make this move. When Xianqing felt the pulse for a long time, and then looked at Princess Kangol's tongue coating, Fong replied worriedly, Your Majesty, I took the princess's pulse, and found that she has a bad spleen and stomach at a young age. But the princess has never been taken care of by me. From the princess's pulse, she has had this disease for some time. It just suddenly broke out today, which caused the princess to vomit. Injin's face changed instantly. What is the cause? Can Dr. Wen diagnose it? When Xianqing hesitated for a moment and said, Can you let me see what the princess has eaten recently? Su Peixiang hurriedly ordered the imperial kitchen to bring the food that the princess had prepared recently. When Xianqing looked at them one by one, 3-year-old children are different from babies who only eat breast milk. 3-year-old children can already eat a lot of light food. When Xianqing carefully checked the food that the princess had eaten in the past, but did not find anything unexpected, the imperial kitchen could not make such a mistake as food incompatibility. When Xianqing pondered for a moment, but still hadn't figured out a clue, Yin Shiruan suddenly said, Dr. Wen, in addition to eating these things during the day, the princess, I heard that sometimes, when he is hungry at night, he will drink milk. There is no problem with the child eating. Why not ask Dr. Wen to check the pulse of the 2 wet nurses who are taking care of the princess? Olinara looked at Yin Shiruan and said, Hua Fei is worrying too much. If there's a problem with the wet nurse's milk, why don't the wet nurses have such symptoms? Yin Shiruan smiled. The queen, like me, has never fed the young child personally. Naturally, I don't know that some diseases can also be transmitted to the young child through breast milk. But the adults are much healthier than the young son. The disease that is almost fatal to the young son is not obvious in the adults. Yu Chongzai suddenly asked curiously. What the concubine Hua said, I have never even heard of it. The concubine Hua also said that you, like the empress, have never personally fed the young son. Then how do you know this? Your Majesty? Yin Shiruan ignored Yu Chongzai's words, but said to Injin fully, Your Majesty is wise. Whether what I said is true or false, you just need to ask Dr. Wen. Now, it is appropriate to ask Dr. Wen to check the pulse of the wet nurse. Yin Shiruan would not tell her, of course. She knew this because in her last life, she gave her tranquilizer to the wet nurse to drink, and asked the wet nurse to turn the tranquilizer into milk and feed it to Princess Wen Yi. Yin Shiruan had her own child in this life, and then she knew how much harm such an action would cause to the little baby. Today, when Yin Shiruan saw that Princess Kangle's diet was fine, she immediately thought that someone might have tampered with the wet nurse's diet. Injin said, What concubine Hua said is very true. Please ask Dr. Wen to check the pulse of the wet nurse first. The 2 wet nurses knelt forward tremblingly, both stretched out their arms, exposed their wrists, so that when Xianqing could check their pulses. When Xianqing checked the pulse of one of the wet nurses first, nodded gently, and said, This wet nurse is in good health, but she must be unwell these days, so I guess she hasn't breastfed the princess? The wet nurse opened her eyes wide, very surprised. Dr. Wen, check the pulse. It is true. I have had my period these days, so it is not appropriate for me to breastfeed the princess. When Xianqing nodded and turned to check the pulse of another wet nurse, as soon as when Xianqing put his hand on the wet nurse's wrist, he felt that her pulse was heavy and sluggish. He looked at Dr. Chiu suspiciously. Dr. Chiu was supposed to check the pulse of the wet nurses frequently when he was taking care of the Xianfu Palace. How come he didn't diagnose such a pulse? Judging from the pulse, the wet nurse's symptoms had been there for some time, but she was suppressed and didn't explode. Injin noticed when Xianqing's eyes. He looked in the direction of when Xianqing's eyes. Dr. Chiu looked flustered. Dr. Wen, you can just say whatever you want, Injin said. When Xianqing looked around, on the day of the family banquet in the palace, almost all of these concubines were there. Poor princess suffered, and I don't know who did it. Reporting to the emperor, I found out from the pulse of this wet nurse that she had spleen and stomach problems. But the breast milk is not the best. According to my experience, if the wet nurse is just unwell, the breast milk the princess eats will have little nutrition at most. But the princess and the wet nurse both have the same disease. I suspect that someone put drugs in the wet nurse's diet, causing the breast milk fed to the princess to have drug effects, and the young child's spleen and stomach are weak, so he got sick. Yin Shiruan thought to himself, he was right. It's just strange, who put the drugs? Jingpin has always been low-key in the palace. Princess Kangle is also cute and well-behaved. And Princess Kangle is not a prince, who would attack such a child. What is the purpose? Yin Shiruan pretended to be casual, and looked at everyone one by one. Jingpin trembled all over. I beg the emperor to make a decision for the princess. The princess is so young, how can she bear such poison? Injin suppressed his anger, and comforted Jingpin. You stand up and talk first. Let Dr. Wen prescribe medicine for Kangle first. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. Dare to touch my daughter. This is intolerable. What is intolerable? When Xianqing checked the nurse's diet one by one, but still found nothing, Just when Xianqing was puzzled, the nurse who was diagnosed with the disease suddenly said, "I know. It's the tea. It's the tea that has problems. My daily diet is all made by the imperial kitchen. In the past, the princess was young, and I didn't dare to drink tea. But a few days ago, someone gave me some tea. I thought to myself that the princess was already 3 years old. The more you use the milk, the less it is. I drink tea occasionally, which does not affect the milk production. Other than that, I have never eaten anything outside the regulations." Injin frowned and looked at the wet nurse, who was speaking. "If you say even a single lie, I will not let you off easily." The wet nurse knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Your Majesty, please understand. The princess was raised by us since she was 3 years old. How dare we do anything bad to her? The tea is still in my room." Su Peixing had already sent Xiao Xiaozi to get the tea from the wet nurse's room. "This tea looks like last year's Maojian. Dr. Wan, take a look at this tea to see if there is anything wrong with it." Injin only needed to look at the tea can from the nurse's room with Xiao Xiaozi's hand, and he knew what kind of tea it was. When Xianqing hurriedly took the tea can, poured all the tea leaves on the table, and used a silver needle to pick them up a little at a time. After just a few times, when Xianqing stopped, and used the silver needle to pick out a few inconspicuous tea leaves, Yin Sherlan was surprised. "Dr. Wan, what is this? If you don't look closely, it's no different from this tea." Chapter 241 Huasui serves tea. When Xianqing said, "This is ginkgo buds," Jingfen said anxiously. "What are ginkgo buds? What are their uses?" Injin also looked at Wen Xianqing, waiting for him to speak. When Xianqing picked out a few ginkgo buds mixed in the tea leaves, put them in his palm, held both hands in front of Injin, and said, "Your Majesty, this ginkgo bud is the result of opening a hole in the ginkgo nut, letting the buds grow inside. It looks like tea leaves, and after being processed and mixed in the tea leaves, it is difficult to distinguish. Ginkgo nuts are originally non-toxic, and they can benefit the lungs and treat coughs and asthma. However, their buds and leaves are poisonous. The person who sent the tea should know that ginkgo buds mixed with tea leaves, brewed with hot water and drunk, can cause poisoning, followed by nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and loss of appetite. In severe cases, the limbs may twitch and become weak, and the spleen and lungs may even swell, causing difficulty breathing and death." Yin Sherlan was shocked. "These ginkgo buds are so powerful. Who is so cruel? I was able to think of mixing ginkgo buds into tea. I didn't know what the princess was poisoned by, so I prescribed some medicine to regulate the spleen and stomach. Now there is a faster way to detoxify. You only need to boil a little ginkgo shell with water, and feed it to the princess to detoxify the mild ginkgo bud poison." When Xianqing said, Injin nodded. "In that case, I will trouble Dr. Wen to do his best to treat Conlu and prescribe some more medicine to regulate the stomach. Children's stomachs are delicate, don't leave any problems behind." Then Injin looked at the people in the Imperial Hospital and said, "Dr. Chiu stays, and everyone else goes back. Also, if you are not qualified for the duties of the Imperial Hospital, you should resign and return home as soon as possible." Everyone in the Imperial Hospital looked at each other in bewilderment. What is this saying? How come since when Xianqing entered the Imperial Hospital, they have been wrong in everything? But no one dared to say anything, and they all went back to the Imperial Hospital in a submissive manner. But the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Injin turned back to look at the wet nurse, who was still kneeling on the ground, and pointed at another wet nurse. "Tell me honestly, who gave you this tea? Why did you drink it?" "But she was fine?" The wet nurse wanted to say it a long time ago, but she never found a chance to interrupt. Now that the emperor asked her, she hurriedly said, reporting to the emperor, "The tea given to us by the Ministry of Internal Affairs is coarse tea. When I went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to collect my monthly allowance last month, I complained casually. The next day, a young eunuch came to find me, holding the tea can. She said that the Ministry of Internal Affairs had extra Maojian tea, and because she was grateful to me for being the princess's wet nurse, she secretly shared some with me, and asked me not to tell anyone. So I drank the tea myself, and didn't give her any. Fortunately, I was selfish for a moment, so I didn't harm the princess anymore. Please, Your Majesty, look into it," the wet nurse said, pointing to another wet nurse. The wet nurse who was pointed at also knelt down and said, "Please, Your Majesty, look into it." Injin looked at Dr. Chiu. "What about you? You didn't find any symptoms when you took the pulses of the wet nurses? Dr. Chio's forehead was covered with sweat on this winter snowy day. What a coincidence, he really couldn't diagnose anything. Reply, I report to the Emperor. I really didn't diagnose anything. I am incompetent. Injin snorted coldly. You are indeed incompetent. I think you don't need to be a doctor anymore. Go home and farm. Yin Sherlan said. Your Majesty, in my opinion, since it has been found that the problem is with the tea, it is better to let the princess's nurse find out who sent the tea. Otherwise, with such a person in the palace, I am also worried about the health of the third and fourth princes. Injin said. That's what I think. Su Peixiong, send the chief steward of the Ministry of Internal Affairs here. I want to investigate this matter myself. When Huang Guiquan, the chief steward of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, was summoned to Xianfu Palace, he was still worried. It was only when he saw the scene in front of him that he realized something was wrong. Because when Xiao Xiaozi went to pass on the message, he only said that the emperor summoned him in Xianfu Palace, and did not say what it was for. I am Huang Guiquan, the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and I pay my respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. When Huang Guiquan saw Injin, he immediately knelt down, as if he was trying to pinch his throat to speak. Injin said, Huang Guiquan, do you know what the crime of poisoning the princess is? Huang Guiquan was stunned. What do you mean by poisoning the princess? What does the emperor mean? I don't understand. Please let the emperor know clearly. Injin signaled Su Peixiong to tell the story again. Huang Guiquan said immediately, Your Majesty is wise. How dare the Ministry of Internal Affairs poison the princess? Please let the emperor know clearly. While Huang Guiquan was speaking, he glanced at Yin Sherlan secretly. Yin Sherlan sighed. Huang Guiquan was her distant relative, and she had been doing well in the Ministry of Internal Affairs in the past few years. But this time, he was implicated in the princess poisoning. It's really a headache. Injin naturally knew about the relationship between Yin Sherlan and Huang Guiquan, but he saw that Yin Sherlan didn't interrupt, so he didn't say anything. Since Ulanara heard that Princess Kangle was poisoned, she looked back and forth among the concubines. Even she didn't have any thoughts about this little princess, who on earth had such thoughts. Princess Kangle was born by Yin Sherlan with Jingping's help, so it couldn't be Yin Sherlan. But what about other concubines who didn't have children? Injin thought about it, and asked Su Peixiong to take the wet nurse to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and asked the eunuchs, both on duty and off duty, to stand together, and ask the wet nurse to identify them. After about 3/4 of an hour, Su Peixiong escorted a young-looking eunuch back to Xianfu Palace with the wet nurse. Su Peixiong threw the eunuch in front of Injin. Your Majesty, the wet nurse is referring to this boy. Please make your decision. Injin looked at the young eunuch, who was about 12 or 13 years old, and said, What's your name? Who ordered you to harm my daughter? The little eunuch said tremblingly, Your Majesty, I am Xiao Duanzi. I don't know what crime I have committed. I have never harmed the princess. Injin said calmly, If you don't tell the truth, I will slap you 20 times. The guards on the side immediately stepped forward, pulled Xiao Duanzi from the ground, and slapped him in the face with a palm leaf fan. After a few slaps, Xiao Duanzi's face was swollen. His mouth was bleeding, and a tooth was knocked out. Xiao Duanzi knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. I'll tell you everything. Injin raised his hand, and the guard stopped slapping Xiao Duanzi on the face. I gave you a chance, but you didn't tell me properly, and you had to be beaten before you told me. Now, who ordered you to do that? Xiao Duanzi raised his hand to wipe the blood from his mouth, and opened his mouth with difficulty. Reporting to the emperor, yes, she was a maid from Zhongsui Palace. She came to me that day and brought me a can of tea. She asked me to give it to the aunt in Xianfu Palace. I was blinded by lard and took Huasui's 10 taels of silver. But I really didn't know that the tea was poisonous. Your Majesty, I would not dare to harm the princess even if I had 10 lives. I just thought that Huasui had an old grudge with the aunt. I thought that the tea contained laxatives or something like that. Please spare my life. Your Majesty, please spare my life. Your Majesty. Chapter 242 Banished to the Cold Palace. After listening to Xiao Duanzi's confession, Injin only glanced at Su Peixiong, and Su Peixiong immediately understood. I'll go get Huasui now. Huasui usually follows Yu Chengzai, but today another palace maid follows Yu Chengzai. Before Su Peixiong could reach Zhongsui Palace, he saw Xiao Linzi coming towards him. holding Huasui's collar. Su Peixing laughed. You're really quick. Xiao Linzi changed his usual playful expression. He said seriously. I was afraid that this servant would run away. So I hurried here first. I hope that eunuch Su will forgive me. Su Peixing said. Why should I forgive you? We all serve our own masters. Just bring her to the emperor. Xiao Linzi waved his hand, handed the person to the guard, and said respectfully, Huasui will be taken away by eunuch Su, and I will accompany you. When Su Peixing brought Huasui back to Xianfu Palace, Yu Changzai was already panicking. She didn't expect the truth to be revealed so quickly. Huasui was very quick. She knelt on the ground and confessed everything. Your Majesty, spare me. I was ordered by Yu Changzai to give the tea to the princess's wet nurse. Yu Changzai said, if I didn't do this, my parents and family would not be able to live in peace. I am already a slave, but I also want my family to live a better life. Your Majesty, please understand. It was Yu Changzai who ordered me. Yinjin stared at Yu Changzai through the crowd. I am grateful for your service to me. You can tell me for yourself. Why did you deliberately harm Princess Kangol? Jingpin's eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth. Yu Changzai, I serve the emperor with you, but we have always kept to ourselves. How could you be so cruel to treat my Kangol like this? You have such a cruel heart. Yin Sherlan said. Your Majesty, I thought that you, Amir Changzai, would not dare to do such a thing as confiscate the family property and exterminate the clan. Could it be that someone is behind her? I think, with her knowledge, she can't figure out how to mix ginkgo buds and leaves into tea. It's better for your Majesty to investigate the person behind you. Yinjin was also wondering why Yu Changzai knew how to mix ginkgo buds into tea. Yinjin said, Hua Fei is right. You, tell me honestly, who is behind it? Yu Changzai looked around in confusion, and finally fixed her eyes on Olinara. But she thought of her family still in the hands of the Olinara family, and lowered her head again, gritting her teeth. I was not instructed by anyone. I just saw that Jingpin was very favored because the princess was by her side. I have nothing to rely on. I don't accept it. Jingpin couldn't help but pounce on Yu Changzai, but was stopped by Rui beside her. Jingpin loudly questioned Yu Changzai. If you don't like me, then come to me. The princess is still so young. How can you bear to hurt her? Yu Changzai gritted his teeth and risked his life. Empress Jingpin is both the princess and the emperor's love. And concubine Hua backs you up. Otherwise, how could you become concubine Jing? I didn't want to kill the princess. I just wanted her to get a little sick, so you wouldn't have time to serve the emperor. Yin Sherlan sneered. You don't want to kill the princess? Do you know that the white fruit buds are poisonous substances that can make people twitch all over and foam at the mouth and die? No one is giving you advice behind your back. I don't believe it. If you are willing to be a scapegoat, then I have nothing to say. Yu Changzai was shocked when she heard the word scapegoat. Yes, she was just a scapegoat. But if she gave away the person behind her, what would happen to her parents and family? Yu Changzai was hesitant. Lenara clenched the silk handkerchief in her hand, but her face showed that she was extremely disappointed with Yu Changzai. I usually treat you well. I never thought you could do such a cruel thing to the little princess. Even if you don't plan for yourself, you should consider your parents' family. Your Yu family has risen from bondservants to the current status, all given by the emperor, and you actually murdered the emperor's princess. Yin Sherlan looked deeply at the Olinara family. Yin Sherlan had already known from the shopkeeper Wu that, although Yu Changzai's family had escaped slavery, they were still in the hands of the Olinara family. Yin Sherlan had also expected that Yu Changzai, such a disobedient chess piece, would be abandoned by the Olinara family. I just didn't expect it to be today. Yu Changzai heard the hidden meaning of Olinara's words. She gritted her teeth and said, It was all done by me alone. I was jealous of concubine Jing's child in favor, so I came up with this idea. When I was in the folk, I heard that ginkgo buds were poisonous, so I mixed it with tea and gave it to the princess's wet nurse. It's all my fault, please spare my life. Your Majesty. Yinjin did not ignore Yu Changzai's look at Olinara, but Yinjin also noticed that there is nothing to be learned today. In addition, the princess is not seriously injured, and she will be cured with just a few doses of medicine. Yinjin does not want to disturb the harem for such a small matter, and he does not believe that Olinara, as the queen, will not tolerate Jingpin and her daughter. Yin Sherlan looked at the situation in front of her, and felt a little regretful. First, the mysterious doctor who changed Yu Changzai's face has not been caught yet, and Olinara cannot be nailed to death. Second, The strength on his side is not strong enough now. We cannot break up with Elenara. And we must keep her as the queen. Otherwise, the former dynasty and the harem will be in chaos. Injin finally spoke. You is cruel and vicious, and is not good for Princess Kangol. She is demoted to a commoner, and lives in the coal palace. Yu's personal maid Hua Sui is beaten to death. Hua Sui was limp as a dead dog when she heard the emperor's words. Her lips trembled, and she couldn't say a word. And she was dragged out by the guards. Yu was shouting as she was dragged away. Your Majesty, spare me. Your Majesty, spare me. Empress, save me. Empress, save me. I don't want to go to the coal palace. I don't want to go to the coal palace. Empress, save me. Injin watched Princess Kangol drink the medicine and stop vomiting. He was relieved and said, Today I was originally happy to have fun with all my beloved concubines, but this happened. I am not in the mood. I guess you are not in the mood either, so go back to your own palaces. Hua Fei's body is almost recovered. Only has a wet nurse to take care of him every day. You won't have to spend much effort. You might as well help the queen to manage the affairs of the 6 palaces. The queen can also take more rest, focus on Hongshire, and teach him well. After Injin finished speaking, he stood up and was about to leave. Yin Shuan said hurriedly, Your Majesty, I am afraid that I will be too busy today, so I asked the queen to ask Shinguren to help me. Many of the arrangements for today's family banquet were made by Shinguren, and I think it is very good. I would like to ask the emperor for advice. Why not let Shinguren follow me to help me? And it will also allow the queen to free up more time to take care of the 3rd prince. Please allow the emperor to approve it. I think I will have to spend a lot of time to change the plot later, to string together some details. And now I just want to finish writing it first. Chapter 243 Suspicious Tea Set. Injin looked at concubine Shin, seeing her standing in the crowd. Her whole body has a steady temperament, and thought that she is also good at poetry and literature. It is good to have more people to help manage the 6 palaces. Power should be dispersed sometimes. You can do whatever you like, you can handle these small matters, and you don't need to ask me again. Jipin still hated herself. When she calmed down at night, she recalled the words of Yu and Elenara, and it seemed that there was another mystery. Elenara sat in her Jingren palace with a gloomy face. Too many accidents happened today. Originally, Elenara wanted to let Jin Chengzai be noticed by the emperor at the first Snow family banquet. In this way, even if Wan Guiran could no longer be used by her one day, there was still Jin Chengzai. I didn't expect that Princess Kangol would have an attack today. I had someone add medicine to the wet nurse's diet to suppress the attack. I didn't expect that the wet nurse didn't have an attack. But the princess had symptoms of stomach discomfort. I wanted to get rid of Yushur. I wanted to use Yushur to harm Ninshuruan. But he was not only stupid, but also always tried to get out of her control and get the favor of Injin. Elenara originally wanted to find an opportunity to make the princess and the wet nurse fight a few days later, and then use gentle means to completely pull Jipin to her side. But such a big accident happened, which made things easier for Ninshuruan. Not only did it make Ninshuruan's power to assist in the 6 palaces more stable, but it also made Injin and Jingpin suspicious of Elenara. Fortunately, she made preparations in advance and held Yu's family in her hands. This prevented Yu from biting her. Elenara thought about the situation today, and finally couldn't help it, smashing the teacup in her hand. The servants outside heard the sound and wanted to come in to clean up. Jianqiu said, It's okay. No need to come in. I'll clean up here. Jianqiu squatted on the ground picking up the broken porcelain pieces, and said, Your Majesty, calm down. I know what you are angry about. The emperor also asked you to leave the 6 palaces to concubine Hua today. Concubine Hua was even more proud. But you are the queen, and the emperor will not really hand over all the power of the 6 palaces to concubine Hua, as long as you teach the 3rd prince carefully these days. When the storm is over, the emperor will still rely on you. At worst, think about it. When Queen Chen Yuan died, she left a will. Elenara watched Jianqiu pick up the broken porcelain pieces and thought of Chuan Yuan's last words. My sister had a difficult delivery at that time, and she lay on the emperor's knees in her last moments, asking him to treat me well. But my sister has been gone for so many years. The emperor only gave me a position, but never showed me love. Until I got pregnant again, I thought God would show me mercy and allow me and the emperor to reconcile. Who knew that I would give birth to a child like Jianqiu? Do you think this is my retribution? Jianqiu had picked up all the broken porcelain pieces and gently held them in her hands. She looked at Elenara and said, Your Majesty, you worry too much. How could this be your retribution? Your Majesty has never been wrong. It's not your fault. The one who is wrong is the one who has taken away the favor of the Empress. I have been with you since I was a child. Those days you have gone through, I feel sorry for you more than anyone else. I just feel that. The Emperor seems to have changed since he ascended the throne. Olenara looked at Jianqiu. Do you also think the Emperor has changed? I feel the same way. In the past, the Emperor cherished everything about my sister. But now, I don't know if the newcomer has blinded the Emperor, or if the Emperor has forgotten his feelings for my sister. The Emperor seems to think less and less about my sister. Last year, on my sister's death anniversary, I waited for a long time in the room where my sister's relics were placed before the Emperor arrived. And when the Emperor finally came, he just sat for a while and left. It's said that the sight of the scene brought back memories, and it's hard to find the old friends again. In the past, the Emperor would stay in that room all day. Jianqiu slowly put the broken porcelain pieces in her hand on the table on the side, and poured tea for Olenara again. This set of white porcelain tea set is the Queen's favorite. Now it is incomplete. Tomorrow I will ask Jiang Fuhai to go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get a new one. You are the Queen. This white porcelain is too plain. Olenara smiled bitterly, looking at the pile of broken porcelain pieces, suddenly stunned. She clearly remembered that when she used it before, there was a small black spot at the bottom of the teacup. Because it was on the edge of the bottom, and it was very small, it was not easy to be noticed. But she took the tea set to drink tea every day, and noticed it. When she first noticed it, she sighed that the good cup had a little flaw. But among the porcelain pieces that Jianqiu picked up, and put on the table just now, the bottom piece was facing her. And she didn't see the small black spot. Olenara reached out, and picked up the broken porcelain. And Jianqiu said hurriedly, Your Majesty, be careful. This broken porcelain is sharp. Why bother to pick it up yourself? Olenara held up the broken porcelain, and looked at it again and again. And then said, Have I changed this tea set? Jianqiu said in surprise. Your Majesty, this set of tea set was given to you by the Empress Dowager not long after you became pregnant. At that time, one set was given to each concubine in the harem. As far as I know, the Ministry of Internal Affairs does not have such things. Didn't the Empress Dowager say that she found it specially? And you have been using this tea set all the time. How could you change it? Olenara said. No. I clearly remember that there was an inconspicuous black dot on the bottom of the teacup. Now it is gone for unknown reasons. Also, I think now, could the previous pregnancy be related to this cup? I also know that the prescription for pregnancy-aiding medicine is very strong, but it is impossible to give birth to such a child. Jianqiu, what do you think? Is there anything in this cup? Go and investigate secretly, among the people who have these cups with me, who is missing a teacup. Also, send someone to check the source of these tea sets that the Empress Dowager got. I suddenly feel that, maybe I was harmed by someone. Jianqiu took the broken porcelain from Olenara's hand, and looked at it carefully. But she could not see anything. She just felt that the teacup was no different from before. But Jianqiu still responded. Yes. I will check it right away. Nian Shiruan sat in the Equine Palace, and went over what happened today in her mind. She couldn't help but laugh. God really helped her. It must be that the incident happened suddenly today, which made Olenara lose her composure and threaten you. But Injin was able to become the emperor so early. And he was not easy to fool. Many things in the past were prepared. Today, both Nian Shiruan and Olenara were shocked by this sudden incident. Fortunately, Injin was in charge and found out you in time. Injin may not be unaware of many things in the previous life. But he had his own considerations, and let women like Nian Shiruan fight to the death in the harem. Injin is still very young in this life. If he adds fuel to the fire, it is not impossible to pull Olenara off the throne of the queen. Nian Shiruan thought, when she is strong enough, none of those people in the previous life will be able to escape, including the instigator. Injin. Chapter 244, Memorials of Greeting. Injin looked at the pile of memorials in front of him, thinking that it was almost time to stop writing, and they should all be memorials of greeting. As expected, Injin read along, and most of the memorials said it was the end of the year, and asked the emperor how he was, and offered many treasures as tribute. Injin also replied, I know, and some replied, I am very happy. When Injin reached out to take a memorial, he found that it was a memorial of greeting from Yan Gingyao. Only then did he read it carefully. Yan Gingyao had always done things without error. In addition to military secrets, The memorials he submitted were also about the emperor's health, and occasionally asked if his sister Hua Fei was well. This made Injin feel at ease. In today's memorial, Niangingya said, the rice price in Sichuan province is low this autumn, and the people are short of money and food, but fortunately no natural disasters have occurred, which is the blessing of the emperor, the true dragon son of heaven. Niangingya also said a few words from the heart for the people. I also asked how Jean is doing. Injin couldn't help but smile as he looked at the memorial and wrote in his comments, there have always been monarchs and ministers who have gotten along well with each other, but not necessarily as well as we two. In short, we too will be a role model for the mutual understanding of monarchs and ministers throughout the ages, and be admired and praised by future generations. As early as when Injin asked to marry Nian Shiruan, Injin had a very pleasant conversation with Nian Gingyao, and he felt that they had met too late. In the past few years, the young General Nian Gingyao in the army has also relied on his courage, carefulness and strategy. He led his soldiers to win several battles, and at a speed that no one expected. He became the governor of Sichuan, and he was also known as the Fuyuan general throughout the country. The original position of Fuyuan general belonged to Fei Yonggu. Thinking of Fei Yonggu, Injin narrowed his eyes. Since Injin ascended the throne, more and more rumors about Fei Yonggu's domineering behavior reached Injin's ears. However, the Olinara family had a huge root, and Injin had never reprimanded him, because Fei Yonggu was Chuan Yuan's father. I have only reminded him twice in private. Injin found Fei Yonggu's memorial among a pile of memorials, and opened it. The content was only, may the emperor be well. May the empress dowager to be well. May the third prince be well. Injin looked at the memorial, and a fire shot up his chest. Fei Yonggu was getting more and more bold and unruly now. His memorial even named the emperor. When the ministers came to pay respects, most of them only needed to say may the emperor be well. There were also those diligent ministers who, they would greet the emperor's close relatives, such as the empress dowager, the empress, and the princes. Because Injin had two empress dowagers during his reign, the ministers only asked the emperor how he was in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. But Fei Yonggu ignored all the questions, and only asked about Empress Dowager and Yuta, and the third prince. This was to treat other people in the royal family as nothing, and even ignore the empress. Injin suddenly had a strange idea in his mind. Fei Yonggu knew that Empress Olinara had no legitimate son. Could it be that he wanted to support the third prince to ascend to the throne in the future? In the past, when the late emperor was alive, the previous dynasty was in turmoil because of the issue of publicly appointing a crown prince, and Injin and his brothers were fighting openly and secretly. Fei Yonggu also had the merit of following the emperor, and he must have known that Injin had already ruled out the possibility of publicly appointing a crown prince. Or, Fei Yonggu thought that since the third prince was now raised by the queen, and he was recorded as the legitimate son of Olinara in the royal jade book, he could make the eldest son the crown prince as in the late emperor's reign. Injin threw Fei Yonggu's memorial and the envelope aside, neither marking nor returning it. It was left on the desk. Su Peixiang stood by, quietly glanced at the shelved memorial, and had a plan in mind. Xiao Linzi watched Nian Shiruan eat in the Yikuan palace, rinsed his mouth, and waited for Songji to serve Nian Shiruan the fragrant tea. Then he came close to Nian Shiruan and said, Master, there is a movement from the queen. She seems to be suspicious of the tea set, and asked Jianqiu to investigate secretly. Nian Shiruan curled the corners of her mouth, hang a slight smile. Rarely she finally thought of here. Can you handle it clean? Xiao Linzi he laughed, rode. Master son. Rest assured, the slave had never had an error. And, in all those tea sets, the only one used by the queen added something. Wu shopkeeper said, the master who fired this object, I have returned to my hometown for the old age. Even the shopkeeper would not find him again. Nian Shiruan nodded, rode. You are clever, kid. By the way, how is shopkeeper Wu these days? I asked him to change the monthly silver into silver notes. Is there anything wrong? Xiao Linzi scratched his head and said, Master, you can rest assured about shopkeeper Wu. However, there is one more thing. Shopkeeper Wu asked me to tell you. Nian Shiruan asked in confusion. What is it? Xiao Linzi said. Shopkeeper Wu said that these days, it seems that someone is always secretly monitoring Xianzi Tower. Shopkeeper Wu only pretended to be serious about business. Privately, he sent people to find the person who was secretly monitoring him. But those people were very vigilant, and shopkeeper Wu was not sure whether they were here to rob people or had other intentions. Shopkeeper Wu asked the servant to ask the master whether Xianzilu wanted to open a branch. Opening a branch could distract the attention of the other side, but this would require money expenditure. It was also a considerable expense. Yin Sherlan was really stumped by the question. Whether in the previous life or this life, she was only good at spending money. In this life, the business of Xianzilu has always been managed by Manager Wu. Of course, the most important point is that Manager Wu is grateful to his elder brother Yin Xiao. And his second brother Yin Gingya also personally asks about it from time to time. Yin Sherlan doesn't have to spend any time. And she can make a lot of money. Yin Sherlan thought about it and said, trust people when you employ them. And don't employ people you don't trust. Since Xianzilu relies on Manager Wu to manage it, just tell Manager Wu. He will make the decision on all business matters. There is just one thing. Shopkeeper Wu knows a lot of people in the underworld. Let him open another tea house. First, it can disperse some targets, so that the people who are secretly monitoring can't focus on Xianzilu. Second, it can also get more information, which will be useful to me in the future. Xiao Linzi agreed, and kept Yin Sherlan's words in mind. He would find a way to convey the message to Shopkeeper Wu on a chosen day, and express Yin Sherlan's meaning clearly. Shopkeeper Wu received the letter. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. In the past few years of serving the Yin family, he had saved a lot of money, and also settled his family in a distant place. The master still trusted him so much, he just felt that he had to be a better master. When he first went to Beijing, he was just looking for his son, who had been lost since childhood, but he was robbed by robbers outside the city. He held on to his bag tightly, and was dragged behind the horse by the robbers, and almost died. It was Yin Xiao, the eldest son of Yin, who was passing by and returning to the city, who commanded his personal guards to drive away the robbers. He saved him from being dragged to death by a horse. After recovering from his injuries, Shopkeeper Wu had nowhere to go, and was penniless. It was Nian Shi, who asked him what he could do, and kept him. It happened that the eldest daughter of the Nian family wanted to open a shop, so he was given a meal. But he didn't expect that this meal would allow him to settle down in the capital. Chapter 245. You commit suicide. This day is the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, the day when the emperor stops writing, and he does not need to attend the morning court from today onwards. The ministers are busy preparing for the new year at home, and they will not attend the court until the 20th day of the first lunar month. Xiao Linzi went to his master Zhou Anhai with a bag of snacks in his pocket early in the morning. Zhou Anhai squinted at Xiao Linzi and said, "Little bastard, what's the matter?" Xiao Linzi showed a helpless expression, took out the bag of snacks from his arms. He handed it to Zhou Anhai with both hands. "Master, can you please stop being so vigilant? Is it because I am fine that I cannot come to honor you? Here, this is the snacks from our Ikuan Palace. The Empress Hua gave it to me yesterday. I kept it specially to honor you. You know, the snacks from our Ikuan Palace are the best in the palace. Even the pastry chefs in the imperial kitchen cannot compare to them. The Empress does not reward people easily." Zhou Anhai took the package of snacks, he sneered, and said, "You kid, don't try to fool me. I've watched you grow up since you were 7 years old. As soon as you stick out your butt, I know what you're doing. Why don't you tell me the truth? You never come to me for no reason. Tell me, what do you want me to do this time?" Xiao Linzi said with a grin. "You are worthy of being my master. You are so smart. I really came here to ask you for something." Zhou Anhai stared at Xiao Linzi. "You kid, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. You can't ask about the queen's affairs?" Xiao Linzi's round puppy-like eyes also opened wide. "Master, please just this once. I know that Taohong in Jingren Palace is your companion. Jingren Palace is really, and it's surrounded like an iron barrel. I've thought of many ways, but there's really no other way. I beg you." Zhou Anhai sighed and said in a low voice, "Forget it, I shouldn't have let you know so many things. We agreed that I would only tell you what I know. Other things might cost you your life. My leg was broken because I knew something I shouldn't have known. Little bastard. If you don't want to end up like your master, you should just do your job quietly." Xiao Linzi kowtowed and went back. Jingren Palace and Ikuan Palace have always been the most difficult places in the palace to place people. Ever since Olenara gave birth to a stillborn baby, Olenara dismissed several servants on the pretext that they were not serving well. Among them was the spy planted by Sherlan 2 years ago. Xiao Linzi racked his brains to come up with this trick. Taohong was an inconspicuous maid in Jingren Palace. But the more inconspicuous she was, the less people would be on guard. On the way back to Ikuan Palace, Xiao Linzi turned to the imperial kitchen and took some tea, fruit and snacks, saying that concubine Hua would have them for lunch. Xiao Linzi was walking back with the food box. I never thought I would run into Jiang Fuhai. Hello. Eunuch Jiang, what are you doing? Xiao Linzi didn't want to talk to Jiang Fuhai, but when they ran into each other, if he didn't explain, it would probably cause another storm, so he said hello. Jiang Fuhai was a servant serving the queen. He was always arrogant, and didn't take other servants seriously except Su Peixiong, not to mention that Xiao Linzi was young. Even though Xiao Linzi was the chief eunuch of Ikuan Palace, Jiang Fuhai snorted coldly and ignored him. Xiao Linzi didn't care either. He stepped aside and let Jiang Fuhai pass first. After Jiang Fuhai left, Xiao Linzi pouted at Jiang Fuhai's back. What a joke. We are both servants. Who is more noble than the other? Xiao Linzi staggered back to Ikuan Palace. And Li Guiran, who was standing at the corner of the long street, said to the palace maids who followed her. See, we are both servants. But the servants of the queen are higher than those of the concubine Hua. Li Guiran's maid lowered her head and replied. Yes, I know. One day, my lady will be successful, and I will be proud of her. Li Guiran laughed heartily. You are smart. But I despise these eunuchs. It is said that eunuchs are ruthless. They just serve as servants. But they are fighting against each other. Don't they know that they are just a joke in the eyes of their masters? Said the maid. Is this why my lady doesn't want eunuchs around her? Li Guiran tightened her handkerchief and said. Do you think I don't want it? It's just that I can't have it now. When I entered the palace, I knew that I had to stand on the side of concubine Hua. But our emperor only reviews memorials and meets ministers every day. Occasionally, he goes to the harem to visit a few favored concubines. Concubine Hua never mentioned me to the emperor. But it was the empress who asked the emperor to go to my place twice. So, I don't know who to listen to. The maid looked around, seeing that there was no one around. She whispered, Why don't you play both sides? Young lady? Li Guiran looked at the maid and said, What do you mean? Let me be between the queen and concubine Hua. That's a good idea. But what about the queen mother? The maid smiled and replied, In this harem, the real master is only the queen. But concubine Hua is currently favored and has some power in her hands. You might as well stand in the middle and take a look. Go to whichever side you can talk to. As for the Empress Dowager, you just need to be perfunctory. Besides, the most important thing is that you should think more about how to get the emperor's favor. Yin Sherwan murmured as she watched the snow slowly falling outside the window. Auspicious snow indicates a good harvest. When winter is over and spring comes, it will be a good harvest again. Brother said that the scenery in Shu is very beautiful. But the low grain price this year hurts farmers. I don't know if brother can find a way to make the people under his rule live a good life. In her previous life, Yin Sherwan would never care about this. At that time, apart from the matter of competing for favor, she spent her time on eating, drinking and having fun. But in this life, she has an idea in her mind, which is gradually taking shape. To realize that idea, it must have the support of the people. Songji walked in with the fourth prince in her arms and smiled. Master, don't worry about whether it hurts the farmers or not. Look at the fourth prince, his little pouting mouth is so adorable. Yin Sherwan came back to her senses, turned around and walked towards Songji, and took Hongli from her arms. Hongli, who was already 3 months old, was no longer as red, ugly and wrinkled as when he was just born. At this time, the baby Hongli had a white complexion and round eyes, and his little mouth was moving as if sucking milk, which was very adorable. Yin Sherwan held Hongli, stretched out her fingers to touch his little face, and smiled. My dear, you don't have to pout because I'm here to protect you. Whatever good things mother will give you. Even if mother can't give you, your uncle will give you. You just need to grow up obediently. Yin Sherwan was immersed in maternal love. Xiao Linzi rushed in. My lord, you committed suicide in the coal palace? The eunuch on guard came to report that she died by hitting a pillar, and it was a tragic death. Chapter 246 Chao's request for favor. When Yin Sherwan first heard that you committed suicide, she felt puzzled. It was a serious crime for a concubine to commit suicide, which would bring disaster to her family. Even though you had been demoted to a commoner, she was still in the cold palace. She had always wanted to protect her family, so why would she commit suicide this year? It was too coincidental. Why is it so sudden? Do you know why? I haven't used her yet. Xiao Linzi came over and said, I heard that Ndeng somehow remembered going to the cold palace. After An agreed to leave the coal palace, Yu kept talking in her sleep. And she was a little crazy. The eunuchs who were guarding her had seen this many times. And they didn't care. When they found out again, Yu was already dead. Yin Sherlan had already handed Hongli, who was in her arms, to Songji to take away when Xiao Linzi said that Yu committed suicide. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that in her previous life, it seemed that after An agreed to go to the coal palace, the Mewing lady Yu died tragically. But at that time, Yu was already sentenced to death by Injin if she died. She died. No one would investigate further. This time, An agreed to go. I don't know what she said or did. Go and find out for me what's going on. I remember that. Yu and An had no old grudges. I don't know what's going on this time. It seems that An has chosen to stand on the side of the queen. Xiao Linzi said again. But I heard that An agreed to go out of the Yongxing palace because of the incident last time he slept with the queen. Yu laughed at An in private several times. Come to think of it, which woman can bear this humiliation? I guess. And was so angry that she went to the cold palace to provoke you. Yin Sherlan listened to Xiao Linzi's words and suddenly laughed out loud. And asked with interest. Then do you know how you laughed at An? Xiao Linzi blushed for a rare time, scratched his head, and said, I don't understand it very well. I just vaguely heard you talking about the story of returning the jade intact to Zhao. Yin Sherlan looked at Xiao Linzi's blushing face, he sneered. Since you don't understand, why are you blushing? Don't play dumb in front of me. Your master seems to be very dedicated and has taught you a lot. Xiao Linzi chuckled. He was a eunuch, so he would feel embarrassed even if he understood. Yin Sherlan thought, in the previous life, Yu was only a singer of kunku opera, and Injin just raised a bird with a good voice. If you understand the meaning of the wind, don't destroy it easily. As a stepping stone, Yu sure would never have a chance to make a name for herself in her life. At most, she would be sent out of the palace when she reached a certain age, and be married to a servant. Who would have thought that? By chance, she would be favored by Zhen Huan, climb onto the dragon bed, and be blessed to become the emperor's woman. Moreover, she could sing a few songs, which softened the emperor's heart. It was a pity that Yushur had just become a lady, and she was so domineering that she offended many people in the palace. Her death was not unjust. She was still useful after death. Zhen Huan played tricks and got rid of Lipin, Yin Sherlan's right-hand man at that time. Yushur in this life is not the same person as in the previous life, but she can't escape the fate of death. But God is naughty. Give Yushur the position of a concubine, and let her take advantage of her position to be arrogant. It can be said that she has risen high and fallen hard. Yushur is stupid. I have never seen anyone so stupid that she can be used again and again. But when I think about the past in the palace, the maidservants around me can easily provoke her anger. So it is no wonder that she is being used by the queen now. By the way, I asked you to pay attention to An Ying's dealings with Xianfu Palace. Did you find out anything? Yin Sherlan asked Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi said hurriedly. I didn't see An Ying go to Xianfu Palace, but I saw that An Ying was very attentive when paying respects every day. He was always polite to other ladies and looked shy. Yin Sherlan knew that. In this life, because of my rebirth, many things have changed in advance. In the previous life, Zhen Huan and Shen Meizhuang and An Lingrong were good friends because Zhen Huan stood up for An Lingrong during this election, which made An Lingrong, who came from a small family, very grateful. Therefore, the three of them have been treating each other like sisters since entering the palace, and they have a good relationship. In this life, An Lingrong did not splash Xia Dongchun, the daughter of Xiao Wei, with hot water during this election, and there was no scene of Zhen Huan standing up. The three of them have only a faint relationship until today. Thinking of Xia Dongchun, Yin Sherlan sighed. In the previous life, Xia Dongchun was a flamboyant person. Before she even met the emperor or slept with him, she was used as a target to establish her authority. She was beaten to a pulp with a slash of red. In this life, I heard that Xia Dongchun looked quite stable. In addition, the nanny Yin Sherlan sent to teach her many palace rules and etiquette. So Xia Dongchun has been living comfortably so far. Yin Sherlan read the records of the Jing Shifeng. Although Xia Dongchun was not outstanding among the concubines, I have also served the emperor several times. I am much happier than in my previous life. Does the emperor know? What does he say? Seeing his master asking, Xiao Linzi said again. The emperor didn't even remember who An Daeng was, and just told the queen to do it. The queen didn't say anything, but summoned An Daeng to Jingren Palace. When Ding came out, he was the same as usual, and there was no change. Yin Sherlan waved her hand, and sent Xiao Linzi away. In a moment, Xiao Linzi ran in again and said, "My lord, Chao Chengzai wants to see you." Yin Sherlan frowned. "What is she doing here?" "Go ahead. I will see her in the main hall." Yin Sherlan sat on the seat of honor in the main hall, watching Chao Chengzai walk in step by step, and frowned again. A nice young girl, why is she dressed so old-fashioned? Suddenly, a scene appeared in Yin Sherlan's mind. Chao Chengzai in the previous life seemed to never dress herself up in front of her, always wearing clothes that don't match her age. "I am Chao Chengzai, paying my respects to the Empress Huafei. May the Empress be blessed with good health and long-lasting happiness." Chao Chengzai bowed humbly, waiting for Yin Sherlan to call her. Yin Sherlan waved her hand nonchalantly, said, "Get up, please take a seat. Are you here today for something?" Chao Chengzai nodded and thanked Xiao Linzi, who moved the chair for her, and carefully sat on half of the chair, said, "To be honest, I am here to ask the Empress for help." Yin Sherlan's face was full of curiosity. "Oh, what can I do for you?" "That's strange. In the harem, the Queen Mother is in charge. You don't ask the Queen Mother for help, but ask me for help instead." Chao Chengzai lowered her head. After a while, she seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head and said, "The Queen Mother once said that she likes people with straightforward temperament. I came here today to ask for the Queen Mother's protection. I want to be favored." Yin Sherlan pretended to be surprised and looked at Chao Chengzai, and said, "Chao Chengzai's straightforwardness today is unexpected to me. But how do you know that I can help you?" Chapter 247, Replacing the Queen. Chao Chengzai stood up and knelt down. "I know that my family is humble, and it is difficult for me to stand out in this palace. The emperor is in his prime, but he has few children. I dare not dream of having a son. But even if I can have a daughter, like Jingpin, I will have hope for the rest of my life. I don't want to die alone in the deep palace. Please help me." After saying this, Chao Chengzai cowed out heavily. Yin Sherlan looked at Chao Chengzai in front of her, and thought of how Chao Chengzai had taken advantage of her downfall in her previous life. But in this life, she really didn't have a capable helper around her, and Natalie Guerin was useless. And she had ulterior motives. Yin Sherlan said with a smile. When Chao Chengzai was at home, she didn't seem to learn female rules or female training. Instead, she seemed to have inherited the mantle of a storyteller, and was good at telling good stories. If you want a son, or a daughter, you should go to Baohua Hall to ask the goddess of childbirth and the master, "Why are you begging me to give you a child? Do I look like a bodhisattva who can give you a child?" Chao Chengzai raised her head, and burst into tears. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have offended you, but I am sincere in what I said." Yin Sherlan was startled. In her previous life, except for worrying about Princess Wenyi, Yin Sherlan had never seen Chao Chengzai's tears. But she still said, "Sincere? How sincere? The stone lions at the gate of the temple are also sincere. But they are not only a symbol of guarding the gate, it won't do anything. You say you are sincere, but you are a living person, how can I trust you?" Chao Chengzai still knelt, said, "I know that. I came here abruptly last time. This time, I want to let the Queen know that as long as the Queen needs me, I will always be by her side and help her. I only ask the Queen to love me." Yin Sherlan finally let go, said, "You get up first. I don't have anything to do with you right now. I just want to raise the fourth prince well. As for what you said, I will also consider it. But I don't want to fight with others, do you understand?" Chao Chengzai cowed out again, and then stood up with the help of Inchio, said, "I understand, but the Queen is in this palace, and even if she doesn't want to fight with others, she has to fight. Since I entered the palace, I haven't slept well for a day. I have also privately inquired about the third prince's biological mother, but..." Chao Cheng looked around and saw that there were no other servants beside Yin Sherlan except Songji and Xiao Linzi. So she continued, "But at that time, everyone in the palace avoided this matter, and I didn't ask any more questions. Later, I learned that the Queen was thoughtful. Now the newcomers in the palace don't know the past. But I am worried every day. I also saw that your Majesty has been so kind to Jingpin and protected Jingpin and her daughter. I thought, a person like you who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside, isn't it a living bodhisattva?" I thought about it, and came here boldly. Yin Sherlan said with a smile, "It's rare that you are so careful. And you know a lot of things." Chao Chengzai said respectfully, I saw Jin Chengzai entering Jing'an Palace several times in private a few days ago. Later I heard that Jin Chengzai often practiced the Jinghong dance in a deserted place. I think she wants to make a big splash. But it's a pity that she hasn't had the chance yet. Yin Sherlan said. I have to go to see the arrangements for tomorrow's palace banquet. I won't keep Chao Chengzai. Chao Chengzai hurriedly said goodbye and left the room. Standing outside the Ikuan Palace, Chao Chengzai was undecided. She had clearly seen the unusual look that concubine Hua gave Jin Chengzai. Although it was only a moment, she would never be wrong. It was a look of hatred. Chao Chengzai didn't understand how a little concubine who had just entered the palace and had never openly provoked concubine Hua could attract such hatred. But soon, Chao Chengzai saw how a small Chengzai could offend the high and mighty concubine Hua. On the 24th day of the 12th lunar month, according to the Qing dynasty's ancestral system, it was the New Year's Eve banquet. Since the reign of Yingzhen, this day was first celebrated with ministers and close princes and nobles. The concubines in the harem were placed on the orthodox New Year's Eve to stay up with the emperor. Yin Sherlan followed the rules and got up early in the morning to pay her respects to Alinara. Alinara had her usual gentle face that day. Said with a smile, Jianqiu, bring the list of rewards I prepared, and read it to all the sisters. Jianqiu also smiled and held a piece of red paper in both hands, reading out the rewards for everyone one by one. When Jianqiu finished reading, the concubines all stood up to thank her. We thank the queen for her reward. Live 1,000 years to the queen. Alinara said with a smile. We are all sisters. There is no need to be so polite. Please sit down. Today, the emperor celebrated with the ministers in the front court. I took some things and gave them to all the sisters. It is also for the celebration of the new year. When everyone sat down again, Alinara said again, Mrs. Shen has been following concubine Hua to take care of some trivial matters these days, which is also hard work. I especially give you an extra piece of swastika-shaped longevity brocade. You can use it to make a quilt cover. Cover yourself, and bless you to have a child soon. Mrs. Shen stood up again and said, I thank the queen for her grace, and I will do my best to assist concubine Hua. Alinara smiled and stretched out her hand, gesturing for concubine Shen to sit down, said, Please sit down. I heard that you and concubine Shen have been good friends since childhood. This is a double blessing. For your sake, I have also prepared something for concubine Shen. If everyone in the palace is as harmonious as you sisters, I will have less worries. Jin Chang was stunned, and also stood up, stepped forward a few steps, and bowed to Alinara. Thank you, Queen, for your reward. With the blessing of the Queen, the harem will be harmonious. Yin Sherlan sneered, put down the teacup in her hand, and the lid of the teacup made a sound. Alinara frowned slightly and said, Hua Fei, what's wrong with you? Today is a good day. Don't let the sisters laugh at you. Yin Sherlan smiled faintly. I would like to see who dares to laugh at this joke. I just slipped my hand when I put down the teacup, and made a little noise. Why did the queen say that I made a fool of myself? Jin Chengzai saw the queen's forbearing look, and thought of the domineering concubine Hua. So she couldn't help but speak. I'm afraid concubine Hua has misunderstood the queen's intention. In my opinion, the harmony in the harem is due to the queen's benevolence. Of course, it is also related to concubine Hua's hard work in managing the 6 palaces. We are grateful to the 2 ladies. Yin Sherlan looked at Jin Chengzai after hearing this. Today, Jin Chengzai was wearing a green Manchu dress, which was similar to the look that Yin Sherlan hated in her previous life. Yin Sherlan smiled contemptuously. I didn't know that the rules in this palace allow people to commit crimes at will. Or, I can guess the master's intentions at will, Jin Chengzai said this on her own initiative, but is she eager to represent the sisters in the palace? Or Jin Chengzai thinks, you are qualified to teach me about my misunderstanding of the queen? Or Jin Chengzai can replace the queen? I am a title party, hee. Chapter 248 Offending Concubine Hua. Jin Chang was shocked, but she calmed herself down, and bowed to Yin Sherlan before speaking. Concubine Hua has wronged me. In my eyes, I only see the hard work of the 2 ladies. I have no other intentions. As for concubine Hua's words that I will replace the queen, I would not dare to have such a rebellious thought even if I sacrificed the lives of my 9 clans. Jin Chang turned to Alinara and bowed again and said, My heart, heaven and earth are witnesses. Please let the empress see clearly. When Lady Shen heard what Jin Chengzai said, her palms were sweating. Jin Chengzai and Lady Shen had known each other since childhood. Whenever Lady Shen went to Beijing, she always stayed at her maternal grandfather's house in Beijing, which was adjacent to the Jin mansion. The two mansions had frequent exchanges and a close relationship. By the way, the two young ladies were also very close, and they were together almost every day. Looking at Nian Sherlan's amused expression, Lady Shen wanted to make up for it, and because she had been accompanying Nian Sherlan to deal with trivial matters in the palace these days, I have understood Nian Sherlan's temperament to some extent. Concubine Shen was confused for a while, and before she could think of what to say, she heard Nian Sherlan said, "Shen Chengzai is a clever talker, and she easily put my 9 clans in the position of treason. But you slander me like this, which is treason. Not to mention that according to the palace rules, Shen Chengzai can be punished. Even according to the laws of the Qing dynasty, those who commit treason will also be severely punished. Shen Chengzai, tell me, what should I do with you?" Lenara was secretly happy in her heart. She had never noticed that Shen Chengzai was eloquent. But after fighting with Nian Sherlan for a long time, Olenara heard what Nian Sherlan said, and knew that she was suppressing her anger. Olenara said, "Hua Fei, you are an old man in the palace. You don't need to be so fussy with the newcomer. Shen Chengzai, you sit down too. I think Hua Fei will do this for my sake. I won't make it difficult for you. It's just a few jokes between sisters. Don't hurt everyone's harmony." Shen Chengzai bowed to thank her, and sat down again. Nian Sherlan looked at Olenara for a long time with a smile, and said, "Your Majesty, what you said is hard for me to respond. If I insist on dealing with Shen Chengzai according to the palace rules, it will be seen that I have offended your Majesty. But if I let Shen Chengzai be so unreasonable, I will have many more difficulties in managing the 6 palaces in the future. Today it is Shen Chengzai, tomorrow there will be Wang Chengzai and Li Chengzai. Everyone is pointing fingers at my 9 clans. I wonder, do I still have a say in the 6 palaces?" Olenara smiled and said, "Hua Fei, you are worrying too much. Sisters, why should be so fussy? Shen Chengzai is only 16 years old after the new year. You should just think of her as a little sister who speaks without restraint once. If you keep harping on this matter, I have never had any conversation with you. Hua Fei, I have been fussy about it." Nian Sherlan smoothed her clothes, stood up with a smile, waved her handkerchief, and bowed nonchalantly, saying, "I know. The queen is so kind. I will not bother with Shen Chengzai today. This is a great year. I don't want to cause bad luck. But my 9 clans? Not everyone can point fingers at me. I also took the opportunity to admonish Shen Chengzai. Who talks too much will lose. If you don't want to cause trouble, then you should control your desire to excel in the future. Learn from concubine Shen when you have nothing to do. This is a lady raised by aristocratic families. Not all cats and dogs from nouveau riche families can be called ladies. Even if cats and dogs can make the emperor happy by relying on their family's power, they should recognize their own status in the end. Please forgive me. Queen, I still have to take stock of the arrangements for today's palace banquet. I will take my leave first." Shen Chong listened to Nian Sherlan's rare long speech when paying respects, but every word was referring to her. Her pretty face was already flushed, and she felt very embarrassed. She looked at Shen Guiran for help, and she saw Shen Guiran also looking at her anxiously. Shen Chengzai shook her head gently, indicating Shen Guiran not to speak, so as not to implicate her. Shen Guiran nodded secretly, but Nian Sherlan, who had just walked a few steps, suddenly turned around, looked at Shen and Shen who were exchanging glances, and sneered. "Shen Guiran, you should go with me too." Mrs. Shen stood up, said goodbye to Olenara, and followed Nian Sherlan to work. But this busyness made it to the evening of the evening. When Mrs. Shen returned to Xianfu Palace, she saw that there was only one lamp in Shen Chengzai's room, emitting a faint light. Kaiwa looked at Mrs. Shen and asked, "My young lady, would you like to sit in Shen Chengzai's room? But I think Shen Chengzai may have gone to bed. My young lady, do you want me to knock on her door?" Concubine Shen sighed, rubbed her aching waist, and said, "Forget it. I'm tired today. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Kaiwa then reached out to help Concubine Shen, and walked towards Kunju Hall where Concubine Shen lived, whispering as she walked, "Miss Shen shouldn't have offended Empress Hua today. I see that Miss Shen is well versed in poetry and literature, and knows right from wrong. Why did she confront Empress Hua today? I'm really worried for Miss Shen." Concubine Shen looked in the direction where Concubine Shen lived. There was a hint of helplessness in her tone. "I see her as a smart person every day, and I was worried about her today. Fortunately, Concubine Hua did not make things difficult for her, otherwise I would not know how to excuse her. She has been in the palace for so long, and she is not in good health, and has not been favored by the emperor yet. By the way, You should give Huaner the ginseng that concubine Hua gave me a few days ago tomorrow. She is weak, and she should take good care of herself. I have been busy learning about the affairs of the 6 palaces with concubine Hua these days. I don't have time to talk to her. If I could get a little bit of power, we would be better off in this palace. Kai Wei nodded and waited for concubine Shin to wash and rest. Over there. Jin Chongzai heard the sound of the door opening and closing in Kunju Hall. A head popped out to take a look, and then shrank back. Wenbi held the candlestick in her hand, and gently placed it on the table in front of Jin Chongzai. There was still a candlestick on the table that was not very bright. My lady, reading at night hurts your eyes. You can read during the day tomorrow. Chongzai Jin turned another page of the book in her hand, and said, Is Sister Mei back? Wenbi said with a grudge. Miss Mei Zhuang just took Kai Wei back to her room. You have been waiting for Miss Mei Zhuang for most of the day. She saw that the lights in your room were still on. And she didn't even say she came to see you. You have suffered so much injustice from concubine Hua today. And she didn't even say a few words to defend you. It seems that she is afraid that concubine Hua will resent her. Chapter 249 Red Plum Blossoms. Chongjin stopped flipping through the book, looked up at the indignant Huanbi, and said with a smile. Since you entered the palace, you have become more and more irritable. That's Mei Jia. She didn't speak today. It must not be because she was afraid of Hua Fei. She and I are like sisters, so naturally we have the same feelings. Today I blame myself for being too reckless, and for a moment of negligence to compare Hua Fei with the queen. The queen is generous, and she didn't blame me, which is already umidba. Fortunately, Mei Jia didn't say anything. She finally won the favor of concubine Hua, and helped to manage the affairs of the 6 palaces. If concubine Hua was angry with me at this time and lost that little power, I would feel guilty. Wenbi said angrily. I know that you and Miss Mei Zhuang are like sisters. But they are not real sisters after all. Concubine Hua pointed at the master today and humiliated him with her words. But Miss Mei Zhuang was indifferent. Which real sister would not defend herself when seeing her relatives being humiliated? Jin Chong was looking at the flickering candlelight in front of her. The flame became brighter after Huanbi cut the wick. Huanbi, I know you are angry about my father. You grew up with me. Although you are my maids in name. I never think that you and Lu Zhu are just my maids. You and I are like sisters. Sister Mei is introverted. But she is smarter than me. It is her good fortune to follow concubine Hua now. I can't be the one who holds her back. You must control your temper when you are on duty these days. I am just a small maid. If I really annoy concubine Hua, she will crush me to death as easily as crushing an ant. Huanbi followed concubine Jin's gaze to the flickering candlelight and said, I know. Young lady. As you said. Although Huanbi is just a maid, she is very close to you and the master in her heart. She was very angry after hearing what concubine Hua said. Then young lady, you offended concubine Hua with your words today. Will she harm you? Jin Chongzai put away the book she was reading. It was a music score. Probably not. There are many people present today. The queen has already said that all the big things in the past have been reduced to small things. Concubine Hua is a concubine. And she has also promised the queen that she will not care about it. She will not bring this matter up to my defense again. Otherwise, how can she convince everyone in the 6 palaces? Going back on one's words has always been despised by people. But concubine Hua will not do that. As long as I don't offend her again in the future, I think I can live a peaceful life. I heard that although she is domineering, she never punishes anyone without reason. I don't have any handle in her hand. So she will naturally not make things difficult for me. Lu Zhu came over and said, My lady, it's almost midnight. Why don't you take a rest first? I have made your bed soft and put 2 hot water bottles under the quilt. Jin Chong stretched and smiled. Yes. It's hard for you to be so careful. Knowing that I am afraid of cold, they made the bed warm. Although there is a floor heating in the palace, I always feel that the room is cold, and I still need to rely on a hot water bottle when I go to bed. Lu Zhu said with a smile. When the young master is favored one day, our room will be warm. I heard from people in the palace that whoever the emperor favors, whoever's room will be extra warm. Jin Chongzai stood up and walked towards the inner room, asking casually, Why is this? The emperor has his own heat? Lu Zhu laughed. My young lady is such a smart person, how come she is so confused now? Whoever the emperor favors has the best silver charcoal in his house. The charcoal we use every day is not even half as warm as the silver charcoal. Jin Chongzai smiled, stopped talking and went to sleep. But she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. Yes, she is not favored, and even her house is not as warm as others. But it is not so easy to be favored. In the next few days, concubine Shen was still busy following Yin Sherlan in and out. Yin Sherlan only went to see the fourth prince after breakfast every morning. The rest of the time, she and her wed nurse would take care of the fourth prince. This day was the New Year's Eve, and it was also the last day of the year. The lights in the Qianqing Palace were bright, and the big red lanterns were hung high. The red plums were picked and put in the vase, and the joy of the new year was everywhere. Yin Sherlan looked at the clusters of red plums placed in the vase, and thought to herself, in the previous life, I didn't know that the red plum blossoms were favored by the late Queen Chun Yuan. I was assigned by Elinara to arrange the palace banquet, and I heard from the people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs that the red plum blossoms in the Ime garden were in full bloom. So I foolishly picked some to decorate the palace banquet. This made Injin miss her on New Year's Eve, and he thought of Queen Chun Yuan, which led to his fate with Jin Huan in the Ime garden. In this life, Yin Sherlan had already seen many things in her dream, and she also let concubine Shen pick red plum blossoms to decorate the palace banquet. Just because Yin Sherlan wanted to know if concubine 1 had left any trace in Injin's heart. Among the people in the palace who are similar to Chun Yuan, concubine 1 is the best. If Injin still thinks about Chun Yuan blindly, then seeing the red plum will remind him of her as before. But if Injin looks at the red plum and is indifferent, then concubine 1 can do more. Yin Sherlan looked at concubine 1's seat and saw that she seemed to be worried, staring at the wine glass in front of her. After all the concubines in the harem were seated, Injin and Elinara helped the Empress Dowager to sit at the top. Songji leaned over and whispered in Yin Sherlan's ear, I heard that Empress Dowager Do was seriously ill these days. Even Lord Longkodo repeatedly asked to see her, but the emperor refused. He only said that Empress Dowager Do needed to rest and should not see anyone. I heard from Xiaoxiatsi beside the emperor that Lord Longkodo brought pickles from Yangzhou and presented them to Empress Dowager Do. But the imperial physician, who was accompanying the Empress Dowager, said the Queen Mother was weak and could not eat pickles. So they threw all of them away. A cook in the imperial kitchen felt sorry for it and secretly hid some. Eunuch Su somehow found out about it and ordered his men to hang the servant up and beat him half to death. He was sent to the palace to empty the toilet. The emperor was even angry and accused Lord Longkodo of having ill intentions and bringing the Queen Mother things that she could not eat. Yin Sherlan was puzzled. In her previous life, she only knew that Longkodo and her brother Nyan Gingya were both heroes who helped Injin ascend the throne. But the two of them have always been at odds with each other. Longkodo has done a lot of things to hinder his brother Nyan Gingya behind his back. But because Longkodo is Injin's uncle, Empress Dowager Do's elder brother, Nyan Gingya was afraid to take action and had been just forbearing. But why in this life, Injin was so dissatisfied with Longkodo? Yin Sherlan went through the memories of Longkodo in the previous life in her mind, but found that apart from the conflicts between him and his brother, she didn't know anything else. Yin Sherlan was thinking with her head down, suddenly heard Su Peisheng say loudly, the New Year's Eve family dinner starts here. Please ask all the ladies, the young lady, to pay respects to the emperor. I pray for peace and happiness in the coming year. Chapter 250 The Art of Balance. The concubines followed the etiquette, greeted Injin and the Empress Dowager one by one, and sat down. Injin said, originally, according to the rules of our ancestors, the family dinner on New Year's Eve should be on the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. But my 3-year mourning period for the late emperor has expired. I secretly thought that my foundation of the country could not be separated from the hard work of the ministers and royal relatives in the court. So I deliberately gave the day that should have been celebrated with my beloved concubines to the ministers in the court, to show that I have not forgotten the support of the ministers. Today is the New Year's Eve of the common people. I will sit with you and stay up all night to show that the royal family also enjoys the joy with the people, and to protect the foundation of our ancestors. The concubines stood up and said in unison, Your Majesty is wise. Long live our emperor. Injin raised his hand and said with a smile, I am not the high and mighty emperor today. I am just the head of a big family. My beloved concubines can sing, dance, laugh, and drink. I will stay up all night with you and wait for the blessings of the new year together. Seeing that Injin stopped the concubines from expressing their gratitude, Elinara raised the wine glass beside her and said with a smile, Your Majesty is so kind. And we, the concubines, will share this joy. Please drink this cup and enjoy it with me. Injun laughed heartily and also raised his wine glass, saying to the Empress Dowager, "My Queen Mother, I will offer you a toast first. I wish you good health in the new year and longevity in the world." The Empress Dowager, who was only 45 years old, had a very well-maintained white face, without even a few wrinkles. She raised her cup and nodded with a smile. The wind and frost of heaven and earth have ended, and the world is in harmony. New years have been added to the calendar, and spring has filled the old mountains and rivers. Today is a good night, and I am only waiting for the Emperor to have many children, and then to have new happiness. After the Empress Dowager finished speaking, she drank the wine in her hand. Injun smiled. "Thank you, my son." Injun raised his head and drank the wine in the cup, and Su-Patient hurriedly added more wine. Injun then said to Elenara, "The queen has worked hard for another year, and this cup is for you alone. The harem is harmonious, but it is thanks to the queen's hard work." When Elenara saw Injun holding up the wine glass again, she also hurriedly held up the wine glass, waiting for Injun and the concubines to drink together. Unexpectedly, the wine in Injun's glass was only for her. Elenara was flattered, but she smiled appropriately. "Your Majesty, I thank you very much. I don't know anything else. I just try my best to manage the harem for your Majesty. I will drink first as a toast." After Elenara said this, she drank the wine in one gulp. Injun also drank the wine with a smile, waiting for Su-Patient to add more wine. Injun raised his cup and looked at Nien Shirlan, who was particularly beautiful today. Nien Shirlan had given birth to Hungli for 3 months, but she was still as beautiful as before. Perhaps it was because of the birth of the child. She lost her girlish beauty, but her charm was even stronger. Injun looked at the beautiful face he had personally asked to marry, and his smile became more genuine. "This cup, I want to drink with Shirlan. Shirlan is also working hard to help manage the 6 palaces. I have been busy with New Year affairs these days, and I guess I am exhausted. How about drinking a few more cups today to relieve my fatigue?" Nien Shirlan looked at Injun, and suddenly felt dazed. In her previous life, no matter how hard she tried to help the 6 palaces, Injun never said a word. Even the people in the palace privately disliked her for being hard-hearted and unyielding. At that time, she was unaware of it, and arranged red plums at the palace banquet, which reminded Injun of his sad memories. In this life, it is also red plums. Why didn't Injun look strange? Nien Shirlan was lost in her thoughts, and didn't say anything for a while. Songji, who was standing by, quietly pulled Nien Shirlan's clothes from behind. Nien Shirlan came back to her senses, but saw Injun smiling, staring at Nien Shirlan. "Shirlan is distracted, but are you thinking about something else?" Nien Shirlan smiled and said, "Your Majesty has praised me. I was flattered just now, and I was so grateful for a while that I couldn't speak. I will drink this cup to the full. Thank the Emperor for his kindness." After saying this, without waiting for Injun's reaction, she raised her head and drank the wine in the cup in one breath. Then Nien Shirlan took the wine pot from Songji's hand, which was about to be filled for her, and poured herself a full cup, and then said, "You should be like a rock, and I should be like a reed. Reeds are as tough as silk, and rocks are immovable. I, your concubine, am ordered by the Emperor to help manage the 6 palaces, both to share the Emperor's worries and to relieve the Queen's burden. The Queen's health has not been very good, the medicines and drinks are constantly being taken, and I am also suffering. I have no other skills, and I can only do my best in these trivial matters. I only hope that the Emperor can rest assured and the Queen can be healthy. I ask the Emperor to do me a favor and drink this cup with me." Injun smiled and looked at Nien Shirlan. This little fox now drags the Elenara family into every sentence. The Elenara family now relies on the family lineage of 2 queens, and is very arrogant in the court. However, the Nien brothers and sisters are restraining them in the front court and the harem. Not too presumptuous. Injun was not unaware of the plot between Nien Shirlan and Elenara, but rather than letting Elenara dominate, Injun chose to let Nien Shirlan do whatever she wanted. The art of balance is also the way to control subordinates. "Okay, I will drink with you." After drinking the 3 cups of wine, Injun looked at Su-Patient's new wine and said, "This cup, I will drink with all the concubines." The concubines then raised their glasses, thanked him, and drank with a smile. At this point, the Empress Dowager spoke. "The Emperor is diligent, and he has worked hard this year. I heard that the Emperor has to review memorials for 5 or 6 hours every day, and the Emperor should take care of himself. There is also a banquet at the Sinang Palace, and I should go back and talk with them. I will go back to the Sinang Palace first. Injin and everyone in the palace knew that the Lady Empress Dowager was talking about were naturally the concubines of the previous emperor, and several previous princes, who had not yet married, and set up their own households. Injin stood up, and said respectfully, "My son knows that the Empress Dowager is concerned about the concubines, so I will not force her to stay. My son and the concubines respectfully send the Empress Dowager off." When the Empress Dowager and her maids and eunuchs left the Qianqing Palace, Injin sat down again and waved. "Okay, everyone sit down." When all the concubines sat down, the singing and dancing in the palace began, and Su-Patient stood beside Injin with a smile in his eyes. Injin looked at the people in the palace greeting each other. As the wine was flowing, I inadvertently glanced at the bottles of red plums on the windowsill. The red plums in the porcelain white bottles were very beautiful. Against the 3 crossed and 6 wrong diamond patterns on the window lattice, it looked like a painting. Injin thought, Yunchi used to like red plums the most. Although Olenara looked at everyone with a smile, she was following Injin with the corner of her eyes. She saw Injin looking at the red plums, and she knew that he was thinking of her sister again. On this happy day, Olenara. An inexplicable restlessness rose in her heart. She was the first to enter the palace, and she came to visit her pregnant sister, leaving an indelible mark in the heart of the man that Olenara loved most in her life. Olenara took a deep breath quietly, and adjusted her mood when no one was paying attention. She thought, that's fine, as long as the emperor didn't forget her sister, her position as queen would be safe. Chapter 251-11 Lei Qing. Nian Sherlan did not miss the expressions of the emperor and empress at the top. She lowered her head, and picked up a peeled pomelo to eat. The sour and sweet taste spread on her tongue. Nian Sherlan had a faint smile on her lips. She liked to see the Olenara family had to endure every time. Su-Patient also followed Injin's gaze. He naturally knew that the emperor was thinking about Queen Chunyuan. But there were still many concubines here. Su-Patient coughed lightly, leaning beside Injin. She smiled. "Oh, the song and dance today are so good, I am so happy watching them." "I heard that. The queen had someone carefully rehearse this dance. Your Majesty, the lead dancer has such a graceful posture, it is so beautiful." Injin withdrew his gaze from Hongmei, looked down at his wine glass, and then looked up at the dancers in the hall. Olenara smiled. "Your Majesty, do you think today's song and dance are satisfactory?" Injin turned the wine glass in his hand, and said with a smile. "The queen is thoughtful. The songs and dances are all the same, there is nothing new. It's just for the sake of excitement and novelty. The queen has worked hard." Olenara looked at Injin's movements, and knew that he was a little absent-minded at the moment. So she smiled and gestured to Jiang Fuhai, who was serving beside him. Jiang Fuhai bowed and said yes, stepped back a few steps, and went to the side hall. Just as the dancers in the main hall finished a song and left the stage, the faint sound of stringed instruments rang out from far away. A woman in red danced to the sound of stringed instruments, her graceful figure following the music. And she danced in the hall. Injin's eyes lit up. The woman seemed to cover her face with her movements while dancing, and Injin couldn't see her face clearly. But Nian Sherlan, who was sitting on the side, could see it clearly. Except for Jin Chongzai. Nian Sherlan had never seen anyone dance like this. Her movements were exactly the same as the Jinghong dance she performed in her previous life. Injin was attracted by the dancing woman. Olenara secretly felt a little proud. She had known for a long time that Jin Chongzai could dance. It was just that Jin Chongzai was unlucky. She had not appeared in front of the emperor for more than half a year since entering the palace. Olenara deliberately arranged this solo dance. As for whether she could dance into the emperor's eyes, it all depended on Jin Chongzai's ability. Shinguren knew about it, so it was no surprise that she looked at Jin Chongzai dancing in the palace with admiration. Jin Chongzai was about to end the song. Then she slowly danced to Injin's eyes, reached out to take the wine pot in front of Injin, and added fine wine to Injin's cup. "I wish the emperor good health and a long life. I wish the Qing dynasty good weather and good harvests, and peace and prosperity for the country and the people." After saying this, Jin Chongzai put the wine pot on the table, quickly retreated to the center of the hall, and bowed deeply. Injin clapped his hands and laughed, and said loudly, "Good. Jin Chongzai. Stand up." Jin Chongzai thanked her, and slowly stood up, dressed in red like a proud red plum. It fell into Injin's eyes. Olenara looked at Injin's eyes, and smiled with satisfaction. Others didn't know, but she knew it. This was the person that Olenara cultivated according to her sister's temperament, She didn't believe that she couldn't impress the emperor. Injin said, "Your dance is beautiful, you deserve to be rewarded with treasures. Su Peisheng, bring my pair of white jade peace buckles, and give them to Jin Changzai." Injin originally prepared many things as rewards for tonight's New Year's Eve. Su Peisheng took the white jade peace buckle from the side and he offered it to Jin Changzai with both hands. Su Peisheng smiled sincerely and said, "My lady is so lucky. I congratulate you, and congratulate you." Jin Changzai knelt down again, thanked her, and stood up. Elenara smiled and said to Injin, "Jin Changzai is not only good at dancing, but also very talented. In the past, I only knew that concubine Shin was good at poetry. That day, I accidentally heard Jin Changzai reciting poetry, and then I knew that Jin Changzai had a strict education at home. Although she was a girl, she also studied poetry with her teacher." Injin looked at Jin Changzai with great interest and said, "I vaguely remember that I told you during the selection that you are quite knowledgeable in poetry and literature." Jin Changzai replied meekly, "Yes, your majesty still remembers." Elenara smiled again. "Your majesty, there is still a long time to come, and you still need to discover the good of Jin Changzai. I heard that Jin Changzai has prepared a dance for your majesty. Your majesty, will you take a look?" Injin leaned back in his chair and said, "Okay, I want to take a look, too. What else does Jin Changzai have to surprise?" Jin Changzai flicked her sleeves and danced to the music. Yunjin's face gradually darkened. Every move he made seemed to be imitating Yunqi's posture. But the only person who had the honor to see Yunqi dance was Elenara. Injin glanced at Elenara calmly, thinking maybe Elenara also wanted to make him happy. After the dance, Jin Changzai did not receive the emperor's praise as she had imagined. The emperor said calmly, "Jin Changzai danced well just now, and change your clothes and sit down." Jin Changzai was stunned for a moment, and looked at Elenara at a loss. This dance was something she often practiced at home, and was taught by a dance teacher specially hired by her father Jin Yuandao. After entering the palace, the queen also praised her dance, and suggested many changes, making her feel that this dance should be very stunning. Why did the emperor seem to be not only unmoved instead? There was a hint of barely perceptible anger. But Jin Changzai was very alert, and hurriedly said, "Thank you, your majesty, for your praise. I will go change my clothes first." After saying that, she withdrew, leaving the place in the hall to the dancers in the palace. Yin Shiron watched this scene leisurely, poured herself a glass of wine and drank it, then said, "Your majesty, I can't dance, but I saw Jin Changzai dancing just now, as graceful as a swimming dragon, as beautiful as a startled swan. How could your majesty not be moved?" Wan Guiran, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. "Empress Hua has excellent taste. This dance is the famous Jinghong dance." Yin Shiron asked in surprise. "Jinghong dance? I remember that concubine Wan also danced Jinghong dance, but I didn't have the chance to see it. Today, I know that the name is really appropriate." Concubine Wan smiled, glanced at Injin, and said, "It's not surprising that Empress Hua was surprised. This Jinghong dance was created by concubine Mei, the favorite concubine of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang. Legend has it that when concubine Mei danced, she looked like a wild goose flying. It also has a light and free-spirited demeanor. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang once praised concubine Mei in front of the kings, saying that she played the white jade flute, danced the startling swan dance, and was a shining star. Some poets even lamented that they were afraid that they would not be able to catch the startling swan, so they flew away to chase the startled swan." Concubine Hua said, "I heard that I had also performed this dance. I have not lived at home since I was young, and I once saved a girl on the farm. She saw that I was light at that time, and taught me this dance. When the girl left, she told me that this dance was called the startling swan dance. The girl also said that the Jinghong dance had been lost, but she loved dancing and studied it painstakingly. Although I don't know how concubine Mei danced, the girl's teaching has benefited me a lot. I just don't know where concubine Jin learned it." Yin Shiron said, as if she had suddenly realized something. "That's strange. No wonder you know this dance." Injin had heard this when concubine Wan danced under the plum tree. Hearing it today, he was more certain of his guess. It must be that Elenara deliberately trained Jin Changzai for her own pleasure. But when he thought of Jin Changzai's face that looked a bit like Wan Guiran, and now dancing this deliberately learned dance, Injin just felt bored. If Wan resembled you, it could still ease Injin's longing for Yunqi. But Jin sure resembled Wan. which made him feel bored. Chapter 252, Clinking Glasses. Injin looked around the hall and saw concubine Duan sitting quietly. He raised his wine glass from a distance. Jixiang hurriedly tugged at concubine Duan's clothes and whispered to her, "Your Majesty, the Emperor is over there." Concubine Duan looked up and was stunned for a moment. The young emperor on the high seat had handsome features, and his slender fingers holding the wine glass were smiling and pointing at him. Concubine Duan stood up from her seat and raised the wine glass in front of her with both hands. "I wish the emperor good luck and happiness." Injin laughed, drank the wine, and then said, "Sit down. Why do I see you unhappy? It seems that you don't care about the singing, dancing and wine." Concubine Duan smiled, sat down, and said, "In my eyes, I never see wine, singing and dancing. In my eyes, there is only you, the Emperor." Injin was surprised. Concubine Duan, who was always taciturn, was so straightforward today. "I still remember when I first saw you. You danced on the drums. So cool. You really had the demeanor of a daughter of a general. And you were unforgettable. But since you entered the palace, you have become cautious, unwilling to take one more step or say one more word." Concubine Duan lowered her head and laughed at herself, then raised her head. "Your Majesty still remembers. But when I first met your Majesty, it was not at that palace banquet." Injin suddenly became alert. "Oh, you have never mentioned this to me. Then when did you meet me?" Duan Fei looked ahead, seemingly lost in memories. "When I first met the Emperor, he was riding on a fine horse, hunting in the royal hunting grounds. I was just a daughter of a humble official at that time, and could only watch the Emperor's heroic figure from afar. Later, I had the opportunity to enter the palace and dance for the late Emperor and met you, the Emperor, again, and I was delighted." Yin Sherlan watched Injin and Duan Fei interacting with each other and sharing their feelings, and smiled. "Your Majesty, it seems that Concubine Duan is deeply in love with you." Injin felt extremely satisfied at this time, and every word of Concubine Duan touched his heart. Since ancient times, people have believed that only women like to hear nice words, but they don't know that men also yearn for it. Especially in front of everyone, Concubine Duan's words are even more pleasant to Injin's ears. Injin's mouth corners unconsciously curled up. Yin Sherlan rolled her eyes in her heart, looking at Injin's worthless appearance. In her previous life, she also said all nice things to him. Why don't you see his satisfied face? Injin raised his glass again and said, "I used to think Sherlan was good at speaking, but today I know that my beloved concubine is also very charming. I am lucky to have you." Alanara, who had been silent for a long time, advised, "It's rare that the Emperor is happy today, but no matter how good this wine is, drinking too much will hurt your health." The Emperor forgot that he drank too much at the palace banquet before, and hurt his sister Duanfei. Injin, who was originally full of smiles, suddenly, her smile faded. Yin Sherlan only thought it was funny, but she didn't say anything. She just watched how Concubine Duan responded. After so many days, Concubine Duan had figured it out. Even if the Emperor hurt her after drinking, it was because he drank too much. It was an unintentional mistake. But without favor in the palace, life is difficult. After saying that, Lenara pretended to cover her mouth and said, "I made a mistake and mentioned Concubine Duan's sister's sad story. Sister Duan Fei, please don't take it to heart." Duan Fei shook her head and smiled. "The queen is worrying too much. I am fine. The last time, the Emperor was also unintentional. The queen advised the Emperor to drink less, and it was also for the Emperor's health. How could I take it to heart? After the last incident, the Emperor was also sad for a long time. How could I mention this matter again to make the Emperor sad?" When Injin heard this, his eyes could not help but show more warmth. "It's my fault. Let's not talk about the past. When Concubine Duan gets pregnant again in the future, I will definitely protect you well." Yin Sherlan squinted at the Emperor and the Empress, and laughed even more happily in her heart. If it was Yin Sherlan in the previous life, she would definitely be jealous when she saw this scene. But now she just felt funny. She didn't believe that Concubine Duan would have no grudges. Just like Shen Huan in the previous life. Didn't she ignore the Emperor for a long time after the miscarriage? Thinking of Shen Huan's miscarriage in the previous life, Yin Sherlan felt a little uncomfortable. She was a little arrogant at that time, but it was not possible that she would have a miscarriage after kneeling for only 1 hour. Now that she thought about it, the Emperor added infertility spices to his Huan Yixiang. Maybe it was because of Injin's deep love for Jin Huan in the previous life. It should not be likely. Thinking of this, Yin Sherwan became indignant again. Why did Injin plot against her? Jin Huan lost her child. But Injin was sad for so long. Yin Sherwan gritted her teeth in hatred, picked up the wine glass and drank the wine. Su Peisheng, who was standing beside Injin, saw it inadvertently. Wondering if he was seeing things wrong, he rubbed his eyes quietly, and then looked at Yin Sherwan, only to see her drinking leisurely. Xi and Chengzai brought the wine over to toast her, and Yin Sherwan also changed her usual cold attitude towards other concubines, and drank the wine in the glass. Xi and Chengzai returned to the table with the wine glass, and smiled and agreed to An, who was sitting next to her. Go ahead. You should also go and toast to concubine Hua. She is not as scary as usual. And Ing looked towards Yin Sherwan, shaking her head timidly, and said softly, Sister is brave, but I am timid. Xi and Chengzai looked at An Ing's eyes quail-like look, and for no reason she was angry, and sneered. Look at your useless look. To live in the palace, you must learn to judge the situation. Noble Lady Fucha had heard their conversation long ago, and said while fanning herself with a silk handkerchief, If you ask me, concubine Xian is meddling too much, and De Ing is timid, and she is afraid of even entering the Emperor's palace of tranquil longevity. Why do you insist on asking her to toast Empress Hua? If you ask me, the daughter of this small family should not have entered the palace in the first place. If she is timid, she may bring trouble to the whole family one day. And De Ing clenched the handkerchief in her hand, and did not answer. Xi and Chengzai, who was always quick-witted, could not help but glance at Fu Chaguiren. Your Highness, what you said is not appropriate. On this New Year's Day, you cursed the whole family. The upbringing of the Fu Cha family is also amazing. It opened my eyes. Fu Chaguiren was not a person who could keep her temper. She immediately hit back. How dare you say that I have no upbringing? Don't you know that this is a violation of the superiors? The Emperor and the Empress are here now. Do you want the Emperor and the Empress to judge? Fu Chaguiren was furious. She spoke in a high voice. She was so anxious that the maid singer beside her wanted to cover her mouth with her hand. Injin sat at the top, and could not hear clearly. He only saw Fu Chaguiren and Xi and Guiren chatting enthusiastically. Yin Sherwan heard everything clearly, but she did not want to interfere. It was just a few insignificant concubines making trouble. Chapter 253 Arousing Interest. Songji leaned over and whispered in Yin Sherwan's ear. My queen, Miss Fucha is making a scene, aren't you going to do anything about it? Yin Sherwan said without even raising her eyelids. Do? How? The Emperor and the Queen are here, I won't stand out and be annoying. Let her go, it's better if it gets out of hand. This song and dance is not as good as women's affairs. I'm tired of drinking, and their noise is just the right thing to relieve my fatigue. Songji covered her mouth and laughed. The Queen has become calmer, and she cares less and less about the people around her. Yin Sherwan stretched, and put her hand on Songji's. Let Lidong stay here, and you accompany me to change clothes and sober up. Songji took advantage of the wine drinking at the table, and helped Yin Sherwan out through the side door. Yin Sherwan had just gone out to sober up, and Jin Chengzai had changed into new clothes, and entered the table from the other side. She was a Chengzai, and her status was different from Shinguiren. The seats were naturally not in the same place. Concubine Shin wanted to say a few words to Jin Chengzai, but she was intentional but distant. Concubine Shin took a plate of peeled pomelo from her table, and asked Saishing to send it to Jin Chengzai's seat. This pomelo was a tribute, only nobles and above could have it. Concubine Shin only had a small plate, and she gave it all to Jin Chengzai. It was because Jin Chengzai complained yesterday that taking wild ginseng to nourish her body made her body hot, and her heart was also restless, and it would be better if she had some cool fruit. When Concubine Shin saw this top-quality honey pomelo today, she asked Saishing to send it all over. Jin Chengzai smiled, and said to Saishing, Thank Meijia for me. She is the only one who has been thinking about me. Saishing said, My lady is too polite. Our lady always says that she has had a relationship with you since childhood. Her things are yours. If you need anything, just ask her for it. If our lady doesn't have it, she will ask concubine Hua for it. In short, as long as you want it, our young lady will try her best. Jin Chengzai smiled and said Saishing away, reached out to take a piece of honey pomelo, just about to eat it, but for some reason she put it down. Huanbi whispered beside her. Such a good honey pomelo. Ms. Meizhuang sent it so eagerly, why don't you eat it? Jin Chongzai looked at the plate of honey pomelo and said, I suddenly don't want to eat it. It's not easy for Sister May to get this plate of honey pomelo, but she always thinks of me. If I work harder, we sisters won't be so embarrassed. Lu Zhu said in confusion. My lady, you are overthinking. Didn't Kai Xing just say that? Ms. Mei Zhuang's things are yours. You can just eat as much as you want. Wan Bai glanced at Lu Zhu, who was confused, and spoke with some contempt. What do you know? Our lady is sad, and feels that she is a burden to Miss Mei Zhuang. Then Huan Bai changed the subject. But Miss Mei Zhuang has now won the Emperor's favor, and the favor of concubine Hua, so why don't you help our lady? Really? Jin Chongzai was originally listening to the two palace maids bickering beside her. When she suddenly heard Huan Bai say this, she hurriedly said, Shut up. Jin Chongzai looked around. Luckily everyone was busy with their own things. No one noticed her. Jin Chongzai scolded in a low voice. Huan Bai, have you forgotten what I told you? You must be careful when you are on duty these days. How dare you say such things casually? Do I have to teach you again and again that walls have ears? It's a good thing that Mei Jie is favored. Don't have such thoughts. If someone with ulterior motives hears it, I'm afraid I'll be dead without a burial place. Lu Zhu said. Pooh. 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 It's New Year's Day. What nonsense are you talking about? Young lady. We will listen to you. Please don't talk nonsense again. Look how ripe this banana is. I'll peel one for you to eat. Huan Bai was obviously a little dissatisfied after being scolded, but she could only suppress her dissatisfaction in front of her young lady. She secretly pouted, no more words. Yin Sherlan changed her clothes and did not walk far. She just stood in the corridor for a while. When the cold wind blew, she returned to the warm palace. Jingpin did not drink and held Princess Kangle to play. Princess Kangle was very well behaved. She stretched out her little hands to hug Jingpin's neck and said in a baby voice, Mother, Kangle is sleepy. Jingpin looked at the time. It was still a long time before the midnight when the new year and the old year came together. She patted Kangle's back gently, coaxed. Kong Lu, be good, look. Your father and mother are talking. After they finish talking, I will give you a red envelope as a New Year's gift. After you get the red envelope, Mother will take you back to the palace to rest. Okay? Kong Lu nodded obediently, nestled in Jingpin's arms, still speaking in a baby voice. Kong Lu listens to Mother. Jingpin was very satisfied, and her heart was soft. She was not waiting for the red envelope. She was just afraid that if she returned to the palace at this time, the Emperor's mood was ruined. Fortunately, Kangle has been worry-free since she was young. Yin Sherlan came back after waking up from the alcohol. Seeing that Princess Kangle in Jingpin's arms was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes, she couldn't help but frown and said dissatisfiedly, The princess is so tired. Why doesn't Jingpin take her back to the palace to rest? Jingpin hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, please calm down. I am afraid that if I leave now, I will make the Emperor unhappy. I just coaxed the princess to agree to leave after midnight. Yin Sherlan said, After midnight? The banquet will be over. Kangle is growing up. She should get more sleep. You are too cruel to ask her to stay up like us adults. The Emperor has always doted on Kangle, so he will understand. Take the princess back to rest quickly. The noise here attracted Injin's attention. Jingpin had no choice but to send Ri forward to explain the situation. Injin looked at Kangle in Jingpin's arms, and the little person had indeed half closed his eyes. Injin smiled. Forget it. Forget it. The princess won't have to wait in vain. Su Peixian, give the reward I prepared to Rui, and let Jingpin take the princess back to the palace quickly. Rui knelt down to thank her, and happily went to Jingpin to report. Jingpin breathed a sigh of relief, and took the princess back to rest quickly. Jingpin walked in front, and the eunuch carried the princess on his back, and the wet nurse draped the small brocade quilt over the princess. Rui held the reward and followed Jingpin. Your Majesty, Huafei is really good to the princess, you see. She was not pretending to be angry just now. Jingpin looked at the palace maids, and eunuchs holding lanterns walking on the palace road, said, I have said it several times. Just call her Xiaozu when you are outside. Madame Huafei is good to us mother and daughter, and I am grateful. Rui pouted quietly said, You are too cautious. You are a concubine, a legitimate master of a palace. It is only right to call you Nyang. If you are so cautious, Madame Huafei will only be Xiaozhu Hua. Jingpin stopped, and Rui bumped into her unexpectedly. Rui realized that she had said something wrong, and knelt down quickly. My lady, please forgive me. I shouldn't have refuted you. Jingpin was always gentle. But today she looked cold and reprimanded Rui. Refuting me is a small matter. I will say it again today. It is not decent to talk about the master behind his back. You are my dowry. If what you said is heard by outsiders, they will think that I am dissatisfied with concubine Hua. You know, I can only be grateful to concubine Hua. If it weren't for concubine Hua, I wouldn't have had the good opportunity to have a daughter and advance to the throne now. Rui nodded and dared not say anything else. Jingpin looked at Kong Lo on the eunuch's backside and took the people back to the palace. However, this word reached Olenara's ears, which aroused her interest. Chapter 254. It's quite interesting. Jin Chongzai watched the endless singing and dancing in the palace. Everyone was either drinking or laughing. But there were two people between her seat and Sister Mei. Jin Chongzai remembered that she had not won the emperor's praise for her previous dance. She felt depressed and drank a few cups by herself. Li Guiran glanced at Jin Chongzai and said disdainfully, I said, Jin Chongzai, Gu Guiranshin gave you the honey pomelo. You didn't even taste it. Are you dissatisfied with concubine Shin? Jin Chongzai put down the wine glass in her hand and replied, Sister Laoli is thinking about me. And I am grateful. But the relationship between concubine Shin and I is not something that outsiders can guess. Sister Li is older than me. And she should know not to talk about others when sitting idle. If you feel that the food is tasteless, you might as well drink a few cups of wine to moisten your throat. Concubine Li's tone was still disdainful, but also a little angry. Since I came out of my mother's womb, I have never had any sister. Don't try to be my relative. Whether I drink or not is none of your business. Jin Chongzai smiled and replied, Come to think of it, I didn't eat the honey pomelo said by Mei Jia because of you. The noble lady. Li Guiran was puzzled. What does it have to do with me? Jin Chongzai swallowed the fine wine in his mouth and laughed happily. Yes. What does it have to do with you? Li Guiran realized that Jin Chongzai had tricked her. She was so angry that she slammed the table and said, How dare you play tricks on me? Just when she said this, everyone looked over here. The singing and dancing in the palace were also shocked by the sudden sound and came to a halt. Olenara hurriedly scolded. Li Guiran, what's wrong with you? Why are you slamming the table? It's not decent to do this in front of the emperor. Li Guiran hurriedly stood up and left the table, walked to the table of Injin and Olenara, knelt down and said, Queen, calm down, I was insulted by Jin Chongzai. She was so angry that she could not control herself. It was really an unintentional mistake. Please forgive me. Your Majesty and Empress. Olenara looked at Jin Chongzai. The culprit mentioned by Li Guiran. She drank a few glasses of wine, her face turned red, and she stood up staggeringly. Jin Chongzai staggered to the table of Injin and Olenara, knelt down, crossed her hands and raised them above her head, and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, Empress, I drank a few glasses of wine. Sister Li joked with me for a few words. I thought that we were sisters living in the same palace, and we should exchange courtesy. So I also dared to joke with Sister Li. But I was unfamiliar with Sister Li by nature, and I wanted to take this opportunity to get to know her better. I didn't expect that I didn't know what I said was wrong, which made Sister Li angry, and then alarmed the Emperor and the Queen. I apologized to Sister Li, and I hope that Sister Li will be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Olenara looked at Li Guiran, who had knelt down in front of her, and said, Li Guiran, you are above Jin Chongzai in rank, so it's okay to joke with Jin Chongzai. But if it's just a joke, you shouldn't blush. Li Guiran was stunned, took a deep breath, and replied, The Queen is right, I was joking with Jin Chongzai and lost my temper. The voice was too loud, and almost startled the Emperor. Then Li Guiran turned to Jin Chongzai and said, But even if Jin Chongzai responded to my joke, she should have distinguished between superiors and subordinates and kept order. Nian Shiruan looked at the two of them and shook her head. When Li Guiran admitted that she was just joking and angry, Nian Shiruan still sighed that she was not too stupid. But she insisted on lecturing Jin Chongzai, which was not a wise move. I really don't know whether the Queen Mother brought Li Guiran into the palace to help her, or to make her suffer. Now it seems that Li Guiran is not as good as in her previous life. Injin, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Since you two were just joking, let's stop here and go back to our seats. Today is New Year's Eve, don't let anything else happen, and the Queen? Please don't take it seriously. Jin Chongzai was the first to bow. Thank you. Your Majesty, thank you. Your Majesty? I apologize to Sister Li again. I don't have any other good things, only a Lantian jade bracelet. If Sister Li doesn't mind, I will send someone to deliver it to Sister Li in Qisheng Palace tomorrow. Before concubine Li could speak, Jin Chengzai spoke first. When she heard that Jin Chengzai wanted to give her a Lantian jade bracelet, she felt even more upset. Concubine Li was about to say something, but Injin said to Jin Chengzai, I never realized that you are so eloquent before. Forget it. You only have a Lantian jade bracelet, and you want to give it to concubine Li. You can keep it for yourself. I will give concubine Li another reward. Concubine Fuchao looked at concubine Li with envy and jealousy, muttered softly, she is so lucky, a blessing in disguise, huh? Sanger lowered her head to the extreme, wanting to be an ostrich, but she had to coax Fu Chaguiran. My lady, I will peel an orange for you. Fu Chaguiran rolled her eyes, reached out and quietly pinched Sanger's arm, with a smile on her face, but she spoke softly with gritted teeth. I don't want to eat any oranges, you shut up. Sanger almost cried out in pain. She quickly stuffed her mouth with her fist, and stopped herself from screaming. After this incident, the singing and dancing continued. Nian Shiran couldn't drink, but the alcohol was coming up. She looked at Jin Chengzai, who was sitting opposite her, with hazy eyes. Seeing that she was also drinking by herself, she felt irritated. The scene between Jin Chengzai and Li Guiran just now was exactly the same as the one she hated in her previous life. Jin Chengzai was only 16 years old after the new year, but she was already a stubborn person. Guiran looked at Jin Chengzai with concern. I thought, when I have time, I must have a good talk with Huaner. The palace is not like my own home. I have made many enemies, and it is not so easy to escape unscathed. Injin turned the wine glass in his hand, looking at the concubines in the palace, and unconsciously glanced at Jin Chengzai. This little girl is quite interesting. Injin did not believe that Li Guiran would be angry because of a few jokes. But Jin Chengzai said firmly that it was just a joke, so even if there was a dispute between them, Li Guiran had no choice but to accept it. As the saying goes, one must swallow one's anger. It was unknown what Jin Chengzai said that angered Li Guiran. Li Guiran was a simple-minded person, which Injin had always sensed. What kind of person Jin Chengzai was, he had no idea. The Lenara did not miss the look that Injin had intentionally or unintentionally cast on Jin Chengzai, and she could not tell what she felt in her heart. Before, she only felt that Jin Chengzai looked 20% similar to her sister today. It seems that their temperaments are more similar. On the contrary, concubine Wan, who is favored by the emperor, looks more like her sister, but her temperament is not so similar. Concubine Wan is a man of few words. But she also saw the look in Injin's eyes towards Jin Chengzai. When concubine Wan first entered the palace, she didn't care which concubine was favored or not. At that time, she was still thinking about that person in her heart. But after getting along with Injin for so long, she dared not admit it. But she had to admit that she cared more and more about Injin's words and deeds. This is not a good sign. Chapter 255, New Year Rewards. After the midnight, the new year will be handed over to the old year. For Nian Shiran, this boring palace banquet can finally end. Injin and the concubines drank the last glass of wine, and went back to the Yongxin Palace to rest first. After a short rest, he still had to follow the rules of the ancestors, and start writing in the Yongxin Palace, worship the ancestors in the Fengxian Palace, worship Confucius, and the King of Medicine in the east and west wings of the Qianxin Palace, and then pay respects to the two Empress Dowagers, and finally get up early on the first day of the new year to accept the congratulations of the civil and military officials. Fortunately, Injin was still young and strong, and he did not feel tired. On the first day of the first lunar month, in the 4th year of Yongjing's reign, it snowed again in the capital. The ground was covered with snow, and it was white everywhere. Only the red walls and yellow tiles of the Forbidden City looked particularly solemn and magnificent against the white snow. The New Year celebrations in the palace were not like those in the folk. The money for the master's rewards alone was spent like water. Songji had already prepared many red envelopes for Nian Shiran to reward the servants. In her previous life, Nian Shiran was extravagant, and the money she gave as reward was wrapped in gold paper. In this life, although Nian Shiran also prepared a red envelope as reward, she only asked Songji to wrap the money in the red envelope in a proper manner. First, her monthly allowance was limited. Second, her money could be used, and there was no need to spend it at this time. Songji brought a tray of red envelopes to Nian Shiran's side, and watched Nian Shiran teasing Hongli lazily. Songji put the tray aside, smiling. She waved to the servants in the hall. Everyone understood, and gathered together, knelt down and said in unison, "Your servants wish the master and the 4th prince a happy new year." May the master be blessed with health and happiness, and the fourth prince be safe and happy. Yin Sherlan smiled happily. Looking at Hongli, who was already grinning in her arms, she said happily, "Get up. I know, it must be Songji who asked you to wish me a happy new year." Songji is a shrewd girl. Knowing that I have prepared a red envelope, so she thought of coaxing it from me. Songji pretended to be wronged, but she couldn't suppress the joy on her face. "Master, you blame me wrongly. This was Xiao Linzi's idea. I just followed it. Why do you blame me for coaxing your red envelope? Master, why don't you beat Xiao Linzi to vent your anger?" Xiao Linzi almost jumped up when he heard it. "Master, don't listen to Sister Songji's nonsense. I dare not coax your money." Yin Sherlan knew that this servant was just joking. Then she smiled and said, "Okay, how can I forget you? You have worked hard to serve me, I know. Especially since I got pregnant last year, you have been worried every day. I have seen all this. Songji, go get the other red envelope in my bedroom. You are following me, so you should be more respectable than others." Songji happily went to Yin Sherlan's bedroom, and brought out another tray of red envelopes. Everyone in Ikuan Palace got a red envelope. She was extremely happy. In Xianfu Palace, Shen Chongzai sat in the room in boredom. She had been at Chongzai since she entered the palace, and only received 5 taels of silver per month. If there was no subsidy from her family, she would have to live a tight life. She heard Huan be coming back from the imperial kitchen to get food, complaining about the heavy snow, the slippery ground, and her shoes and socks getting wet. She also heard Huan be talking about the rewards given to the Ikuan Palace with an envious tone, and the servants were even more proud when they were doing their jobs, with smiles on their faces that could not be dissipated. Shen Chongzai felt unhappy. After sitting for a while, there was nothing to do. So Shen Chongzai stood up and walked toward Shen Gairen's room. The snow in the courtyard was deep, and Zhou Ninghai saw Shen Chongzai was going to Shen Gairen, so he swept a clean path. Shen Chongzai walked along the path Zhou Ninghai swept and came to Shen Gairen's door. Because of the cold weather, Shen Gairen's door was closed, and there was no one guarding the corridor. Shen Gairen must have been considerate of the servants and let them rest. Shen Chongzai raised her hand and was about to knock on the door, when Shen Gairen's clear voice came from inside the room. "You don't know how worried I was yesterday. I was afraid that Huaner would angrily Gairen and cause a quarrel. Fortunately, the emperor did not pursue the matter too much, and the matter was over." Sayua's voice came from inside the door again. "Don't worry, young lady. Jin Xiaoshi is smart and will not put herself in danger." Lu Zhu, who followed Shen Chongzai, looked at her and asked with her mouth whether she should knock on the door. Shen Chongzai shook her head, only to hear Shen Gairen in the room say again, "I used to think Huaner was smart, but I don't know why. Since she entered the palace, she has become more stubborn. I'm really afraid that she will offend the master one day, and I won't be able to save her." Caillou spoke after a while. "Then the young lady should move up a position. As long as you have a higher position, you can protect the young lady Shen. I see that the concubine Hua is very good to you now. Perhaps you can sincerely follow the concubine Hua." Concubine Shen sighed and said, "Let's talk about it later. Huaner has always felt that concubine Hua is arrogant and doesn't like her from the bottom of her heart. I don't know why she is so stubborn, since she has never had any contact with concubine Hua before. But since Huaner doesn't like it, I will just learn how to handle trivial matters." When Shen Chongzai heard this, she knew that concubine Shen was also thinking about her. So she signaled Lu Zhu to knock on the door. The master and servant, who were still talking in the room, heard that they hurried to open the door. Shen Chongzai said with a smile as he entered the house, "Sister Mei, it's New Year's Day. Why are you alone in the room? There's no servant waiting in the corridor. Aren't you bored?" Concubine Shen sat on the chair without getting up, and said with a smile, "Who said I was alone? Aren't you here? It's New Year's Day. I'll let the servants take a break. It's snowing so heavily today, and the emperor is still in the front court accepting the congratulations of all officials. We have nothing to do in the harem anyway. Why not be more tolerant?" Shen Chongzai picked up a chair and sat down. She looked around at the furnishings in Shen Gairen's room, and saw that all the furniture was newly replaced with Wangwali wood. She sighed. Sister is now rich. This Wangwali wood is worth a lot of money. Kaiwa came over with a cup of tea and gave it to Shen Chongzai, saying with a smile, "Ms. Jin, you don't know that these Wangwali wood furniture were all replaced by Empress Hua. Empress Hua said that the people who followed her on business should not be shabby from the inside out. Look, it was changed for our young lady overnight before New Year's Eve." Shinguren said with a smile. You are the only one who talks too much. Go and do your own thing. I will talk to Huaner. Kaiwa took Liuju's hand and laughed. Come on. Let the young ladies talk. I will take you to see the patterns I drew. Liuju said. You can't use needlework in the first month of the year. You still want to ask me to do needlework? Kaiwa smiled helplessly and shook her head. She stretched out her hand and touched Liuju's forehead. You? Do you have to make it clear? The young ladies haven't sat together for a long time. There must be a lot of intimate things to say. What are you and I doing here? It's better for me to take you to my room. I have hidden a few plates of delicious fruits. Liuju suddenly realized and happily followed Kaiwa down. Chapter 256, Helpless. There was a small mother-of-pearl lacquer plate on the table in front of concubine Shin. The inner wall of the plate was carved with the pattern of the 8 immortals crossing the sea. A small lambskin square towel was placed at the bottom of the lacquer plate. The lacquer plate was filled with golden pumpkin seeds, and several exquisite fruits were placed around the lacquer plate. Jin Chengzai took a look, and did not hide her envy. Sister's mother's family is prominent, so she doesn't have to rely on that little monthly allowance to live. Now she is helping concubine Hua to manage the 6 palaces. And the emperor's favor, it's really enviable. Granny Shen looked at Jin Chang's mischievous face, and knew that she was deliberately joking with her. Granny Shen reached out and grabbed a handful of golden melon seeds, and smiled and pretended to stuff them into Jin Chang's hand, while saying, Come on, it's New Year's Day, I'll give you something good too. So you don't have to act so useless. Jin Chang stretched out her hand to refuse, and she couldn't help laughing. Okay, sister, my sister was joking with you. Why are you giving me a reward? When you become a concubine, I will accept your reward with great respect. The two of them laughed and joked for a while. Jin Chengzai carefully took the gold melon seeds from Shinguren's hand, and put them back in the lacquer tray. Jin Chengzai took a handkerchief, and wiped the sweat on the tip of her nose, with a tone of anger and coquettishness. Sister is just a concubine now, and you have to be estranged from me. Why are you giving me gold as a reward? Don't be annoying. Concubine Shen had just laughed and joked with Jin Chengzai, and had a thin layer of sweat on her face. She poured herself some tea, and poured a cup in front of Jin Chengzai. You were the first to distance yourself from me. And you said so many sour words as soon as you came. Humph. You are really annoying. Jin Chengzai covered her mouth, and laughed cunningly. She and concubine Shen had been playing like this since they were young. And she knew that concubine Shen would take revenge in her heart. She didn't care, and leisurely took the tea. Took a sip, then she said, Today is boring. I sit in the room, and don't know what to do. I haven't seen my sister for a few days, so I came to chat with her. Shinguren said. That's right. I was thinking that I would go to your room later, but you came first. When I got up early, when the whole palace paid respects to the 2 queen mothers, I saw you lowered your head, which was very polite. And I felt relieved. You don't know, I was worried about you at the palace banquet yesterday. Jin Chengzai lazily supported her head with her hands, tilted her head, and looked at Shinguren, her face showing the innocence of a young girl. I know that sister is worried about me. What are you afraid of? I am of such a low position. I just need to stand at the end and pay my respects to the queen mother properly, and nothing will go wrong. Shinguren also imitated Jin Chengzai, supported her head with her hands, tilted her head and said, Don't I know your temper? You have been fearless since you were a child. If you hadn't been bound by the rules after entering the palace, you would have been the same as before, and you couldn't tolerate any injustice. When you paid your respects to concubine Hua today, I could see that you were still dissatisfied. I don't know if concubine Hua saw it, but with her position, I don't think she would seriously embarrass you. I see that she is not as competitive and jealous as the rumors say. On the contrary, our emperor often showed his love for her after seeing her. Jin Chang was tired of holding her hands. Sitting up straight, he picked up the fruit from the plate and ate it. After swallowing the last bite of fruit, he drank a sip of tea to moisten his throat. And then he said, There is no one in the palace who can match her beauty. I always think she is too beautiful. But the emperor likes her very much. Li Bai once said, If you use your beauty to please others, how long will it last? If I were the emperor, I would still like gentle and dignified women like your sister. Shinguren blushed, and then spoke with shame and anger, said, You are still the same as before, saying whatever you want to say. This is in the palace, you dare not say this in front of others. If someone hears it, it will inevitably cause trouble. When that happens, a little noble lady, will not be able to save you. As the two chatted, there was a knock on the door. Noble Lady Shen raised her voice and said, "Come in." Shou Ninghai pushed open the door, bent over and came in, patting the snow off his body, said, "Just now, Eunuch Su sent someone to say that the emperor had given dishes to the palaces. My lady, do you want to eat with concubine Shen today, or do you want to eat at home?" Shen Changzai said, "This is my first year in the palace. I only have my sister around me, so I will eat with her. Bring the dishes and set them up in my sister's room. Let's enjoy ourselves. And we don't have to serve the emperor, empress, and other ladies. It's easier." "Yes." Shou Ninghai responded and left to arrange the meal. According to the convention, New Year's Eve is the day for the women in the harem to feast, and the first day of the new year is the day for the royal relatives to attend the feast. All the banquet preparations are in the charge of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Noble Lady Shen is happy to be free, and spends a free year with Jinchang. Noble Lady Fucha is bossing around in the Yanqi Palace, pointing at the palace servants, who come to deliver the dishes. And Ying, who lives with her, leans against the door timidly and looks at it. She turns around and is about to close the door. I heard the proud voice of Fu Chaguren behind me. "What happened to Ying? Are you planning to close the door and go to bed so early? I see it's only noon now. Oh, by the way, Ying has a low rank, so according to the rules, there are only 4 dishes. But no matter how few dishes there are, it's the emperor's gift, and Ying must finish it." And Ying paused, with her back to Fu Chaguren, but she didn't look back, but she closed the door after entering. Seeing that her punch hit cotton, Noble Lady Fucha felt bored and ignored Ying. Bao Wan, and Ying's personal maid, pouted and said angrily, "My lady is too good-tempered. Since you moved into the Yanqi Palace, you have been bullied by Noble Lady Fucha every day. You never said a word in return. Are you really not angry at all?" And Ying lowered her eyes and looked at the lunch in front of her. Today is the first day of the new year, and there are a few dishes on the table that are not usually served according to her portion. Like the Crystal 8 treasure duck, the bright shrimp, the fried mandarin duck belly, the tangerine peel beef. She had only seen them at palace banquets. Who made me so low-ranking? How dare I, a lowly concubine, compete with a noble lady? Baoan, look at these dishes. I can only see them during the new year. You tell me, what ability do I have to compete with the noble lady Fucha? I have no one to rely on in this palace. I must be cautious at every step to survive. You don't know, my heart is empty every day. Baoan was silent for a moment, and began to serve food to Ying. My lady, don't be sad. It's not the time to cry during the new year. I'll serve you more food. Please eat more. This will fill your stomach, and you won't feel empty inside. And Ying stopped talking and ate slowly. Baoan couldn't see the thoughts flashing in Ying's eyes. Chapter 257 Mutton Pot. It was the 10th day of the first lunar month. Su Peixian arrived at the Ikuan Palace early in the morning. He greeted Yen Sherlan first. Yen Sherlan looked at Su Peixian, who rarely knelt on the ground, and said with a smile, "Eunuch Su, please get up quickly. It's the new year, and it's rare that you have time to come here in person. But what does the emperor want?" Xiao Linzi was very considerate. He took 2 steps forward to help Su Peixian stand up. Su Peixian was being polite, while he was very pleased that Xiao Linzi had a good eye for him. "I thank the Majesty for your consideration. Your Majesty is wise." The emperor said that today's lunch will be in the Ikuan Palace. The emperor has not seen the 4th prince for several days, and he misses him a lot. The emperor wants me to ask, how has the 4th prince eaten these days? How has he slept well? Does he cry at night? Yen Sherlan was still smiling. "Thank you for your concern. I thank the emperor on behalf of the 4th prince. Please ask Eunuch Su to report to the emperor that the 4th prince is doing well. He eats well, sleeps well. This will make me worry-free. I will tell the kitchen to prepare lunch in a while. Then bring the 4th prince out for the emperor to hold in person, to see if the 4th prince has become too heavy because of me." Saying so, Yen Sherlan personally took out an exquisite purse and gave it to Su Peixian. During the new year, Eunuch Su has to come to Ikuan Palace in person despite his busy schedule. It's hard work. I have nothing else to give you. This purse is for you to drink tea. Su Peixian knew that this was because concubine Hua was thinking about the new year. He did not refuse the reward given to him, and accepted it generously, bowing to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Empress Hua, for your reward. I will report it to the emperor." Su Peisheng was a shrewd man. As soon as he got the purse, he weighed it. There were about 10 taels of silver in the purse. You know, the monthly allowance of a noble in the palace was only 10 taels of silver. Empress Hua was really generous. Su Peisheng thought about the rewards that Nian Gingyo had received, and he must have given a lot to Empress Hua. It was rare that the Nian brothers and sisters were not arrogant. Nian Gingyo was taciturn in the court, and did not like to form cliques. Although Hua Fei was more powerful in the harem, it was also to better assist the 6 palaces. Su Peisheng happily took the silver and returned to Injin to work, and also reported Nian Shirlan's words in detail. Injin heard Su Peisheng say that Nian Shirlan took good care of the 4th prince, and even prepared lunch for him. And he couldn't help but laugh. Su Peisheng said again, Empress Hua also gave me a purse as a reward. I found it quite valuable, so I especially reported it to the emperor. As he spoke, he glanced at Injin's face, and saw that Injin glanced at the purse, and didn't seem to care much. Empress Hua is generous, and gave it to you as a reward. You can take it with ease. Su Peisheng smiled, and put away the purse. Since Su Peisheng left Ikuan Palace, Nian Shirlan went to the small kitchen in her palace in person, and asked the small kitchen to cook a copper pot of mutton. Songji said, It's New Year's Day, and the master is giving the emperor this? Nian Shirlan glanced at Songji. The emperor must have been tired of the dishes in the imperial kitchen these days. This mutton pot is better. I asked someone to get the best mutton that my brother brought back from the northwest. I heard from my brother that they are all sheep that grew up eating sand onions, and there is no smell of mutton. There is no need to add any seasoning, just cut it into thin slices, and rinse it in the copper pot of white water. Songji couldn't help asking, boiled mutton in plain water? How would it taste? Forgive me for being shallow, I have never heard of such a way of eating, Nian Shirlan said with some pride. I heard it from my brother, so I made it today to try. My brother said, you only need to add onions, ginger and garlic to the plain water, and cook together. The real secret is in the sauce. Songji was confused, recalling in her mind, when did the general teach her that her master was so sure of what he said? The master was in the harem. It is very rare to see my family. Could it be what is said in the letter? No wonder the master often gave Xiao Linzi thick letters to deliver. I guess it is not a letter, but a recipe. Nian Shirlan does not know what Songji is thinking, because she is also making it up. This way of eating was proposed by Nian Gingyu in the hunting ground when she followed Injin to hunt in her previous life. The ingredients for dipping mutton are particularly important. In the previous life, Nian Gingyu had taken sand onions and chives to make sauce, added with blended sesame paste, and some fried dried chin pepper. The taste is unforgettable. In this life, since the 12th month of the lunar calendar, Nian Shirlan asked Nian Gingyu to prepare these for her. Nian Gingyu was puzzled for a moment. How could his sister, who had been a noble and precious person since she was a child, and was in the harem, know all this? But he did not ask much, just did it as he was told. As long as his sister was happy, it was all right. When Injin came at lunchtime, he saw the steaming copper pot bubbling. Nian Shirlan pulled Injin to sit at the table, and said with a smile, I thought that the emperor must have eaten too much meat recently, so I specially prepared this light mutton hot pot. Please try it, and see if the emperor likes it. Injin looked at the pot of white water, and asked curiously, What's wrong with you today? I'm a little tired of eating recently. But you don't have to fool me with white water. Injin was smiling. And Nian Shirlan didn't worry about angering the emperor at all. She said with a smile, Your Majesty has wronged me. How dare I fool you? The emperor's wrath will burn thousands of miles of land. I cannot bear it. Your Majesty used to season the pots with a lot of seasonings. Today, I want to let your Majesty try this mutton hot pot. Injin sat down, smiling. I'll try it. If it doesn't taste good, you have to make another meal for me. Nian Shirlan had already placed the prepared dipping sauce in front of Injin, and took the ebony silver chopsticks to dip the mutton in the plate. Injin said, Why do you have to do these little things yourself? Just let the servants do it. Su Peisheng hurried forward and took the chopsticks from Nian Shirlan. Nian Shirlan was not hypocritical. She handed the chopsticks to Su Peisheng and told him to cook the dishes on the table one by one according to Nian Shirlan's method. Nian Shirlan insisted on taking another pair of chopsticks, and cooked the mutton in the pot, and put it in her own bowl, and tasted it carefully. Injin took his first bite of the mutton cooked in white water. Immediately sighed with satisfaction. Shirlan really knows how to eat. I have never eaten such delicious food before. This mutton does not have any fishy taste. Although it is boiled in plain water, but with this dipping sauce, it is only delicious in the mouth, without any other taste. Nien Shirlan chewed the mutton in his mouth carefully, and after swallowing it, he took the ebony silver chopsticks to take another piece of meat and put it into the pot to cook. Nien Shirlan watched the mutton quickly change color and become raw in the plain water, and said, "As long as the emperor likes it, it's good." Although the cooking method of this pot is simple, it has a unique flavor. It is different from the daily eating method in the palace. Injin was satisfied with the meal and couldn't help but open his appetite to eat a lot. Su-Peixiong was anxious watching from the side, but he didn't dare to persuade him. Some time ago, the emperor was advised by the queen to eat no more than 3 times a day when he had a meal in the queen's palace, and he was unhappy. The emperor is in good health now, so it's okay to eat more meat. Su-Peixiong thought so, and he was relieved. Injin ate and ate. Suddenly, he said, "Shirlan spent every day in the palace, and actually developed such a simple and delicious thing, which really surprised me." Nien Shirlan stopped eating chopsticks, smiled, and said, "How could I have such ability? Your Majesty knows, I can only order others around every day. This mutton was brought back by my brother from the northwest. It is said that the mutton that grew up eating sand onions has delicious meat, but it does not have any smell of mutton. This sauce method was also taught to me by my brother. My brother said, the soldiers on the frontier worked hard, and the pot kept them warm. Even this pot cooked with plain water was something the soldiers had been waiting to eat for a long time." Nien Shirlan smiled playfully and continued, "Your Majesty is the supreme being. I dare to ask your Majesty to eat such food. Your Majesty will not blame me, right?" Chapter 258 All Foxes. Injin put down his chopsticks and laughed out loud. "Tell me, what do I blame you for? Do I blame you for treating me to this delicious food, or blame you for chatting with me?" Nien Shirlan pouted and said, "Your Majesty is so boring. Is it okay for me to stop talking?" Injin was stunned, and then laughed even more happily, and said to Su-Peixiong, who was serving beside him, "Look, the only one in the palace who dares to talk to me like this is the one in front of you." Su-Peixiong smiled and bowed. "I was busy eating mutton just now. I didn't hear anything." Injin smiled and shook his head. "You are also a fox." After saying this, he looked at Nien Shirlan. "Are you worried that I can't get used to such simple food? Then Shirlan underestimates me." Nien Shirlan opened her beautiful eyes wide. "I would like to hear the details." Injin had almost finished eating. He took the wet towel handed by Xiao Xiaozi after wiping his hands. He said, "When the late emperor was alive, in order to please the emperor, I and my brothers not only had to study hard every night, but also practice archery and horse riding every day. Otherwise, if the emperor suddenly tested our knowledge or martial arts one day, we would be embarrassed. In order to please the emperor and to strengthen our body, I stayed in the military camp for a long time. Although I never went to the battlefield, I lived and ate with the lower-level soldiers for a while. To me, you see, just the honorable fourth prince, I have never felt the suffering of the people. But if you know that I can swallow anything, you will understand why I can hold on to this throne." Nien Shirlan also put down her chopsticks. Looking at Injin sincerely, the admiration in her eyes was reflected in Injin's eyes. Injin smiled warily, said, "You little fox, why are you looking at me like this? I feel uneasy when you look at me." Nien Shirlan said seriously, "I only know you are the high and mighty emperor. I never thought you were actually an emperor who could endure hardships. Only by experiencing the life of the lower-class soldiers can you understand those hardships. You are a well-deserved wise ruler of the prosperous times, and I admire you very much." Injin had never seen Nien Shirlan look so serious, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch Nien Shirlan's forehead, and then took his hand back to touch his own forehead, and asked in confusion, "Shirlan doesn't have a fever, Su-Peixiong. Send Dr. Wen to take a look." Nien Shirlan resisted the urge to roll her eyes, and resumed her usual lazy attitude towards Injin. "Your Majesty did not drink today. Why are you confused?" "Dr. Wen is off duty. I am fine." Injin laughed, then said seriously, "I know, you want me to eat this pot today, to tell me that the frontier is bitter and cold. But, the harem is not allowed to interfere in politics. Shirlan must know the limits." Nien Shirlan really couldn't help it, and rolled her eyes after holding back for a long time. "Your Majesty is too suspicious. I just casually mentioned the origin of this pot, and your Majesty suspected that I was interfering in politics. Even if you give me 10 heads, I still don't have the guts. I am not a beauty who brings trouble to the harem. I just think this pot tastes good. Your Majesty doesn't know that. I ate good food, and I wanted to let your Majesty eat it too. I know you have tasted all the delicacies in the world, fine wine and delicious food, but my heart, you have let me down too thoroughly. Injin frowned and said, How dare you? You are the first one who dares to say that to me. Yin Sherlan said seriously without any fear. Your Majesty, do you know that your gloomy face is very scary? Fortunately, Hongli is not here. Otherwise, he would be scared to tears. Su Peixian looked around and sighed. This concubine Hua really has no fear. But the next moment, Su Peixian decided to take back his thoughts. Injin couldn't help laughing after hearing what Yin Sherlan said. He shook his head and said helplessly, In this palace, you are the only one who is not afraid of me. Even when the queen sees me, she always has to think about what to say and do to make me happy. Only you, a fox, always do whatever you want when you see me. Am I really that scary? I always think I am a kind father. Yin Sherlan silently made a note in her heart. As long as she doesn't interfere in politics, Injin won't be angry. After she made a note in her heart, then she smiled, and her smile was extremely flattering. The emperor personally asked for my hand in marriage, and the emperor also said that he would grow old with me. How could I be afraid of the emperor? I have never heard that. A wife must fear her husband in order to have a long-lasting relationship. The queen is not afraid of you, she respects you. What is the phrase? It's probably called, respect each other like guests. Injin was silent for a moment and sighed. It's hard for you to remember such an idiom even though you haven't read much. Everyone praises the couples getting along well. When we treat each other with respect, we can live in harmony. But I feel that such a couple has lost their affection and tastes like drinking plain water. They are neither outstanding nor wrong. They are just used to quench thirst. Yin Sherlan looked at Injin with bright eyes and said, Your Majesty means that your Majesty likes my casualness? Injin smiled and said, Of course I like you. When I first saw you, I knew that you were not a girl in the boudoir who is confined to the old customs. Okay, bring Hongli to me. I haven't held him for several days. After a while, the wet nurse came in from the door holding the tightly wrapped fourth prince. Xiao Linzi carefully protected the wet nurse, fearing that she would slip and fall. The wet nurse held the fourth prince and saluted Injin and Yin Sherlan. Fourth Prince Hongli, pay your respects to the emperor. Long live the emperor. Pay your respects to Empress Huafei. May the empress be healthy and safe. Injin looked at the swaddling clothes in the wet nurse's arms. It was a half-new swaddling blanket. He stretched out his hand to take the swaddling cloth, and said dissatisfiedly, My son, the honorable prince, can't afford good things? Using such a half-new and half-old thing, it's a disgrace to your status. Yin Sherlan watched Injin holding Hongli in his arms in a familiar manner, and took some melon seeds to crack. His tone was like that of an ordinary couple. Your Majesty is also a father. How could you not know that? The things used by this child, it would be better if they were older. These things were originally new, but I had them washed several times, and needed them to make them soft before giving them to Hongli. Otherwise, Hongli is so young. His skin is delicate, and if they were rubbed, I would feel bad. Injin frowned and asked, I remember that the things used by children are all the softest heavy lotus silk. How could they rub their skin? Hongli and Injin's arms looked up at him quietly, blowing bubbles unconsciously in his soft little mouth. The moment Injin lowered his head, he was extremely soft-hearted. He teased Hongli inadvertently. Yin Sherlan stopped cracking melon seeds and said, Your Majesty, you know that babies have the softest skin. No matter how soft the heavy lotus silk is, it is inevitable to get scratched occasionally. Besides, I don't want to raise Hongli like a playboy since he was a child. My brother often teaches me that wealth is hard to come by, and it should not be squandered. Your Majesty's kingdom was not easy to come by. So how can I squander it in the harem? Chapter 259, Jadeite Jewelry. When Su Peixian heard this, his heart rose to his throat again. The emperor had just said that the harem should not interfere in politics, and this concubine Hua started to talk about this without restraint. Su Peixian looked nervously at the fourth prince in Injin's arms, but the fourth prince waved his little hands and grabbed Injin's fingers. Injin felt the strength of the weak child in his arms, and said to Yin Sherlan, I really don't know the difference here. You are Hongli's mother, whatever you say. It's up to you. I like your brother Nian Gingya very much. I also like the son Hongli you gave me. I hope that Hongli can achieve something with the support of an uncle like Nian Gingya. Yin Sherlan's heart skipped a beat. She seemed to be a little too proud. She almost forgot that Injin was not only Hongli's father, but most importantly, he was a diligent emperor. In the previous life, Zhenhuan said to Yin Sherlan before she died, How can anyone sleep soundly beside the emperor? Nian Sherlan had such a smooth life that she almost forgot the meaning of this sentence. Yes. How can anyone sleep soundly beside the emperor? Injin's words just now were a test. Nian Gingyu was now in great glory, and was well versed in keeping a low profile. But would the emperor's mind really believe these superficial things easily? Thinking of this, Nian Sherlan smiled and reached out to take Hongli from Injin's arms. Your Majesty, please don't put any burden on our Hongli. I just want him to grow up safely. I don't ask him to achieve great things. I just want him to be a rich and idle person. As for what your Majesty said, I don't care about my brother. This is the child of your Majesty and me, not your brother's. Why do you ask your brother to support him? Can't our Majesty give Hongli money and wealth? Injin glanced at Nian Sherlan's face without leaving a trace, but I only saw her smiling and teasing the baby in her arms, and the maternal nature that she unconsciously exuded. Maybe I was too suspicious. But the previous emperor had many sons, and there were also many people who competed with me for the throne. As Nian Sherlan said casually, this throne was not easy to come by, and he would not allow anyone to think about it, not even his own son. But when Injin and Nian Sherlan's words at Equine Palace were passed to Jingren Palace, Alanara sneered. The emperor really loves the fourth prince. The child is only 3 months old, but he has already thought of asking Nian Gingyu to support him to achieve something. My third prince is almost 4 years old, and I have never seen the emperor personally hold him a few times. After Hua Fei gave birth to a son, the emperor went to see her every day. I really underestimated Hua Fei's position in the emperor's heart. Jianqiu looked at the third prince, who was reciting the 1,000-character classic by the window, and his childish voice came out stutteringly. The third prince put his hands behind his back, looking like a little adult. Jianqiu couldn't help but smile, turning to Alanara. She said, "Don't be upset. Your Majesty, the fourth prince is only 3 months old, and our third prince is almost 4 years old. You are the honorable queen, and Hua Fei is just a concubine. No matter from which aspect, you don't have to worry too much." Alanara also looked at the third prince, who was reciting, and said, "How can I not worry? The third prince is older, but he is not my legitimate son, although he is recorded in the Jade Book under my name. His birth mother is disliked by the emperor. It also makes me have to work harder, since the fourth prince has a favored mother. Concubine Hua, how can we know that the son cannot be honored by the mother? Everyone says that the mother is honored by the son in the palace. How can we know that if the mother is motivated, then the child can be better?" Jianqiu said. "Since the queen has got the third prince, then he is your own son. So what if concubine Hua is favored? The fourth prince is so young, it is unknown whether he can grow up safely." Alanara's heart moved, but she scolded Jianqiu. "Nonsense! Can the prince talk freely?" Just as Jianqiu was about to beg for mercy, Jiang Fuhai came in and said, "Your Highness, Concubine 1 wants to see you." Alanara said, "Go ahead." Concubine 1 walked into the hall and knelt down to pay her respects. "Your Highness, I pay my respects to you. May you live 1,000 years. 1,000 years. 1,000 years." Alanara smiled gently. "Hurry up. Jianqiu, give Concubine 1 a seat." Concubine 1 thanked him again, and then sat down. Alanara smiled. "I just thought that I had just bought some jewelry inlaid with red gold and kingfisher feathers. I asked someone to call you to come and choose for yourself. I didn't expect you to come. You are really in tune with me." Concubine 1 replied obediently. "Thank you for the care of the queen. I am very grateful. I was thinking that you were busy in the first month of the year and exempted me from the courtesy of greeting. I was thinking about your health, and came to pay my respects specially. I also ask if the third prince is well." Alanara turned to Jianqiu and said, "Look at how polite Concubine 1 is. Among all the people in the harem, only Concubine 1 understands my feelings the most. Go and take out the jewelry I have prepared. Concubine 1 can choose it herself." Jianqiu was ordered to bring out a rosewood tray, on which were placed several exquisite red gold filigree inlaid with kingfisher feather jewelry. Concubine 1 looked at what Jianqiu was holding, stood up, and said modestly, "Thank you very much, Empress Dowager, for your kindness. These jewelry are too expensive. I really cannot accept them. Please take them back." Lanara raised her hand to signal Concubine 1 to sit down. "Please sit down. No matter how expensive these jewelry are, they are dead. Only when they are worn by people, they have their value. I see that you are very beautiful, but you always dress simply. I remember that the pearl flower on your head was given to everyone in the harem by the Empress Dowager during the Mid-Autumn Festival last year. You silly girl, how can such a simple and elegant appearance keep the emperor's heart? Jianqiu quietly took the third prince out of the palace and returned to the side hall. Concubine 1 sat down and said, "Your Majesty, you are too kind to praise me. I am ashamed to accept it. Your Majesty knows that I have never been extravagant since I was young. Now that I have enjoyed wealth and honor, I am already very nervous. Please take back these jewelry." Alinara ignored Concubine 1's words and said, "This is a reward from me. Just take it. In a few days, when the whole palace is having a banquet, when you wear this jewelry, you will surely be stunning. You are still young, and you should be loved by the emperor. Besides, if you don't want to be favored, there are many people who want to be favored in the palace. I think Shen Chengzai is good." Wang Guiren knew that it would be bad to refuse it, so she had to thank him and accept it. Wang Guiren returned to Suyuxuan, looking at the exquisite and gorgeous jewelry in front of her, and she was worried. Luo Yu said puzzledly, "My lady got such beautiful jewelry. Why do you look so depressed?" Wang Guiren did not say anything, but sighed. On the other side, the maid Cui Jinsi suddenly said, "My lady is worried that the jewelry is too expensive, and that it will attract the wind?" Cui Jinsi has only been in Suyuxuan for more than 3 months, and because of her diligence and meticulousness, she has already won the favor of Wang Guiren. Wang Guiren glanced at Cui Jinsi and said, "You are half right. I am just a little noble, and wearing such expensive jewelry, on the one hand, a tall tree attracts the wind, which only causes unnecessary troubles in the harem. Secondly, these jewelry are exactly the same as those favored by the precious concubine Hua. I am more worried about concubine Hua." Cui Jinsi thought for a while, and said cautiously, "But the queen mother gave it to you, and she also specified that you should wear it to the palace banquet. I am afraid you can't deny it," said Concubine 1. "We'll talk about it later. Put it away first." But as Concubine 1 said, "Wearing valuable items that are not in line with your status will definitely cause some trouble." Chapter 260 Visiting Brother. Shen Chengzai was lost in thought for a moment as he stared at the paper cuts on the window, turned to ask Wanbi, "Tomorrow is the 15th. Right?" Wanbi said with a smile. "My young lady, are you confused about your life? Today is the 13th, and tomorrow is the 14th. Shen Chengzai laughed at himself. "Of course you are confused. I haven't seen Sister Mei these days, and I don't know what she is busy with. By the way, do you still have the ginseng that Sister Mei sent last time?" Wanbi said. "Of course there is. It's ginseng, not radish. There are still a lot left. I have already put it away. The last time the imperial physician came, he said that the young lady was weak and ginseng was a good tonic. I have taken care of it and have stored it properly." The young lady asked this now. "Do you want to use it?" Shen Chengzai said. "No. I'm just asking. Sister Mei couldn't bear to use such good things herself. She gave them all to me. I have to eat them sparingly." Wanbi suddenly sighed, which surprised Shen Chengzai. "What's wrong? You have learned to sigh too." Wanbi looked up at the window. Shen Chengzai had someone paste bright paper on it, making the room much brighter. There were also window decorations on the window that they had cut together on the first day of the new year, adding a lot of New Year atmosphere to the little house. When the young lady was at home, the master and the mistress loved her like a spoiled child. Whatever food she wanted, she didn't have. Whatever clothes she wanted, she didn't have. When I first followed the young lady into the palace, I thought she would live a better life. I didn't expect that she would have to be frugal with even a ginseng. I feel sorry for the young lady." Shen Chengzai smiled. So this is what Wanbi was thinking. She touched the corner of the small table on the con, where a piece of paint had fallen off. Shen Chengzai asked Zhou Ninghai to go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs several times, and asked the Ministry of Internal Affairs to send someone to repair it. But the servants in the Ministry of Internal Affairs always replied that they were busy and would come. But they never came. She stroked the corner of the table and said, "Who says it's not true? I thought that after entering the palace, even if I was not favored, I would still have to spend money on food and clothing. Who knew that the saying once you enter the palace, it's like entering a deep sea was not just a saying. The ancients were not wrong. Look at the paint on the corner of the table. If this was the table of concubine Hua, I'm afraid someone would have brought a new one immediately." Wanbi, "Do you know that I feel bad too? I didn't care about favors before. I just wanted to live quietly in this palace. From now on, I can't ignore it." Wanbi became excited when she heard Jinchang's words. "My lady, Whatever you want to do, I will follow you. Xinchang took back her hands that were stroking the corner of the table, and stretched out her hands to look at them. Of course, I have to attract the emperor's attention first. After entering the palace for so long, I am the only one who has not served the emperor in bed. Except Nda Ing. Wenbi said disdainfully. My lady, please don't mention Nda Ing. I heard that she was sent out from Yangqin Palace. Isn't it unlucky for you to be compared with her? Xinchang's eyes smiled. Unlucky? She had never felt this unlucky before. I'm afraid that until now, the emperor has never even seen her eyebrows and nose clearly. Xinchang's eye leaned on the table and continued to be lost in thought. Everyone in Yikuan Palace hung many palace lanterns in various places in the yard, and cut many colorful flowers and hung them up. When the wind blew gently, the colorful flowers fluttered and danced, which was very beautiful. Nian Sherlan held Hongli and stood in the corridor, pointing to the colorful courtyard for him to see. The baby, who was only 3 months old, had never seen such a lively scene before. He stared at the scene in the yard. The wet nurse said beside him, My queen, I heard that a child this old can't see these things clearly. Why don't you bring the 4th prince in? It's warmer in the house. Nian Sherlan had never raised a child in her previous life, so she naturally didn't know these things. Now hearing what the wet nurse said, she sighed with regret, and turned around and walked into the house with Hongli in her arms. I didn't know that children can't see things clearly. I was thinking of showing him this colorful glass scene. Xiao Linzi laughed, carefully pushed open the door, escorted Nian Sherlan into the house, and said, Don't worry, madam. When the little prince grows up, there will be all kinds of beautiful scenery. There was a floor heating in the room, and it was burning with the best silver charcoal, which was very warm. Nian Sherlan handed the 4th prince to the wet nurse to coax him, and Songji hurried forward to take off her cloak. Xiao Linzi had already gone out, but turned back to report, My lord, concubine Jing and Princess Kangle are here to pay their respects to you. Nian Sherlan waved her hand nonchalantly and said, Pass it on. She has been busy with the New Year's Day these days, and she hasn't been here for a long time. Concubine Jing brought Princess Kangle in, and the mother and daughter paid their respects to Nian Sherlan first, and Nian Sherlan gave them a seat, and asked someone to serve tea. Princess Kangle looked at Nian Sherlan with her round eyes. Nian Sherlan really likes the princess, because she is well-behaved and sensible. And she is also cute. Come here. Nian Sherlan waved to Princess Kangle, and the princess immediately came forward and snuggled into Nian Sherlan's arms. You, child, are not afraid of me. Nian Sherlan smiled and stroked the princess's hair. Jing Pin looked at Nian Sherlan's former luxurious armor, which had disappeared, and couldn't help sighing in her heart. As a mother, she was afraid that the armor would hurt her child. Princess Kangle is almost 4 years old. She was speaking in a reasonable manner even when she was angry. Empress Hua is beautiful. Kangle likes her. How could Kangle be afraid of Empress Hua? Nian Sherlan faced Princess Kangle and smiled lovingly. Everyone in the harem is afraid of me and hates me, but you are not afraid. You are such a lovely child. Kangle said ignorantly. Empress Hua, why should they be afraid of you? My mother said, you are a good person. Nian Sherlan looked up at concubine Jing, and saw that concubine Jing looked a little embarrassed. Jingpin smiled awkwardly, and said, I'm sorry to make you laugh, Madame Hua. Nian Sherlan also smiled. You are the first one who says that I am a good person. I am surprised. I assist in managing the 6 palaces. Everyone says that I am ruthless. But little do they know that, in this job, ruthlessness is the best policy. Jingpin replied. Yes. Kongla looked around, and saw that the wet nurse was holding the 4th prince on the other side. She looked up and asked Nian Sherlan, Madame Hua, is that your younger brother? Can Kongla see his brother? Nian Sherlan naturally agreed. Kongla trotted to the wet nurse. The wet nurse holding the 4th prince lowered her body to show the 4th prince to the princess. Jingpin also hurriedly followed, for she was afraid that Kongla would fall in love with his brother without restraint. Kongla looked at the 4th prince in the wet nurse's arms. He also opened his eyes and looked at Kongla. His rosy little mouth moved, and a small bubble came out. Kongla happily stretched out his little hand to touch the 4th prince's little face, and Jingpin was frightened and stopped her. The younger brother is too young. You can't touch his face yet. When the younger brother is as old as you, he can play with you. Chapter 261 What You Wish For. Kongla has never had a playmate since she was a child. The only one of her age is the third prince. The third prince is the son of the queen. Except for the new year, Kongla has no chance to play with him. Now she has a younger brother, but he is still so young, and cannot play with her. Kongla is very disappointed. Nian Shuan looked at the undisguised disappointment on Kong Li's little face and could not help laughing. Come to Empress Hua. Kongla ran back to Nian Shuan again. Nian Shuan said, Empress Hua knows that you want to play with your brother. But he is still too young. But you can come to see him often and grow up with him. Okay? Kangol was happy again, clapping his hands and saying yes happily. Nian Shuan talked to concubine Jing for a while, and concubine Jing took Princess Kangol away. A sneaky figure on the long street kept staring at concubine Jing. When Xiao Linzi saw concubine Jing out, he saw that figure. The man pretended to be sweeping the long street, but his eyes followed Jing Pin and her daughter intentionally or unintentionally, sweeping all the way. Xiao Linzi pretended not to see it, and hurried back to Ikuan Palace. The eunuch who was staring at Jing Pin and her daughter on the long street was still complacent, and Xiao Linzi had reported the matter to Nian Shuan. Nian Shuan was stunned, and suddenly laughed out loud. In the previous life, she sent the eunuch named Xiao Linzi to wait for an opportunity to burn Yushuan to pieces, which led to the emperor to execute her regardless of his feelings. In this life, could it be that someone wants to burn down her Ikuan Palace? Xiao Linzi saw that Nian Shuan was not angry but laughed instead, like a confused monk. Nian Shuan laughed and said, just keep an eye on that little eunuch, and find out who he is in the palace and what his name is. If he makes any unusual moves, don't alarm him, and report to me immediately. Nian Shuan felt more and more clearly that the harem seemed harmonious on the surface, but undercurrents were actually surging. Since she gave birth to the fourth prince safely, Jingren Palace must have taken action. Nian Shuan's pregnancy was not without its ups and downs. But at that time, relying on her reputation for being domineering, Nian Shuan simply begged Yinzhen not to go to Jingren Palace to pay respects for many days. There were rumors that concubine Hua was disrespectful to the queen. But with the emperor's decree, those rumors disappeared. Later, there were several times when the eunuchs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs took the opportunity to deliver things to Ikuan Palace. There were some illicit goods mixed in. Not only were they arrested one by Xiao Linzi, these ignorant eunuchs were also beaten up by Huang Guiquan, the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Nian Shuan thought of accumulating blessings for the child in her belly, so she did not order them to be killed. After the Ministry of Internal Affairs was finally quieted down, a small hole inexplicably appeared in the corner of the Ikuan Palace. Since Nian Shuan had been eating and drinking in the small kitchen of Ikuan Palace since she became pregnant, Nian Shuan reported it to Yinzhen, and tortured everyone in the small kitchen. The maid who helped in the kitchen and colluded with the enemy was found. Before the maid could tamper with Nian Shuan's food, she was ordered to be beaten to death by Yinzhen. This ensured that Nian Shuan gave birth to the fourth prince safely. Nian Shuan thought about the things that happened during her pregnancy, and then thought about the eunuch sneaking around the long street today, and sneered, since he didn't want her, Nian Shuan, to have a good life. Then he didn't want anyone to have a good life. There are many places in the Ikuan Palace that should be repaired. The Empress Dowager De, who had been ill, was in good spirits today, sitting on the couch. He said, Zhu Shi, bring me my hookah. I will relax. Zhu Shi wanted to persuade Empress Dowager De that she should not smoke the hookah as she was still ill. But thinking about these days, Empress Dowager De always lay in bed and never left the Yonghe Palace. She must be feeling anxious. So he went to get the hookah. Just as he lit the hookah for Empress Dowager De, the eunuch outside came to announce, the queen is here. Empress Dowager De looked at the pipe with pity. She ordered Zhu Shi to put it away. Zhu Shi had just put away the water pipe when Olinara came in with Jianqiu and Jiang Fuhai. I pay my respects to my mother. May my mother be blessed with good health. Olinara knelt down and saluted. Empress Dowager De said, get up quickly. I have been ill these days, and have been too lazy to ask you about the affairs in the palace. I am glad that you are here today. Come, sit beside me and talk to me. Olinara sat beside Empress Dowager De, looking down. She saw that Empress Dowager De's hands were withered, no longer as white and tender as before. She couldn't help but feel sad. Empress Dowager De's illness was strange. But the emperor and she had checked all the palace maids in Yonghe Palace and replaced them. But they found nothing. Dr. Wen said that Empress Dowager De had used blood-withered grass. But no one could find out what was mixed with the blood-withered grass. and once the blood-withered grass took effect, it would be very difficult to replace it. Even if the palace is full of rare treasures and rare medicines, it can only keep Empress Dowager De in a state of neither good nor bad, Olenara said. The palace servants who served the third prince a few days ago were not responsible, causing the third prince to catch a cold. I had no choice but to take care of the third prince every day, and even the affairs in the harem were handled by concubine Hua and concubine Shin. I saw today that my mother is much better, and I am very happy, Empress Dowager De said. Noble Lady Shin? I have never heard of Noble Lady Shin before, Olenara said. My mother has been sick for a long time, so it is normal that she does not know what is happening outside. Noble Lady Shin is the daughter of Shin Zishan, the assistant commander of Jeju. Somehow, she caught the eye of concubine Hua, and now stays with concubine Hua to help her manage the 6 palaces. Empress Dowager De has not been out of the Yongle Palace for a long time, but how could she not know what is happening outside? It's just that during these days of illness, Olenara rarely came to visit her. She gradually stopped caring about it. She drank a lot of bitter medicine soup every day, so she had no time to care about those things. Empress Dowager De also understood the wit in Olenara's words. Olenara knew very well that Empress Dowager De hated the queen's power falling into someone else's hands. Now that concubine Hua was powerful in the palace, and had won over concubine Shin, Empress Dowager De would definitely teach her a lesson. After Olenara finished speaking, she quietly waited for Empress Dowager De's response, but Empress Dowager De just smiled indifferently. Said, "The palace is busy, and the queen has to take good care of the third prince, so it is inevitable that she will hand over all the trivial matters to Hua Fei to handle. Hua Fei also needs a helper. By the way, is the third prince completely recovered? I have been lying half dead all day, and I didn't know that the third prince was sick a few days ago. I haven't seen the third prince for a long time, and I miss the grandson so much, but I dare not let you bring him to see me, for fear of passing on the disease to him." Olenara also heard that the Queen Mother didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but she still did not give up, and said, "Mother, you worry too much. One day, I will bring the third prince to you for a look. You are only in your early 40s. As long as you take good care of yourself, you can always return to the same state as before. I also hope that you can give me some advice. I am young and ignorant. There are many things that need Mother to analyze the pros and cons and let me know." Empress Dowager De laughed at herself, turned to look at Olenara, stretched out her hands, and said, "I am in this state now. How can I care about so many trivial matters? You are my daughter-in-law, and also my niece. I have never been a queen in my life, and I only hope that you will become the queen and preserve the glory of the Olenara and Waya families. But my current body, I am afraid it will not work. I don't know if I can see what you promised me before I die. I don't want that bitch to live better than me." Olenara also stretched out her hand. She grabbed the withered hands of the Empress Dowager De, and slowly pressed them down, and said, "Don't worry, Mother. I will definitely do what I promised. But you also know what I want." A hint of excitement appeared on the face of the Empress Dowager De. She said, "Are you serious? If you can let me see that day, I will definitely fulfill your wish." Chapter 262 Fu Cha stirs up trouble. The beginning of the first month is the second month. In the first month, the Jingren Palace had already invited all the concubines and the close wives of the princes and nobles. On the second day of the second month, Olenara held a banquet in the Jingren Palace. Nian Sherlan arranged for Xiao Linzi to look after the Ikuan Palace and watched the wet nurse coax the fourth prince to sleep, then took Songji and Li Dong to the Jingren Palace for the banquet. Nian Sherlan wore a light snow blue dress today, a set of red gold and kingfisher headdress on her hair, a pair of silver-plated gold and kingfisher pearl earrings on her ears. The shoes she was wearing were made of the same fabric as her clothes. The weather was getting warmer, but because Nian Sherlan was going to sit high up on the sedan chair, Songji still put a thick cloak on her. The fur on the cloak was very fine, smooth and shiny, and it was very valuable. Nian Sherlan lazily leaned on the sedan chair. When she passed by the long street, the servants knelt down on both sides of the palace road from a distance. Songji followed the sedan chair and said with a hint of pride, "Master, in my opinion, you are the most impressive person in the whole palace." Nian Sherlan held a flat gold hand warmer in her arms and looked straight ahead. "There are many people at the banquet today. Not only the people in the harem, but also the wives of the emperor's brothers. Be careful with your words and actions. Don't let others talk about you. Don't say things like you just said." Songji quietly stuck out her tongue and said yes. Her master always looks very imposing. But in fact, he is very cautious. This is the only way to maintain dignity in the harem without annoying the emperor. The sedan chair carrying Yin Sherlan stopped in front of Jingren Palace. Yin Sherlan slowly got off the sedan chair with the help of Songji and Lidong. There were concubines coming to the banquet in groups at the gate of Jingren Palace. They greeted Yin Sherlan one by one. Yin Sherlan just nodded lightly, and then led Songji and Lidong into the gate of Jingren Palace. Fu Chaguren followed behind Yin Sherlan and curled her lips. The voice was not too loud, but it was clear for Yin Sherlan to hear. She said to an who came with her, "Humph, I don't know who you are showing off your arrogance to. No matter how arrogant you are just a concubine. And isn't that right?" And was startled by Fu Chaguren's words, shrinking her head, and said in a low voice, "I don't know what Fu Chaguren is talking about. Please don't talk nonsense." Songji and Lidong were furious. Songji turned around, and was about to question Fu Chaguren. Yin Sherlan raised her hand slightly, stopped Songji's action. Yin Sherlan turned around and stood still, looking at noble Lady Fucha, smiling. Noble Lady Fucha is so ambitious. I didn't know that noble Lady Fucha is the next queen. Forgive me for my poor eyesight, I didn't pay my respects to you. The next queen. Just now. Although Yin Sherlan was smiling, her eyes were full of coldness, and her words pointed out that noble Lady Fucha was treasonous. Noble Lady Fucha was only 16 years old, and felt that she was favored by the emperor since she entered the palace. In addition to the queen, I don't take anyone seriously. Seeing Yin Sherlan's sarcasm, I straightened my chest, bit my knees perfunctorily, and replied, "Your Majesty, you are too kind. Your words have put me in a situation of disloyalty and injustice. I don't have such a rebellious thought. Why do you have to spit blood on me? Although I and the queen are both Manchus, I respect the queen very much. If the words of concubine Hua are heard by others, I thought I was disrespectful to the queen." Yin Sherlan sneered, looked at noble Lady Fucha again, said nothing more, and turned away. Songji said angrily, "My lord, noble Lady Fucha offended you so much, and you tolerated her. I wish I could tear her mouth apart." Yin Sherlan sneered, "I am kind-hearted? You are right. I am too kind-hearted now. I was actually ridiculed by a little noble lady. But Songji, you have to know that sometimes you don't need to do things in this world yourself." Songji has watched what Yin Sherlan wanted to do in the past few years, and has learned to do it through others. She knew that Fu Chaguren had offended someone she shouldn't have offended this time. However, she didn't know who Yin Sherlan wanted to do this time. Yin Sherlan thought that many things in her previous life were done by her because of her resentment, which made her relatives sad and her enemies happy. In her previous life, she had sentenced Xia Chong to 100 red lashes. She established her authority, but also caused resentment from everyone in the palace. During those days, all the concubines in the harem were in danger, and she had heard all kinds of unpleasant rumors. In this life, she really didn't need to step forward in person. Many things. There were people to do for her. Fu Chaguren watched Yin Sherlan take the lead, and complacently looked at it and agreed. "Did you see that? What about concubine Hua? No matter how favored the concubines of the Han army banner are, they dare not confront our Manchu army banner. The queen and I, they are all Manchu flags. The Han flags have been favored in the palace for too long, so the queen must be willing to clean them up." As she spoke, noblewoman Fucha looked at an Ing with disdain, and continued, "Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you these things. As a daughter of a small family, why should I teach you these things?" And Ing held the handkerchief tightly in her hand again, but she just said timidly, "Sister Fucha's teaching is very true. I am of humble origin, and I hope Sister Fucha will help me more in the future." Fu Chaguren snorted disdainfully. I don't have a sister as shabby as you. Don't call me sister, it's unlucky. If you want me to help you, you have to see if you are worthy." After that, she took Sanger to the main hall of Jingren Palace. Bao Wan looked at Fu Chaguren's back and said angrily, "Bah, she is just a little noble, who is she showing off to?" "My lady, don't be sad. A hero doesn't ask where he came from. Although you are just a promise now, but there will be a day for her to come to the fore in the future. Didn't Lady Fucha rely on her military flag to get close to the queen? But in my opinion, the queen, who is as kind as her, would probably not look down on her. If you have the chance, you can also get close to the queen." And agreed with a bitter smile inside. "Who am I? It's not easy for me to get the queen's favor." "Bao Wan, you saw that Lady Fucha didn't even take concubine Hua seriously. I am a person of humble origin, and I can only bow my head to her. And Ying saw the reluctance in Bojuan's eyes. And Ying thought, following a young lady like me, who has no ability, even the maids around her would feel wronged. Jin Chongzai came with concubine Shen, and entered the door a little late. She only heard concubine Fucha sneer at an Ying complacently and leave, but she did not see the previous scene. Jin Chongzai looked at an Ying with difficulty, and thought of her own situation in the palace, and she could not help but feel pity. She took a few steps forward, and caught up with an Ying who was slowly walking towards the main hall. Chapter 263 Slamming the Table. Noble Lady Shen and Jin Chongzai grew up together. Naturally she knew that this was because Jin Chongzai couldn't stand what Noble Lady Fucha did, and wanted to comfort Ying. She shook her head helplessly, and hurried a few steps to catch up with the two people in front. She only heard Jin Chongzai say to Ying, "And Ying, wait for me, can we go in together?" And Ying heard someone calling her, turned around, and a beautiful smile hit her eyes. It was Jin Chongzai. Although she always saw him every day, but there is no contact. And Ying bowed and said, "Jin Chongzai is well." She looked up and saw Shinguren catching up, and she knelt and bowed again. "I didn't see Shinguren just now, I'm sorry." "Shinguren is well." Jin Chongzai helped Ying to stand up warmly, and said, "Yingzai, why should you be so polite? You and I are both concubines of the Emperor, please stand up quickly." Yingzai still knelt, and lowered her eyes. Jin Chongzai knew that this was because Shinguren hadn't spoken yet. She looked at concubine Shen, and said with a smile, "Sister, if you don't call me, Sister will be scared and won't move. Sister, hurry up." And Ying thought to herself, I usually only knew that concubine Shen and Jin Chongzai were as close as others, but I didn't expect that they would talk so casually in private. Concubine Shen glanced at Jin Chongzai with a reproachful look, and also reached out to help Ying, saying, "And Ying, please get up quickly." And Ying then stood up, and said to concubine Shen and Jin Chongzai, "I am fortunate to meet you two sisters. Please be tolerant of me in the future." Alinara sat at the top of the table, watching everyone below take their seats according to their ranks, and then said, "The new year is over. I think you sisters are tired in the first month of the year. The head of the family naturally has to manage the family, and the head of the family does not have much free time. Today I finally have some free time, and I will host a banquet for you in Jingren Palace. It is also my intention." All the concubines, and the wives of the princes and nobles stood up. She got up from her seat, and said respectfully, "The queen is kind and virtuous. We are grateful for her kindness. Long live the queen." Alinara smiled and raised her hand. "Okay, I've said it before. Today is a banquet for women. Sisters and sisters-in-law, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." Yin Shuan sat down again, with the help of Songji, while thinking to herself, I know everyone is busy during the new year, but I don't let everyone relax. What kind of banquet is this? After everyone was seated, Alinara greeted the wives of several princes one by one, and then the banquet officially began. Yin Shuan took a few bites of the dishes in front of her, and put her chopsticks aside with disdain. Lidong whispered in her ear, "Master, the dishes at the palace banquet don't suit your taste, so you should eat less. When we return to our own palace, we will ask the kitchen to bring in your favorite food." Yin Shuan nodded, and took up the fruit beside her and looked at it. "The fruits over there didn't look as good as the ones made in my own kitchen. Forget it." Yin Shuan put the fruits back on the plate. Alinara said with a smile from the seat of honor, "Hua Fei, is the food today not to your liking?" Yin Shuan thought, he really never let go of any movement on her side. Yin Shuan was too lazy to even stand up, and replied, "I thank the queen for her concern. The queen was busy, but she was able to see me with her eyes. To be honest with the queen, I was worried about the fourth prince, so I couldn't eat. It wasn't because the dishes prepared by the queen didn't suit my taste. Those princes and ladies had heard of concubine Hua's domineering reputation. When they saw her today, they were all very angry. When concubine Hua reported to the queen, it would have been fine if she didn't stand up, but her tone was so nonchalant. Alinara didn't miss the dissatisfied looks of those ladies. She still smiled gently, and spoke with tolerance. "The fourth prince is in Ikuan Palace, with a lot of wet nurses and servants watching over you. Sister Hua Fei should feel relieved. This palace knows that Sister Ikuan's small kitchen is very skilled. But today's dishes are all prepared by the imperial kitchen according to the regulations of our ancestors. Even if Sister Hua Fei doesn't like it, please eat a little for my sake, and don't go back hungry at my banquet." Yin Shuan was too lazy to argue with Alinara. So she replied lightly, "Yes." Seeing Nian Sherwan like this, Lenara didn't know what to say. So she turned to look at the princes and their wives and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to make you laugh. If the dishes in the imperial kitchen are not to your liking, I will ask someone to bring them up again." The wife of the fifth prince, the Prince of Hung, has always been carefree and doesn't like to fight. She just looked up at Lenara and didn't say anything. The wife of the seventh prince, the Prince of Chun, had a mean look in her eyes and said with a smile, "My fourth sister-in-law is now the queen, but you have to look at the face of a concubine. I feel so aggrieved for you. If the concubines in my house dare to despise the banquet prepared by the master mother, it would be a crime of disrespect. The ninth prince is only a bazi, and his wife is naturally not as high-ranking as the previous two. The ninth wife smoothed things over. Sister-in-law Chi is good at managing the house, and I envy her very much. Today is a good day, so I will borrow flowers to offer to Buddha, and the fine wine prepared by the queen to toast sister-in-law Chi." Although the seventh lady held the wine, she said to the ninth lady with disdain, "I'm not saying that. You should learn from me. I heard from our prince that there are many beautiful girls in the ninth brother's house. Today this concubine is jealous. Tomorrow that princess is vying for favor. You, the lady, can't manage them all day, and it's useless. If you don't show some money, you will be suppressed by those concubines. Then your dignity and status as a mistress will be gone. Right? It's no joke." The ninth lady was holding a glass of wine and stood there in a daze. She tried to smooth things over, but the seventh lady's arrow hit her instead. The ninth lady was originally dissatisfied with the concubines in the mansion, but because the ninth prince was affectionate, he doted on every concubine. In addition, the ninth lady had given birth to a son and a daughter early, and had someone to rely on. So she turned a blind eye to everything in the mansion. She didn't expect to be exposed by the seventh lady in public on such an occasion today. The ninth lady couldn't help blushing, but she held it in for a long time, and only managed to say one sentence. "I will drink first as a sign of respect, sister-in-law seventh." "Please do as you please." The seventh lady watched the ninth lady drink the wine, and said complacently, "Please forgive me. Sister-in-law ninth, I am not feeling well, and I can't drink today. Since you have already drunk, I won't drink. Anyway, you said I can do as I please. Sister-in-law ninth, do you think it's okay?" When the ninth lady heard that the seventh lady said this in public, her face turned red again. She was about to speak when she heard Nian Sherwan say slowly, "I was reading a storybook before, and there was a play called A Dog Bites Lu Dongdan. Who doesn't know the kindness of a good man? I was thinking that if the dog bites someone, I should just beat the dog to death. Today I know that if the person is a coward, the dog bite will be in vain. By the way, Songji, I haven't read those storybooks for a long time. Please don't lose them for me," Songji said beside her. "Don't worry. Your Majesty, you said that you would show those storybooks to the fourth prince in the future. Although your storybooks are simple, they contain profound truths. When the fourth prince is enlightened, he should start with the storybooks." The seventh lady had gotten the upper hand from the ninth lady, and was feeling very proud of herself. Suddenly, when she heard what Nian Sherwan said, she could not help but slam her head and stand up. Chapter 264. The Same Jewelry. The seventh lady was indeed a person with a bad temper. After being mocked by Nian Sherwan for a few times, she couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. "I don't know, who is Empress Hua talking about? Are you saying that I am a dog?" Nian Sherwan smiled leisurely, ignoring the seventh lady, and said to Songji instead, "Look, I have never seen a mad dog before, but I have seen it today." Olenara was in a headache. At her own banquet, it just started. And this has happened. Although she doesn't like Nian Sherwan, she doesn't want to lose face on this day. Olenara said, "Hua Fei, please say less. You came to the banquet peacefully. Why are you making insinuations?" Nian Sherwan's eyes were full of contempt and ridicule, looking at the seventh lady, but her words were directed to Olenara. "When did I make insinuations? I was sitting here peacefully, and I was almost bitten by a dog. If you want me to say it, Your Majesty, this Jingren Palace is not clean. They even let in mad dogs. If the Emperor knew, I'm afraid he would have to ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to clean it up." Seventh lady said, "What does Hua Fei mean by this? Are you saying that I am a mad dog? Don't forget, the owner of this Jingren Palace is the Empress, my fourth sister-in-law. No matter how favored you are just a concubine. How dare you disrespect the Empress?" Nien Shuan looked at seventh lady's mean face, suddenly laughed out loud. I was thinking just now that you could hear it. You are not stupid. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Nien Shuan said to Songji. Songji, tell the seventh lady a good talk. You are committing a crime of committing an offense against your superior, and you are committing an offense against your superior. What is the punishment? The seventh lady was startled. She was so angry that she forgot that although Hua Fei was a concubine when she entered the palace, she is now a concubine, and the favorite concubine of the current emperor. But the seventh lady has already started in front of so many people, there was no reason to bow her head again. She stiffened her neck and said unconvincedly, I just want to ask clearly whether the concubine Hua is just making indirect accusations. Concubine Li couldn't help but sneer. Elenara looked at Concubine Li and warned her with her eyes not to make trouble. Concubine Li watched for a long time and couldn't stand the seventh lady. She was about to say a few words, but met Elenara's eyes. She immediately lowered her head and didn't plan to speak again. Nien Shuan saw Elenara's little action. I just felt funny. Did Elenara really think that the seventh lady was standing up for her? But Nien Shuan thought, with Elenara's scheming, she probably wanted to see the snipe and the clam fight, and she, the fisherman, would benefit. Nien Shuan heard that. The seventh prince Chun Junwang had an idle position in the previous dynasty, and he didn't have close contact with anyone, and he looked like a hopeless person. I didn't expect his lady Guoluoluoluorong to be so sarcastic and stupid, although she was from a big family. She must have been raised to be a mistress in her parents' home. Why are you so impatient? Nien Shuan picked up a glass of wine with a smile, turned it in her hands a few times, took a gulp and drank it. Putting the glass back on the table, she looked at the still standing seventh lady and said, I told you, you are not so stupid that you can't understand what people say. But today is the queen's banquet, and everyone who comes is a guest. Although your words offended me, I will not bother with you for the queen's sake. If you want to keep nagging me, then I'll have to ask the emperor to come and discuss it. Let's see what the rules of our Qing dynasty are like. Mrs. Luo, do you want to keep nagging me? Although Mrs. Luorong was very angry about Nien Shuan's impolite words, she was not stupid enough to provoke the emperor. So she just let it go, and sat down with a hum. Li Guiran suddenly said, This jewelry of Wan Guiran is really beautiful. I heard that the queen gave you a lot of good things a few days ago. Is this what the empress gave to you? Nien Shuan followed Li Guiran's words, and looked at Wan Guiran, only to see that Wan Guiran was wearing those gold and kingfisher jewels in her hair. But compared to Nien Shuan's, it was much simpler. Fu Cha Guiran looked at Wan Guiran's hair accessories with envy, and said to Li Guiran, Sister Li is right. I heard a few days ago that the empress gave Wan Guiran a lot of good things. I saw it today, and I know it is worth a lot of money. When Jingpin saw the hair ornament, she inadvertently glanced at Nien Shuan's face. Nien Shuan's headpiece was decorated with red gold and kingfisher feathers, which looked elegant and graceful. But seeing that Nien Shuan looked normal, Jingpin was relieved. Li Guiran said, But I feel familiar with this jewelry. Oh, isn't it the same as the one worn by concubine Hua? No wonder it looks so elegant. Everyone looked at Nien Shuan's head, but no one dared to speak. A little Guiran, wearing the same jewelry as the favorite concubine, is not in line with her status. Moreover, the concubines of the rank of noble lady, and below all, wear jewelry made of Tonchao velvet flowers, or silver and jade. But this noble lady Wan is the only one who wears this red gold and kingfisher jewelry to show off. Everyone is waiting to see what Nien Shuan will do. But Nien Shuan looks around with a wine glass in hand, wondering, You are not drinking. Why are you looking at me? The noble lady Wan is favored by the emperor, and is loved by the queen, and she is wearing the same jewelry as me. It is understandable. Who said that only I can wear jewelry in this world? Wan Guiran stood up and bowed to Nien Shuan. Madame Hua Fei is generous. I thank you for your consideration. I didn't want to be so ostentatious, but the queen's love is so great, I can't let you down. Please forgive me. Madame Hua Fei, Nien Shuan said with a smile. What's there to forgive? You sit down. I like it. I can't tell others not to like it. After saying that, she looked at Elenara meaningfully. Nien Shuan knew Elenara's feelings for Injin, but Elenara's obsession was too deep. In the previous life, no matter who was pregnant in the palace, Elenara would try her best to make them abort. Nien Shuan had seen Elenara crying in her dream. Elenara cried in her dream. My concubine's forced virtuousness is the most painful and saddest thing for me. Nien Shuan was puzzled in her dream. When was this Elenara? She didn't look like the Elenara she knew. But it flashed through her dream, without the background, and without the consequences. When Yin Sherlan woke up and recalled it, she didn't care much. But today she suddenly understood the meaning. Alinara loved the Emperor deeply. How could she tolerate another woman sharing the Emperor's favor? In the previous life, she also loved Injin deeply, but at that time she acted openly and recklessly, and suffered a lot. Alinara said with a smile. Yes. Concubine Wan, it's rare that Concubine Hua is so generous. Don't mind it. I gave you this jewelry because I thought it was suitable for you. It's just a pity that if the Emperor was here today, he would be able to see your beauty. Jin Chengzai couldn't help but look at Concubine Wan's head. She thought to herself, if these jewelry were on her hair, how would she deal with the situation today? Chapter 265 How to Deal with It. Concubine Wan bowed to Alinara, sat down, and said, Thank you, Queen, for your kindness. Yin Sherlan felt that today's palace banquet was really boring. She was about to say that she was not feeling well, and wanted to leave early. Concubine said again, Ah, the Emperor loves her, the Queen loves her, and Concubine Hua is generous. Among our sisters, Concubine Wan is the most glorious. When will I be able to have such a glorious life? Yin Sherlan sneered, looking at Li Guiran. If you want to be glorious, you should also see if you are worthy of it. Li Guiran keeps saying that she envy Wan Guiran. But in fact she is resentful of the Emperor, the Empress and me. Since you are not as glorious as others, then think of a way. Instead of being sour, and making a fool of yourself every day. After saying that, Yin Sherlan stood up directly, bowed to Alinara, and said, Please forgive me, Queen. I drank 2 glasses of wine, I am not feeling well. So I will take my leave first. Please allow me to do so. Queen. Alinara frowned. The banquet has just begun. And it has become like this. Concubine Hua. You are a concubine. Why bother to argue with your sisters? Yin Sherlan was about to speak. But suddenly, there was a message outside the door. The Emperor has arrived. As he spoke, Injin had already entered the main hall of Jing'an Palace, with Su Peisheng and other servants. There were only women in the hall. But he was the Emperor, so there was no inconvenience. Alinara walked down from the seat of honor, and stood in the hall. The concubines, and the wives of the princes and nobles stood behind her. Everyone greeted Injin. Your Majesty, I greet you. Long live the Emperor. Injin looked at everyone in the hall, and his eyes fell on Yin Sherlan. But seeing the stubborn look on Yin Sherlan's exquisite and luxurious face, Injin couldn't help but laugh. As soon as he heard what happened in Jing'an Palace, he hurried over to support her little fox. But she looked as hard as a rock. Everyone, please stand up and sit down to talk. I thank the Emperor for his kindness. Everyone thanked him, sat down, looked at each other, and didn't understand why the Emperor came suddenly. Alinara sat carefully below Injin, and said with a smile, Today was originally a gathering of women, and I didn't know the Emperor was coming. I told the servants to prepare wine for the Emperor. Injin said, I know today is the Queen's banquet, but can I not come? I was tired of reviewing memorials, so I went out for a walk. I heard that Jing'an Palace was very lively, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect that the Queen would dislike me. Injin said this with a smile, but Alinara could not see any smile in his eyes. Your Majesty is too kind. How dare I dislike your Majesty? The world belongs to your Majesty, and you are allowed to go wherever you want. It's just that I sent someone to get the fine wine that your Majesty likes. The seventh lady did not expect the Emperor to come. Later, she thought of the sarcasm in her previous words to Concubine Hua. I couldn't help shaking all over. Injin didn't even look at the seventh lady, but said, I reviewed the memorials today. Chief Bailey wrote a memorial, saying that Wu Sangue was restless in the southwest. I thought that when the late Emperor was alive, all the appeasements to the vassal kings in the border areas were in vain now. Everyone was puzzled. The harem was not allowed to interfere in politics. But what did the Emperor mean by saying this at this time? When Concubine Duan heard the name of her grandfather Chi Bailey, she looked up at Injin, and then quickly lowered her head. Injin changed the subject and said, My fifth brother has never fought with others, and I have not given him any serious responsibility. My ninth brother is still in his fiefdom, and he should not be involved in border affairs. My seventh brother also looks obedient. I originally wanted my seventh brother to pacify the southwest border for me. But today I heard gossip that my seventh brother's house was not peaceful. In this case, I can't bother my seventh brother to leave the capital. The Book of Rights says, "A real man should cultivate himself and his family before he can rule the country and bring peace to the world. My seventh brother is a fool if there is no peace in the mansion. How can we convince the people?" If the seventh lady was afraid that the emperor would settle accounts with her when she saw him coming. She collapsed on the chair after she said this. She and Prince Chun have been married for many years, and Prince Chun has always been dissatisfied with her dealing with concubines in the mansion. However, her mother's family is also a noble family, and Prince Chun can't really compare with her over the concubine issue. The seventh lady knows very well that her husband, Prince Chun, is not as innocent as he seems. Prince Chun also said some nonsense when he was drunk after the death of the previous emperor. But the seventh lady kept the matter secret and never let the emperor know. Otherwise, how could they live in peace today? The maidservant who followed the seventh lady was busy helping her up from the chair, not noticing that the emperor was staring at them. Injin was full of majesty and said to the seventh lady, "What's wrong with Lady Luo? But I didn't explain it clearly enough. Lady Luo doesn't have the patience to listen anymore?" The maidservant of the seventh lady said tremblingly, "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Our Fu Jin is drunk and weak. I will take Fu Jin down to sober her up." Cao Chongzai, who had not spoken a word, suddenly said, "I saw that Fu Jin Luo did not drink just now." Fu Jin Gushan Baizi toasted Fu Jin Luo, and Fu Jin Luo said that she was not feeling well and could not drink. "You little girl. Haha. You dare to talk nonsense in front of the emperor. Do you know that this is a crime of deceiving the emperor? Or is it that this is the rule in Prince Chun's mansion?" To the lord, she lied endlessly. Elinara and Yin Shuruan looked at Cao Chengzai at the same time. Cao Chengzai was usually inconspicuous and spoke little. It was rare for her to say so much today. Xi and Chengzai also said, "Yes, Your Majesty, I heard it clearly." Not only did Luo Fujin say that she was not in good health, she also ignored concubine Hua. She said frankly that we, the concubines, should be severely punished. Xi and Chengzai was not a fool. Since Injin said those words, then he could tell that Injin came here today to support Nian Shuruan. Otherwise, how could he explain why he came to the place where these women gathered at the right time? Injin heard what he wanted to hear, and then looked at Nian Shuruan, who was offended by the words of the seventh lady, and saw that her eyes were red, but she was stubborn and refused to let the tears fall. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't come, Nian Shuruan would have had a grudge with the seventh lady. Fortunately, he came. Nian Shuruan wouldn't have to suffer such grievances. This person, when facing difficulties alone, you can only grit your teeth and persevere. What you fear most is that someone suddenly supports you, and Nian Shuruan is like this now. Injin twisted the beads in his hand, and the beads shone with an emerald luster. Elinara took a look at the beads, which were the favorites that her sister had given to Injin. At that time, her sister said that this thing can calm people down. Elinara knew that. For so many years, Injin would only twist the beads when he was irritable and angry. The seventh lady was helped up by her personal maid, kneeling in the hall. She said tremblingly, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I will never do it again. I have offended Empress Hua with my nonsense. I kowtow to Empress Hua to apologize. Your Majesty, please forgive me." As the seventh lady spoke, she turned around and kowtowed to Nian Shuruan. Injin ignored the seventh lady, but said to Nian Shuruan, "Shuruan, what should I do?" Chapter 266 Concubine Hua is kind. When the seventh lady heard that Injin had given the right to deal with Nian Shuruan, she was extremely panicked, and almost rolled and crawled on her knees to Nian Shuruan. "Please spare my life. Concubine Hua. I will never dare to do it again. I will never dare to do it again." Concubine Xian snorted disdainfully. "Humph, weren't you arrogant just now? Now you are afraid. I think Concubine Hua will teach you a lesson, so that you can't control your words." The seventh lady looked around in panic, suddenly crawled towards the direction of Elinara. "Empress, save me. I offended Concubine Hua because of you. You can't just stand by and watch me die." Fourth sister-in-law. "Empress, please save me." Jiang Fuhai waved the whisk in his hand, and the whisk that broke through the wind in the air hit the seventh concubine in front of her. "Fujin, please respect yourself. You can't approach the Empress as you please." Injin watched the scene with interest. Nian Shuruan hadn't spoken yet. Seventh concubine was already scared out of her wits. It seems that this is also a weak fool. The seventh wife, I married her at a loss. She doesn't look like a daughter of a noble family at all. What's funny is that she is the legitimate daughter of the Guoluluo family. Thinking of Guoluluo, Injin looked at the ninth wife again. The ninth wife, who was sent to the fiefdom by Injin, is the son of the late emperor's concubine E of the Guoluluo family. The ninth wife is the daughter-in-law of concubine E. The ninth wife looks stupid and dumb, not as smart and capable as concubine E. Concubine E had accompanied the late emperor on 2 incognito visits. Unfortunately, Injin was not very prominent among the princes at that time, and was not among those who accompanied the late emperor on his incognito visit. Injin was still thinking. I heard that the ninth prince had deep resentment in his fiefdom, and he had to find an opportunity to deal with him all at once. If you don't cut the grass at the root, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Olenara's face was full of compassion, and she was worried when she spoke. Your Majesty, the seventh lady has not committed any serious crimes. Why don't you persuade Sister Huafei to give her a lighter sentence? Injin shook his hand, refuted Olenara's words. I have handed over the right of disposal to concubine Hua, and concubine Hua has the final say. I am the emperor, and the emperor's words are as firm as gold. How can I change my orders overnight? Olenara had no choice but to continue looking at the seventh lady with pity, sighing, and said, Concubine Luo, you have seen it too. I am also helpless. You should ask concubine Hua for help. I think in front of so many people, concubine Hua is virtuous, and she will not be so vicious as to take your life. Injin listened to what Olenara said, and looked at her thoughtfully. Yin Shuruan looked at the seventh lady in front of her, who was as panicked as a dog that had lost its home. She begged Olenara for help, but was abandoned by Olenara. Yin Shuruan had only one thought in her mind: if she raises a dog in the future, she must raise a smart one. A stupid dog like the seventh lady would only hinder her. The seventh lady turned to Yin Shuruan again, and before she could beg for mercy, she heard Yin Shuruan say, Luo lady, I am in a dilemma. You have offended me time and again, and you are trying to frame others. The emperor wants to ask me how to deal with you, but I dare not ask casually. In this palace, you dare to ridicule and humiliate me in front of everyone. If I really let the emperor deal with you, I am afraid that I will not be able to sleep well in the future. Wouldn't I have to guard against you day and night to kill me? The seventh lady kowtowed like crazy. Empress Hua, spare me. I dare not. I dare not. Yin Shuruan waited until the seventh lady's face turned red from kowtow. Then she said slowly, Forget it. No matter what I do, I will definitely be labeled as a spoiled brat. Then why not, Your Majesty, just give Luo lady 10 slaps in the face. It's a minor punishment, and it's okay for me to suffer a little injustice. But I'm afraid that Prince Chun will lose face if Luo lady is slapped in the face. Your Majesty has to help me make a decision. After all, it was Luo lady who made the mistake. It was Prince Chun who was embarrassed. I wonder if I should appease Prince Chun as well. Injin intended to warn the other princes, but they were as obedient as quails these days, so it was difficult for him to do it directly. Today, Sherlan took advantage of the situation and gave Injin the opportunity. Injin felt very relieved. The person he asked to marry was more considerate. Injin's face was still dignified, and even showed a hint of impatience and annoyance. He looked at the seventh lady, who was already slumped on the ground, with some grief. He said, I occasionally heard that everyone in the palace said that concubine Hua ruled with an iron fist. I thought Sherlan was cruel when I couldn't see her. Today I know that Sherlan is really the kindest person. It shows how bad people in the palace are. They spread rumors and are disgusting. The wife of Prince Chun is guilty of committing crimes, and is against the will of the emperor. According to the Qin dynasty law, she should be handed over to the clan court for investigation and detention. But concubine Hua is kind and generous, and only gives you 10 slaps on the face. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and a confused look appeared on their faces. We were all here, and we didn't see concubine Hua feeding the emperor any drugs. Why did the emperor seem to be confused? He even said that concubine Hua was kind and generous. Injin paused, and continued, As for Prince Chun, concubine Hua advised me to comfort him. This is of course concubine Hua's thoughtful consideration. She was afraid that the brotherhood between me and Prince Chun would be chilled. However, I originally thought that he was not strict in managing the family. He also needs to be disciplined. After listening to what Huafei said, I will not blame Chun Junwang. Chun Junwang will have to go in and out of the court in the future. I can't embarrass him too much. I heard that Chun Junwang's mansion now has only one princess and one concubine. I feel deeply sad. Ordinary men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but Chun Jun-wang sleeps alone every night because of his fierce wife. Today, I will give Chun Jun-wang a concubine and 2 princesses. If these 3 people have any misfortunes in the future, I will only hold Chun Jun-wang's wife accountable. Before the 7th lady could say anything, she was dragged away by the executioners under the command of Su Pei-sheng. Only her sobbing voice for mercy echoed in Jingren Palace. Elenara watched the 7th lady being dragged away, and could not help but frown and advise. Your Majesty is wise, and it is right for Lady Luo to be punished. However, it is a big deal for the prince to get married. The concubine should also be from a family of equal status. The emperor has granted the marriage, and I wonder whose daughter she is. Injin lowered his head and brushed the hem of his clothes. Is the queen questioning my decision? Elenara was shocked. She just asked, how did it become a question? She stood up and knelt before Injin. Jianqiu knelt down hurriedly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. How dare I question your will? Injin raised his eyelids and said, Get up. I don't mean to blame you. You are the queen, and it is reasonable for you to ask. A few days ago, old Seven chatted with me. I once intended to marry the 2nd daughter of Lin Bianqiu of the Hanlin Academy, but her words revealed her fear of him as a wife. I just went with the flow today. If the queen has anything else to ask, I will tell you all. Elenara said. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have nothing else to ask. Injin stood up and said lightly, I will go back to the Yongxin Palace first. There are still many memorials that have not been approved. The queen's banquet can continue. Chapter 267. None of them are useful. Injin walked out of Jingren Palace amidst a farewell, and suddenly sent Su Pei-sheng back. Elenara was disturbed by this, and originally wanted to end the banquet, but because Injin said, You can continue, she had no choice but to bite the bullet and plan to continue. Nian Shiruan sat absent-mindedly, trying to find an excuse to leave. Su Pei-sheng returned to the main hall of Jingren Palace, saluted Elenara, and said, Your Majesty, please allow me to report. Elenara said, What's the matter? I'm sorry to bother you. Eunuch Su. To make another trip. But what is the emperor's order? Su Pei-sheng said with an apologetic smile. Reporting to the queen, the emperor said, to summon concubine Hua to the Yongxin Palace to serve writing. Elenara looked at Nian Shiruan with a hard word to say, but she saw Nian Shiruan looking back at her with round eyes and an innocent face. The look in her eyes clearly showed that this was a summons from the emperor. Elenara had no choice but to nod. I know. Concubine Hua, you should serve the emperor well. It's a pity that today's fine wine is gone, but you are not lucky enough to enjoy it. Nian Shiruan was in a different mood from Elenara at the moment. She happily said goodbye and followed Su Pei-sheng out of Jingren Palace. As soon as he left Jingren Palace, Su Pei-sheng smiled and said, Empress Hua does not have to go to Yongxin Palace. The emperor said that. You are not happy staying in Jingren Palace, and asked the servant to use this excuse to coax you out. The emperor also said that. You can go back to Yikuan Palace to rest. Nian Shiruan felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Oh, in her last life. She was schemed by Injin all her life, but in this life, she could be so considerate to him. Is this God's compensation for her? Nian Shiruan took Songji and Li Dong, and walked slowly back to Yikuan Palace. In Jingren Palace, everyone looked at each other in surprise. The emperor doted on Hua Fei too much. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that, saying that he wanted Hua Fei to serve him with writing and ink. Wasn't it just an opportunity to get her out of this situation? Poor these people, I have to stay here. Fucha Guiran was very angry, staring at the wine glass in front of her and sulking. Li Guiran and Li Guiran sat on her left and right, but Li Guiran acted as if nothing had happened, and urged Fucha Guiran to drink very enthusiastically. Oh, Sister Fucha, the queen's wine is rare today, just drink a glass. Fucha Guiran rolled her eyes, turned her head, and ignored Li Guiran. Li Guiran was still holding the wine glass. Li Guiran spoke. If you ask me, why do you have to be so eager to get close to someone else's cold butt? It's already spring, and some people's coldness makes them feel cold all over. Noble Lady Fucha has the temper of a young lady, a little domineering, but she's not stupid, and naturally heard the insinuations of Noble Lady Li. Noble Lady Fucha sneered. She didn't dare to confront concubine Hua again. Would she allow Noble Lady Li, who has the same status as her, to humiliate her? I said that my eyelids kept twitching when I woke up this morning, and it turned out that I was going to be bitten by a dog. What bad luck. You said I was sitting here peacefully, but I could still be bitten by a mad dog. Jin Chongzai and Shin Guiran exchanged a glance, turned around and chatted with Daing. and Deng had no one to rely on in the palace, and was very happy to have made friends with Jin Changzai. The two of them approached and chatted, and they looked very friendly. Wang Guiran was bored watching the singing and dancing in the palace, and turned around inadvertently, and saw Jiu Fu Jin staring at her in a daze. Wang Guiran gave a kind smile. The ninth lady came back to her senses immediately. Her ears reddened. The ninth lady picked up the wine glass, walked to the front of Lady Wan, and said, "I was captivated by Lady Wan's beauty just now, and I couldn't help staring at her. I am rude, and I hope Lady Wan will forgive me." Lady Wan didn't care much, and smiled as she picked up the wine glass. "Madam, you are too suspicious." Without saying much, she drank the wine in the glass. After Injin left, Olenara sat at the top, with mixed feelings. She looked at the beautiful girls below, secretly hating. None of them is of any use. Jianqiu leaned over to Olenara's ear, while pouring wine, said, "Just now Jiang Fuhai came to report, saying that Hua Fei followed Su Peixing out of Jingren Palace, and went to the direction of Ikuan Palace." Olenara asked back, "Really? Did Hua Fei go to Yangqing Palace?" Jianqiu said, "Jiang Fuhai saw it for real." "Your Majesty, what do you think of this matter?" Olenara said, a little annoyed. "What is there to see in this palace? It was the Emperor who indulged her, and I had no choice but to let her go." Jianqiu stopped talking, and dared not to talk again. Her master had already tried his best to hold back his anger about today's matter, and there was no need for her to bring more bad luck. Nian Sherlan returned to Ikuan Palace, and first went to see the fourth prince. He was sleeping well, just like before she left. Nian Sherlan felt relieved and returned to her own palace. Xiao Linzi came forward and said, "How come the master has been out for less than half a day?" He came back with a gloomy face. "But is the food not good today? Or is the wine not good?" Xiao Linzi said, while directing Guyu to hand Nian Sherlan a hot towel to wipe her hands. Nian Sherlan took the hot towel, wiped her hands, lazily threw the towel to Xiao Linzi, turned around and sat at the table. Songyi poured her tea. She took a sip, then said, "Your master, am I so greedy in your eyes?" Xiao Linzi laughed. "Of course not. Master, you are as beautiful as a fairy in your eyes, resourceful, far-sighted, and quick-witted." Nian Sherlan sneered, pointed at Xiao Linzi, and said, "It's fine if you praise others, but you shouldn't say that I am quick-witted. You have followed me for so many years. Don't you know that I am the least diligent in poetry and books? Are you taking this opportunity to mock me?" Xiao Linzi was so scared that he fell to his knees and slapped himself. "I deserve to die. I made a mistake. I dare not mock my master." Nian Sherlan looked up at the sky without saying anything, and waved her hands impatiently. Get up. Get up. I was joking with you for a few words, and you are so nervous you are useless." Xiao Linzi got up in a cold sweat. Songji covered her mouth and laughed. "Master, why did you scare Xiao Linzi?" Nian Sherlan said. "I was just trying to see if my demeanor, when I talk, is really scary," Songji said. "Just now. Not to mention Xiao Linzi, even I was frightened. I almost fell to my knees. I don't know why, but there is always a sense of majesty on the master. Especially when you speak seriously, I always feel that you are very powerful. I have followed you since I was a child, and I dare to serve you bravely. If it were any other servant, I would probably be scared to death." Nian Sherlan said nothing. She looked down at her hand that had just pointed at Xiao Linzi, and laughed at herself. In her previous life, Nian Sherlan was the extremely prominent concubine Hua, although she was demoted to a concubine before her death. The aura of a superior person remains unchanged. In this life, Nian Sherlan was almost smooth sailing. She became a concubine more than 10 years earlier than in a previous life. She had a prominent family background, and was favored by the emperor. How could she not have the ability to frighten people? Today, she did not let the seventh lady go easily. However, she deliberately restrained the frightening aura around her, and deliberately gave others the opportunity to offend her. In this way, she could show her kind side. As for the seventh lady, she escaped today, but it does not mean that she can escape in the future. Let's wait and see. The concubine and princess granted by the emperor are enough for her to have a good drink in the Prince Chun's mansion. Chapter 268. Jingpin sleeping. That night, Injin originally wanted to go to Ikuan Palace, but when he walked to the entrance of Yangqing Palace, he hesitated. Su Peixing said cautiously, "Your Majesty?" Injin put his fist to his lips, coughed lightly, and said, "I'm not going to Ikuan Palace. I just supported Sherlan today, and if I go now, there will inevitably be a lot of discussion in the palace. It's not good. Su Peixiong said secretly in his heart, the emperor really cares about Hua Fei, and he can consider her thoroughly. Your Majesty is right. Then please see. Are you going to Su Yuxuan or Yanqing Palace? Or, I guess the two ladies, Fucha Guiran and Xian Chengzai, are still awake. Injin said. Fucha Guiran, I heard that she is also a busybody. I hate women who are busybody. Xian Chengzai, I went there a few times a few days ago. Duan Fei's Yanqing Palace, she has a light sleep, forget it, I won't go there for now. Stop disturbing her sleep, she won't sleep well. Su Peixiong smiled. Then, there is only Su Yuxuan. If the emperor wants to move to Su Yuxuan, I will send Xiao Xiazi to tell Wan Guiran first, so that Wan Guiran can prepare to receive the emperor. Injin waved his hand. Are there any concubines in the palace who have not slept with the emperor? Su Peixiong suddenly had an idea. There is also Jin Chengzai. The emperor is wise. There is still Jin Chengzai who has never slept with the emperor. Because Jin Chengzai has been sick every now and then in the past few days, the queen asked the imperial hospital to treat her well. Injin frowned. He knew about Jin Chengzai. Injin pondered for a while and said, since she is not in good health, ask the imperial hospital to continue to take good care of her. Su Peixiong opened his mouth, swallowed his words, and felt like he had done something to offend someone. Xiao Xiazi rolled her eyes and said with a smile, it's better to call the Jingshai Feng and let the emperor flip the cards. The emperor will choose the lady he flips, so that he won't be embarrassed. Without waiting for the emperor to speak, Su Peixiong quickly took the wooden handle of the whisk and hit Xiao Xiazi on the head. There was only a crisp sound of clang. Stupid thing. Do you have the right to speak? Following my master. You have no rules at all. The emperor is so wise. He would have turned over the cards long ago. How can you, a servant, be so nosy? Su Peixiong scolded Xiao Xiazi for speaking casually in front of the emperor, and secretly glanced at Injin. Seeing that Injin did not show any impatience or anger, only then did he quietly feel relieved. The emperor in front of him was the supreme ruler, not someone that anyone could talk to at will. Xiao Xiazi was scolded by Su Peixiong, and quickly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me, I deserve to die, I was too talkative. Injin knew that Su Peixiong was afraid that Xiao Xiazi would get into trouble by talking too much in the future, so he was anxious to teach him a lesson. Injin waved his hand carelessly. It's okay, get up. Just be more careful in the future. Injin looked at Su Peixiong, he laughed. You are a cunning fellow. Don't worry, I am at ease with the people you bring out. I will go to Jingping's place tonight, and take a look at Princess Kangol. I haven't held a princess in my arms for a long time. Su Peixiong knocked on Xiao Xiazi's hat with a wooden handle again. Hurry up. Please get ready. Madam Jingpin. Xiao Xiazi nodded and ran away with her head in her arms. Injin found it funny. After deciding the direction, he slowly walked toward Xianfu Palace where Jingpin was. Jingpin was holding the princess in her arms, coaxing her to recite the three-character classic. Princess Kangol raised her little face in Jingpin's arms and said, Mother, I can recite all these. When can I see the emperor? I want to recite them to him. Jingpin caressed Princess Kangol's pink little face lovingly and said with a smile, When you memorize the three-character classic and the 1,000-character classic, Mother will take you to see the emperor and recite to him, okay? Kanla pouted with a little frustration. Mother always said that if Kanla could recite the three-character classic, she would take Kanla to recite it to the emperor. Now that Kanla has memorized it, Mother said that she would recite the 1,000-character classic. Jingpin touched her daughter's hair and sighed. She was not favored in the first place. Relying on the protection of concubine Hua, she gave birth to the clever and smart Princess Kanla. She was satisfied and had nothing else to ask for. Now that her life was peaceful, she did not want to be involved in the vortex of competing for favor. She also did not want others to talk about her relying on her daughter to compete for favor. Kanla noticed that Jingpin was sighing, and she quickly hugged Jingpin's neck with both hands, and said in a baby voice, Don't be sad. Mother, Kanla will recite the 1,000-character classic. Kanla will be obedient. Jingpin smiled and hugged her more tightly, and her chin rested on Kanli's hair. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly saw the little eunuch Xiaoshuazi from her palace trotting in, kneeling on the ground, and said happily, My queen, the eunuch Xia who is beside the emperor is here, and he is outside. Jingpin was in a trance for a moment. Could it be that the emperor has something to tell her? She put down Kanla in her arms and walked out. Xiao Xiaozi was very obedient and knelt down immediately. Congratulations, madam. Congratulations, madam. The emperor will be at Xianfu Palace soon. Please pack up and prepare to welcome him. Jingpin suddenly asked with a panic. Why is the emperor coming now? Xiao Xiaozi looked up at Jingpin in surprise. When other concubines heard that the emperor was coming, they were all overjoyed. But why did Jingpin show a bit of panic instead? Yes, the emperor's carriage will arrive at Xianfu Palace soon. You should get ready. Conlo walked to Jingpin, looking up, looking very happy. Mother, is the emperor coming? Can Conlu recite the 3-character classic for him? Jingpin thought for a while, nodded, and said yes. She was used to not having to sleep with the emperor, but now that she had to sleep with the emperor, she was not used to it. But Conlu was so eager for her father's favor, even though they always see each other in daily life. There are always few opportunities to be alone. When Injin came, he saw Jingpin and her daughter standing hand in hand in the corridor waiting for him. The concubine, and Princess Kangol pay their respects to the emperor. May the emperor be blessed. Jingpin let go of Kangol's hand when she paid her respects. And Kangol also knelt down like Jingpin. Injin liked Kangol's serious greeting very much, and his voice was full of tenderness. Get up. I'm here to see you and your daughter. Come here. Kangol, come to me. Conlu first looked at Jingpin, and when she nodded gently, she flew to Injin like a happy little bird. Injin picked Conlu up and made her laugh. Jingpin followed Injin into the house. Nian Sherlan listened to Xiao Linzi's report that the emperor went to Xianfu Palace. She thought he went to Shingaren's place, but she didn't expect that he went to Jingpin's place. Nian Sherlan knew it, and sent Xiao Linzi away. The next morning, when Jingpin went to pay her respects to Olenara, it's rare to wear a bright dress. But looking at Jingpin, she looked quite uncomfortable. Olenara said with a smile, Jingpin, I have read the records of the Jingshifeng. The emperor was at your place last night. Is this dress also a new gift from the emperor? On weekdays, I always see you wearing plain colors. Actually, you are still young, you should dress up well. Chapter 269. A conflict occurred. Jingpin stood up, with a little restraint, and a little uneasy. The queen has a good eye. This dress was given by the emperor. I was afraid that the color was too eye-catching, but the emperor asked me to wear something brighter, so I had no choice but to obey. Jingpin thought for a moment, and added, I didn't like to show off, the queen knows that. Olenara smiled, and waved her hand. She motioned Jingpin to sit down. I know that you are calm, and don't like to show off. But aren't we sisters in the palace here to please the emperor? There is nothing wrong with dressing like this. Look at the palace today. Everyone is wearing bright and beautiful clothes. If you are the only one wearing simple clothes, you will look out of place. Yin Sherlan smiled and said, Yes, look at how generous our queen is. The concubines are wearing bright and beautiful clothes. It will please the emperor. Our empress will be happy too. It's rare to have such a virtuous master. So you don't have to worry. Olenara looked at Yin Sherlan, just smiled, and said nothing more. Li Guiran echoed, Yes, concubine Jing wears simple clothes all day long, which is a bit too shabby. Since the emperor has rewarded her with good clothes, she should wear them. Unlike us, we want the emperor to reward us, but we haven't received any yet. Yin Sherlan felt impatient when she heard Li Guiran's voice. Although concubine Li in the previous life was stupid, she at least had the support of the third prince, and she managed to get the position of concubine Qi. In this life, concubine Li was neither from an outstanding family, nor had a first-class appearance, and her speech was always out of tune. But she was able to live a stable life as a noble. However, Yin Sherlan was unwilling to pay much attention to people like concubine Li, so she stopped talking. Instead, concubine Li couldn't stand concubine Li and sneered. I said, concubine Li, not everyone can get the emperor's reward. But you sit in your palace every day waiting for the reward to fall from the sky. That is probably impossible. You have to be like concubine Jing, and have someone to rely on, so that it will be easier. Noble Lady Fucha also said disdainfully. Yes, Sister Li, this blessing of receiving the emperor's reward is not something that everyone has. People like you and me, we can only watch. Yin Sherlan looked at Noble Lady Li, and Noble Lady Fucha together. She sneered. Empress, please forgive me for being so nosy. I don't know if the rules in the palace are different from those in other places. Although we are all concubines, concubines in ordinary families are also divided into high and low levels. Why is it that in the palace, There is no distinction between high and low? This noble lady offended the position of concubine. How should we deal with her? Olenara said. Hua Fei. You are too serious. It is normal for sisters to talk and laugh with each other. There is no point in fussing about these things. Don't you think so? Yin Shiruan suddenly stood up, looking at Olenara, and raised her eyebrows. The queen is the master of the harem, and I cannot interfere. But after all, this palace, and even the world, belongs to the emperor. Why don't I go and ask the emperor in person what the palace rules are? Yin Shiruan said, as she raised her foot to leave. Olenara was startled at first, and suddenly slapped the armrest of the chair, and said sternly, How dare you? Concubine Hua, do you still have me as the queen in your eyes? Seeing this, everyone in the palace knelt down and shouted, Quiet down. Queen! Yin Shiruan sneered in her heart. Olenara had tolerated her for so long, and finally she couldn't stand it anymore in front of everyone. But her face was full of surprise, as if she was watching something strange. Oh! I don't know what I did to anger the queen. The queen is so angry. Olenara came back to her senses, and took a deep breath. What happened to her today? She was actually angered by Hua Fei's words. It shouldn't be like this on weekdays. Olenara looked at Yin Shiruan's innocent face, tried her best to control her emotions, and said calmly, Since you said that I am the master of the harem, then if there is something, I shouldn't tell the emperor first, and make the emperor worry. The emperor is busy with government affairs, and has a lot of things to do every day. There is no need to worry about these trivial matters. Besides, there is nothing to do today. Jingpin, don't you think so? Jingpin knelt on the ground, bit her lip, and said softly, What the empress said is very true. It's just that Empress Hua is in charge of the 6 palaces, and it's only right for her to ask the emperor for instructions on palace affairs. Since both of you are doing this for the sake of the sisters in the palace, why don't we just let this go? Olenara nodded with satisfaction and said, Jingpin looks good on weekdays, and now that she has a princess, she has become even more easygoing. Yin Shiruan concealed the disappointment in her eyes, and said lightly, Your Majesty, it's time for the 4th prince to wake up. I will go back to the palace first. Olenara nodded with a smile, and watched Yin Shiruan and her maids walk out of Jingmen Palace. And then she said to the people kneeling in front of her, Everyone, get up. You are innocently implicated in today's matter, and it is pitiful. Olenara turned around and said to Jianqiu with a smile on her face, Jianqiu, the newly appointed Governor-General of Guangdong and Guangxi presented many treasures to me a few days ago. You go and take people to take out all the treasures from my storehouse, and see what the sisters like. Just give it to her. The concubines who were frightened by the dispute between the queen and concubine Hua just now showed a look of surprise on their faces. Only concubine Duan's eyes darkened. The queen was indeed not as easygoing as she usually seemed. When she met concubine Hua, she would also be confused. Concubine Duan looked at the tray brought by Jianqiu, which contained a jade-like guanyin statue of the goddess of childbirth. While she was in a daze, she heard Olenara say, Sister Duan, you are now the most senior among the sisters, you can choose first. Concubine Duan thanked her, her eyes wandering around the trays in Jianqiu and Xiuxiao's hands. Then she heard Olenara say, The governor of Guangdong and Guangxi said that among these treasures, the most precious one is the guanyin of childbirth. Concubine Duan, how about I give you the guanyin of childbirth? I also hope that you can regain the grace of the queen and get pregnant again soon. Concubine Duan blurted out without even thinking, I thank the queen for her kindness. I have everything. You can keep these rewards for others. Olenara frowned, watching concubine Duan's reaction. She thought, It's been so long since the abortion happened, and it was the emperor who did it. Has concubine Duan still not gotten over it? Jin Chengzai glanced at concubine Duan secretly, and when she turned around, she met the eyes of concubine Shin. Concubine Shin shook her head gently at her, and Jin Chengzai put away her curious eyes. When everyone received the rewards, they happily returned to their respective palaces. Jin Chengzai was just telling Huanbi to put away the beads she had received, when Zhou Ninghai's voice came from outside the door. I greet Missin, and our miss is inside. Lu Zhu opened the door and welcomed in, who agreed to go in for tea. Chapter 270 and then become good friends. And Deng walked into Jin Chengzai's room with a smile on her face, and saw the brocade box in Huanbi's hand. In the brocade box were 2 strings of pink tourmaline beads. Huanbi smiled and bowed to Deng, while holding the beads, and was about to leave. But Nda'ing said, "Today, the Queen Mother asked us to choose the rewards we like. I am still looking at these beads, and they are pleasing to the eye. After all, Sister Jin has a higher status than me. So, I chose them first. The Queen Mother also gave me 2 strings of beads, but it doesn't look as good as this one." Huanbi replied, "MS. And has good taste." Jin Chongzai heard this, waved to Huanbi who was about to leave, and said with a smile, "Huanbi, since Sister-in likes it, you can take the beads first. Ask Sister-in to pick the one she likes. It is also the affection between me and Sister-in." Huanbi opened her mouth, but finally said yes, and held the brocade box in front of Ningda. And Ningda waved her hands hurriedly. She refused. "No, no, no. Sister Jin, I didn't mean that. How can I take away your love? I just admire the beauty of this string of beads. Sister, please tell Huanbi to put it away." Jin Chongzai smiled and pressed down in Ying's waving hands, saying, "Sister-in, don't be polite. In this palace, besides me and Sister Mei, you are the only one who has some contact with me." Jin Chongzai grabbed a string of beads from the brocade box in Huanbi's hand, and put it on in Ying's left wrist without saying anything. And Ying couldn't refuse, so she had to accept it. She gently stroked the beads with her other hand, feeling the slight coolness from the beads, which was refreshing in the early spring. And Ying thought that she had never seen such a good thing, whether she was at home or in the palace. She held Jin Chongzai's hands, grateful. "Sister Jin treated me so well when we just met. I really can't repay you. I have been in the palace for so long, I have never been favored. Nor have I ever been close to anyone. Now I am suddenly able to get close to my sister. And I have also received such a precious item. My sister is very happy." And Nda'ing suddenly shed 2 tears, and her beautiful face looked sad and pitiful. Jin Chongzai took another string of beads and put it on her right wrist. She raised her hand and smiled playfully at Nda'ing. "Sister, you are really too kind. It's just a string of beads. Look, I kept some myself. From now on, when you see this string of beads, you should think that you are not alone in the palace. I have been good friends with Sister Mei since childhood. When Sister Mei is free tomorrow, we will go to her Kunja Hall for tea, and you will have another sister." The 2 of them linked their hands, and went to drink tea and chat affectionately. Huanbi looked at the empty brocade box in her hand, and glanced in the direction where Jin Chongzai and Ningda were sitting, and went to put away the empty box. Cui Jinsi stood beside concubine Wan, watch her practice writing in small calligraphy with a hairpin flower. "The young lady's handwriting is really good." Cui Jinsi praised concubine Wan's handwriting while grinding it. Concubine Wan reached out to dip her hand in ink, but the purple wolf hair brush slipped out of her hand somehow and fell onto the clean paper. Even though Cui Jinsi was quick to pick up the brush, it still couldn't avoid the paper concubine Wan was writing on, which was covered with deep and shallow ink marks. Cui Jinsi quickly put down the brush and looked at concubine Wan's clothes to see if it was stained with ink. She carefully looked at the cuffs and collar of Lady Wan, and felt relieved, and ordered someone to fetch water to clean Lady Wan's hands. Lady Wan just frowned when the brush rolled down, and then smiled. "Forget it, today is not a good day to practice calligraphy, even this brush is not obedient." She dipped her hands, which were stained with a little ink, into the copper basin, which was mixed with hand-moistening essential oils, and there were a few petals floating in it. It looked good and smelled pleasant. Cui Jinsi helped concubine Wan clean her hands, and then carefully applied hand cream to her. She pointed to Luoyu to put the 4 treasures of the study in order. Luoyu quietly cleaned up the desk, but she became more and more dissatisfied with Cui Jinsi. She had clearly served concubine Wan first. But why did Cui Jinsi gradually order her to do things after she came? We are all servants around the young master. So who is more noble than who? One day, I will get Cui Jinsi away from the young master. Seeing this, the young lady trusted Cui Jinsi more and more. And I really didn't know why. Concubine Wan didn't know these little calculations between the servants. She watched Cui Jinsi do everything for her properly, and suddenly felt that Cui Jinsi was like an older sister, taking care of her younger sister. Concubine Wan shook her head, and drove this absurd idea out of her mind. Cui Jinsi didn't miss Concubine Wan's little action, and hurriedly leaned over to ask, "Did the young lady feel uncomfortable just now? I saw you shaking your head." The smile of Concubine Wan was as gentle as water, and as bright as a blooming flower. Cui Jinsi was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but say, "My lady is so beautiful. I only saw you from a distance before. But now I serve you closely, and I realize that I can never get enough of your beauty. Concubine 1 smiled even more happily. You are too partial to me. There are so many ladies in the palace, and there are countless beautiful ones. Everyone says that Concubine Hua's appearance is. Even the 8 banners of Manchuria and Mongolia combined cannot compare to her. I know that my appearance is only beautiful, but how can I be so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off me? Cui Jinsi also said with a smile. My lady is right. Empress Hua is a phoenix with 1,000 appearances, plump and elegant, like a graceful peony that makes people fascinated. But my lady's beauty is natural without any decoration, otherwise why in this palace, besides Empress Hua, you are the most favored by the emperor? Concubine 1 narrowed her eyes with a smile, suddenly. Her expression straightened up again. Cui Jinsi was just wondering when she heard Concubine 1 say, although I also like to hear flattery. You must never say it again. Especially in front of outsiders. If it gets to the ears of the Empress or Concubine Hua, it will cause a disaster in vain. The Emperor is the son of heaven. Whoever he wants to favor can take advantage of the situation, and be proud for a few days. But you see, those concubines who have been favored and are no longer favored can be bullied by everyone in the palace. Even the eunuchs who run errands in the Ministry of Internal Affairs are not respectful to the young lady who is not favored. I seem to be favored now, but who knows what will happen in the future. If that day really comes, I don't know how to deal with it. As Lady 1 spoke, she walked to the desk. Luo, you followed her instructions, and kept the peach blossom spring she was reciting, and did not throw it away as waste paper. On the paper with marks of varying depths rolled by the brush, a paradise was depicted. Lady 1 gently stroked the dried ink on the paper, and said to herself, is there really such a paradise in the world? Men farm and women weave, and the scenery is picturesque. The elderly are kind, and the children are innocent. Is this just Mr. Tao's fantasy? He is called Mr. Wu Lu because he has no place to express his feelings on ordinary days. Cui Jinsi said. Does the young lady miss home? Chapter 271 Wan Wan's Life. Cui Jinsi knew that Concubine 1 had described her life since childhood. From what Concubine 1 described, Cui Jinsi knew that Concubine 1 was not exaggerating. Concubine 1 just shook her head and said, Home? What is there to think about home? I have no home to think about. It's just that the 4 walls of this palace, the 4 sides of the sky, are stuffy. Cui Jinsi thought that Concubine 1 was still resentful of her father. Lord Suichua Luo Yin too, just as she was about to say something to comfort him. The voice of Li Bai, the head eunuch of Suyuxuan, came from outside. The emperor has arrived. Concubine 1 immediately put away her sad look, and put on a smiling face as she turned to greet him. When Injin stepped in, Concubine 1 was standing in the room. I greet the emperor, and wish the emperor good luck, Injin said with a smile. Get up quickly. I don't care about your greetings. Now you are getting bolder, and don't even come out to greet me. Concubine 1 stood up, blinked, and looked innocent. Is the emperor angry? Injin sat down, took the tea luo you brought, opened the lid and smelled it. If I say I am angry, will you not let me drink your lustful maple dew tea? Concubine 1 said in an exaggerated way. The emperor underestimates me too much. Even if you order me to tear down my broken jade pavilion, I will find a way to make tea for you, so that the emperor can drink it, moisten his throat, and scold the concubines more easily. Injin couldn't help laughing. You, girl, are becoming more and more articulate, which is also a headache for me. Concubine 1 leaned against Injin's side and said coquettishly, Wan is bold, and it is also because of Silang. Su Peixiang and Cui Jinsi looked at each other and tacitly left the door. Su Peixiang stood in the corridor, and Cui Jinsi came over with tea. Eunuch Su, have a cup of tea too. Although it is already spring, it's still a little cold at night. Eunuch Su, drink a cup of tea to warm yourself up, so you can serve the emperor. Su Peixiang didn't say anything polite. He took the cup of tea handed by Cui Jinsi, and said with a smile, You are much more discerning than when you first entered the palace. I remember that you are younger than me. I followed the current emperor out of the prince's residence, and then followed the emperor back to the palace. You have been staying in the palace peacefully, without contact with the outside world, which is good, very good. Cui Jinsi smiled, said. Eunuch Su has a good memory. The palace has its own advantages, and the outside world naturally has its own advantages. You have seen much more of the world than I have. In the future, I will have to rely on Eunuch Su for more guidance. Su Peixiang took a sip of tea and said, Well, no problem. No problem. You and I are from the same hometown, and we entered the palace together when we were young, so it is natural that I should take care of you. You don't have to be so polite all the time in the future." The two of them were still talking, and everyone in the courtyard was busy with their own tasks. No one noticed. Luo Yu stood behind a pillar and heard everything the two said. When the main room of Su Yuchuan called for water 3 times, it was almost dawn. Su Peixiang had been up all night and was used to it. But he saw Cui Jinsi, who was on duty, was very sleepy, and he couldn't help but say, "You can go and rest for a while. I'll serve you here." Cui Jinsi perked up and smiled slightly. "No. Our young master is used to my service, so I'd better stay here." Su Peixiang nodded and said nothing more. At the hour of Mao, Yinjin stood up and prepared to go to court. Concubine 1 supported her tired body and stood up to help Yinjin change his clothes. Yinjin waved his hand and told her to sleep peacefully. "You haven't slept all night, so go to sleep. You don't have to go to pay respects today. I'll ask Su Peixiang to go and tell the queen." Concubine 1 lay down as she was told, and just watched Su Peixiang come in, lower his head, put on court clothes for Yinjin, and then helped Yinjin rinse his mouth. After Yinjin went to court, Concubine 1 lay flat on her back, staring at the curtains above the bed in a daze. She was saved by Concubine Hua, and the mysterious man healed her facial injuries. Although she was shocked when she looked in the mirror later, she saw a different face in the mirror. But that face was really beautiful. Much more beautiful than her previous appearance. It was like it magnified her good parts and changed her bad parts. Concubine 1 was stroking her face in the mirror at that time, after the shock. She was only happy. She thought she had regained a new life, but she didn't expect that she was given a new identity by a mysterious person, and had to learn so many things day and night. Music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry and songs. She had to master the things that other young ladies learned in elementary school in a very short time. Fortunately, her parents, who had passed away in the flood in the south of the Yangtze River, were from prominent families, and taught her some things since she was a child. But her parents were pitiful. They left their respective families, they managed to get together, and gave birth to her. When she had just reached the age of marriage, her parents arranged for her to marry her childhood sweetheart, Ming Shan, a neighboring brother. The flood in the south of the Yangtze River was so fierce that it completely destroyed Qinshi town. It also destroyed her peaceful life. When she woke up, she had changed her appearance. When she first entered the palace, she was still thinking about her childhood sweetheart. But after a long time, she couldn't even remember Ming Shan's face. She didn't care where Yinjin stayed before, who to be with. But recently, she disliked Yinjin staying with others, even if it was Concubine Hua. Thinking of Concubine Hua, she counted the days silently in her heart, and the 3-month period was coming again. Sherlon got up early today for the first time in her life. She sat in front of the bronze mirror with her eyes open, and felt strange in her heart. She was always sleepy in the past, and always had to sleep until 3:45 in the morning. Today, she woke up suddenly at the beginning of the morning, and could not fall asleep again. Songji brought the bird's nest, said, "Master just got up, drink this bird's nest first." Yin Sherlon waved her hand, said, "Leave it there first. Drinking this early in the morning, I don't have much appetite." Songji put the bird's nest on the table as she said with a bit of regret, "This bird's nest was cooked in the small kitchen in the middle of the night, thinking of nourishing the master's body." Yin Sherlon said indifferently, "Why don't you drink it? I really have no appetite today." Songji said, "Why did the master suddenly lose his appetite?" "But because I heard that the emperor stayed in Su Yuchuan last night." Yin Sherlon looked at Songji in the mirror and sneered, "It's okay if others don't know. But you don't know my character? Some things are just for outsiders to see. But you take it seriously." After Yin Sherlon finished dressing, she told everyone in the room to go down and called Xiao Linzi. Xiao Linzi, who was already 17 years old, looked much taller, and his face was no longer like the child he used to be. Xiao Linzi greeted Yin Sherlon, and then came to her side and said, "Master, you called me here. But what's the errand?" Yin Sherlon stroked her temples and said, "I remember. It's almost time. Right?" Xiao Linzi replied immediately, "Master, you have a good memory. There are 10 days until 3 months. I have prepared the things, and when to send them is up to you." Yin Sherlon said, "In a few days." After that, Yin Sherlon took Songji and 2 second-class maids to pay respects to Elenara. Chapter 272. The Fate of the Palace Maids. Nian Shuolan came out after paying her respects to Elenara, remembering that she had not paid her respects to the Empress Dowager for several days, so she turned to the Sinang Palace. There was a commotion in the distance on the long street. Songji glanced at Nian Shuolan and asked, "My queen, do you want to go over and take a look?" Nian Shuolan said, "Of course I want to take a look. It would be so boring if I didn't see the excitement." As Nian Shuolan got closer, the commotion became louder. Nian Shuolan turned a door. Fong saw that it was Concubine Li with her personal maid, Yan Ji, scolding a young eunuch. The young eunuch was soaked, kneeling on the ground, shivering with cold in this early spring day. Yan Ji was high above him, and was still scolding him harshly. "Foolish thing. Don't you have eyes when you walk? You saw our young lady coming, and you bumped into her. If you hurt our young lady, you will have to pay with your life." Yan Ji looked down at the few water stains on Concubine Li's light blue clothes. Even louder. "Look! You splashed our young master with your dirty water. If the young master gets cold, I will report it to the queen immediately. Your dog life will be taken." Songji looked at Nian Shuolan, and saw that she stopped walking, and stood not too far away, looking like she was watching a good show. The noble Lady Li and her servant were in the momentum, and they didn't notice the concubine Hua and the maid outside the door at all. Yanji became more and more angry, and even raised her hand to hit the little eunuch. Nian Shuolan coughed lightly. Songji, who was following behind her, immediately stepped forward and shouted, "The Empress Hua is here." Yanji could no longer hold back her raised hand, but she used much less force, and just hit the eunuch in the face. When Li Guiran and her servant came to their senses, they saw Li Guiran turning around calmly, and bowing to Nian Shuolan. "I greet the Empress Hua. May the Empress be blessed with good health." Songji looked at Li Guiran, who seemed to be unconcerned about seeing her master, and was about to scold her for being rude. Nian Shuolan raised her hand to stop Songji, and Songji swallowed back what she was about to say. Nian Shuolan stroked her hair, and asked Songji, with a slightly sideways face, "Is my hair not messy? There was a strong wind just now, and I was afraid it would be blown away." Songji immediately replied respectfully, "Don't worry. Your hair is not messy. No matter how strong the wind is, it will blow away in a moment. Your precious body can naturally withstand the strong wind." Nian Shuolan looked at Li Guiran again, seeing that Concubine Li had stood up straight before she called out. Nian Shuolan said, "I just left the Jingren Palace, and was going to the Sinang Palace to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. I didn't expect Concubine Li to be so quick and scold me here. I want to know, how big a mistake he made. Is it worth it for you, a little lady, to stand in this cold wind, and let your personal maid scold him?" Concubine Li heard that Nian Shuolan was going to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager. Just now, she was a little humble, and replied, "Reporting to the Empress Hua, I have paid my respects to the Empress, and will return to my palace. But this servant brought a bucket of water and poured it on me. You see, my clothes are soaked, and I have been freezing in this cold wind for a long time, so I am very cold." Nian Shuolan looked at Li Guiran, and her face turned cold. Li Guiran was brought into the palace by the Empress Dowager. Nian Shuolan thought she could be her helper like in her previous life. I didn't expect him to be such a fool. Today, there was another incident in the palace. Keeping such a fool around is a disaster. Nian Shuolan said with a half smile. "Oh, it's so cold, but you're not in a hurry to go back to the palace, but you have the energy to punish me here." Yanji couldn't help but speak hastily, defending Li Guiran. "Empress Hua has wronged our young master. It was because I wanted to protect my young master that I was in a hurry to do it. Empress Hua wants to punish, so just punish me." Nian Shuolan covered her mouth and laughed as if she heard something funny. After Nian Shuolan had laughed enough, she stared at Yanji behind Li Guiran and said, "How dare you? I am talking to your mistress. Why are you butting in? You really think I am a good person? But you can even a lowly maid like you butt in front of me? Could it be that Li Guiran is the boss of this palace?" Yanji was stunned, and quickly knelt down, shouting, "Please forgive me, Concubine Hua. This servant deserves death." Nian Shuolan ignored Yanji, and only said to the eunuch, who was kneeling on the ground with his head down, shivering all over, not knowing whether he was frightened or cold, "Tell me, what happened? Is the water you brought clean or dirty?" The eunuch on the ground shivered and raised his head, his face full of tears. Nian Shuolan looked at his face, and it turned out to be Xiao Yunzi. Xiao Yunzi in this life looked to be only about 11 or 12 years old. About the same age as Xiao Linzi when he served Nian Shiruan. He was also thin, and looked very weak. Although Xiao Yunzi helped Zhen Huan a lot in the previous life, he was still a child in this life. Xiao Yunzi sniffed, and replied to Nian Shiruan, reporting to concubine Hua. I am Xiao Yunzi. I am from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I was ordered by Huang Gongdong, the general manager of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, to watch the long street. I was in a hurry, and didn't see Miss Li coming from the door. I bumped into her. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. But I really didn't mean it. The water is clean, Li Guiran said proudly. Empress Hua, you saw it, I didn't lie to you. Did I? It's just that I didn't speak the truth. It was obvious that he was looking at me, and he bumped into me. Humph, these eunuchs are all ruthless, and they don't tell the truth. Your Majesty, please don't be deceived by the eunuchs. The little Yunzi on the ground cowed out again, the tone became more urgent. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Concubine Hua. Please forgive me. Lady Li. Songji frowned as she listened to Concubine Li. Concubine Li was the emperor's concubine. How could she speak so vulgarly, as a street shrew? Is such a person worthy of entering the palace? I really don't know what luck she has. Nian Shiruan's dissatisfaction was written on her face. In the previous life, concubine Li entered the palace early, by the time Yinzhen ascended the throne. She was already Lipan. But she could not change her bad habit of speaking, and always said, eunuchs are ruthless people. Even Zhou Ninghai, who served beside Nian Shiruan at that time, could not stand Lipan's sarcastic look. In this life, she was just a noble, but she could be so rampant. Nian Shiruan looked at Xiao Yunzi, and Yinji kneeling on the ground, and said, Xiao Yunzi, is it? You should get up first, you are soaked, it's cold this day. Don't kneel down, and get yourself into trouble. Yinji heard that Xiao Yunzi, who was about to make a mistake, stood up, and became anxious again, reminding her loudly, Madame Hua Fei. Xiao Yunzi splashed water on our young master. Nian Shiruan heard Yinji's words, and sneered at her. Don't remind me. I forgot that you were still here. Chapter 273 Frightened. Yinji thought her words had worked, and a look of joy appeared on her face. She was just about to thank her and stand up, when she heard Nian Shiruan say, Xiao man, slap me in the face. You ignorant servant, you have repeatedly provoked me. Xiao man looked at the disrespectful attitude of Li Guiran and her servant towards Nian Shiruan, and had been ready to fight for a long time, and now she was sharpening her knife to attack pigs and sheep. She rolled up her sleeves, then she stepped forward quickly, fixed Yinji's face with one hand, and mercilessly hit Yinji's cheek with the other hand. Yinji was stunned. She had been with Li Guiran for so long, and she had never seen such a scene. It was said that Hua Fei was domineering, but no one had ever seen Hua Fei teach anyone a lesson. Yinji was grabbed by Xiaoman and slapped several times, but she couldn't break free. They were both palace maids, and they were about the same age. How could Xiaoman be as strong as a cow? Xiaoman attacked Yinji from both sides. Yinji didn't care about the pain. She cried and shouted, My lady, save me! My lady, save me! The eunuchs and palace maids who were supposed to pass through this palace road on duty saw the commotion from afar, and took a detour. There were also a few brave ones, perhaps out of curiosity, who walked along the wall with their heads held high. But they all lowered their heads, looked straight ahead, and changed the objects in their arms from being held up to being held tightly. And they held them tightly, as if they were afraid that the objects would grow wings and fly away. When Lady Li saw her confidant being beaten, still speaking with a hard mouth, Please forgive me. Concubine Hua. You made such a big fuss for a rootless eunuch. Aren't you afraid that the Empress will blame you if she finds out? If Nian Shiruan wanted to save some face for Concubine Li before, after hearing this, she didn't want to save any face at all. Nian Shiruan sneered. Since Concubine Li brought up the Empress to scare me, I will ask someone to invite the Empress. But you also said, for the servants' affairs, you have disturbed the Empress, and I don't know who will be punished. Me or you. Li Dong, go and ask the Empress to come over. And send someone to ask the Emperor to come. At this hour, the Emperor has already dismissed the court. Li Guiran shuddered all over. She originally just wanted Concubine Hua to let her maid go, but how did she anger her and make this matter worse? Li Guiran hurriedly stopped Li Dong, who was about to leave, and said to Nian Shiruan, Please forgive me. Concubine Hua. That's not what I meant. I beg Concubine Hua to forgive me. It was originally my fault. My clothes were wet, and my maids were punished. Please forgive me, concubine Hua, and make this matter a small matter. And a small matter nothing. Li Dong looked at Nian Sherlan's face and stopped temporarily. Nian Sherlan said, You know you are wrong now? If you come to ask for forgiveness when you are guilty, it will be too late. As the young lady, she is full of nonsense. Your maid follows you, and the top beam is not straight, and the bottom beam is crooked. You let her ask him if he is willing to forgive her. Nian Sherlan pointed at Yan Ji with her chin, and then pointed at Xiao Yunzi. Li Guiran bit her lip, swallowed her humiliation, and scolded Yan Ji. You caused such a huge disaster, and you also implicated me. You still don't admit your mistake to Xiao Yunzi, and see if he is willing to let you go. Nian Sherlan deliberately ignored the dissatisfaction in Li Guiran's words. She looked at the kneeling Yan Ji calmly. At this time, Yan Ji had been slapped by Xiao Man, and her mouth was full of blood. Nian Sherlan looked at Xiao Man, who was standing beside her with satisfaction. Xiao Man's face was full of shyness. As if embarrassed, Nian Sherlan smiled secretly. I didn't realize that Xiao Man was an interesting person before. Yan Ji listened to Li Guiran's words, and immediately knelt down and crawled toward Xiao Yunzi. Eunuch Yun, please forgive me. I want to live. How old is little Yunzi? How could she have seen such a scene? She was so scared that she immediately stepped back and waved her hands. Sister, you are so embarrassed. I am fine. I am fine. Nian Sherlan looked at the unpromising little Yunzi and sighed secretly. Children are kind-hearted, but they don't know that if you don't remove the roots, they will grow again in the spring breeze. If you don't take this opportunity to completely suppress the servant, there may be endless troubles in the future. Li Guiran said. Empress Hua, Yan Ji has admitted her mistakes, you see. Nian Sherlan waved her hand indifferently, and said with a smile, I will keep my word and spare her life. But the death penalty can be avoided. But the punishment for life cannot be avoided. Songji, go and tell Huang Guiquan to send this slave to serve in the Xinqing division. Li Guiran gritted her teeth in hatred and returned to Qixing Palace on her own. When the matter was reported to Jing'an Palace, Jiang Fuhai told Elinara. He imitated Nian Sherlan's tone vividly. And finally, Jianqiu said, My queen, look. Concubine Hua is behaving like this. Do you want to come forward? Elinara held a piece of soot ink, looked around, and said with a smile, Why should I come forward? Concubine Hua is a favorite concubine, and is protected by the emperor. In the palace, whoever is favored can walk sideways. Why should I go and make myself bored? Hui Chun, who was serving beside, said, You are the queen, and it is natural for you to manage the harem. Who dares to say that you are making yourself bored? No matter how favored concubine Hua is, it's just a concubine. You are afraid of her. Jianqiu looked at Hui Chun and said harshly, Stupid thing. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Can our queen be afraid of a concubine? The palace rules are strict. The superiors are superior, and the inferiors are inferior. You actually ate it all? Hui Chun hurriedly stepped back, not daring to say anything. Elinara looked indifferent and put the ink on the table. Look, even the people around me think I am afraid of concubine Hua. What do you think? If the emperor hears about this, what will happen? Jiang Fuhai continued. If the emperor hears about this, it will prove that concubine Hua is domineering. Concubine Hua doesn't even take you seriously. The empress? Seriously? In addition, her mother's family has made outstanding military achievements. I'm afraid that even if the emperor favors concubine Hua, he will have to be cautious. Elinara looked at Jiang Fuhai with a hint of admiration. You have been by my side for many years, and you finally understand my thoughts. At night, Injin sent the Fengwanchunan carriage to pick up concubine Shin to sleep with him in the Yangqing Palace. Concubine Shin had been busy with Nian Sherlan in the past few days, so Injin did not go to her. Today, he finally summoned concubine Shin to sleep with him. Just as the rain and clouds stopped, Su Peixing's embarrassed voice was heard outside. Your Majesty, the maid at concubine Li's place came to report that concubine Li was frightened during the day and is not feeling well now. Please go and take a look. Your Majesty, Injin just got the idea, seeing that concubine Shin had not been favored for a long time. She looked even more charming. He was just thinking about getting married again, but suddenly heard the news. Injin held concubine Shin in his arms and asked Su Peixing through the door. Frightened? Do you know what kind of shock she was? Su Peixing was silent outside the door for a moment, and replied, reporting to the emperor. Today, after the ladies paid their respects to the empress, concubine Hua sent concubine Li's personal maid to Chengjie. This Li Guiran was fine during the day, but she had a fever at night. Injin sighed, reluctant to look at Shen Guiran. Shen Guiran raised her face in his arms and said softly, "Your Majesty, why don't you go see Li Guiran?" "I am fine." Injin stood up and put on his clothes, and asked Su Peixiong to ask for the imperial physician first, while he pinched Shen Guiran's little face. "I will be back soon. You lie here and wait for me to come back." Chapter 274. Madam, spare me. Nian Sherlan knew that Injin had summoned concubine Shen to sleep with him, and she went to bed early. Suddenly, Xiao Linzi said outside the door, "My lord." Concubine Li said that she was frightened and had a fever. "The emperor has been invited to come over. Would you like to go and see her?" Nian Sherlan rolled her eyes, turned over and said, "I won't go. No one is allowed to disturb my sleep." The emperor also went to concubine Li's place. "The imperial physician has also gone. What can I do there?" "Go down. The ones on duty tonight are Jingjie and Mengzhong." Since Hanlu was dismissed, Nian Sherlan has Jingjie as her companion. Nian Sherlan fell asleep peacefully. Mengzhong prepared tea for her to drink at night and took a nap beside her bed. Jingjie is younger than Mengzhong and has more energy. At this moment, he was staring at the gorgeous furnishings in Nian Sherlan's bedroom. Empress Hua is really favored. Jingjie served Nian Sherlan for several years. In addition to the monthly salary, he also received more rewards than other servants in the palace. When Nian Sherlan gave birth to the fourth prince, although the emperor did not promote Nian Sherlan, he rewarded the Equine Palace. The servants were rewarded with half a year's monthly salary. Jingjie thought that he would save more money, and when he was older by the side of concubine Hua, he asked concubine Hua to leave the palace. Nian Sherlan naturally did not know what Jingjie was thinking. In her dream, she sat in Suyuxuan calmly. The owner of Suyuxuan at this time was not Wan Guiran of the Manchu army flag, but Zhen Huan, one concubine of the Han army flag. Nian Sherlan watched Zhen Huan letting Cui Jinsi apply a plaster to her neck. Nian Sherlan knew in her dream that no one could see her, so she went close to Zhen Huan and her servant. The reason why Nian Sherlan was sure that Zhen Huan was one concubine at this time was because of the conspicuous scar on Zhen Huan's neck. That was in the previous life. Ulanara invited everyone to Jingren Palace to appreciate flowers, the scar left by Zhen Huan when she was scratched by a cat. It was also because of that scar that the imperial physician diagnosed that Zhen Huan was pregnant. Nian Sherlan still remembered Injin's happy expression at that time. The scar began to grow new flesh. There were many plasters beside Zhen Huan and her servant. Some were in porcelain boxes, and some were in porcelain bottles. I think they were all scar removal medicines. Cui Jinsi gently applied the ointment in the round porcelain box to the scar on Zhen Huan's neck, and then gently spread the ointment with her hands. Although the scar of the young master has fallen, but it is always shocking to look at. I apply this scar-removing glue to you every day, and it seems to be of some use. Cui Jinsi put away the round box, and put it in a separate place, and pointed at the ointments on the table. These are all scar-removing medicines given by the emperor. The emperor said that these are precious tributes from foreign countries. Why don't you try it? Young lady? This medicine takes a long time to work. It's always good to use more than one. Zhen Huan looked at her scars carefully in the mirror in Lu Zhu's hand, sighing, use long wa to cover the wound. Didn't you hear Lingrong say that the tribute ointment is good, but it may not be suitable for our physique? If there is any conflict with this scar-removing glue, it will be bad. Just use this scar-removing glue. But this glue is almost used up. I'll have to trouble Lingrong to make more in 2 days. When Nian Sherlan heard about the scar-removing glue, she tried to think about it in her mind, but she didn't have any impression at all. Nian Sherlan remembered that at this time in the previous life, Zhen Huan should have been in the first 3 months of pregnancy. Cui Jinsi's voice interrupted Nian Sherlan's thoughts. Fortunately, the young lady is on good terms with the young lady Lingrong, and she remembers the kindness she received in the past. Whenever there is something good, she always thinks of the young lady. I smell the strong floral fragrance of this scar-removing glue, but it is not pungent, so it is a good medicine. Zhen Huan stroked her still unnoticeable belly, and said with a smile, Yes, Lingrong is more thoughtful than me and Sister Mei. If she hadn't taken the trouble to make this scar-removing glue, I'm afraid I would have used these tributes. Lingrong is right. The physique of foreigners is different from ours, so it is natural that our things are safer to use. However, the emperor also means well. You should keep these ointments well. If anyone in Suyuxuan is injured, You can also give them away. Who doesn't love beauty? Cui Jinsi praised. The young lady is really kind-hearted. I would like to thank the young lady on behalf of everyone in our palace. The master and servant were talking and laughing, when the eunuch's message came from outside the door. And Chengzai is here. Jin Huan stood up with a smile, and took in Ling Rong's hand affectionately, stopping her from bowing. We are sisters. There is no need to be polite. Although Ling Rong was also smiling, she looked reserved and cautious. She sat next to Jin Huan, looked at the scar on Jin Huan's neck, and asked, Sister, can you use the scar gel that I gave you? Jin Huan said with a smile. Of course I used it, sister, and made the plaster for me with all her heart. If I don't use it, I would be letting her down. You came just in time. I was just about to tell you. Scar removing glue is very good, but there is not much left. This scar is deep. I am afraid I will have to trouble you to make it again. And Ling Rong smiled shyly. Sister is laughing at me again. It is Ling Rong's blessing to be able to do her best for her. I will come in a few days, and bring new scar removing glue for her to use. By the way, pollen is heavy in spring, sister. Please protect the wound after applying the ointment. Nian Sherlon heard the two of them talking about the scar removing ointment, and felt bored. She remembered that Cui Jinsi said that the ointment had a floral scent, so she curiously leaned over to smell it. However, she found that she could not smell anything in her dream, and she threw her handkerchief in anger. Outside the dream, Jingzhe was also drowsy, and suddenly heard a bang, like the sound of something hitting the mattress. Jingzhe woke up in an instant, gently lifting the curtains in front of Nian Sherlon's bed. He saw Nian Sherlon turned over in her sleep, and slept facing inward. Jingzhe observed for a while, and saw that Nian Sherlon showed no signs of waking up. So he sat back down with peace of mind. Nian Sherlon listened to Jingzhe lowering the bed curtains, and secretly rubbed her hands in the quilt. She had just shaken her hands in anger in her dream, which woke her up and hurt her hands. Nian Sherlon gradually fell asleep again. On the other side of Li Guiran, Injin was already dissatisfied with being invited out of the land of gentleness. But Li Guiran was sobbing and saying that she was frightened. And then she started to talk in her sleep, as if she had a serious fever. Li Guiran called out, Yenji, I want to drink water. Injin took the teacup from the little palace maid and tried to feed Li Guiran water. But his hand shook, and the tea spilled on Li Guiran's pillow. The little palace maid next to him hurriedly took a towel to wipe it. But there were still water stains on the silver silk pillow. Injin handed the teacup to the little palace maid and asked her to feed Li Guiran water. Li Guiran shook her head again, closed her eyes tightly, frowned, and seemed to be frightened, calling out, Madame Hua Fei, spare me. I will never dare to do it again. Chapter 275 How to Explain. Su Peixiang, who had been standing behind Injin, saw clearly that concubine Li seemed to be talking in her sleep. But her eyelashes were trembling, which was clearly fake. Injin turned to ask Su Peixiang, what did concubine Hua do today that scared concubine Li so much? Su Peixiang answered honestly, I heard from the servants that concubine Hua met concubine Li on the street, and she was scolding me. I don't know why. Yenji, the maidservant beside concubine Li, started to fight, slapped the servant. This angered concubine Hua. The servant also heard that the maid talked back to concubine Hua, and was slapped 10 times by her. Concubine Li pleaded for the maid, and concubine Hua said that she would be lenient, and sent the maid to serve in the Xinqing division. After Su Peixiang finished speaking, he secretly glanced at concubine Li, who was lying on the bed with her lips moving and talking in her sleep, and saw that her eyelashes were indeed moving non-stop. Injin followed Su Peixiang's gaze, and looked over. He also noticed something was wrong. His eyes rolled, and he said, I review memorials during the day, and I have to settle cases in the harem at night. At present, apart from concubine Hua helping the empress to manage the 6 palaces, there is no one who can help the empress more. I want to improve the status of the harem, but there are so many trivial things all day long. It really gives me a headache, Injin said while looking at concubine Li. Concubine Li, who was still talking non-stop just now, became quiet at this time, but her eyelashes trembled even more violently. Su Peixiang thought to himself, she must be pretending to be calm for the emperor. Not long after, concubine Li let out a sigh of relief, woke up slowly, opened her innocent eyes, and looked at Injin. Your Majesty, was I talking in my sleep just now? Dr. Chiu in the room lowered his head to write a prescription, hiding the indescribable look in his eyes. At that time, he took concubine Li's pulse, and it was obviously just a fever caused by the cold, But when concubine Li's maid went to report to the emperor, it has been said that you were frightened. I am just a small imperial physician, and there is no point in arguing about these things. Just focus on prescribing medicine. Injin looked at Li Guiran, and smiled for the first time, which made Li Guiran stunned. The emperor has always been stern, and rarely smiled, but today he smiled at her. Li Guiran was just happy, and then she heard Injin say, "It's okay," the imperial physician also said, "You were just frightened, and it's no big deal to talk a few words in your sleep while you were sick." As he said this, Injin suddenly sighed. "I originally thought that you had been in the palace for some time, and you have always served me very attentively. After the Dragon Boat Festival, I want to promote you, and I will give you this Qisheng Palace to live alone." Li Guiran wanted to get out of bed and kneel down to thank God. But she was still sick, so she could only say to Injin with bright eyes, "I thank the Lord for his grace." Before Li Guiran could continue, Injin interrupted her. "I haven't finished yet. I originally wanted to promote you, but you were frightened today. First, the imperial physician said, you need to take this tranquilizer for a while. Second, I thought, you should control your temper. When you can handle things calmly, I will still promote you and allow you to be the head of a palace." The second half of Li Guiran's words was stuck in her throat. She couldn't say it, and couldn't swallow it. She stared at Injin. Injin stretched out his hand, and waved it in front of her eyes. "Look, I just told you to suppress your temper. And you're sulking again. Okay. You just called your palace maid in your dream. I'll ask the Ministry of Internal Affairs to pick out a good one for you." Li Guiran suppressed her disappointment, looked at Injin, and smiled weakly. "I will remember the emperor's teachings. I'm used to Yanji. But it's a pity that she didn't know better and annoyed concubine Hua. When I'm well again, I'll go to Ikuan Palace in person to apologize to concubine Hua. Yanji is my servant, so I should take the responsibility for my poor teaching." Injin smiled with satisfaction, and reached out to touch Li Guiran's face, saying, "Good. Good. I am very pleased that you are so sensible. You should take good care of yourself. The imperial doctors are here. I will go back to the Yongxing Palace first, as I have to attend the morning court tomorrow." Li Guiran heard that Injin was about to leave, and said anxiously, "Your Majesty, I finally get to see you. Please stay with me for a while. Tonight, would you stay in Qisheng Palace?" Su Peixiang frowned behind Injin. Injin had already spoken, speaking in a serious tone. "The country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and I am not a tyrant who can give up government affairs for the sake of beauty." Su Peixiang smiled. "Miss Li, rest assured and recuperate. The emperor is in a state of health, so you should be careful. If you pass on your illness to the emperor, the empress dowager and the queen will know, and they will definitely blame you, don't you think?" Concubine Li used the excuse of recuperating from illness, and had not paid respects to Elinara for several days. Elinara ordered Jianqiu to visit concubine Li every day. This day Jianqiu brought the soup that Elinara gave to concubine Li to Qisheng Palace. "I am here to see concubine Li on the orders of the empress. This is the nourishing soup of black chicken and astragalus awarded by the empress." The imperial kitchen added a few more tonics, all of which are for calming the nerves. "The empress said that you were frightened a few days ago, and you should take good care of yourself." Li Guiran drank the small bowl of soup in front of Jianqiu, thanked the queen for her kindness. "After 2 days, when I feel better, I will go to Jingren Palace to pay my respects to the queen." Jianqiu smiled. The queen said, "You don't have to worry. Just take good care of yourself. You don't have to be in a hurry to thank me. I will pass on your words." The queen also said that it is not right for concubine Hua to assist in the management of the 6 palaces, but Jianqiu looked around in embarrassment. Li Guiran understood and sent everyone out. "Aunt, please tell me." "But how?" Jianqiu said. The queen said that it is not right for Hua Fei to assist in the 6 palaces, but Hua Fei is favored by the emperor in the palace. She also has a good family outside the palace to rely on. The queen said that you don't have to worry too much. Your father, Mr. Fei from the Tongzhengxi, although his official position is not prominent at present, but in the future, you will be favored by the emperor, and your family will naturally rise. By then, it's not too late for you to vent your anger today." Li Guiran's heart moved. Yes, the emperor said a few days ago that he wanted to raise his position. If he became a concubine, his father and his natal family would naturally be 1 level higher, or even 2 levels higher. Jianqiu observed Li Guiran's expression, and saw that she seemed to be moved, so he said again, "But in my opinion, If your family could help you in the previous dynasty, you would have been able to fight against concubine Hua earlier, Li Guren said. My father is just a Tongzingshi. How can he help me? Jianqiu suddenly said. Look at my memory. While talking to you, I actually forgot that the Empress wanted me to go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get something back. After saying that, she hurriedly left, leaving Li Guren alone, staring blankly at the door. But just as Jianqiu left, a eunuch came in from outside. It was Zhang Qing, the head eunuch beside the Empress Dowager. Zhang Qing came in and respectfully saluted Li Guren. The Empress Dowager heard that you were frightened, and specially ordered the servant to bring some tonics. The Empress Dowager said, When you feel better, please go to the Xinang Palace to have a chat. Li Guren calmed down and replied politely. Please report to the Empress Dowager. Master Zhang. I will go to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow. I am still not feeling well today, and I am afraid that going to the Xinang Palace will spoil the Empress Dowager's mood. After sending Zhang Qing away, Li Guren thought, how should I explain to the Empress Dowager? Chapter 276, already planned. In March, the apricot blossoms in the Forbidden City were in full bloom. In a corner of the Imperial Garden, Zhou Ninghai made a swing according to Jin Changzai's instructions. Zhou Ninghai was afraid that the ropes on both sides of the swing would wear out Changzai's delicate hands, so he carefully wrapped them with colorful brocade strips. Concubine Shen was busy learning how to read the account books from Nian Shuruan, and she was not in Xianfu Palace all day. Concubine Jing took Princess Kangol to have fun, and Jin Changzai was the only one doing nothing in Xianfu Palace. All day long, apart from paying respects to Lady Ilinara, she would go back to her room and read books. It was a fine day, and Lady Jin took Zhou Ninghai and Lu Zhu to pay respects to Lady Ilinara. After the meeting, they went to the Imperial Garden. Nian Shuruan knew that Injin liked to go to the Imperial Garden recently. The flowers in the Imperial Garden were in full bloom as the spring weather warmed up. In the previous life, Injin and the current Lady Jin fell in love in the Imperial Garden. Didn't they? Little Lindsay ran over from a distance, said hurriedly, Master, please return to the palace immediately. The fourth prince vomited milk for some reason. I have sent someone to invite the imperial physician. The wet nurse is looking after the fourth prince now. Shen Guren, who was following behind Nian Shuruan, looked at Nian Shuruan worriedly, fearing that she would fall again in her haste. Nian Shuruan, however, was not in a hurry and just said, I know. Turning to Shen Guren, she said, there is something going on in my palace today. You should go back first. If there is anything else, I will send someone to inform you. Mrs. Shen said yes, but hesitated as if she had something to say. Nian Shuruan said, What's wrong? Just say it. Mrs. Shen bit her lip and said, I just heard from Eunuch Lin that the fourth prince has vomiting milk. Although I have not given birth yet, I have seen my nephew have this symptom when I was at my mother's house. I know this is a common symptom in children. I hope your majesty will not worry. Let Dr. Wen take a good look at it first. If the queen needs me to do anything, I will obey you. Nian Shuruan was stunned for a moment. In the last life, she also regarded Shen Meizhuang as a thorn in her side, and was eager to get rid of her. At that time, no one in the harem could take away her favor. In this life, she didn't expect that she had other purposes, and wanted Shen Meizhuang to follow her. But she accidentally gained a little bit of her love, not knowing whether it was true love or not. Nian Shuruan smiled, with a hint of alienation, and said, Thank you for your concern, Lady Shen. I will go back to the palace first. Lady Shen watched Nian Shuruan leave, thinking that she hadn't talked to Huaner for several days. Today, she happened to have nothing to do, so she might as well go find Huaner. Lady Shen said to the maid beside her, I've been busy with concubine Hua for a long time, and now I'm free. I don't know what to do. Just now, I saw Huaner seem to be heading towards the Imperial Garden. Since we have nothing to do, let's go to the Imperial Garden, and maybe we can meet Huaner. Kai was smiled secretly. The young lady is following concubine Hua all day long, and is thinking about young Lady Shen. I heard that the flowers in the Imperial Garden are in full bloom, and the young lady is just in time to go and relax. Jin Changzai, led by Zhou Ninghai, walked to a corner of the Imperial Garden, where the swing that Zhou Ninghai had carefully made looked very beautiful under the morning sun. The colorful brocade was very beautiful. The swing was under the apricot trees that were in full bloom, and a scent of flowers wafted past. Jin Changzai couldn't help but close her eyes and take a deep breath. It smells so good. I'm almost getting moldy after staying in my room all day. Lu Zhu wiped the swing with the silk handkerchief in her hand, helped Jin Chongzai sit on it carefully, and then walked around behind Jin Chongzai with a smile and said, "My lady, are you sitting firmly? I'm going to start pushing the swing." Jin Chongzai has been a brave person since she was a child. And she also said with a smile, "Push it as you like. I'd be surprised if I was scared." Zhou Ninghai frowned beside him, with a bitter face. "My lady, please be careful. I am so scared." Jin Chongzai just smiled and ignored her, letting Lu Zhu push her higher and higher. Shen Guiran entered the imperial garden, but did not see Jin Chongzai. Saixing said, "Has Jin Chongzai returned to the palace? My lady, since you are here, please take a walk first." Shen Guiran looked at the flowers and willows in the garden, and was in a good mood. Her tone was softer than usual. "Yes, since you are here, let's go for a walk before going back. At lunch, I will go with Wanner." The three of them, Shen Guiran and her servant, walked around the garden, talking, and headed for the imperial garden. From a distance, Shen Guiran heard a burst of laughter, so she stopped and listened carefully, but found that it was Jin Chongzai. Shen Guiran said to her maid happily, "Listen, it's Wanner laughing. She's laughing so happily, I wonder what good news it is. Let's go over quietly and scare Wanner." Kaiwa and Saixing smiled at each other. Their mistress was still the same as before, with a hint of mischief. As concubine Shen got closer to the corner, Jin Chongzai's laughter became clearer. Jin Chongzai said, "Come, Lu Zhu. It's my turn to push you." Lu Zhu seemed to be trying to refuse. "Master, please forgive me. I know I was wrong. I pushed too hard just now." Concubine should listen to the laughter of Jin Chongzai and his servant, and she also smiled knowingly. She was about to quietly step forward and startle Jin Chong, but she heard a loud shout. "The emperor has arrived." Shen Guiran hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Injin standing not far away and looking at this place. Shen Guiran did not hesitate and hurried over. Jin Chong was still playing with Lu Zhu when she heard the loud shout. She seemed to have already made a plan in mind. She stopped what she was doing, straightened her clothes first, and then walked out slowly and walked towards Injin. Jin Chongzai heard that the emperor liked to stroll around the imperial garden after leaving the court these days, and then returned to the Yangqing Palace to review memorials. So she asked Zhou Ninghai to set up the swing. She did not dress up specially today, just like usual, except that there were 2 more pearl flowers in her hair. Shen Guiran had already greeted Injin and stood aside. And then she saw Jin Chongzai walk out from the corner, and gracefully came over here. Shen Guiran looked at Jin Chongzai with satisfaction when she finally appeared in front of Injin, and saw her greet Injin politely. Injin looked at the person in front of him, and saw that she was beautiful, with a smile in her eyes, and his frown was slightly relieved. "I just passed by here and heard someone laughing, but I didn't know who it was. Now I know. It turned out to be you." Jin Chongzai replied, "Your Majesty, I saw that it was still early spring, with willows and apricots blooming. I don't want to let such a beautiful day go to waste. I didn't know that your Majesty was here, and I almost lost my manners. Please forgive me." Injin said, "You have read a lot of books, and Chengai's poem is appropriate here." Jin Chongzai said, "I was inspired and didn't mean to show off. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Chapter 277 Palace Made Fuzi. Injin looked at the gentle posture of the person in front of him with his eyes downcast, and thought of the wanton laughter he heard when he first entered the imperial garden, and thought, this little girl actually has 2 faces. "It's okay, you are well read, and it's not a show-off. The predecessors wrote poems out of inspiration, and you are reciting them now. I just left the court, and heard that the 4th prince was not obedient, so I went to the Ikuan Palace first." Shen Guiran looked at the scene in front of her, and felt a little bitter, but when she thought of Wanner's favor in the future, life would be better, she picked up her spirits again. Shen Guiran and Jin Chongzai had just bowed respectfully, and were about to send Injin away, but he turned back and said, "Shen Guiran's clothes are nice today. Jin Chongzai's are a little too plain." After saying that, she hurried to Ikuan Palace. Shen Guiran looked at Jin Chongzai in embarrassment, pulling her hand and said, "Wanner, don't worry. My clothes were given by concubine Hua, not that I meant to show off. I still have 2 sets left. I was planning to send it to you, but I have been busy these days, and have not had time to do it. Let's go back. I will dress you up carefully. It will definitely look very beautiful. Just wait for the emperor to summon you." Jinchong held Shingyuren's hand with a sincere face, smiling, and a little coquettish. What are you talking about? Sister? We are in love. How can I blame you? I was originally of a low rank, and I was wearing the fabric that was within my quota. The fabric was awarded by concubine Hua. If I wear it outside, it won't match my appearance, and it will make me look ostentatious. You said this today. Are you alienated from me? Shingyuren sighed, and held Jinchong's hand a little tighter. It's rare that you trust me so much. I know that I haven't been with you for a long time, and I'm afraid you will think too much. Fortunately, you have never been such a thoughtful person. Let's go. Let's go back to the palace. Nian Sherlan watched the wet nurse pick up the fourth prince and pat his burp in the Equine Palace. When Xianqing said that the fourth prince just had a little indigestion, so she felt relieved. When Xianqing said that there was no need to prescribe medicine for the fourth prince, and he could just be fasted for 2 meals, Nian Sherlan sat down and talked to Wen Xianqing casually. Dr. Wen is very skilled in medicine. Even you said that there is no need to use medicine, so I feel relieved. But Dr. Wen took Hongli's pulse just now. Are there no other symptoms? Wen Xianqing said firmly. My queen, you also said that. I am at ease with you. Then you can rest assured. The fourth prince just has some indigestion, which is really fine. It is normal for children to occasionally spit up milk. Nian Sherlan waved her hand, sent Wen Xianqing away, and then took the fourth prince from the wet nurse with lingering fear. In the previous life, in order to frame Jinhuan, she used cassava flour to make princess when he spit up milk. But not only did Jinhuan remain safe, but Xiao Qinma hated her since then. Today, when she heard Hongli spit up milk, in fact, she was very nervous. But she was the noble concubine Hua, and she remained calm. Nian Sherlan held the fourth prince, and let him lie on her shoulders like a wet nurse, patting his back gently. Injin did not let the servant pass on the message, and when he came in, he saw Nian Sherlan coaxing the fourth prince with tenderness. Nian Sherlan wanted to stand up holding the fourth prince, and Injin hurriedly stepped forward to stop her. Sit down. Has Dr. Wen come to see you? Nian Sherlan smiled. Reporting to the emperor, Dr. Wen came to see him, and said that Hongli just had some indigestion, and it's not a big deal. Injin was relieved, and talked with Nian Sherlan for a while, and then returned to the Yangqing Palace. Xiao Linzi escorted Injin out of the Equine Palace, and came back to report. I followed the instructions of the queen, and went to see the swing. It depends on when it will work. Nian Sherlan nodded. She couldn't kill Jinhuan at the moment, but she wanted to torture her slowly. When Qiao Chongzai heard that the fourth prince had vomited milk, she hurried to the Equine Palace. However, no matter how hard she hurried, the emperor had already left when she arrived. Qiao Chongzai concealed her disappointment, greeted the fourth prince, and left the Equine Palace. Nian Sherlan stared at Qiao Qinmo's back, guessing that she was also here for Injin today. It was just that she may have spent some time dressing herself up, so she didn't catch up with Injin. In recent days, Li Guiran always stayed after paying respects to Elinara. She said she wanted to learn calligraphy from the empress. However, her handwriting was barely readable no matter how well she wrote. On this day, Li Guiran was in Jingren Palace with Elinara, watching the third prince playing not far away. Li Guiran said enviously, the empress is so lucky to have such a well-behaved prince like the third prince. The concubines are really envious of him. Elinara smiled and followed Li Guiran's gaze to look at the third prince. You are a few years younger than me, and you are in your prime. When you have your own children in the future, you will no longer envy others. The third prince is well-behaved, but too well-behaved. I am also worried that he will be bullied. Li Guiran's eyes seemed to be glued to the third prince, and she said, Your Majesty, you are over-worrying. You are the empress. The third prince is the legitimate son, the honorable eldest son. No child in this palace can surpass you. How could anyone dare to bully the third prince? Elinara said gently. Forget it, it's still peaceful now. I just hope that the third prince can be healthy. Li Guiran stared at the third prince for a while and said, The third prince seems to have grown taller than before, which shows that the queen feeds him well. For the queen, the third prince will grow healthy. After Li Guiran left, Jianqiu couldn't help saying, This Li Guiran is really making things up every time she comes back. She says that our third prince has grown taller. Our third prince is only 4 years old. How high can he be? Elinara said with a smile, calming Jianqiu down. Well, since you know she is just making small talk, Why bother about it? Talking to Li Guiran is really exhausting. But I am the queen. And many times, I have to be perfunctory. Jianqiu pouted and said, Your Majesty is really hard-working. By the way, I heard that Hua Fei's fourth prince had vomiting milk today. Unfortunately, the Ikuan Palace has always been very strict. And I can't find out the specific matters. Elenara pointed to the palace maids working outside the house and said, They are all newly selected by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I haven't used them for a few days. Tomorrow, I will pick the best ones and give them to concubine Hua. Jianqiu said, Your Majesty is wise. You rewarded her because you think highly of her. I believe she will not be ungrateful in front of everyone. Jianqiu suddenly remembered a few days ago. The emperor came to Jing'an Palace to see the third prince, and took a few more glances at one of the maids. The little maid had neat eyebrows and fair skin. Her humble and submissive look could calm people's hearts. Jianqiu spoke tentatively. Since your Majesty has chosen someone to send to concubine Hua, you have to choose a good one. Right? Otherwise, Jing'an Palace will lose face. I have watched the new little maid, Fuzi, coldly these days. She looks neat and tidy. If she is sent to concubine Hua, it will not lose the face of Jing'an Palace. What do you think? Chapter 278 Jin was injured. Elenara looked up at Jianqiu and smiled. Just pick it up. I believe in your vision. Jianqiu smiled complacently. If the little Fuzi caught the emperor's eye one day, she would have to call her the young lady. Taking this opportunity, she would assign Fuzi to Hua Fei to serve. Even if Fuzi stayed in Ikuan Palace, it would be a nuisance to Hua Fei. If the emperor liked Fuzi, would Hua Fei still be able to refuse? But there were many beautiful maids in Hua Fei's Ikuan Palace. But I have never seen any of them become a mistress, madam. It can be seen that it is not so easy to get ahead under concubine Hua. Jianqiu walked to Fuzi, who was holding a broom in the courtyard and preparing to work, looked her up and down, and nodded. Fuzi felt strange in her heart, Jianqiu's eyes, as if she was looking at goods. Fuzi couldn't help asking, Aunt Jianqiu, is there anything you need me to do? Jianqiu just smiled mysteriously, and said, I don't have anything for you to do. It's Jing'an Palace that needs you to do something. Fuzi was even more puzzled. I am working in Jing'an Palace. Look, I am going to clean the courtyard now. Jianqiu smiled, pulled Fuzi's empty left hand, put it in her palm, and looked at it carefully. Fuzi's small hand was delicate, better maintained than the hands of ordinary palace maids. Your hand, I can tell at a glance that you are enjoying life. You don't have to clean the courtyard today. Go to the Imperial Household Department to get some Jingxian rice paper for the Empress, for her calligraphy practice. Fuzi then obediently put down the broom and went to the Imperial Household Department. Jin Chang only brought Lu Zhu with him that day, and walked to the corner of the Imperial Garden where the swing was set up. The spring sun shone down warmly. Jin Chang sat on the swing with the help of Lu Zhu, and took a long flute from Lu Zhu's hand. Lu Zhu smiled, watching her young mistress swaying gently on the swing, and the beautiful melody played by the long flute seemed to flow with the sun. The shadow of the apricot tree fell on Jin Changzai's body and face. Lu Zhu stood behind Jin Changzai to protect her, occasionally pushing the swing. Jin Changzai was immersed in the sound of her flute. After playing a piece, she opened her eyes and smiled at Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu, you try to use a little more force in a while. I will try to swing the swing while playing the flute. It will be more interesting that way. Lu Zhu has been with Jin Changzai since she was a child, and she has long been accustomed to her sudden strange ideas. Lu Zhu agreed immediately. Yes. The young lady is holding the swing with her arms. I will push you with a little force. The swing creaked, and it swung higher and higher with the sound of Jin Changzai's flute. The master and servant did not notice that the top of the rope of the swing was almost overwhelmed. Injin was planning to stroll around the Imperial Garden, and then go back to review memorials. But he heard a flute sound coming from somewhere in the garden, and he took Su Peixing to follow the sound of the flute. However, Injin had not yet reached the corner where the flute sound came from. Then a cry of surprise came from the other side. Injin quickened his pace. As soon as he turned the corner covered by the apricot tree, he could see clearly, but he heard a woman's voice from the other side. My lady. My lady. How could she fall? Shou Ninghai didn't even know how to tie the swing firmly. Injin paused. My lady? Shou Ninghai? Injin looked at Su Peixing and asked. Su Peixing immediately leaned over and whispered in Injin's ear. Shou Ninghai is the eunuch of Jin Changzai. Injin nodded yes. It was her. The woman who was talking should be her personal maid. From her words, It sounded like Jin Chengzai had fallen off the swing. Women love beauty. And they love face even more. If I go out rashly at this moment, Jin Chengzai will definitely be embarrassed. Injin stood behind the tree and stopped moving forward. Jin Chengzai's voice came. Hiss. Slow down. Liu Zhu. Slow down. A rustling sound came along with Liu Zhu's voice. My lady. Please slow down. Ouch. My lady. Your arm. Jin Chengzai gently moved her arm, and felt a piercing pain. My arm, I think it's broken. It's a pity, my clothes are newly made. Liu Zhu was jumping anxiously over there. My lady. Your arm is like this. You are still worrying about clothes. Clothes can still be made. My lady, let's go back quickly. I'll ask someone to invite the imperial physician. Injin was shocked. Jin Chengzai actually broke her arm. He was thinking whether Su Peixiong should send someone to send Jin Chengzai back to the palace and invite the imperial physician. He was also wondering if Jin Chengzai would feel embarrassed and uneasy if he saw her in such a miserable state. Injin was still hesitating when he heard Jin Chengzai say, while enduring the pain. Let's go. Let's go back first. I left today without checking the date, hoping to see the emperor. I didn't expect that I would not see the emperor, but almost see the king of hell. Liu Zhu complained to Jin Chengzai. You are in this state, and you still have the mind to joke. I am so worried. Injin suddenly realized that he thought that the 2 consecutive encounters with Jin Chengzai in the imperial garden were accidental. But it turned out that Jin Chengzai had deliberately planned it. He quietly stepped back a few steps and left with Su Peixiong without looking back. He could turn a blind eye to the things that the women in the palace did to please him. But today, he heard these plots. Thinking about it carefully, almost every time he saw Jin Chengzai, they all have something different. In this way, he became someone else's prey. This feeling made the young Emperor Injin very uncomfortable. Su Peixiong also looked anxious when he heard that Jin Chengzai broke her arm. He carefully read Injin's expression and waited for his order. Su Peixiong immediately went to do his job. He didn't want to hear those words later. Su Peixiong muttered in his heart, this Jin Chengzai, she really has no fate of being favored. Seeing that the emperor was about to pass away, she just said that. Su Peixiong followed behind Injin, and felt the pressure coming from Injin. It was a kind of dissatisfied breath, and Su Peixiong lowered his head even lower. Nian Shiran couldn't tell what she felt when she got the news. In her last life, she had tried her best to get rid of Jin Huan, but in this life, Jin Huan was no threat to her. She asked Xiao Linzi to do something on the swing, and now he broke Jin Huan's arm. Why did she feel so unhappy in her heart? She didn't seem to be happy. Nian Shiran sent someone to visit Xianfu Palace, and asked Jingpin to take care of Jin Chengzai these days. In less than a day, the whole palace knew that concubine Hua was virtuous, and took care of the unfavored concubines. Elinara sent Jianqiu to visit Jin Chengzai, and rewarded Jin Chengzai with some uncommon medicinal herbs. And that was it. For Elinara, such an unfavored concubine was of no value. Previously, she thought that Jin Chengzai's appearance would always be favored. But she didn't expect that she had been in the palace for nearly a year, and was still unknown. Elinara also lost her patience, and decided to focus on other people. Chapter 279 Going to see the Queen Mother. Concubine Shin paid her respects to Elinara, and hurried back to Xianfu Palace. As soon as she came back, she went to Jin Chengzai's room. Jin Chengzai followed the doctor's instructions, and quietly recuperated. Concubine Shin said, Wano, you are bored with recuperation. I went to pay my respects to the queen today, but another thing happened. I'll tell you. Concubine Shin then told the story of how Elinara gave her maid Fuzi to concubine Hua in detail. Concubine Shin said that Elinara had gotten up early and rewarded Hua Fei with a snack. When Songji, who was beside Hua Fei, went to take it, she somehow slipped. Songji knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. But Hua Fei scolded her. Elinara couldn't bear to see the servants being frightened. So she stopped Hua Fei, and rewarded her maid to Hua Fei, hoping to keep things quiet. It was said that the maid had just arrived at Jing'an Palace a few days ago, and was suddenly rewarded to Hua Fei by the queen. She also looked timid. Shinguren said, Water, you said this matter caused a stir. I think, after all, the empress is more considerate in this palace. To be presumptuous, the empress is so kind. No wonder Hua Fei is never afraid of her. However, now I am learning how to manage things from Hua Fei. I don't think there is anything wrong with her iron fist. You said, I am so contradictory, what should I do? Shinguren was talking to Jin Chengzai with a smile. Wanbi brought tea. Shinguren took the tea that Huanbi offered with both hands, said to Jin Changzai. Fortunately, the maid you brought into the palace is smart. She is more proud of the one who has served us since she was a child. By the way, I heard that you gave your maid Yuqing to Ndaing a few days ago. Your arm is injured now, and you need someone right now. Or, I will go to the Queen Mother and ask her to get another maid for you. Jin Changzai looked at her right arm hanging in front of her chest, smiled, and said, Sister, don't worry. I am not favored. Now that she has broken her arm, it would be a hindrance to their future if she has so many people around her. Sister and only has the 2 maids assigned to her by the Ministry of Internal Affairs when she first entered the palace. She and I share the same pain. At least I have Payer, and Huanbi and Luzhu, which is enough. Sister, please don't bother the Empress, so that your sister won't be gossiped about. Shinguren said. Ah, who would gossip about this? You don't know, they all want to show their faces in front of the Emperor now. I'm busy. Who has time to gossip about you? Jin Changzai smiled, and didn't answer. She thought that she was injured because she wanted to show her face in front of the Emperor. But Mei Jie didn't know the details, and just thought that she fell off the swing because she was playing. When the Emperor heard that she was injured, he just asked the Imperial Hospital to treat her well. After this incident, I'm afraid she will have less chances to be favored in the future. At lunch, Huanbi served and Luzhu served Jin Changzai. Because Jin Changzai's right arm was injured, and she couldn't eat by herself. Huanbi used silver chopsticks to feed Jin Changzai little by little. Huanbi picked up a piece of crystal duck with chopsticks, put it in a small bowl, and put it close to Jin Changzai's mouth. Jin Changzai carefully stretched his head to eat. But Huanbi's hand slipped, and the duck meat fell into the bowl. Luzhu said anxiously. How do you serve the young master? Slow down. Huanbi was furious. She put the small bowl on the table with force and said, You serve well. You serve well. But you can still make the young master fall. The young master doesn't blame you because she is soft-hearted. You are telling me what to do. Who do you think you are? Luzhu was stunned. She grew up with Huanbi since she was a child. She thought she and Huanbi were like sisters. She was playing on the swing with Jin Changzai that day. Jin Changzai kept asking her to push harder. She pushed harder, as Jin Changzai told her. She didn't want this to happen. Who wanted it? Luzhu couldn't help but retort. The two were about to quarrel. Jin Changzai shouted. Enough. Do you think I am doing well now? Huanbi, you and Luzhu grew up together, you should be as close as sisters. Luzhu too, can't you say less? Outsiders haven't bullied us yet, you are hurting your own heart. Luzhu didn't dare to say anything. She immediately rolled her eyes at Jin Changzai, and whispered, I'm sorry, young lady. I was wrong, I shouldn't have quarreled with Huanbi. Huanbi said angrily. Who wants to be her sister? She is not worthy of being my sister. Huanbi threw down these words and ran away. Jin Changzai looked at her willful appearance, and was also furious. Only Zhou Ninghai was waiting outside. He listened to the movement in the room, and pursed his lips quietly. He had kept a trick when he set up the swing. Later he went to check and found that someone must have tampered with it. Otherwise, how could the rope be worn out so quickly? But Zhou Ninghai couldn't figure it out. This Jin Changzai was not favored, and had no contact with Hua Fei. So why did her brother tell her to obey Hua Fei in everything? Nian Sherlan heard the news from Xianfu Palace that Jin Changzai was in a mess. And she just smiled and said, Don't pay attention to it. Thinking of how glorious Jin Huan was in her previous life. Even if she was not favored, she lived a decent life. When had she ever suffered such a bad feeling? Nian Sherlan thought of Jin Huan's face at that time, which was really hateful. Nian Sherlan recalled the things of her last life, and fell into a deep sleep. In her dream, she saw Jin Huan dressed as the Queen Mother. Xiao Yunzi bent even lower and respectfully called her the Queen Mother. Nian Sherlan woke up and thought, so that's it. After her death, Jin Huan became the Queen Mother. What about the Olinara family? And the grudges between the three of them? It seems that Jin Huan is more powerful after all. Nian Sherlan thought of the Queen Mother Jin Huan in her dream. And she also thought that she hadn't seen the Queen Mother for a long time. As a daughter-in-law, even if she was only a concubine, she should have gone to greet the Empress Dowager. When Yin Sherlan stood in front of the Yonghe Palace, she suddenly felt a lot of emotion. In this life, she had been disliked by Empress Dowager De since the first time she met her. But she did not expect that Empress Dowager De would get a disease that could neither be cured nor killed before she could enjoy her glory for long. The strange thing was that no matter how many good medicines the Imperial Hospital used, they could only maintain Empress Dowager De's health. Yin Sherlan knew that. This was the work of the Empress Dowager. But even Nian Shiruan didn't know how the Empress Dowager did it. However, this move of the Empress Dowager saved Nian Shiruan a lot of worries. The maid next to Empress Dowager came out and invited Nian Shiruan to come in. Nian Shiruan stepped into Yonghe Palace and felt a heavy atmosphere of dusk. Zhu Shi stood next to Empress Dowager De and looked Nian Shiruan up and down. Empress Dowager De sat on a chair in the main hall of Yonghe Palace. Even though her hands were withered and the skin on her face was no longer plump, she still had such a high-handed attitude. Nian Shiruan approached Empress Dowager De and bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. I wish the Empress Dowager good health and happiness. Chapter 280 No More Movement. The voice of the Empress Dowager De was not as confident as before. She said lightly, "Get up. Zhu Shi, give concubine Hua a seat." Zhu Shi replied respectfully, and directed the maid to bring a chair to Nian Shiruan. So, the Empress Dowager De sat high in the hall, and Nian Shiruan sat on the steps in front of her. Nian Shiruan looked around at the empty chairs, and sneered in her heart. She really didn't repent. There were so many chairs in the hall, Queen Mother De insisted on giving me a seat, and moved the chair over again, making me sit in front of her in such a humble manner. Queen Mother De probably wanted Nian Shiruan to submit, but she couldn't do it too obviously. However, Nian Shiruan didn't care much. She came today just to see what Queen Mother De's situation was like. In the last life, Nian Shiruan was plotted against by Queen Mother De. In this life, Nian Shiruan didn't do anything, but Queen Mother De had already spent most of her energy. Think about how Empress Dowager De was showing off when Injin first ascended the throne. Now that Injin has been on the throne for nearly 4 years, Empress Dowager De is no longer seen on important occasions in the harem. Even Empress Dowager De's daughter-in-law, her niece Elinara, seems to no longer be close to her. Empress Dowager De was so smart in her previous life. When Injin ascended the throne, she made great efforts with the power of Longkodo. In this life, Nian Shiruan heard more about her brother Nian Qingyo and Zhang Tingyu and others who cleared the obstacles for Injin. The disobedient ministers of the previous dynasty were purged. Nian Shiruan met the eyes of Empress Dowager De. Empress Dowager De was only in her 40s. If she had taken good care of herself, her eyes should be bright and sharp. But at this moment, the high and mighty Empress Dowager De's eyes were no longer bright. Her eyes were filled with turbidity. The Empress Dowager was 2 years older than Empress Dowager De, but she looked very good. Empress Dowager De had used so many good medicines in the past year. Her complexion was getting worse day by day. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Seeing that Nian Shiruan neither thanked her nor spoke after she sat down, Empress Dowager De couldn't help asking. Nian Shiruan thought to herself, as expected, because of the variable of Injin ascending the throne early in this life, Empress Dowager De's experience is far less than in the previous life. Nian Shiruan folded her hands on her knees, and the handkerchief in her hands gently fell down her legs. She also changed her unconscious and stiff attitude when facing Empress Dowager De in the past, and spoke with a soft and compassionate tone. "I haven't seen the Empress Dowager for a long time. I came to visit you today, and I feel a lot in my heart." Empress Dowager De said calmly, "I have been ill for a long time, and I am too lazy to care about the affairs in the harem. But there are a few gusts of wind blowing by my ears. Hua Fei, the Emperor wants you to assist in the 6 palaces. But I heard that you and the Queen often quarrel. You know, the Queen has always been gentle. I also know that your mother's family has outstanding military achievements. But the Queen is the Queen after all, and she can only be the Queen. You should still get along with the Queen, only then can you win the support of the people in the harem." Nian Shiruan smiled, looking at the face of the Empress Dowager De, and said, "The Empress Dowager is clear-headed and can distinguish right from wrong. I will follow your instructions and maintain harmony in the harem." The Empress Dowager De was a little surprised. She had prepared a lot of words and planned to take the opportunity to criticize concubine Hua. Unexpectedly, concubine Hua seemed to have changed her temper and no longer confronted her. She just tacitly accepted it. The Empress Dowager De could not continue to criticize her for a while. I could only frown and say, "That's great. I'm old and useless. But I hope that you young people can serve the Emperor diligently and expand the royal family. You must also be respectful to the Queen. After all, she is the master of the harem. I have been a concubine all my life. After the Emperor ascended the throne, I became the Queen Mother. But when I was a concubine, the previous Emperor had 3 queens. I was very respectful to each queen and never dared to be disrespectful to them. I hope you, concubine Hua, are the same. Yin Sherlan rolled her eyes in her heart. When Empress Dowager Da was a concubine, she was so respectful to the queen, because those who could sit on the throne of the queen were not ordinary. Otherwise, with Empress Dowager Da's temperament, she would definitely be more arrogant than Yin Sherlan now. Besides, Yin Sherlan thought, she was born in a noble family. Empress Dowager Da climbed up from a palace maid, and her mother's family had no foundation, so why should she compare herself with her? But Yin Sherlan did not argue with Empress Dowager Da at this moment. She also smiled and nodded in response. Yes, I will remember the instructions of the Empress Dowager, and will respect the Empress Dowager. Zhu Shi, who was beside Empress Dowager Da, glanced at Yin Sherlan with dissatisfaction. Zhu Shi thought, hasn't concubine Hua always looked down on her master? I don't know what medicine she took today, but she is so easy to talk to. Empress Dowager Da looked at Yin Sherlan like this, and she felt like she had punched cotton, and there was not even a sound. So boring, Yin Sherlan was hastily dismissed. Yin Sherlan and Li Dong had just walked out of the Yonghe Palace, when they saw Xiao Linzi jumping out from nowhere, which frightened Yin Sherlan. Yin Sherlan rubbed her chest, and rolled her eyes at Xiao Linzi. Next time you scare your master like this, you'd better watch your skin. Xiao Linzi bowed hurriedly. Master, calm down. I just went to find Jila quietly. Jila said that, except for the emperor, who comes every 5 or 6 days, even the queen rarely comes to Yonghe Palace now. Yin Sherlan said nonchalantly. When I first met Empress Dowager Da, I thought she was a great figure. But she didn't even make a splash, and she was like a flower that was about to wither. I don't even want to bother with her anymore. Li Dong, how do you think Empress Dowager Da looks today? Li Dong lowered his head and replied, From what I have seen, it is indeed as the Empress said. It's just that. Li Dong looked around. There were only the 3 of them. The master and the servant. On the long palace road. But the queen should still be careful that there are ears on the other side of the wall. Yin Sherlan smiled and said nothing more. Very good. The servants around her have grown up. If the days go on peacefully, she will not take any action in the short term. Hongli is only half a year old, and she should fulfill her duties as a mother first. Jin Chongzai hurt her arm, so she stayed in her room every day and didn't go anywhere. Alanara said, Jin Chongzai is a girl, and it must be embarrassing to go in and out with her right arm. She was also exempted from the morning and evening visits. Only one and promised to come to see her every 2 days. Concubine Shen was often called away by concubine Hua, or she was busy serving the emperor, and Jin Chongzai, and promised to become closer and closer. Getting up early that day, Wanbi served Jin Chongzai breakfast, and suddenly sighed. Since the young lady injured her arm, our place has become even more deserted. Except for young lady and who often comes to see you. Even young lady Mei Zhuang can't see you. Fortunately, young lady Mei Zhuang still remembers her friendship with you, and she follows concubine Hua to manage affairs, so the Ministry of Internal Affairs doesn't dare to be too harsh on us. But young lady, you entered the palace to serve the emperor. It's been almost a year, and you haven't had the chance to serve the emperor. The master and the mistress at home are worried.